Chapter 1. A Night of Wind and Snow. In a dilapidated temple, a small fire flickered amidst the crumbling bricks and decaying tiles. A delicate youth, clad in a patched robe, reclined on a bed of straw, idly picking his teeth with a straw. Beside him lay a weathered, chipped gourd, a rusted, crumbling longsword, and a large black dog gnawing on a bone. The daughter of the lame Li, known as Li the Mute, possesses ample bosom and a curvaceous figure, undoubtedly fit for bearing children. The widow Wang's daughter, Cui, has skin whiter than snow, her physique delicate and alluring. Just gazing upon her is invigorating. Old Liu's granddaughter, Ling Dang, is kind-hearted and beautiful, her voice gentle and soothing. Ah, big black dog, if all three girls Li the Mute, Cui, and Ling Dang sought my hand in marriage simultaneously, whom should I choose? The youth burped contentedly, casting a glance at the large black dog beside him, his expression torn with indecision. One cannot indulge excessively in hunger. There is but a single worry, yet in fullness, myriad troubles arise. Now sated, his thoughts turned to women. It was indeed true what they say, a full belly stirs desires. This was hardly surprising. At the age of 16, filled with youthful vigor, it would be peculiar to not contemplate women. The black dog tilted its head, observing the youth lost in thoughts of romance, a glimmer of disdain and scorn flickering in its azure eyes. Woof, woof. The dog let out a low growl, lifting a paw as if to say, with your disposition, do you dare to dream of swan-like beauty? If you were to urinate, I could relieve myself here for you to ponder your reflection. The youth appeared to grasp the dog's sentiment, hurling a handful of straw in its direction. What's with that expression, you old mutt? Do you dare challenge me? Tomorrow, I might just turn your bones into soup. The boy, named Lu Tongfeng, had just turned 16, orphaned and raised by the former temple priest of this land deity shrine. 6 years prior, on a night of wind and snow, the old priest consumed 2 beggars' chickens and a jar of millet brew, only to depart this world with a final gasp. In his dying moments, the old priest clutched Lu Tongfeng's small hand tightly, instructing him to await a certain individual and to pass on a box to them. If that person had not appeared by his 16th birthday, Lu could decide his own fate. Time slipped away, and now, at 16, the one the old priest spoke of had yet to materialize. This night, after a hearty meal with the black dog, he intended to leave the crumbling temple at dawn to seek his fortune. The land deity shrine was modest, comprising only a small temple and 2 earthen huts, the latter of which had collapsed in a storm 2 years prior. 3 miles north of the shrine lay the town of Fuyong, where, while the old priest was alive, the shrine had seen some incense offerings. Townsfolk would come to pray during festivals. After 6 years of tireless efforts, Lu Tongfeng had ultimately driven the shrine into closure. Now, the temple was in a state of disrepair. Cobwebs clung to every corner, straw littered the ground, drafts swept through the windows and doors, and 3 significant holes marred the roof. The offering table had been chopped for firewood last year, fortunately. The deities were clay effigies, for had they been wooden, they would surely have met the same fate as the old priest. Master, you have been gone for 6 years. Big Black and I have waited here for 6 years. The person you spoke of has not come, and I intend to leave at dawn to navigate the world. You must understand, I am now 16, and while I may be handsome and striking, the most beautiful youth within 300 or 500 miles, the townspeople label me a madman and a filthy beggar. The girls flee at the sight of me. I cannot remain like you, a lifelong bachelor. Rest assured, once I achieve success, I shall return to restore your statue and rebuild the temple. Lu Tongfeng articulated his reasons for departure to his master, pledging empty promises in return. The wind and snow swirled. The frigid air, biting a mere flicker of flame, could not warm the draft-ridden temple. Tightening the tattered robe around him, Lu Tongfeng settled cross-legged and began his meditation. This was the cultivation method taught to him by the old priest, though he knew not its essence, only that through this practice, a warm current would flow within him, warding off the cold and staving off hunger. He formed hand seals, quickly entering a state of focus, and soon a faint azure glow enveloped him, swirling with colorful auras above his head, gradually warming the once icy temple. Simultaneously outside, amidst the wind and snow, a group of ethereal spirits, glowing green, appeared. These spirits, remnants of souls who had not yet moved on, were drawn to the aura emanating from Lu Tongfeng. Yet they did not cross the threshold of the dilapidated temple. A mysterious barrier had been established around the shrine, keeping all spirits at bay. The black dog lifted its head, peering through the broken window at the floating spirits, seemingly unperturbed. After finishing its bone, it lay down before Lu Tongfeng, surrendering to slumber. 3 miles north of the shrine lay Fuyang town. Morning broke. A night of wind and snow had blanketed the world in white. This remote little town, cloaked in snow, resembled a meticulously crafted ink wash painting. Amidst this picturesque landscape, a young woman in white strolled in. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with delicate features, a tall stature, and fair skin. Her bright, cool eyes, coupled with her inky black hair, resembled thick ink. In her hand, she carried a long sword, its scabbard and hilt pure white. It seemed she embodied only the colors black and white. A faint aura of ethereal coolness emanated from her, exuding an air of detachment from worldly affairs. As she walked the streets of the town, she resembled a fairy emerging from a painting, beautiful yet unaware, serene yet not aloof, transcendent yet not detached from the world. The appearance of the young woman instantly captured the attention of several townsfolk. Fuyang town was neither large nor bustling, lying far from trade routes, with the nearest official road nearly 70 miles away, making the presence of outsiders rare. Yet here was an exceptionally beautiful girl, rendering the local residents, unaccustomed to such sights, utterly mesmerized. They felt this white-clad woman surpassed even the fairies of the heavens. The young woman paid no heed to their gazes, seemingly accustomed to being the center of attention. She approached the breakfast stall run by old Lu, inquiring, "Elder, may I ask if there's a matchmaker temple nearby?" Before old Lu could respond, her plump daughter-in-law interjected, "Miss, there is no such matchmaker temple here. If you seek love, there's a Guanyin temple on Shui Ping Mountain, 50 miles south. 5 years ago, it even radiated a Buddha's light. Many have found fortune and love there. I plan to take my daughter there soon to pray to the Guanyin goddess." A flicker of disappointment crossed the young woman's exquisite face as she thanked them and turned to leave. At that moment, the elderly Lu hesitated before speaking. "Miss, are you truly searching for a matchmaker temple?" The young woman nodded slightly. After a moment's thought, Lu continued, "Indeed, we have a matchmaker temple just 3 miles south of the town." A curious girl in a festive cotton jacket, possessing a lovely figure and striking features, chimed in, "Grandma, isn't the abandoned land deity shrine to the south of the town? Where would a matchmaker temple come from?" "What do you know, little girl?" The land deity shrine was once the matchmaker temple. Over 60 years ago, Lord Zhang's concubine was caught consorting with a man there, and in his rage, he burned the temple down. Later, a wandering priest came through, spending silver to rebuild it on the original site. Initially, it was still the matchmaker temple, but Lord Zhang always sought trouble, and before long, it was changed to the land deity shrine. That old priest remained, the same one who enjoyed his drink. The pretty girl, her mother, and a few young patrons at the breakfast stall finally understood. The events of over 60 years ago were likely only remembered by the elderly, like old Lu. The young woman gazed southward, a glimmer of joy surfacing in her clear, watery eyes. "Thank you, elder." After expressing her gratitude, she turned to leave. Behind her, old Liu's daughter-in-law called out, "Miss, do not go to the land deity shrine. There's a madman there who's always yearning for a wife that's haunted, and there's a large black dog that's quite frightening. You are so lovely, do not let that madman take advantage of you." The young woman offered no reply. Her figure suddenly became ethereal, vanishing from the street in mere moments, like a specter. This sight startled many, eliciting gasps from the onlookers that on the street. The limping Li stood in a daze, pushing a cart filled with night-blooming flowers, accompanied by a strikingly attractive young woman by his side. She was none other than his daughter, Li Qian, a mute, often referred to by the townsfolk as the mute girl of Li. The pair exchanged a glance, each furrowing their brows slightly. At Liu's breakfast stall, a girl with large eyes clad in a floral cotton jacket remarked, while working, "Mother, Lu Tongfeng is not truly a bad person. He has merely lived alone in the Earth Temple for many years, which has made his demeanor a bit peculiar. Please refrain from speaking ill of him in the future." Lin, you foolish girl, that little madman has repeatedly shown you disrespect, and yet you defend him? Truly, a young woman should not be kept at home. This beautiful girl with large eyes was none other than Yuling Dang, the first beauty of Fuyang Town, whom Lu Tongfeng dreamt of marrying. Yuling Dang paid little mind to her mother's reprimand. Her gaze turned towards the southern part of the town, her lovely face slightly flushed from the cold, revealing a look of envy. She murmured to herself, "That girl in white just now, like a celestial being, was truly enchanting. Is she the one the old temple priest instructed Feng Ji to await? How could such a beauty be here? I must go and take a look." Yuling Dang and Lu Tongfeng were rather familiar, as they were of similar ages and could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, following the death of the old temple priest, Lu Tongfeng lost his support. At that young age, he failed to manage the Earth Temple properly, and, in order to make ends meet, often resorted to petty theft in the town. As he grew older, his thoughts began to turn towards women. He frequently flirted with young ladies and took pleasure in sneaking glances at the girls. Consequently, in the past 2 or 3 years, Lu Tongfeng had become the most despised figure in Fuyang Town, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. If one were well liked, there would be no worries about sustenance. Why would Lu Tongfeng contemplate wandering far off in search of food? It was simply because he could no longer endure the wretchedness of this cursed place. Yuling Dang was one of the few friends Lu Tongfeng had in Fuyang Town. He had confided in her that he had long desired to venture into the world and carve out a successful career for himself, however. His master's dying wish had been for him to guard the dilapidated temple until he turned 16, awaiting a certain individual. Yuling Dang was aware that Lu Tongfeng intended to leave today for Xuyang, 100 miles to the south. Thus, she rose early, assisting her mother and grandmother at the breakfast stall, while secretly stowing away a dozen buns as provisions for Lu Tongfeng's journey. Seizing a moment when her grandmother and mother were distracted, she discreetly tucked the hidden buns into her floral cotton jacket. "Mother, I'm off to play with Chui Chui," she announced. "You reckless girl, running about in this heavy snow. In recent months, many young ladies have gone missing from 10-mile radius. Be sure to return early. The abductions happen at night, not during the day. There's nothing to worry about." In the past 6 months, a flower thief had emerged in the vicinity, causing a wave of panic among families with young and beautiful daughters over a vast area, despite the government's efforts to capture him. Fortunately, the disappearances had only occurred at night, and no reports indicated that any young ladies had gone missing during the day. Otherwise, these attractive girls would no longer dare to venture outside. Outside the Earth Temple, Lu Tongfeng donned a tattered Taoist robe, shouldering a worn and battered bundle, with a rusted long sword and a chipped gourd hanging from his waist. Beside him stood a black dog, resembling a small calf, named Dahe, an old dog whose age was uncertain. Ever since Lu Tongfeng could remember, Dahe had been by his side. Years had passed, yet Dahe remained unchanged, leading Lu Tongfeng to often ponder whether the dog had somehow attained a semblance of sentience. Lu Tongfeng gazed upwards at the sagging sign of the Earth Temple, a wave of melancholy washing over him. After living here for 16 years, he frequently contemplated leaving, yet now that the moment had arrived, he felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Ultimately, he slowly closed the door behind him. The dilapidated wooden door, long neglected, creaked loudly at the hinges, an unpleasant sound to the ears. Rubbing his chin, Lu Tongfeng murmured, "This decrepit temple is left with only the clay effigies of the earth god and goddess, and the roof has several large holes. Dahe, do you think I should lock it up?" "Wong, Wong." Dahe barked softly, seemingly with a hint of disdain in his expression. "Huh, it appears I truly have no key after all." Lu Tongfeng chuckled to himself, sensing he understood Dahe's sentiment. After casting one last glance at the Earth Temple, he murmured, "Master, rest assured, I shall return." He planned to venture to Xuyang, 100 miles to the south, with Dahe by his side, determined to forge a new path and eventually find a wife. Fuyang Town was too small, with its limited population and poverty. Xuyang, boasting a population of several hundred thousand, would surely offer greater opportunities for alms than Fuyang Town. Wang Wang. Suddenly, Dahe barked again, his tone sharp and urgent, a stark contrast to his earlier mocking demeanor. Lu Tongfeng turned around and beheld a radiant beam of white light emanating from the direction of Fuyang Town to the north. In the blink of an eye, the light had arrived before the land god temple. It revealed a stunning fairy clad in white, her beauty unparalleled as she gracefully descended from her celestial sword. With a delicate sound, the sword, emanating a soft white glow, was sheathed. Flight on a sword. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. He had heard from his master that there existed cultivators in this world capable of chasing the wind and soaring through the skies on their swords at 16 years of age. This was his first encounter with a living cultivator, in the frigid depths of winter, with snow blanketing the ground and the biting wind cutting like a blade. This young woman wore only a thin white dress. Her long, dark hair danced with the wind, radiating an ethereal chill, and her strikingly clear black and white eyes sparkled like luminous gems. Lu Tongfeng, a rustic country boy, had never seen such an otherworldly and breathtaking beauty. He found himself utterly mesmerized. Could this be the fabled fairy of the 9 heavens? She was far too enchanting. Even more so than a bellflower, the white-clad maiden landed approximately 6 or 7 zhang in front of the temple. Facing a large granite stone over a zhang high, its surface covered with a thick layer of snow. Etched into the stone were 4 peculiar characters: Xian Fan Fenjia, the boundary between immortals and mortals. The fairy paused upon seeing the inscription, a flicker of recognition crossing her features, as if she had encountered those characters before. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly, a look of astonishment gracing her exquisite visage. She sensed an unusual aura in this place, a faint yet lingering chill that seemed to hang in the as she surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon Lu Tongfeng and the large black dog that resembled a calf. Now silent and watchful, the black dog, with its bright blue eyes that glimmered like jewels, stared intently at the white-clad maiden, baring its teeth and raising its tail in a display of vigilance. Observing the dog, the fairy noted its striking blue eyes, which added to her surprise. The black dog, feeling the weight of her gaze, appeared somewhat bashful, retreating behind Lu Tongfeng as if trying to hide like an ostrich, a sight both comical and endearing. The fairy then turned her attention to Lu Tongfeng, who was staring at her with a dazed expression, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. This caused her to frown slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She was well aware of her beauty, which drew attention both in the sect and among mortals, and was frequently subjected to lingering gazes. Yet, she rarely encountered someone like this young man, who gawked at her while drooling. Heaven knew what thoughts were swirling in his mind at that moment, whether he envisioned her unclothed or imagined her garments torn asunder. She recalled the words of a plump woman at a breakfast stall in the town, realizing that this young man was likely the little madman the woman had spoken of, who was perpetually yearning for a wife. Lu Tongfeng calmly wiped the drool from his mouth, quickly replacing his lewd expression with one of composure and tranquility, a skill he had honed over years of living in Fuyang Town. With a simple mental recitation of a calming mantra from his master's teachings, he suppressed his desires, repeatedly assuring himself, "I am a gentleman. I am a gentleman." Through this self-deception, he transformed from a notorious lecher into a semblance of a refined youth. He approached the white-clad maiden, the stone inscribed with Xian Fan Fenjia standing between them, one on the eastern side, the other on the west. On the west was a mortal, and on the east, an immortal. The stone seemed more fitting than ever. "Esteemed fairy, may I inquire what brings you here?" Lu Tongfeng clasped his hands and bowed gently. The fairy noted that despite his tattered cotton robe, it was evidently a Taoist garment, and his gesture of respect was a traditional bow of courtesy. Though she felt displeasure at his earlier gaze, as a disciple of the Taoist sect, she could not forsake propriety, especially as she was on an important mission. "May I ask if this was once a temple of the Moon Elder?" she inquired. Lu Tongfeng paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. The Moon Elder Temple? My master mentioned it, but that was decades ago. It has since been converted into the Land God Temple. Today, the temple has officially closed its doors. If you seek marriage, I suggest you head south to Tipping Mountain. 50 miles away, there lies a Guanyin Temple, where villagers from 10 miles around have gone to burn incense and pray, and it is said to be highly efficacious. The fairy's brows knitted once more as she glanced at the Taoist yin-yang symbol on his collar. You are of the Taoist sect, are you not? Taoist sect? I suppose so. My master is indeed an old Taoist. In that case, you suggest I go to the Buddhist Guanyin Temple to pray for blessings. She remarked, bemused. While that may sound somewhat absurd, the Guanyin Temple is indeed 100 times more effective than this forsaken Land God Temple, which has long since lost its incense and efficacy. A hint of embarrassment flushed Lu Tongfeng's cheeks. The fairy's surprise. This young man was quite forthright. Esteemed Taoist friend. Taoist friend? Lu Tongfeng's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time anyone had referred to him as such, sending a flurry of excitement through him. You call me Taoist friend? As fellow practitioners of the Taoist sect, it is only natural to address you as such. So you are a practitioner of the Taoist sect. Lu Tongfeng's realization dawned upon him. Understanding why this strikingly beautiful maiden could soar on her sword, the hint of envy crept into his expression as he recalled the tales of the abilities of such cultivators. Having just witnessed the enchanting white-clad fairy glide through the air on her sword. If only he were a cultivator himself, would he then not have to worry about finding a wife? May I ask, esteemed Taoist friend, is there an old temple steward here? Old temple steward? No, there's only me, the little temple steward. Wait, esteemed fairy, you aren't looking for my master, are you? Your master? Yes, my master was the old temple steward here. Where is he now? My master has passed away. Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted, astonishment evident in his gaze as he looked at the beautiful white-clad fairy. His master had urged him before his passing to await someone here. Though he had never revealed who that person might be, Lu Tongfeng had always assumed it was an old friend of his master's. Little did he expect that after waiting 6 years, it would be a young and beautiful maiden who arrived. Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but ponder if his master had foreseen his struggles in finding a wife, instructing him to await his future bride. But was she not too stunning? Although he considered himself the most handsome man within 300 miles, he doubted he could ever win the heart of such a radiant fairy. The old temple steward has departed? The fairy's expression was one of disbelief, taking a moment to register the news. Indeed, my master has been gone for 6 years. Esteemed fairy, have you truly come seeking my master? The fairy nodded. You have finally arrived. Do you know how long I have awaited your arrival? You were waiting for me. How did you know I would come? I did not know who I was to await. My master instructed me to guard this dilapidated temple until I turned 16, saying someone would come seeking him. Today, as fate would have it, I have just turned 16 and was preparing to leave for the great city to pursue my ambitions. I had even closed the temple doors. Had you arrived a moment later, you would have missed your chance. The fairy regarded Lu Tongfeng, noting the relief on his face. Did the old temple steward leave any message? Nothing specific, but he did leave behind an item. To verify it is meant for you, let's first exchange a secret signal. A secret signal? Certainly. If you fail to grasp the secret phrase, it indicates that the treasure is not meant for you. In the dead of night, a ghost knocks at the door. The woman clad in white momentarily hesitates, her expression reflecting uncertainty as she inquires, are the travelers on the road yearning for their souls? With a harem of 3,000 beauties, can even an iron pestle be ground down to a needle? Correct. You are indeed the one my master instructed me to await, she replies. Please hold on for a moment. I shall return to fetch something. The expression of the white-clad fairy is one of exasperation. And oh wonder her master specifically urged her to remember those peculiar phrases before descending the mountain. At the time, she found them rather odd, even somewhat irreverent. Turns out they were the secret code left by the old master. Simultaneously, she feels a surge of joy. After half a year since descending the mountain, she has finally arrived here. Lu Tongfeng, bearing a small bundle and carrying a rusty sword, pushes open the temple door. The large black dog, now exposed without the concealment of Lu Tongfeng's body, seems to have lost its previous caution. It glances around, baring its teeth at the white-clad woman, wagging its dark tail, as if to convey that it harbors no ill will. The woman observes the striking blue eyes of this large black dog and remarks, "You bear a resemblance to another black dog I encountered on Tianyan Mountain, especially with those peculiar eyes." Upon hearing this, the large black dog promptly shuts its seemingly all-seeing blue eyes. This act of denial leaves the woman both amused and convinced that this large black dog must be related to the divine dog within her sect. Once again, the white-clad woman surveys her surroundings, extending her spiritual awareness to trace the source of the lingering malevolent energy. The Earth Deity Temple is situated at the foot of a low hill. The structure is modest, consisting merely of a large room in front of the temple. Aside from a massive stone inscribed with the boundary between immortals and mortals, stands an ancient locust tree, its thick trunk twisted and gnarled, its bark etched with the scars of time. This so-called Moon Elder's locust shade must have existed since the era of the Moon Elder Temple present. Its branches are laden not only with snow, but also with many red threads eroded by the passage of time, indicating that this small temple once enjoyed a decent level of worship. This ancient locust tree, akin to a weathered elder, stands resilient amidst the wind and snow, gazing compassionately upon the world. Not far from the old locust tree lies an ancient well, mostly buried under snow, revealing only a small opening as she gazes at the well. A flicker of unease crosses the eyes of the white-clad woman. She senses that the uncomfortable aura surrounding her emanates from the depths of the ancient well. "Fairy, I apologize for the wait." Just as the white-clad woman is about to approach the well to confirm her suspicions, Lu Tongfeng's voice suddenly resonates. She looks up, expecting him to produce the item left by the old temple priest. Instead, he emerges from the dilapidated temple, hoisting a worn-out pickaxe. The large black dog, wagging its tail, scampers joyfully behind Lu Tongfeng, once again resembling an ostrich as it hides its head behind him. "Fairy, please follow me. I shall take you to retrieve the item left by my master." The white-clad woman feels a sense of relief, initially fearing that the old temple priest had merely left behind a broken pickaxe. The previous night's snowfall has left a thick layer of snow on the ground. Lu Tongfeng, clutching the pickaxe, treads through the snow toward the rear of the dilapidated temple. The large black dog joyfully bounds through the snow, quickly darting several paces ahead. Observing Lu Tongfeng's retreating figure, the white-clad woman glances back at the ancient locust tree and the well, her brows furrowing slightly, before proceeding in Lu Tongfeng's direction. Behind the Earth Deity Temple, two collapsed mud houses remain, reduced to mere remnants. Further back lies a modest hill, atop which a grove of bamboo bends beneath the weight of the snow. Lu Tongfeng trudges up the slope, his steps uneven in the snow. "I am Lu Tongfeng, found by my master on a snowy night 16 years ago at the temple gate." "Fairy, what is your name?" "Yin Fuyao." "Yin Fuyao?" Lu Tongfeng suddenly halts, turning to face Yin Fuyao, exclaiming in astonishment, "How fortuitous our meeting is!" "What? Fortuitous? My name is Tongfeng, yours Fuyao." The great rock rises with the same wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. Surely we are fated. Yin Fuyao pauses, momentarily taken aback, realizing it might indeed be true. Lu Tongfeng's face beams with delight. The thought that he shares a poetic connection with the stunning Yin Fuyao fills him with excitement. He bombards her with questions about her origins, age, whether she is betrothed, and her relationship with his master. In the short span of 100 paces, he has already envisioned a future with Yin Fuyao, even naming their prospective children. Yin Fuyao senses that Lu Tongfeng's enthusiasm borders on the eccentric. Who in their right mind would inquire about the age of a woman they just met and whether she is promised to another? He must be utterly infatuated. Thankfully, Lu Tongfeng is a disciple of the old temple priest. Were it someone else, Yin Fuyao's temperament would have led her to sever both his arms and silence him for good. Yin Fuyao simply replies, "I am a disciple of the Yin Tian sect, dispatched here on the orders of my master to seek my granduncle. Yin Tian sect?" Lu Tongfeng exclaims in surprise, "I am familiar with the Yin Tian sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects of the Jiuzhou world, located in the southwest of the Jiuzhou continent, boasting tens of thousands of disciples, each possessing formidable powers, Countless independent cultivators and noble families are affiliated with the Yuntian sect. How can my drunken master know the immortals of your sect? What do you mean by granduncle? Yin Fuyao explains, your master is the 36th patriarch of our Yuntian sect, surnamed Mei, named Yupin. With the title Xianqi, he is my master's 6th granduncle. Thus I refer to him as granduncle. What? My master is from the Yuntian sect. His original name is Mei Yupin. Did your granduncle not inform you of this? That old fraud. Even in death, he deceives me. He told me his name was Mei Gan Kai, claiming to be a wandering Taoist, a filthy vagabond who over 60 years ago stumbled here with severe rheumatism, unable to travel, which is why he rebuilt the Earth Deity Temple and settled here. Mei Gan Kai. Yin Fuyao raises an eyebrow. Indeed, it is none other than Mei Gan Kai. Lu Tongfeng points at a nearby gravestone. Yin Fuyao looks over. Although the gravestone is partially covered in snow, the inscription remains legible. Grave of my mentor, Taoist Xianhui, surnamed Mei Gan Kai, erected by disciple Lu Tongfeng on the 7th day of the 12th month in the Dingxi year. Yin Fuyao initially suspects Lu Tongfeng is jesting, but is taken aback to find the name is indeed accurate. As Lu Tongfeng brushes the snow off the gravestone, he mutters indignantly, Master, so your true name is Mei Yupin. Truly, a name befitting your character. I am your disciple, raised by you, yet you never spoke a single truth to me that I now seriously question whether you truly found me at the temple gate 16 years ago. Lu Tongfeng is filled with anger and disappointment, but he feels a sense of betrayal, as if he revered his master as a father, only to be treated like a mere pig for slaughter. Since childhood, he has followed his master closely. Now, it dawns upon him that this old ghost has been deceiving him all along, that it is only today that he learns of his master's real name and background. He was named Mei Yupin, yet chose to call himself Mei Gan Kai. How utterly absurd. What is even more shocking to Lu Tongfeng is that his old trickster of master hails from the Yuntian sect. Although Lu Tongfeng has never ventured beyond the confines of Fuyang Town, he has heard of the Yuntian sect far and wide, renowned as a giant of the immortal path in the mortal realm. Had I known of this matter earlier, I would not have had to endure such hardship in this desolate place for so many years. Yin Fuyao observed Lu Tongfeng as he alternated between cursing and sighing. Her delicate brows furrowed, seemingly perplexed as to why her esteemed master would conceal such matters from his only disciple. Standing before the gravestone, Yin Fuyao respectfully bowed to the tombstone of her master, the esteemed Mei Gan Kai, and spoke. I am Yin Fuyao, the 38th disciple of the Yuntian sect, here to pay my respects on behalf of my master, the esteemed Yu Qinzhenren, and my master often spoke of you, expressing gratitude for the teachings you bestowed upon him, that he entrusted me with the duty to bring you back to the Yuntian sect for a peaceful retirement. Alas, it appears you have already ascended to the immortal realm. Yin Fuyao recited some formal words of tribute, then turned to Lu Tongfeng and inquired, Where are the belongings left by my master? Upon hearing her words, Lu Tongfeng cast her a glance, then, with a sudden thud, knelt before the gravestone and proclaimed, Master, ever since your passing, I have remained here, believing you were merely testing my resolve, preventing me from leaving, and intending for me to inherit your humble abode. Little did I know that just as I was about to venture forth, the arrival of the immortal Fuyao was indeed destined, since the one you wished for me to await has now arrived. You may rest in peace as for the years of deception. I shall let it slide. After all, one day as a master is a lifetime as a father, and the deceased are to be revered. I shall soon embark on my own adventures, and I may not return to offer my respects for some time. Should you find yourself hungry below, do send me a dream. With that, he bowed deeply 3 times before his master's grave. Yin Fuyao silently watched, contemplating that although her master had deceived Lu Tongfeng, it was evident that this young disciple held a deep affection for his master and had already forgiven him. Just as Yin Fuyao was lost in thought, she witnessed Lu Tongfeng rise, brushing off the snow clinging to his legs and head. Then, with a swift kick, he toppled the gravestone. Stunned, Yin Fuyao exclaimed, What are you doing? I'm digging for the belongings. Aren't you seeking what your master left behind? Lu Tongfeng replied as he dragged the stone aside and vigorously wielded a pickaxe that, with its long tongue lolling out. observed quietly, its piercing blue eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow I could see that moment. Dehei seemed less like a dog and more akin to a human. In no time, a deep pit was excavated where the stone had stood. Suddenly, a metallic clank echoed from the earth below. Lu Tongfeng's expression brightened. I've struck something. He crouched down and began to dig with his hands, soon pulling forth a square iron box, roughly a foot in length and width, adorned with a rusted lock. With a swift motion, he struck the lock with his pickaxe, causing it to break apart. Opening the box revealed a finely crafted wooden case, astonishingly intact despite being buried for 6 years. Showing no signs of decay, Lu Tongfeng scooped up a handful of snow, rubbed it between his hands to cleanse the dirt, and finally presented the wooden box. Immortal Fuyao, my master instructed me to personally deliver this to the one who sought him and could match the secret sign. Yin Fuyao extended her hands to receive the box, scrutinizing it closely. What does it contain? She inquired. Lu Tongfeng, taken aback, responded, Aren't you here to retrieve it? You don't know what's inside? Yin Fuyao gently shook her head. I was merely sent by my master to locate my esteemed uncle, and he did not inform me that my uncle would leave behind anything, Lu Tongfeng explained. I also know not, for it bore a small lock, and my master did not provide me with a key. I have never opened it. Immortal Fuyao, could you attempt to open it? I am quite curious to see what treasure I have guarded for 6 long years. Yin Fuyao hesitated, her curiosity piqued. She reached out her delicate fingers to grasp the exquisite black lock on the wooden box, applying a gentle force. To her surprise, the lock suddenly emitted a mystical azure glow, causing her fingers to recoil. Yin Fuyao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. There is a sophisticated restrictive barrier placed upon it. I cannot unlock it. A restrictive barrier? My master possessed such capabilities? Lu Tongfeng queried. Puzzled, your esteemed uncle was a revered figure of the Yin Tian sect. Naturally, a mere restrictive barrier would pose no challenge for him. Revered figure? Lu Tongfeng's face darkened. Having followed his master for a decade, he wondered why such a formidable practitioner had not imparted more knowledge to him, only teaching him a method for enduring hunger and cold. Was it possible that he was devoid of spiritual roots and celestial destiny, thus neglected by his master? No, he reasoned, he was far too handsome to be considered a fool. As Lu Tongfeng's thoughts spiraled, Yin Fuyao spoke up. Dear young uncle, did your esteemed uncle leave behind anything other than this wooden box? None, just this. Very well, young uncle. Since you are the direct disciple of my esteemed uncle, it is only fitting that I address you as such. Lu Tongfeng found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yin Fuyao's title for him seemed appropriate. Yet he felt a pang of disappointment. He had already imagined names for the 13 children he and Yin Fuyao would one day have. Now, he had become her young uncle, which would disrupt the familial hierarchy. Unaware of Lu Tongfeng's inner turmoil, Yin Fuyao stored the wooden box into a small white bag at her waist, which, though not much larger than a coin purse, could accommodate the wooden box. This was a spatial storage pouch commonly used by cultivators. She understood that her master had sent her to seek her uncle for this very box, which must contain something of great importance, necessitating her swift return to the Yin Tian sect to report. Young uncle, do you have any plans moving forward? Lu Tongfeng's eyes darted about before he replied. I originally intended to take Dehei to Chuyang City to carve out a career for myself. Now that I know my master is a practitioner of the Yin Tian sect, I thought perhaps I could visit the place where my master spent his youth. This young man, despite his age, was quite cunning and had many schemes that it seemed his master held a significant status within the Yin Tian sect. If he were to go there, even if he did not receive preferential treatment, he could at least become a respected practitioner, which was far better than begging in Chuyang City. He also recognized that the Yin Tian sect was a considerable distance away, and walking there would take him at least half a year. If he could catch a ride on Yin Fuyao's sword, that would be ideal. Yin Fuyao remarked, You are the direct disciple of Xianqi, who has now passed. It is indeed time for you to return to the sect and acknowledge your lineage. Lu Tongfeng rejoiced at her words, saying, I have been thinking the same. Immortal Fuyao, could you take me back with your sword? If I walk, I might not arrive at Tianyan Mountain until next year, when the snow falls. Walk? Young uncle, What is your current cultivation level? Cultivation level. I have none. Lu Tongfeng paused, then quickly realized the implication. The cultivation level referred to the ranks of practitioners in this world. He had heard his master speak of it before, noting that various sects, including Taoism, Buddhism, demons, sorcery, ghosts, and Confucianism, coexisted in the world, alongside non-human intelligent life forms such as demons, spirits, and beasts. The cultivation levels of human practitioners had once been disorganized, but began to unify thousands of years ago. There were 9 levels in total, ranging from chi training, foundation establishment, object control, soul formation, harmonization, transformation, celestial being, great ascension, to void transformation. Yun Fuyao frowned and inquired, "Young uncle, you cannot fly with a sword." Lu Tongfeng shook his head gently. Yun Fuyao's gaze fell upon the rusty sword that hung at Lu Tongfeng's waist. He was quite impoverished and could not afford a proper scabbard. 2 scraps of wood clamped together served as a sheath. With half of the blade exposed, revealing a thick layer of rust, such a shabby sword would likely not even merit a beggar's attention if tossed on the street. This sword you carry must also be a relic of your esteemed uncle, is it not? Indeed, my master left me 3 items: a rusted sword, a broken gourd, and that old dog who shall never perish. Wong Wong. Dehe seemed quite displeased with Lu Tongfeng referring to himself as an old dog, baring his teeth and barking furiously at him. Yun Fuyao furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Did your master not pass down the cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Yuntian sect along with your sword?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head in confusion and replied, "When my master passed away, I had not yet turned 10. He taught me nothing and spoke not of his past, merely instructing me to wait here for someone to come." Yun Fuyao's brow furrowed further. She had not anticipated that her little master uncle would be entirely devoid of skill. And no wonder his sword had become rusted. Lu Tongfeng remarked, "Fairy Fuyao, I witnessed your prowess in sword flight earlier. It was quite impressive. What realm do you belong to?" Yun Fuyao responded slowly, "I am at the 5th level of the harmonization realm." Lu Tongfeng was unfamiliar with the specifics of the harmonization realm, yet he knew that the entire cultivation system comprised 9 levels. The Yun Fuyao before him appeared merely 17 or 18 years old, and to achieve the 5th level at such a tender age was undoubtedly a mark of mastery. After a brief contemplation, Yun Fuyao declined to take Lu Tongfeng back with her on her sword. This elder Xianqi had surpassed 800 years in lifespan. If he were to remain within the Yuntian sect, he would undoubtedly hold the highest rank. However, Elder Xianqi had scarcely returned to the sect over the years. The precise reasons remained unknown to Yun Fuyao, though she could vaguely surmise that it was likely related to an incident that occurred in the Yuntian sect many years ago. For years, Elder Xianqi had concealed his identity here, never revealing his origins to Lu Tongfeng, nor had he instructed Lu Tongfeng in any magical arts, merely bidding him to await visitors from the Yuntian sect. This led Yun Fuyao to believe that her master uncle had no intention of guiding Lu Tongfeng into the path of cultivation. Should she rashly take Lu Tongfeng back to the sect, it would likely bring some misfortune upon the elder. Yun Fuyao resolved to return to the sect and report this matter to her master, who would then decide whether to bring her little master uncle back to Tanyun Mountain. Thus, she said, "Little master uncle, I can carry one person on my sword, but with this black dog by your side, I must return to Tianyin Mountain to report after having searched for my master uncle for over 6 months. I cannot delay. You may wait here. Upon my return, I will inform my master of your circumstances, and he will likely dispatch other disciples to fetch you back to the mountain." Upon hearing Yun Fuyao's words, Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened, becoming decidedly unnatural. He was not a fool, nor had he suffered a blow to the head. Having navigated the world alone in Fuyang town for years, he had become quite astute. Naturally, he discerned that Yun Fuyao did not wish to carry him to the Yuntian sect. Lu Tongfeng felt quite discontented. Was he truly that inadequate? His master had never revealed to him that he was a senior expert of the Yuntian sect, nor had he imparted any cultivation methods. Now, after diligently guarding the treasure box for 6 years, he received nothing but a mere thank you in return. How could one act so ungratefully, as if dismantling the bridge after crossing it? Lu Tongfeng retorted sullenly, "Fine, I cannot wait that long. I still have grand ambitions to pursue in Xiang City with Dehe. Perhaps one day, I will visit the places my master once inhabited. Yin Fiao understood that Lu Tongfeng grasped the implications of her words, and she found herself at a loss for further comment. She clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Little master uncle, thank you for guarding this place for 6 years. We shall part ways here. May we meet again if fate allows." Lu Tongfeng returned the gesture. Yin Fiao then ascended into the air, drawing her celestial sword from its sheath. Hovering above, she stood upon her sword, casting one last glance at Lu Tongfeng before transforming into a beam of light and soaring southward. Bah! Once Yin Fiao had vanished from sight, Lu Tongfeng spat contemptuously. What a farce! She possessed nothing more than a pretty face, yet demonstrated no sense of chivalry. What would it have mattered to carry me back? Would I, a paragon of virtue, have taken advantage of her along the way? I hereby declare that I shall formally remove you from my list of potential future brides. Alas, what a pity for the 13 children we never had. Dahe, squatting by the grave, discreetly turned his dark head away. Unable to bear the sight of his master's delusional fantasies, in less than half an hour, this fellow had already begun to envision a future with Yin Fiao and 13 children. Lu Tongfeng once again erected his master's gravestone before the grave, murmuring to himself as he filled the earth around it. They say that disciples of the Yuntian sect are all chivalrous and righteous, slaying demons and upholding justice, but I see it otherwise. Master, you were right not to return. These cultivators are nothing but ungrateful, small-minded individuals who dismantle bridges after crossing them. That I can understand why they wouldn't take me to the Yuntian sect. After all, I cannot fly, and with the hay in tow, I would merely be a burden. However, after 6 years of diligently guarding their treasure box, I received nothing but a thank you. Surely, they ought to have offered me a few hundred or so silver coins as recompense for my 6 years of service. Even a mere 30 or 50 taels would suffice. The Yuntian sect is vast and wealthy. Do they truly care for such a paltry sum? 6 years of toil for a mere thank you. Bah! And they still call me little master uncle. If you know I am your little master uncle, why not offer me some silver as a labor fee? How miserly! I am a man of principle. From now on, if you seek me at Tian Mountain, I shall not go. As he grumbled, the earth was once again filled and around the gravestone. After properly erecting the gravestone, Lu Tongfeng unclipped the gourd from his waist, crouched down, removed the wooden stopper, and poured the remaining liquor at the base of the gravestone. Master, regardless of whether you deceived me in the past, I was raised by you. This is the last bit of liquor I have left. So please savor it. Once I achieve success, I shall pour a jar of fine wine at your grave daily, ensuring you revel in eternal bliss in the afterlife. Rising to his feet, Lu Tongfeng reattached the broken gourd to his waist and glanced up at the sky. He muttered, "I've wasted half an hour. I could have reached Shirley Pavilion by now. Dahe, let us go." With his iron pick over his shoulder, he called for Dahe as they made their way toward the dilapidated temple. Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, he spotted a young girl in a floral cotton jacket approaching from the snowy northern road. Ling Zhong. Lu Tongfeng rubbed his eyes and, discarding the pick, strode forward. Observing the small, frost-bitten face of Ling Zhong, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Ling Zhong, what brings you here on such a cold day?" Ling Zhong glanced at the tattered bundle on Lu Tongfeng's back and produced some still-warm steamed buns and dumplings from her cotton jacket. "Didn't you say that after the first snowfall this year, you would leave here with the hay for Tuyong? I brought you some provisions." Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at Ling Zhong, a torrent of emotions swirling within him, bitterness intertwined with gratitude. Once a figure of derision in Fuyang town, he had become the object of scorn among the townsfolk. Though he and Ling Zhong had known each other for years and once shared a close bond, they had gradually drifted apart in recent times. "Ling Zhong, I never expected you to be so kind to me. Wait for me for a year, perhaps 2, but no more than 5. I shall return with 1,000 taels of silver to propose to Aunt Fat. I will make you happy." Hay rolled his eyes, turning away in exasperation. He knew his master was once again indulging in fanciful delusions. Ling Zhong's eyes narrowed as she retorted, "Lu Tongfeng, stop speaking nonsense that we were young and innocent back then. But we have grown up now. We must not speak so frivolously. Since you have decided to leave Fuyang town, do not come back. Furthermore, Xi'an is a big city, unlike our humble village. You must change your ways, refrain from speaking without thought, and avoid teasing young ladies, or you will invite trouble. Save your earnings and be prudent. Save up to marry a wife. Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. Here was Yuling Zhang braving the snow to bring him provisions, and he had imagined she was head over heels for him. To his surprise, she was advising him not to return once he left. This was certainly not the script he had envisioned. Had this little girl gone astray, resorting to the age-old tactic of feigned indifference? As Lu Tongfeng found himself in a daze, Yuling Dang surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Lu Tongfeng, this morning a remarkably beautiful girl clad in white seemed to be searching for you. Have you seen her?" "Ah, I have indeed," he replied. "That is she the one the temple's priest asked you to wait for?" Lu Tongfeng nodded. He had previously informed Yuling Dang that his master had instructed him to wait for someone at the Earth Temple. "Ling Dang, how did you know she was coming?" "This morning, she inquired about the Moon Elder Temple in town. Grandma mentioned that the Earth Temple used to be the Moon Elder Temple, and I noticed she seemed to be heading in this direction." "Oh, I see. Ling Dang, you trudged through the snow to bring me food from such a distance. Are you hoping to prevent my departure? Just say the word, and I shall remain by your side for all eternity." Lu Tongfeng made one last, desperate plea. "You are being ridiculous. That it is getting late, and I must return. You should hurry along. Traveling the snow is perilous. If you linger, you may find it impossible to leave today. If you leave, the girls in town would dare to venture out." Yuling Dang turned to walk back the way they came. Lu Tongfeng called out, "Ling Dang, what do you mean that if I leave, the girls in town would dare to come out? For the past 6 months, the young ladies from near and far have been too frightened to venture out due to a vile scoundrel lurking about, breaking locks and abducting girls. I am not that scoundrel." Yuling Dang turned back, laughing. "You may not be the scoundrel, but you certainly are a lecherous rogue, consumed by thoughts of women." Watching Yuling Dang's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lu Tongfeng remained undeterred. "Ling Dang must have feelings for me. She wouldn't want me to leave. Surely, within a count of 10, she will turn back to plead with me. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 19, 20, 307, 308. 309. Wang. Dehei, unable to bear it any longer, noted that Yuling Dang's silhouette had long since vanished beyond the snowy horizon. Yet this fool still gazed northward, muttering numbers as if he were turning into a stone of longing for his wife. Lu Tongfeng cast a dejected glance at Dehei, his spirits considerably dampened. He knew Ling Dang would not turn back to keep him, merely seeking to provide himself with an excuse to remain. Once, he had considered adhering to his master's instructions, but now that his possessions had been taken by Yun Fuyo, he had no reason to linger any longer. He turned back, picked up the iron pickaxe that had fallen in the snow, placed it inside the Earth Temple, shut the door, and gazed southward. Amidst the rolling mountains, he could vaguely discern a towering peak, standing out like a crane among chickens. That was Tsuiping Mountain. Beyond it, traveling south for 50 or 60 miles, lay Tsuyang City, with a solitary figure, a dog, a rusty sword, a broken gourd, and a patched-up bundle. He slowly blended into the melancholic panorama enveloped in silver. Lu Tongfeng was a quintessential optimist, in simpler terms. He was carefree and shameless. Not long ago, he had been downcast due to Yun Fuyo and Yuling Dang's disdain for him. Yet within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he seemed to have cast all worries to the winds. He frolicked in the snow with Dehei, laughing and cursing, much like a bird newly learning to fly. However, this bird was straying ever farther from its nest. As Lu Tongfeng departed from the Earth Temple, where he had lived for 16 years, heading towards Xiang City, Yun Fuyo, who had set off earlier on her sword, now found herself in trouble. High above in the heavens, clad in white, Yun Fuyo stood upon a celestial sword radiating a white glow, soaring like a white meteor through clouds and mist, tracing the sky. Suddenly, from within a thick layer of snowy clouds ahead, a fiery red light shot forth. The light approached with great speed and, in an instant, was upon Yun Fuyo. She had not anticipated being ambushed while flying through the sky. Fortunately, her cultivation was formidable, and her reflexes quick. She twisted her body, and the red light whizzed past her side. In that brief moment, she clearly discerned that it was a fiery red celestial sword. Had she not dodged swiftly, she would have surely been pierced by it. The red celestial sword, missing its target, immediately adjusted its trajectory in midair and continued to shoot towards Yun Fuyo. Grasping the white, celestial sword beneath her, she sensed the incoming threat of the red sword and coldly snorted. Channeling her true essence into her weapon, in an instant, a brilliant white radiance erupted from the sword. With a swift thrust, she unleashed a blinding flash of white light, akin to a ferocious beast. Roaring upward, directly sending the red celestial sword flying. The red sword once more retreated into the thick, cotton-like snowy clouds ahead. Yun Fuyo's delicate face hardened, her gaze icy, as she held the celestial sword poised above her. Pointing at the cloud mass, she declared coldly, in broad daylight, "Cease your concealment and reveal yourself." A wave of energy erupted from the cloud, dispersing the dense snow clouds. Before her stood a woman clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veil, brandishing a fiery red celestial sword, similarly suspended in midair. Her features remained obscured, but judging by the prominent curves beneath her fitted black attire, it was evident that this woman possessed a more voluptuous figure than Yun Fuyo. At the very least, her bosom was significantly fuller. "Who are you, and why have you attacked me?" Yun Fuyo asked coldly. "Fairy Fuyo, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Simply hand over the item you took from the Earth Temple." The woman in the hat replied, her voice crisp and clear, reminiscent of a songbird emerging from the valley. Yun Fuyo's expression tightened. This woman not only recognized her, but also spoke of a box left by her master's ancestor. She glanced at the celestial sword in her hand and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is of little importance. I only seek the item you received from Lu Tongfeng." "Oh, the item is with me. But I doubt you possess the capability to take it." The woman in the hat's veil fluttered as she continued, "I am aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, I may not be your match. But in a two-on-one scenario, your defeat is inevitable." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yun Fuyo expanded her consciousness and, to her dismay, detected another presence behind her. She subtly turned her head to look back. To her surprise, hovering about 10 feet away was another figure, similarly clad in black. With his face shrouded in a black cloth, he held 2 3-foot-long bones in his hands, resembling the thigh bones of an adult man. Exuding a sinister aura even in broad daylight, a demon cult fiend. Yun Fuyo's expression darkened. Righteous cultivators would never employ such bone artifacts. Only the nefarious fiends of the demon cult would resort to such means. The man behind her spoke blandly. "Fairy Fuyo, surrender the item, or you shall not leave today in your dreams." Before Yun Fuyo's words had fully escaped her lips, she surged forward towards the woman in the hat, flicking her wrist to unleash dozens of sword chi that whistled sharply, aimed at her opponent. The woman in the hat snorted coldly. How ungrateful, daring to attack. Her fiery red celestial sword suddenly ignited with intense flames, engulfing her entire being in a fierce blaze. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the flames, they inflicted no harm upon her. As if she and the fire were one, swiftly wielding the flaming sword, she conjured a wall of fire before her. All the sword chi unleashed by Yun Fuyo were blocked by this fiery barrier. Meanwhile, the black-clad man let out a shrill cry, hurling the 2 bone artifacts, which emitted a chilling wail akin to ghostly cries. As if countless malevolent spirits were struggling and roaring in despair, capable of unsettling the mind. Yun Fuyo did not turn back. As she sped forward, she countered with a swift stroke of her sword, sending one of the bone artifacts flying while deftly evading the other. Thus commenced a fierce battle in the heavens. Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng, he was completely unaware that Yun Fuyo was currently besieged. Even if he did know, he would be powerless to intervene. The clash of cultivators was not something a mere mortal like him could involve himself in, that he journeyed southward with the hay, traversing for an entire hour without the slightest hint of fatigue. A common person would likely have collapsed by now. Yet Lu Tongfeng resembled an indefatigable machine, his steps remaining light even after prolonged running through the snow. This remarkable endurance perhaps stemmed from the heart technique imparted to him by his master over the years. After covering more than 10 miles, a group of individuals suddenly emerged on the snowy horizon. As they drew closer, Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. Before him stood a procession of 6 nuns, five clad in gray robes and wearing hoods, while the leader donned a robe of pale moonlight. Except for the head nun, who appeared to be in her 40s, the remaining five seemed to be in their early 20s. They twirled prayer beads in their left hands, leaned on staffs with their right, and carried large cloth bags slung over their shoulders, forming a straight line as they moved northward through the snow. Upon sighting these 6 nuns, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Muttering a few curses under his breath, he recognized them as nuns from the Guanyin Temple on Swipping Mountain to the south. Each year, at the onset of the first snowfall, this group of nuns would descend the mountain collectively to beg for alms in the towns and villages within a radius of 100 or 200 miles. Lu Tongfeng's disdain for these nuns did not arise from his identity as a disciple of the Taoist sect, nor from any conflicting beliefs with Buddhism. Rather, it was because these nuns had usurped his livelihood. In the past, the land god temple had a decent flow of incense offerings. During festivals and important events, the townsfolk of Fuyang would come to offer prayers and donate a few coins, ensuring Lu Tongfeng a comfortable life with the prospect of marriage and children. Yet, all of that had been ruined by this group of nuns. This tale traces back 5 years. Swipping Mountain lies equidistant between Fuyang Town and Chuyang City. Approximately 50 to 60 miles apart, on the mountain, stood an ancient Guanyin temple, which had existed for several centuries, though its patronage had always been modest, with only 7 or 8 nuns engaged in ascetic practices. Occasionally, some villagers would ascend the mountain to pray for good fortune or find a partner. A devastating fire 5 years ago nearly reduced the Guanyin temple to ashes, claiming the lives of the few nuns who resided there. However, mere days later, the entire Swipping Mountain was enveloped in a radiant Buddhist light, visible for 100 miles, lingering for 7 days. This event garnered considerable attention, with even young Lu Tongfeng and his companion, Yuling Deng, venturing nearby to witness the phenomenon. Once the light dissipated, a mysterious tycoon invested a staggering sum of 100,000 coins to reconstruct the temple, which was completed 3 years ago and renamed Fulin Monastery. Soon after, an elderly nun named Chun became the abbess of Fulin Monastery. Yet for centuries, locals had referred to the former small temple as Guanyin Temple, a habit that persisted, with nearby residents still calling it Guanyin Temple. Almost no one referring to it as Fulin Monastery. Since the descent of the Buddhist light and the temple's renovation, Fulin Monastery seemed to possess remarkable efficacy. Those who sought children were blessed with offspring, and those who sought love found it, further enhanced by the lingering Buddhist light. This notoriety swiftly established Fulin Monastery's reputation, drawing not only locals within 100 miles, but also visitors from hundreds of miles away. The newly appointed abbess, Chun, adeptly capitalized on this surge of interest. Each day, she conducted rituals and prayers for patrons, often distributing medicine to the needy, thereby garnering an excellent reputation. The influx of pilgrims brought an endless stream of offerings, resulting in countless donations. Fulin Monastery developed at an astonishing pace, transforming from a modest establishment with just Abbess Chun and a few nuns into a grand monastery housing over 100 individuals within a mere 2 to 3 years. As Fulin Monastery flourished, other temples in the vicinity, including the land god temple that Lu Tongfeng clung to, gradually lost their incense offerings. Lu Tongfeng passed by the 6 nuns. The leading nun in white paused slightly upon seeing Lu Tongfeng and his hefty black dog, her expression subtly shifting. Particularly upon noticing the imposing black dog, an undeniable wariness flickered in her eyes. She glanced at the burden Lu Tongfeng carried on his back, pressed her palms together in prayer, and nodded respectfully towards him. However, he did not respond. Once the nuns had moved a distance away, Lu Tongfeng spat disdainfully at their retreating figures. Bah, shameless! They claim to uphold the purity of the Buddhist path. Yet they are more beautiful than courtesans. The notion of emptiness is sheer nonsense. The Guanyin Temple collects offerings exceeding 100,000 coins annually and shamelessly descends to beg for more. Would my land god temple have collapsed if not for these nuns? Resentment simmered within Lu Tongfeng as he continued his journey southward. Da He halted and turned to gaze at the nuns heading towards Fuyang Town, its deep blue eyes twinkling as if contemplating. Da He, let us go. What is so fascinating about a bunch of beggar nuns stealing our livelihoods? Lu Tongfeng called back when he noticed Da He lagging behind. With a bark, Dehe turned and hurried after his young master. Half an hour later, the nuns from Fulin Monastery arrived in Fuyang town. They knocked on doors one by one, uttering Ba, prompting the townsfolk to present them with some steamed buns and food as a gesture of goodwill. Wealthier households would even offer a few pieces of silver, claiming it was for repairs to the Guanyin temple. They seemed indifferent to the amount offered, whether a bun or a silver ingot. They accepted all with gratitude, hands pressed together in prayer as they recited scriptures. Eventually, they arrived at Lu Po's breakfast shop. The shop had already closed, and the elderly Lu Po was resting by the stove, warming herself. Her plump daughter-in-law, Aunt Pang, and the beautiful Yuling Dang were busy tidying up the steamer. Upon seeing the group of nuns approach with their staffs, Yuling Dang's mother greeted them warmly, instructing Ling Dang to pack up the remaining buns and vegetarian dumplings, and then retrieving 3 or 4 coins in loose change from a silver box. The leading nun in white pressed her palms together, smiling in appreciation. However, her gaze lingered on Yuling Dang, who, despite wearing a somewhat bulky floral cotton coat, could not hide her graceful figure. Her fair skin resembled fine jade, her features delicate, especially her eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky. Observing the nun's interest in her daughter, the plump woman felt a sense of pride bloom on her cheeks. Though she herself was unattractive, she had given birth to the most beautiful girl in town, her lifelong pride. "Little master, this is my daughter, Ling Dang. She has reached the age for marriage, yet has yet to find a suitable match that I plan to take her to the Guanyin temple to seek a good union come spring. Could you take a look?" The young nun scrutinized Yuling Dang for a moment, then pressed her hands together, stating, Ba, "This Ling Dang benefactor possesses an enchanting aura, her beauty remarkable, kind-hearted, and generous. Her virtues run deep. In the near future, she shall surely find a worthy partner and bear many children." "Really? That's wonderful," Yuling Dang's mother exclaimed joyfully, urging her daughter to thank the nun. Yuling Dang's cheeks flushed, her youthful exuberance replaced by a newfound shyness. The nun added, "I have heard troubling news of wrongdoers in the Yuzhou region, often abducting beautiful maidens under the cover of night. Given your striking beauty, dear benefactor, do take care." "Thank you, little master. I will be cautious," Yuling Dang replied. The nuns, having received their alms, swiftly departed from old lady Lu's shop, continuing their rounds of begging from house to house along the street. At the entrance of a narrow alley stood a middle-aged man with a limp, accompanied by a young lady of pleasing stature, dressed in a simple cotton coat. This was Li, the town's crippled incense vendor, along with his daughter, Lianu. They were outsiders who had fled here 3 years prior. At that time, the elderly incense seller of the town had just passed away, and none of the residents were willing to take on such a sordid job, so crippled Li remained, assuming the role. Though the pay was meager, it sufficed to support both him and his daughter. Naturally, his daughter's name was not Lianu. She had a lovely name, Li Chuyin, but because she was mute, the townsfolk commonly referred to her as Lianu. Lianu was as beautiful as Yuling Dang, with a fine figure, particularly notable for her 2 well-rounded bosoms. Though her skin was somewhat dark, being mute, she rarely interacted with the townsfolk, except for the kind-hearted Yuling Dang and the woman seeking Lu Tongfeng, who occasionally exchanged words with her. Watching the group of nuns gradually recede, the father and daughter exchanged a glance before turning their eyes towards old lady Lu's breakfast shop across the street. Unfortunately, the black dog had wandered off and crippledy muttered something unintelligible. Ayanu's gaze flickered, hinting at concern. Ever since encountering the group of nuns, Lu Tongfeng's spirits had been somewhat dampened, and he had been grumbling throughout the journey. As dusk approached, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the foot of Sipping Mountain. He had visited the area several times, primarily due to his lack of funds, hunting wild rabbits and mountain chickens in the woods to stave off hunger. He was aware of a deserted cave nearby. Beyond Sipping Mountain, traveling southward for over 50 miles would lead him to his destination, Tuyang City. He intended to spend the night in the cave and continue his journey at dawn, estimating that with his swift pace, he could reach Tuyang by noon the following day. Soon, Lu Tongfeng traversed a thicket and discovered the small cave. This cave lay in a secluded area that was perpetually shaded from sunlight, offering extreme solitude. That Lu Tongfeng gathered some twigs and retrieved a fire starter from his pocket. However, the twigs were somewhat damp from the snow, and he soon found himself driven out of the smoke-filled cave by the thick haze. Meanwhile, the black dog was energetically pursuing a wild rabbit in the snow. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed, rubbing his tear-stung eyes while directing the dog to chase the rabbit. The snow was deep, and the rabbit was not particularly swift, allowing the black dog to soon return with a lifeless gray rabbit in its mouth. "Good dog, truly a good dog," Lu Tongfeng exclaimed. He had initially intended to roast some buns gifted by Lingdang, but now he could have a feast. Upon receiving his master's praise, the black dog raised its proud head, displaying an expression of satisfaction. Lu Tongfeng remarked, "Black, the rabbit's meat is too scant. One is not enough to fill our stomachs. Go catch some more game, preferably 2 plump mountain chickens." The black dog, sensing that the rabbit was insufficient, promptly turned and dashed back into the thicket to continue its hunt. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng took out a sharp dagger from his pocket and began to prepare the gray rabbit. After night fell, the black dog returned with 2 plump rabbits. However, it failed to catch any mountain chickens due to their ability to fly. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for both man and dog to enjoy a hearty meal that night. Lu Tongfeng skewered the cleaned rabbits on a wooden stick and roasted them over the fire, ensuring that the 3 rabbit pelts were not wasted. He planned to sell them in Chuyang City the next day, thus securing his first earnings. Not long after darkness enveloped the land, the howling wind outside the cave sounded like wailing spirits, while snowflakes fell gently, carried by the cold gusts, sitting in the small cave. Lu Tongfeng gazed out at the swirling snow and the frigid landscape. Lost in thought, he pondered whether venturing out at this time was truly the right decision. Should he have waited until spring to pursue his ambitions? Although he was not well liked in Fuyang town, he was certain he would not starve in the winter. The townsfolk would always spare him some scraps. Sighing, he reflected that pondering such matters was futile now that he had set out. Would returning now only invite Lingdong's ridicule? After all, Tuyang was not far from the town. If things became unbearable, he could always return later. Lu Tongfeng could only comfort himself with these thoughts in the midst of the wind and snow. The light emanating from the cave resembled a lighthouse amidst a storm, not shining far, but sufficient to guide those lost in the tempest. Lu Tongfeng gnawed on the lean rabbit meat, occasionally taking bites of the roasted buns. He regretted pouring out the wine from his gourd on the grave of the old swindler earlier that morning, as now even a sip of wine to warm himself seemed a distant luxury. The black dog lay beside Lu Tongfeng, its sharp fangs easily crushing the rabbit bones. In no time, one roasted rabbit had disappeared into the dog's belly, just as it prepared to devour the second rabbit. Suddenly, the black dog's ears perked up, and it turned to gaze at the stormy world outside the cave. Its deep blue eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared almost otherworldly. The black dog slowly rose, its tail erect, and approached the cave entrance, unleashing a series of piercing barks directed at the outside world. Lu Tongfeng swatted the dog's tail, irked, and said, "Black, why are you barking like a madman? Is there a beast lurking about?" The black dog paid no heed to Lu Tongfeng, suddenly darting out like a streak of black lightning. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, calling out, "Black, where are you going?" In the midst of the blizzard, he faintly heard the black dog's bark. Lu Tongfeng paused, understanding the dog's warning. It signaled danger. Grabbing the rusty sword that had never been unsheathed, he ventured toward the sound of the black dog. After traversing a short distance, Lu Tongfeng found the black dog standing over a woman covered in blood, who clutched a sword in her hand. However, this woman appeared strange, her body flickering in and out of visibility, as if she were a figment of Lu Tongfeng's imagination. At times she appeared, at other times she vanished. Lu Tongfeng had never encountered such a bizarre sight, and his heart raced, fearing he had stumbled upon the fabled snow woman who preyed upon men. Summoning his courage, he approached the ethereal woman, gently reaching out to touch her. She felt real. It was not an illusion. Slowly, he turned her over. A familiar, beautiful face emerged before him. Lu Tongfeng's expression froze. The woman before him was none other than Yanfuyo, who had left the Earth Deity Temple with a treasure box that morning. Yet, unlike earlier, when she had appeared pristine and white, as if untouched by the world, she now bore dried blood and dirt on her face and clothing. Indeed, in this foot-deep snow, she was covered in grime. Moreover, it seemed she had sustained significant injuries. Strangely, Yin Fuyo's body continued to flicker in and out of view. Fairy Fuyo? Lu Tongfeng gasped in surprise upon recognizing the woman's features, hurriedly patting her bloodied face, exclaiming, Fairy Fuyo! Fairy Fuyo! Miss Yin, little junior sister. The little fairy, regardless of his incessant cries, remained utterly unresponsive. Lu Tongfeng hastily reached out to grasp Yin Fuyao's wrist, seeking to ascertain her pulse. Her body was frigid, yet a faint pulse could still be detected. Observing that Yin Fuyao still clung to life, he had no time to ponder the curious nature of her corporeal state, now solid, now translucent, nor to contemplate who might have inflicted such injuries upon her. He swiftly scooped her up and sprinted toward a nearby, caved dahe, resembling a majestic black wolf amidst the snowstorm. Slowly turned his head, surveying the surroundings. The aura of a ruler was unmistakable. Once he sensed that no immediate danger lurked nearby, he opened his mouth wide, retrieving the rusted sword and the white celestial blade that lay abandoned in the snow. In pursued Lu Tongfeng. Before long, Lu Tongfeng carried Yin Fuyao into the cave, unearthing a tattered blanket from his pack and spreading it across the ground. He also added some dried wood to the fire. In the flickering light, Yin Fuyao's appearance became starkly vivid. That moment. The word tragic could scarcely encompass her plight. Her back, shoulders, legs, and abdomen bore more than a dozen wounds inflicted by sharp blades. Some deep enough to expose bone. Blood seeped from the gashes, congealing into clots in the biting cold. The blood had darkened ominously, and the frozen clots had, to some extent, aided in stanching her bleeding. Otherwise, after a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Tongfeng ultimately resolved to prioritize saving the person in need. He harbored no lecherous intentions towards Yin Fuyao, at least not in this moment. Soon, Lu Tongfeng removed Yin Fuyao's garments, only to be confronted by a disheartening sight. Her once pristine skin was marred by blood, rendering her a veritable figure of crimson. Naturally, Lu Tongfeng lacked the fortitude to fully disrobe her, leaving only her white undergarment and shorts intact. Though he was known in Fuyang Town as a somewhat eccentric young man obsessed with finding a wife, he maintained a moral compass, the very least. The sight of Yin Fuyao's heaving chest did not awaken any unseemly thoughts within him. He procured a cloth, dampened it, and began to cleanse her body as the congealed blood was washed away. Lu Tongfeng soon realized that his earlier optimism had been misplaced. This was far beyond a mere matter of staunching blood flow. Yin Fuyao bore numerous bruises from blunt force trauma, indicating not only external wounds, but also severe internal injuries. While Lu Tongfeng could manage to dress the external wounds, he felt utterly powerless in the face of her internal afflictions that he meticulously examined all visible injuries on her body, which appeared to have been inflicted by sharp weapons. The longest wound spanned nearly a foot across her back. The flesh laid open to reveal bone, and a deep gash on her left shoulder threatened to leave her, as a one-armed heroine had it shifted even slightly. For the smaller wounds, Lu Tongfeng applied a hemostatic powder and wrapped them in white cloth. The larger wounds, however, necessitated that he rummage through Yin Fuyao's belongings until he unearthed needle and thread to stitch them up, followed by the application of the hemostatic powder. Remarkably, the elixirs from the Yun Tian sect proved exceptionally effective. The hemostatic powder worked wonders. After a half-hour of labor, Lu Tongfeng finally addressed all visible external injuries, leaving Yin Fuyao swathed like a mummy. Throughout the treatment, he periodically checked her pulse, anxious to ascertain whether she still clung to life. Although her pulse remained, it seemed to grow weaker with each passing moment, threatening to extinguish at any moment. In a fit of desperation, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead and returned to search through the array of vials and jars. He poured out a handful of various elixirs: 9-turn revitalization pill, Yuan recovery pill, spirit gathering pill, and forced them into Yin Fuyao's mouth. Initially, Lu Tongfeng considered that should the unconscious Yin Fuyao be unable to swallow, he could resort to mouth-to-mouth assistance. To his surprise, the miraculous elixirs dissolved instantly upon contact, and after prying open Yin Fuyao's mouth for a moment, he confirmed that she had ingested them all. uncertain whether it was the potency of the elixirs or a case of overindulgence. Within a mere span of time shorter than a stick of incense, Yin Fuyao's pale cheeks blossomed with color. Her pulse gradually regained strength, accompanied by the faint sound of her breathing, while Lu Tongfeng rejoiced. He was also beset by worry, fearing he might have inadvertently caused her demise through an overdose or misadministration of the elixirs. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved unwarranted. Yin Fuyao's complexion continued to improve under the nourishment of the elixirs. Gradually, Lu Tongfeng began to relax. He then noticed that, inexplicably, Yin Fuyao's body no longer flickered in and out of visibility. After a moment of waiting, assured that his rudimentary medical skills had not led to her demise, Lu Tongfeng shifted his focus to her fractured ankle. The broken bone protruded alarmingly, as if poised to pierce through the skin. Lu Tongfeng struggled to comprehend the force required to inflict such damage upon a practitioner known for their resilience. Lacking experience in bone setting, he continued to search through Yin Fuyao's collection for a remedy. Remarkably, her provisions were well stocked, and he eventually discovered a healing ointment for broken bones, Xintian bone-mending salve. With utmost care, Lu Tongfeng gently aligned Yin Fuyao's fractured ankle, his movements tender as he feared causing her pain. Yet regardless of his caution, the searing agony inevitably stirred her even in unconsciousness, her eyelashes fluttering as if on the brink of awakening. Witnessing this, Lu Tongfeng could only silently pray that should she awaken now, she would not succumb to the pain. After considerable effort, he successfully repositioned her fractured ankle. He then applied the Xintian bone-mending salve, a pale and viscous substance devoid of any medicinal scent, instead imbued with a subtle floral fragrance. As he applied it, the salve gradually solidified, forming a protective layer akin to stone. Lu Tongfeng, struck by profound realization, marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of the elixirs within the realm of cultivation. Indeed, they were far superior to any mundane remedies found in a common apothecary. Having done all he could, he now had to leave the rest to time. He retrieved a pure white feather cloak from Yin Fuyao's storage bag and draped it over her. Gazing at her exquisite features illuminated by the flickering flames, Lu Tongfeng sighed, remarking, "It appears we are indeed fated. It is fortunate you encountered me tonight. Lest you have perished in this snowy wasteland, it would be a tragedy for someone as beautiful as you to meet such an end in these frigid, desolate surroundings." After indulging in his thoughts for a moment, he observed the cluttered cave around him. Thus, Lu Tongfeng began to organize Yin Fuyao's belongings. Strangely, he found it effortless to extract items from the storage bag. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not return them. He resorted to neatly arranging everything and stacking it in a corner of the cave. Once he completed this task, Lu Tongfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon reflection, he realized that the exquisite wooden box Yin Fuyao had taken that morning was now absent. Assuming it remained within the storage bag, he turned it upside down, but nothing fell out. It appeared to be empty. Had the box been seized by those who harmed her? Was her attack motivated by the box? Furrowing his brow, Lu Tongfeng recalled witnessing Yin Fuyao place the box inside the storage bag that very morning. Yet now, it was nowhere to be found. Lu Tongfeng was no fool. He quickly grasped that Yin Fuyao's predicament was likely tied to the missing box. This realization stirred a mix of worry and curiosity within him. He feared that the precious box entrusted to him by his master over the past 6 years had fallen into the hands of malevolent individuals. Simultaneously, he was eager to uncover the extraordinary treasures that the box contained. Treasures so significant that they warranted such violence against a young disciple of the Yun Tian sect. Did they not fear retribution from the sect? As he pondered the implications of the box, a complicated tapestry of emotions unfurled within him. Guilt gnawed at him for having entrusted Yin Fuyao with the box, inadvertently leading her to peril. He also felt remorse for failing to fulfill his master's dying wish. As the box meant for a designated recipient had been stolen, surely his master would not rest easy in the afterlife. Overcome with melancholy, Lu Tongfeng spotted several unopened jars of wine and, deciding to indulge, uncorked one and took a few hearty swigs. He gazed in astonishment at the jar in his hands, savoring the exquisite flavors. What a fine wine! Rich and robust, its smoothness penetrated to the very marrow, Was this truly the elixir consumed by cultivators? Lu Tongfeng's master was a notorious drunkard, never seen without a flask in hand. In his youth, Lu Tongfeng consumed more alcohol than he did milk. Since his master's passing, he inherited the wine gourd, visiting the tavern in town daily to procure 2 pounds of liquor. In times of financial strain, when the craving struck fiercely, he would resort to thievery to quench his thirst. He fancied himself a connoisseur of fine wine. Yet he had never tasted such exquisite nectar. His eyes sparkled with delight, and the previous gloom dissipated entirely. This time, he refrained from drinking like a glutton, an aficionado of wine. To indulge recklessly would be a travesty against such splendid vintage. He unfastened the frayed gourd from his waist and retrieved a small funnel from his pack, pouring the contents of a jar into his battered vessel. Leaning against the rocky wall of the cave, he savored the wine sip by sip, occasionally nibbling on pastries he had extracted from Yun Fuyo's storage pouch. As for Dahei, he showed little interest in the wine, lying at the cave's entrance, his gaze fixed on the swirling snow outside, as if on guard against unseen threats. While warming himself with the wine, Lu Tongfeng kept a vigilant eye on Yun Fuyo. He worried that those who had attacked her might return to silence her, and he feared her injuries might worsen as night fell. Almost every half hour, he would check her pulse and feel her forehead for signs of fever. Fortunately, after consuming a plethora of haphazard medicinal pills, her condition was improving remarkably. Her injuries had not deteriorated. As dawn approached, fatigue weighed heavily upon Lu Tongfeng. He added a few branches to the fire, then sat cross-legged, commencing his meditation. Although the technique passed down from his master lacked significant efficacy, a few cycles of meditation could effectively alleviate his exhaustion. Afterward, his mind would feel clear, and his energy channels would flow freely, akin to having enjoyed 5 or 6 hours of deep slumber. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Yet within, it was as warm as spring. Dahei remained a steadfast guardian, silently ensuring the tranquility of their little sanctuary. When Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditation, the sky outside had brightened considerably, and the campfire within had nearly extinguished, leaving a chill in the air. He immediately rose to assess Yun Fuyo's injuries. Her pulse had returned to normal, her breathing steady, and her cheeks bore a healthy flush. Like a tea that moment, she resembled a sleeping fairy, a stark contrast to the pitiful state she had been in just hours earlier. That a sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed she would not succumb to her injuries. Rising, he exited the cave. The entrance was modest, requiring him to bow his head to pass through. The storm had subsided, leaving nearly a foot of snow blanketing the ground. With each step sinking past his knees, though the snow had ceased, the wind continued to gust fiercely, causing Lu Tongfeng to shiver involuntarily upon stepping outside. Not far from the cave, he unfastened his belt and relieved himself. And while securing his trousers, he glanced up at the sky, noting the thick clouds that hinted at more snow to come. His intention had been to resume their journey at dawn, but it was now clear that would be impossible. Even if Yun Fuyo awakened, her broken leg would make departure exceedingly difficult. He had contemplated constructing a sled to transport her back to the Earth Temple for a physician's aid. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. The precious box was not on Yun Fuyo's person. It remained a mystery whether she had hidden it or if it had been stolen by her assailants. If it had been taken, that was one matter. They likely had already fled. But if she had concealed it, the situation would be dire. Given that their adversaries had come for the treasure, it was improbable they would leave empty-handed. They might be lying in wait at the Earth Temple. A return with Yun Fuyo would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, after much contemplation, Lu Tongfeng resolved to remain hidden in the cave until she regained consciousness to inquire about her predicament. To shield against the biting wind and enhance the cave's concealment, he gathered some branches to fashion a rudimentary wooden door, covering it with Yun Fuyo's white garments for excellent wind protection. Once the door was completed, he offered the uneaten roasted rabbit from the previous night to Dahei, while he skewered 2 buns over the fire to roast for himself. Time passed slowly, and as the day waned, the sky grew dim. With snowflakes beginning to fall once more, Dahei continued to lie at the cave entrance, its head turned toward the outside despite the makeshift wooden barrier separating them. During this time, Yun Fuyo showed no signs of awakening. Growing bored, Lu Tongfeng turned his attention to her sword. The blade was exquisite, its white surface adorned with intricate, ancient patterns reminiscent of inscriptions or primitive totems. The 3-foot-long sword emanated a soft white glow, exuding a chilling aura. Near the hilt, he noticed 2 archaic characters inscribed upon it. Han Shuang. So, the name of Yun Fuyo's sword was indeed Han Shuang. How fittingly frigid. Lu Tongfeng plucked a strand of hair and tossed it into the air, deftly catching it with the edge of the Han Shuang sword. The moment the hair touched the blade, it was severed cleanly in 2. Such a sharp weapon. Was this truly a celestial sword wielded by cultivators? Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at his own rusted sword, awkwardly held together by 2 splintered wooden pieces. It was a stark reminder of the adage, comparison breeds contempt. Drawing forth his own rusted sword, he held both blades aloft and muttered to himself, "Master, the sword you left me is rather disappointing. Isn't it? You boasted it was a peerless weapon. What kind of peerless sword rusts? Moreover, it can't even be sharpened." The Han Shuang sword belonged to Yun Fuyo and was undoubtedly the true masterpiece. As time passed, 3 or 4 more hours slipped by. Yun Fuyo's breathing remained steady, but when she would awaken was still unknown in his boredom. Lu Tongfeng suddenly recalled the assortment of books among her belongings. After a brief search, he gathered them all. Point 1 was a tome on yin and yang and the 5 elements, containing teachings on their interactions. Another was a map of the Jojo world, detailing its majestic mountains and rivers. Along with its varied terrain, that a third was a compendium of monsters and demons, chronicling all manner of creatures, from mythical beasts to strange races. The remaining volumes were tales of chivalry, such as the Sword God's demon-slaying manual, the legend of young heroes, the heroic Ouyang Ming, and the chronicles of Jiuzhou. It seemed that Yun Fuyo had a penchant for heroic tales. Lu Tongfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to uncover a volume on the cultivation techniques of the Yuntian sect. Strictly speaking, he was also a disciple of the Yuntian sect and held a respectable position, being of the same generation as Yun Fuyo's master. Even if he perused their teachings, it could hardly be construed as theft. Alas, there were no cultivation methods within Yun Fuyo's storage pouch. To pass the time, Lu Tongfeng decided to peruse the Chronicles of Jiuzhou, but he had heard of this book before. It was less a book and more akin to a periodical, published by the mysterious Tianji Pavilion. Every decade, the pavilion released an updated version of the Jiuzhou rankings, comprising 6 major lists: the Fengyun list, the Tianlin list, the Tianren list, the Divine Artifact list, the Beast and Demon list, and the Tianzong list. Flipping to the first page, he read about the background of the Jiuzhou world. Following that was a delineation of the 9 levels of cultivation within the current realm of immortality. Qi refining stage, comprehending the essence of the universe, traversing the myriad meridians, cleansing one's marrow and refining one's sinews, achieving clarity through the breath, purging the impure, and attaining a lucid mind. Foundation establishment stage, building a deep reservoir in the Dantian, connecting the 100 meridians, transforming the spirit into an ocean, condensing one's divine awareness, and extending one's lifespan. Object manipulation stage, directing one's thoughts across space to control objects, enabling flight and distinguishing oneself from ordinary mortals. Thus entering the ranks of cultivators. Nascent soul stage, connecting with the sea of spirit, manifesting the nascent soul, existing independently of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, thereby extending one's lifespan significantly, with 30 years constituting a lifetime. Harmonization stage, merging body with artifact, intention with will, heart with spirit, and spirit with essence. The harmonious fusion of body, vessel, intention, heart, spirit, and soul can remarkably extend one's lifespan by an entire jiazi, a cycle of 60 years. Lu Tongfeng understood that Yun Fuyo had attained the Tao integration stage. Gazing at the description of this realm above, he felt a mix of envy and admiration. Despite her youth, the way he treated her wounds last night, without unveiling her bodice, led him to deduce from his experience that her 2 majestic peaks, standing tall like snow-capped mountains, showed no sign of sagging. At such a tender age, she had already achieved the unification of the 6 meridians and aspired to reach Tao integration. Her future was undoubtedly limitless as Lu Tongfeng prepared to delve into the descriptions of the realms of spirit transformation, celestial being, great ascension, and void transformation. He was suddenly interrupted by a soft cough. Taken aback, he turned to find the source of the cough was Yun Fiao. He hastily set aside the book and rushed to her side, with Dahe also approaching, tongue lolling in curiosity. Fairy Fuyao. Lu Tongfeng called gently, this moment. Yun Fuyao seemed to begin regaining consciousness. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her lips moved. Water. Lu Tongfeng clearly discerned her murmured request. You wish to drink water, right? Just a moment. He fumbled through his belongings and quickly retrieved a water pouch, pouring some fresh water into a bowl and carefully feeding it to her. After consuming 2 generous bowls of water, Yun Fuyao, his eyes gradually opened, revealing a clarity that was momentarily clouded by confusion and a lack of focus. Fairy Fuyao, you have finally awakened, Lu Tongfeng exclaimed joyfully. Gradually, her gaze regained its vitality as she recognized the cheerful young man with 2 rows of bright white teeth and the ominous-looking black dog. Memories flooded her mind instantaneously. She struggled to move, only to feel a sharp pain from her wounds, causing her brow to furrow slightly in agony as she let out a pained murmur. Please do not move around. Your injuries are quite severe. Where am I, little master uncle? You are in a cave at the foot of Tsuiping Mountain. I found you in the snow last night, Fairy Fuyao. Did you not return to Yintian's sect with the treasure box left by my master? Then why are you still here? Who inflicted these injuries upon you? Yin Fuyao shook her head gently, replying, I do not know. You don't know? Surely, as a master of Dao integration, you must have seen your assailants. They were a man and a woman, both masked. I could not see their faces through her account. Lu Tongfeng gathered the details of the incident that occurred with Yun Fuyao yesterday. His suspicions were confirmed. The attackers had targeted the treasure box he had guarded for 6 years, appearing shortly after she departed to seize it. With a bitter smile, Lu Tongfeng lamented, It is my fault that you were harmed. Had it not been for that box, you would not have suffered so that I thought you might not survive the night. It was only then that Yun Fuyao became aware of her own condition. Glancing down, she noticed she was draped in a pure white feather cloak. She attempted to reach out, only to realize she seemed unable to move. Alas, Lu Tongfeng, lacking experience in saving lives, had swathed her like a dumpling. Did you tend to my wounds? She inquired. Yes, fortunately. Your Qingquan storage pouch contained some medicinal elixirs from Yintian's sect, and thankfully, they were not expired. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. However, I was unsure how to open the storage pouch and ended up emptying its contents. You do not mind, do you? Yun Fuyao certainly did mind, as the pouch contained many of her private belongings. Nevertheless, considering Lu Tongfeng's intentions to save her, she refrained from voicing her concerns, simply shaking her head lightly. Lu Tongfeng dared not mention that he had removed her clothing to treat her injuries, assuming she was not yet aware of this fact. Thus, he shifted the subject. Fairy Fuyao, when I discovered you last night, your body appeared peculiar, sometimes manifesting and at other times becoming transparent, and you were covered in dirt. What was happening? Yin Fuyao explained, I was no match for those 2 individuals. I relied on an invisibility talisman and a ground escape talisman to narrowly escape. Later, I recalled there was a Guanyin temple on Tsuiping Mountain, which should have had Buddhist practitioners, and I intended to seek their aid. Yet, I ultimately succumbed to exhaustion at the foot of the mountain. Little Master Uncle, thank you for saving me. Realizing it was an invisibility talisman, she had initially thought it was some miraculous spell. Although she was not particularly fond of Lu Tongfeng's naive demeanor, she reminded herself that she was his little master uncle, and thus should not be overly formal. Moreover, I believe that gratitude should manifest in tangible form. Mere verbal thanks can feel somewhat disappointing. Noticing the peculiar smile on Lu Tongfeng's face, Yun Fuyao's eyes instantly filled with wariness, given her current grave injuries. If he harbored any ulterior motives, she lacked the strength to resist. Observing the change in her expression, Lu Tongfeng scratched his head and turned to Dahe. Do I resemble a lecher? Why does every girl regard me with such suspicion? Dahe, lounging at the cave entrance, let out a low growl before casting a disdainful glance at his young master. With a wry smile, Lu Tongfeng said, Fairy Fuyao, you do not think I desire to claim your body. Do you? You are overthinking it. I merely wish to procure some silver for spending. Furthermore, my commitment to guard that dilapidated temple for 6 years for a promise, and my unhesitant decision to hand over the treasure box left by my master to you, should indicate the high moral character I possess. Your suspicious gaze pains me. Gradually, Yin Fuyao relaxed her guard. It made sense. If Lu Tongfeng were a hypocrite, he would not have relinquished the treasure box left by her ancestors so readily. Since her ancestor chose Lu Tongfeng, she should trust him. Feeling slightly remorseful, she said, I apologize. I thought you might. Never mind, I do not blame you. After all, we are not well acquainted, and you do not know me. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you. There is no need for trouble. I have some fasting pills in my storage pouch that I have heard my master mention fasting pills before. They taste like wax and provide no nutrition, merely staving off hunger. Please rest. I will prepare something for you. Yin Fuyao possessed some dry rations in her storage pouch, but as she was weak, she needed meat to restore her strength. Therefore, Lu Tongfeng instructed Dahe, go out and catch some game. Dahe glanced at Yin Fuyao before silently slipping out of the cave. Before long, he returned with 2 plump wild rabbits in his mouth. Lu Tongfeng skillfully skinned and cleaned the rabbits outside the cave. Yin Fuyao had some rice and oil among her supplies, so he washed some millet, intending to cook a pot of millet porridge for her. During Lu Tongfeng's busy preparations, Yin Fuyao fell into a deep slumber once more. About an hour later, she awakened again, roused by the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit and millet porridge. Opening her eyes, she beheld her little master uncle in tattered Taoist robes, seated by the campfire, stirring the pot of porridge with a spoon. Having simmered for a while, the fragrant scent of the porridge wafted through every corner of the cave. Upon noticing that Yin Fuyao was awake, Lu Tongfeng smiled and said, Fairy Fuyao, you have awoken just in time. It will soon be ready to eat. Yin Fuyao remained silent, simply observing the industrious young man. Before long, Lu Tongfeng served a bowl of porridge that is quite hot right now. Let it cool before you eat. Yin Fuyao responded softly. Outside, the wind and snow began to stir again. Tonight, the cold wind was not too fierce, and one could faintly hear the soft sound of snowflakes landing on the ground. After allowing the porridge to cool for a while, Lu Tongfeng deemed it ready and presented it to Yin Fuyao. However, her injuries were severe, with several wounds on her arms and shoulders. It was utterly impossible for her to eat by herself. Thus, Lu Tongfeng, in an act of kindness, tucked some of his clothing beneath Yin Fuyao's head and proceeded to feed her with a spoon. Initially, Yin Fuyao was quite resistant. She had never been fed by a man throughout her life. However, the gnawing hunger compelled her to accept Lu Tongfeng's goodwill. His culinary skills were commendable. The rice porridge was fragrant, and the roasted rabbit was crisp on the outside, yet tender within. Yin Fuyao consumed 2 bowls of rice porridge and a whole roasted rabbit. After satisfying her hunger, she felt her strength returning somewhat. Little Master Uncle, is this place safe? I worry that the 2 individuals who attacked me might come here, she inquired as Lu Tongfeng was savoring his roasted bun. He replied, This small cave is situated on the shady side of Tsuiping Mountain, known to very few. Moreover, 2 days have already passed. If they truly pursued you, they would have found this place by now. Since they took the treasure box from you, they must have left with it. Wait for another couple of days until your injuries have healed a bit, and you can fly with your sword before you depart. Suddenly, Yin Fuyao's expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if she were concealing something from Lu Tongfeng. Before long, having eaten her fill, she fell into a deep slumber once more. Lu Tongfeng, feeling rather bored, sat cross-legged by the campfire and began to practice the cold-resistant and hunger-defying mental technique taught by his master. He had been cultivating this technique since he could remember, having practiced it for over 10 years. The name of the technique remained unknown to him. Each time he practiced, it felt as though a flame coursed through his meridians, circulating through his body's acupoints and ultimately converging in his dantian, effectively warding off the cold and providing a certain degree of sustenance to avoid starvation during his ventures. Lu Tongfeng had conducted an experiment a year prior, where he survived for 13 days on nothing but water while practicing this hunger-defying technique. The results were astonishing, comparable to the sustenance pills essential for practitioners on journeys. Over the past year, Lu Tongfeng had significantly improved his mastery of the technique. and he estimated that his hunger endurance record would soon be surpassed. It was this very technique, capable of withstanding hunger and dispelling the cold, that gave Lu Tongfeng the confidence to venture into Xiyang City. With Xiyang City merely 100 miles from Fuyang Town, if he found no suitable employment and was unable to survive, he could always return to the Earth God Temple with Dahe. Enduring hunger along the way, Lu Tongfeng completed a full cycle of his practice. Not a trace of cold remained in his body. Instead, he felt a warmth surging within him. This heat began to raise the temperature inside the small cave gradually. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Fuyao, still in slumber, seemed to sense something, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, a flicker of surprise crossed her bright eyes, and her beautiful cheeks bore a hint of bewilderment. Lu Tongfeng sat cross-legged, his hands forming a seal, as a swirling vortex of rich spiritual energy formed above his head. Around him, colorful rays of light intertwined, and his skin had taken on a dark golden hue. Such potent spiritual energy was it the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, the 5 chi returning to origin. Wait, hadn't Little Master Uncle mentioned that his Grandmaster had not imparted any cultivation techniques to him? How could he possess such formidable spiritual power? With her keen perception, Yin Fuyao could distinctly feel the waves of heat emanating from Lu Tongfeng. This heat seemed to overflow from within him. Such pure and potent energy was unlike the techniques practiced by disciples of Yintian's sect. It bore some resemblance to Buddhist practices, yet it was merely a resemblance. Yin Fuyao was certain that the technique Lu Tongfeng was currently cultivating was not of the Buddhist school. Confusion clouded Yin Fuyao's mind. Despite Lu Tongfeng's evident high cultivation, why had he chosen to deceive her upon their first encounter? If he had opted for deception, why was he now meditating and practicing in her presence, a choice that would inevitably expose him? Dahe, lying by the cave entrance, fixed his azure eyes on Yin Fuyao. Seemingly lost in thought, she sensed his gaze and turned her head. Upon meeting her eyes, Dahe immediately averted his gaze, as if he feared making direct eye contact with her. This behavior had been consistent since their initial encounter in the dilapidated temple. Yin Fuyao's brow furrowed slowly. She suddenly realized that both Lu Tongfeng and this dog, Dahe, seemed to harbor many undisclosed secrets. In the dead of night, in Fuyang Town, the air was frigid, and heavy snow had sealed the roads. During this wintry season, as soon as dusk fell, the town was nearly devoid of human presence. The entire small town appeared to have been devoured by the ferocious beast of snow and ice, leaving only the desolate sound of the cold wind and a few flickering lights. Yuling Deng, clad in a floral cotton jacket, sat by the hearth, embroidering plum blossoms onto a piece of white satin. Earlier that day, a young nun who had come to the town for alms mentioned that her destined partner was drawing near, filling her with a mix of shyness and delight. What young girl does not harbor romantic dreams? She envisioned a dashing youth, clad in brocade and riding a white horse, appearing before her, as she timidly presented him with a silk handkerchief she had embroidered, a token of their lifelong bond. Of course, she did not envision that rascal Lu Tongfeng. Perhaps sitting too close to the hearth had made her a bit warm, for the buttons of her cotton jacket had come undone, revealing the soft curves beneath her undergarments. This added a touch of intoxicating spring warmth to the cold, snowy night. Suddenly, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, akin to the plum blossoms on her handkerchief coming to life. At first, Yuling Dang paid it no mind, but gradually, she became aware of it. She was certainly not naive enough to believe that her embroidery possessed the magical ability to emit fragrance. Standing up to investigate the source of the enchanting aroma, she was abruptly overcome by a whirlwind of dizziness. Crashing to the ground, a profound sense of drowsiness enveloped her, and she recalled the notorious lecher who had instilled fear in the hearts of many over the past 6 months. An unprecedented wave of terror gripped her heart. She wanted to scream, yet her throat could only produce faint, raspy sounds, and as her consciousness began to fade, she summoned her remaining strength in a desperate attempt to overturn the hearth before her. Perhaps this would alert her mother and grandmother, or even result in her own demise, sparing her from the lecher's defilement. However, her strength was nearly spent, and she was unable to topple the heavy hearth. In her last moments of clarity, She sees the kettle boiling on the stove. The intense heat coursing through her palm revive her awareness slightly. With her final ounce of strength, she yanked the kettle from the hearth, producing a loud crash in the stillness of the night. Yu Lingdong's family was relatively well off in the town. Although her father had perished in battle years ago, the court had granted a pension. Together with her mother and grandmother, they ran a breakfast shop, earning a modest income each month. While many families in the town could not afford oil lamps or charcoal fires at night, and struggled to provide new clothes for their families even during the new year, Yu Lingdong not only had her own private chamber, but also lit oil lamps at night. With more than a month until the new year, she had already donned a new cotton garment for the year. The 3 generations of women resided in the courtyard behind their shop, and the sudden noise startled the plump aunt and Lu grandma, who had already drifted into slumber. The plump aunt hastily donned her clothes and stepped out of the room, only to find several shadowy figures before her daughter's door. Upon closer inspection, she realized there were 3 figures clad in white, their faces obscured by white cloth. Startled, the plump aunt quickly seized the broken gong at the door and began to strike it vigorously, shouting, "Help! There are thieves!" The clattering of the gong shattered the tranquility of the small town's night. This was a young maiden's family, equipped with a tool to ward off the flower-picking scoundrel, intended to be sounded in times of danger. Break the door, flee quickly. A figure cloaked in white and masked, realizing that their cover had been blown, immediately spoke up. At the same time, this individual gestured with their hand, and a flash of icy light shot forth like lightning towards the plump aunt. The kind-hearted plump aunt, who had warned Yun Fuyao just yesterday, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lowering her gaze, she was met with the horrifying sight of a long blade piercing through her torso. As the white-clad figure summoned the blade back, it flew out of her chest. The plump aunt's anguished scream erupted simultaneously with a spray of crimson blood. She fell heavily to the ground. Still crying out for the thief Lingdong to our UNAT that moment, Lu Apa, who had been in an adjacent room, pushed the door open and rushed out. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law sprawled in a pool of blood, the elderly Lu Apa let out a heart-wrenching wail. Just then, another flash of icy light came hurtling towards them, moving with incredible speed. The elderly Lu Apa was unable to evade it. The bloodied long blade did not pierce her chest, but rather zipped past her neck. Lu Apa's body stiffened, and she slowly collapsed, in the process of falling. Her aged head slipped from her neck, blood gushing forth between her shoulders like a crimson fountain. The ground was stained with blood, resembling plum blossoms blooming in the frigid winter. That moment, Yu Lingdong was being carried out by a masked figure in white who had intruded into the room. The searing heat from the kettle that had toppled earlier had kept Yu Lingdong's consciousness from fading completely, allowing her to catch a glimpse of her mother lying in a pool of blood and her grandmother's dismembered form. "Ah!" she cried out in despair, yet her voice was barely a whisper. Her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Quickly leave," commanded the white-clad figure who had just killed 2 people, hearing the cries of alarm from the surrounding area. Realizing that the town's residents had been awakened by the earlier gong, not daring to linger, he signaled to his 2 companions to make their escape. Just then, a beam of crimson light suddenly shot forth. The masked figure's gaze flickered, and he raised his blade to intercept. With a thunderous crash, the masked figure was knocked back several steps. The crimson light transformed into a flaming celestial sword that a cultivator. The masked figure exclaimed in shock. Amidst the wind and snow, a woman dressed in black, with a wide-brimmed hat and a graceful figure, descended slowly from the sky, resembling a black snowflake amidst the swirling white. She grasped the flaming celestial sword, and at the moment it touched her hand, fierce flames erupted from the 3-foot blade, illuminating the entire town. The snowflakes that fell around her were instantly vaporized by the scorching heat. This mysterious woman was the very same who had attacked Yun Fuyao the previous morning. Suspended in midair, approximately 20 feet above the ground, the woman in the hat gazed down at the corpses of the plump aunt and Lu Apa in the courtyard. The spraying blood had nearly stained half of the yard red. The eyes behind her veil were colder than the storm raging that night. "You are all cultivators. Why do you massacre the innocent?" Her voice, laced with a barely contained fury, resonated in the air. The 3 masked figures, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of a cultivator. Exchanged glances, the one who had just fought with the woman in the hat recognized her formidable power. He knew that even their combined strength might not be a match for her, especially considering she wielded a sword imbued with potent fire energy, typically used only by disciples of the Taoist sect. In contrast, Buddhist disciples favored weapons such as demon-repelling staffs, ritual knives, wooden fish, and alms bowls. The disciples of the demonic sect often wielded ghost-headed blades and bone artifacts. Thus, he surmised that the woman before them was a righteous cultivator. They could not afford to let their deeds be exposed. The consequences would be dire if they attracted the attention of righteous cultivators. They could see that moment. More townspeople emerged from their homes, armed with pitchforks and hatchets, rushing towards the scene. The cries became clearer. Something has happened at Lu Apa's house. The scoundrels must be trying to abduct Ling Dang. Everyone, hurry to help. Abandon the cauldron. We cannot linger. Scatter and flee. The leading mass figure quickly made a decisive call. The one carrying Yu Ling Dang immediately dropped her unconscious form to the ground. The three exchanged glances and, in perfect unison, soared into the sky, each heading in a different direction. The woman in the hat discerned that among the three, only the leader possessed a higher cultivation level, likely at the fourth layer of the nascent soul realm, while the other two were merely low-tier cultivators who had just reached the third layer of object control. She paid them no mind and pursued the leader on her sword. Her cultivation surpassed as by one realm, placing her at the fifth layer of harmonization, akin to Yun Fiao. The fifth layer of harmonization is crucial, bridging the gap between the 9 realms, and many cultivators spend their entire lives striving for the elusive sixth pulse unification to attain harmonization. Thus, the saying in the cultivation world goes, half a step to immortality through the unification of the 6 pulses. Having pursued for merely a few dozen feet, she caught up to the white-clad figure. Fueled by rage, she struck without mercy, forming a sword gesture with her hands, and the celestial sword lunged forward. Dozens of fiery energy swords shot toward the man's back with a whoosh. The white-clad scoundrel felt a surge of searing energy approaching from behind and was taken aback. His speed in the air could not match that of the woman in the hat, making it impossible to evade the lightning-fast fiery swords that he could only channel his energy into his blade and roared, spinning around to counterattack. A shadow of the sword erupted from his long blade, instantly expanding as it rode the wind. The massive blade's shadow collided with the dozens of fiery energy swords, creating a deafening roar. The blade's shadow shattered the incoming fiery swords but did not dissipate. Instead, it crashed down onto a house below. Boom! The structure collapsed instantly. There's someone in the sky. A cultivator. The townspeople gasped in astonishment, their eyes drawn to the unfolding spectacle. The woman in the hat smirked. The infinite blade intent? Quite interesting. As she spun upward, a multitude of fiery energy swords appeared around her, swirling rapidly as if forming a fiery tornado in midair. Hundreds, if not thousands, of fiery swords, each one akin to a real blade, were conjured by her spiritual energy from the celestial sword. They shot through the air at an astonishing speed, their piercing sounds merging into a thunderous roar. The white-clad scoundrel's eyes reflected the fiery swords. Filled with profound dread. The whirlwind sword technique? You are a disciple of the Yun Tian sect. The Yun Tian sect boasts 9 formidable sword techniques, among which the whirlwind sword technique is one. The woman in the conical hat remained silent, but with a fierce reprimand, she summoned her divine sword. Thousands of fiery energy swords, under her deft control, surged forth like a deluge toward the lecherous figure clad in white. At that moment, the darkened sky resembled a rain of flaming meteors. The white-clad rogue understood that he could not withstand the woman's onslaught, yet he was equally aware that his speed could not evade the multitude of fiery energy swords raining down upon him. Akin to locusts or a torrential downpour, he could only grit his teeth and confront the impending doom, perhaps clutching at a slender thread of hope, channeling his entire essence into the long blade in his grasp. He spun it wildly, attempting to shield himself as water would not penetrate. The fiery energy swords, descending from all directions, struck him with a cacophony that resonated through the heavens and the earth. However, as these fiery energy swords were mere manifestations conjured by the woman in the conical hat, and not true celestial swords, they shattered upon colliding with his long blade. Yet the sound of the iron-like impact remained palpably real. For a brief moment, the multitude of fiery energy swords failed to breach the rogue's defensive circle. Observing his desperate struggle, the woman in the conical hat let out a cold chuckle, propelling herself and her sword forward, swiftly executing a thrust. Her strike was devoid of any ostentation, yet the manner in which she unleashed it conveyed an impression of languid urgency, a slender, red sword light, as delicate as a wisp of smoke, emanated from her fiery, celestial sword. This seemingly inconspicuous sword light, akin to red strands of hair being pulled taut in the air, shattered the rogue's seemingly impenetrable blade's circle in an instant, sending his long blade flying from his grasp, a single strike to pierce the heavens. Indeed, you are a disciple of the Yin Tian sect. This was the last utterance of the white-clad rogue. Filled with despair and unwillingness, the Yin Tian sect, a paragon of righteousness in the world, with millennia of heritage, was not something a mere insignificant figure like him could provoke. Even his own sect, when faced with the Yin Tian sect, would be like an insect attempting to shake a tree. The woman in the conical hat offered no response. Her fiery, celestial sword twirled slightly. Hundreds of fiery energy swords remained in the sky, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts, hurtling toward the white-clad rogue. Amidst his desperate cries, his body was pierced repeatedly by the fiery energy swords, instantly transforming him into a gruesome array of bloodied remnants. Subsequently, he was reduced to ashes by the flames. The woman in the conical hat glanced at the chaotic little town and let out a soft sigh. She then sheathed her celestial sword, soaring into the sky and swiftly disappearing into the snowy night. Before long, her figure silently reappeared in a dark alley of the town, directly across from Lu Po's breakfast stall. At the end of the alley lay a dilapidated courtyard with 3 earthen houses. The woman in the conical hat glided swiftly over the snow, her toes occasionally touching the ground, yet leaving no footprints. With a few leaps, she entered the courtyard. The rooms were shrouded in darkness. Devoid of lights, in the courtyard stood a sizable wooden cart, atop which lay several large barrels. It was the cart for night fragrance. Crippledly stood in the courtyard, where 2 corpses of masked men in white lay on the snow. They were the accomplices of the man slain by the woman in the conical hat. Upon removing her conical hat, it revealed that she was Li Chuyin, the daughter of crippled Li. She was not mute. She could speak. Li Chuyin surveyed the 2 corpses on the ground, and then regarded her emotionless father, crippled Li. Swiftly, she shed her black clothes, stowing them along with the conical hat and celestial sword into her storage pouch. Crippled Li remarked calmly, "I warned you not to provoke trouble. Now, before we have even obtained what we sought, we have already drawn attention to this place." Li Chuyin replied, "I am here for a friend. Ling Dang. She is a good girl, and I cannot bear to watch her being abducted and violated by those scoundrels, only to be turned into their furnace." Crippled Li sighed that he understood that this matter was not Li Chuyin's fault. As a cultivator, one cannot simply stand by while mortals suffer, especially when it involves someone they know. "Chuyin, how is Ling Dang faring?" "Ling Dang should be fine, but Lu Pa and Fat Ant have perished at their hands." Crippled Li furrowed his brow, saying, "These scoundrels truly deserve to die. If it weren't for the need to conceal the secrets of the land temple from other cultivators, I would have long since notified the righteous cultivators to encircle and eliminate these fiends. You engaged in a battle in the sky, and many townsfolk witnessed it. This matter cannot be concealed. Since cultivators have fought, it is certain that many righteous cultivators will come to investigate soon. Ordinary disciples may not perceive anything amiss, but if experts arrive, they will be able to sense our presence and may even detect the unusual nature of the land temple outside the town. The entity suppressed by the stone tablet marking the boundary between celestial and mortal realms may not escape the notice of those above the human realm. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart." Li Chuyin gently shook her head, saying, "I will not leave. The box that Yun Fuyao took away may not be the true object left by Master Xianxi. Perhaps the secret still lies within the land temple. Now that Dehei has vacated the land temple, We can occupy it openly and search slowly. If we find nothing or if our identities are exposed, then we can leave at that time. The quiet town of Fuyang was in an uproar that night. Torches illuminated the remote little town. Lin Deming, the elderly village chief nearing 70, arrived at Yu Lingdong's home and beheld the bodies of Fat Ant, sprawled in a pool of blood, and Lu Pe, dismembered. His cane struck the ground heavily. Who did this? Who did this? Beasts! Beasts! The elderly chief roared in anger, his body trembling uncontrollably that a gaunt middle-aged man supported the chief, saying, "Uncle Ming, you're getting old. Take care of your health." The old man gradually calmed his agitated emotions, inquiring, "Where's Ling Dang? Is that girl safe from the clutches of evildoers?" The middle-aged man replied, "Uncle Ming, rest assured. Ling Dang is unharmed. She was merely incapacitated by the villains and is resting inside." "That is good. That is good." Uncle Ming sighed deeply, saying, "Yu Zheng, hurry and take a few strong young men to Xi'an tonight. Report this matter to the county magistrate and have the court send people here." "Yes, I shall go at once." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. Uncle Ming cast one last glance at the two corpses on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. His face etched with sorrow, he called upon the villagers in the courtyard to gather the remains of Lu Pe and Fat Ant, while also instructing Zhang the carpenter to bring over 2 coffins. The townsfolk were simple and kind-hearted, each household familiar with the others, nearly every family interconnected. The Yu family was already a motherless household, lacking male heirs, and now only had Yu Lingdang left, in the face of such tragedy. How could a lone girl bear the weight of it all? Regarding the aftermath of the unfortunate demise of Granny Lu and Aunt Pang, it is naturally the responsibility of the village head and the townsfolk to manage the arrangements. At last, the fierce snowstorm has ceased. However, the chaotic little town has not quieted down as a result. The residents have already learned of the events that transpired at the home of Yu Lingdang. They are longtime neighbors, many of whom are related by blood. The tragic deaths of Granny Lu and Aunt Pang have brought tears to countless eyes as the first rays of sunlight bathed the town. Yu Lingdang, who had been in a state of unconsciousness throughout the night, gradually awakens. Then, a heart-wrenching wail echoes throughout the entire town. Her father had perished in the military years ago, leaving the 3 women to rely on one another. Now, with her grandmother and mother brutally killed, Yu Lingdang is utterly devastated, fainting several times from grief. 50 miles away, at Swipping Mountain, Lu Tongfeng awakens from his meditation, realizing it is nearly noon. Noticing that Yun Fuyao is still asleep, he hesitates to disturb her and quietly exits the cave. After addressing his bodily needs, he returns to the cave to prepare breakfast for Yun Fuyao. Having lived alone for many years, he has not mastered much, but he has become quite adept at handling a spoon. His culinary skills are nearly on par with those of the portly chef in the town's tavern. Noticing that Yun Fuyao seemed to enjoy rice porridge the previous night, he decides to prepare another pot today. That it is not until midday that Yun Fuyao finally stirs from her slumber, consuming 2 large bowls of porridge without uttering a word about Lu Tongfeng's deception regarding her cultivation. Since Lu Tongfeng has chosen to conceal the truth, he must have his reasons. Yun Fuyao, with her aloof and reserved nature, is not one to pry into the secrets of others. Present, her sole desire is to recover swiftly from her injuries, reclaim the hidden treasure box, and return to Yunshinzong to fulfill her duties. After finishing her porridge, Lu Tongfeng speaks. "Fairy Fuyao, the firewood in this cave is nearly depleted. Since we may need to stay here for a while longer, I will venture outside to gather some wood. You should rest here. Do not worry. I won't stray too far." Yun Fuyao gently nods in response. Lu Tongfeng then takes up his rusted, dilapidated sword, leading the black dog out of the cave before sealing the entrance with a wooden door. The dry firewood near the cave had already been collected by Lu Tongfeng the previous day, leaving him with no choice but to venture further afield. Fortunately, this forest is abundant with dead wood, and after walking a short distance, he discovers a withered old tree. Hey, go catch some game. Don T just hunt rabbits every time. They have little meat. Mountain chickens can fly, so I won't blame you if you can't catch them. Wild boars run on the ground, and you should be able to catch one. If you do not bring back a small wild boar today, I shall use your bones to make soup to nourish Fairy Fuyao. Dahe barks disdainfully a few times, seemingly saying, I am a black dog. And you are a sycophant that we are both dogs. Why should one dog make things difficult for another? Although Dahe is quite displeased with his master's sycophantic behavior, he still wags his tail and ventures into the woods to hunt for prey. Once Dahe has left, Lu Tongfeng unsheathes his rusty sword and begins to chop at the dead wood. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the sword is surprisingly heavy and quite sharp. Branches fall to the ground with each stroke. In no time, Lu Tongfeng has gathered a substantial bundle of firewood, sufficient for a day or two. Just as he prepares to pack the wood and carry it back, he suddenly hears Dahe barking. Having lived together for many years, Lu Tongfeng knows Dahe well. This bark does not signal the discovery of prey. He quickly grabs his rusty sword and rushes toward the sound of Dahe's barking. Before long, he finds Dahe surrounded by 3 individuals dressed in bulky clothing, their heads covered with cotton hats. From the footprints, it appears they have been resting there. Lu Tongfeng knows that Dahe, being a clever old dog, never allows strangers to touch him like tea this moment. However, one of the strangers is petting Dahe, who shows no signs of retreating, suggesting that these 3 are likely residents of the town and familiar to Dahe. Dahe, Lu Tongfeng calls out from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 turn to look. One of them adjusts the cotton hat atop his head, and Lu Tongfeng recognizes him as Lin Yuqing, the town's constable. Aside from the village head Lin Deming, he holds the highest authority in Fuyang town, accompanied by 2 subordinates, Sanhua and Ergu, who are responsible for maintaining order in the town. Over the years, Lu Tongfeng has often found himself in petty trouble, being caught by Lin Yuqing for stealing or for his antics with young women seeking fortune-telling. However, Lin Yuqing is not a cruel oppressor. He has always shown leniency towards Lu Tongfeng, the harshest punishment being a mere 5 lashes. Uncle Lin, Sanhua, Ergu, what brings you here? Upon spotting familiar faces, Lu Tongfeng relaxes his guard, filled with joy as he approaches them. The 3 individuals at the foot of Swooping Mountain have been dispatched by village head Lin Deming to report to the county magistrate in Xuyang under cover of night, with the heavy snow blocking the roads. They could only travel on foot. After a night of trekking, they had finally arrived at the foot of Swooping Mountain by midday, intending to rest and eat something before continuing their journey, only to encounter Lu Tongfeng and Dahe. Little madman, what are you and Dahe doing here? Lin Yuqing asks in surprise that a dark-skinned youth behind him remarks, surely the temple has run out of provisions, and he has brought along his big black dog to Swooping Mountain to hunt for food. Ergu, who do you look down upon? When have I, Lu Tongfeng, ever run out of provisions? I intended to head to Tiyang City to make a name for myself. But with the snow falling incessantly the past few days, I decided to stay in this mountain cave temporarily until the storm passes, Lu Tongfeng explains. Uncle Lin, why are you out here in this freezing weather instead of hibernating at home? Lin Yuqing sighs and replies, a grave incident occurred in the town last night, and Ming uncle sent us to Xuyang to report to the county magistrate. An incident? What happened? Lu Tongfeng's heart races with alarm. While his minor misdeeds in town could be handled by the constable, the fact that they're traveling over 50 miles through deep snow suggests that something serious has transpired. Lin Yuqing continues. Last night, a thief broke into Granny Lu's house intending to abduct Ling Dang. Both Granny Lu and Aunt Pang were murdered. What? How could this be? I left town only 2 days ago. How could such a thing happen? Lu Tongfeng's expression shifts dramatically. Uncle Lin, please do not jest. Little madman, would I make light of such matters? Lu Tongfeng looks to Ergu and Sanhua, who confirm the grim news. Sanhua, whose slender build and fair features make him appear somewhat delicate, nods. It is true. Aunt Pang was stabbed through the heart, and Granny Lu was beheaded. Both met a gruesome ending. Lu Tongfeng's body sways unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Since his master's passing, it has been you Ling Dang and Granny Lu who have offered him the most support. Though Aunt Pang often scolded him with harsh words whenever they met, she would still, amidst her nagging, pass him steaming buns when he had gone hungry for days. How could this happen? They were such good people. How could this be? Lu Tongfeng finally succumbs to his grief. Collapsing into the snow, Dahe lowers his head in silent sympathy, having enjoyed many of Granny Lu's buns in the past. Seeing Lu Tongfeng in such despair, Lin Yuqing cannot help but sigh that he has apprehended Lu Tongfeng on numerous occasions. Yet each time he has shown leniency, knowing him to be no villain at heart. After a long moment, Lu Tongfeng rasps. Is Ling Dang all right? Was she taken by the thief? Lin Yuqing shakes his head. No. Aunt Pang rang the gong before she died, and the thief did not take Ling Dang. Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng feels a small measure of relief as he raises his head to ask, have they captured the thief? Ergu responds, one was killed last night, but two managed to escape that I in the town. Amidst the throngs of people, how could they possibly escape with the mountains sealed by heavy snow? Ergo remarked, they are no ordinary beings. They are cultivators, capable of soaring through the skies. How could we possibly capture them? Cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng immediately rose to his feet. Lin Yuqing nodded and said, indeed, many have witnessed at point 3 individuals clad in white and veiled flew out from Granny Lu's home. If those 3 are cultivators, how could you have slain one of them? Uncle Lin, are you also a cultivator? How could I possibly be a cultivator? Last night, a girl dressed in black, wearing a conical hat, suddenly appeared. She too is a cultivator. It was she who killed one of them. Clad in black, wearing a conical hat. A girl? Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly, that he suddenly realized that the small town he had inhabited for 16 years had become utterly unfamiliar to him. Once a secluded place where even stray dogs seldom ventured, let alone lofty cultivators, it had transformed dramatically in just the past few days. First, there was Yun Fuyao, followed by the attack involving a man and a woman against her. Then came 3 lascivious cultivators and a hat-wearing cultivator. If the man and woman who attacked Yun Fuyao were merely tailing her to seize treasure, then the 3 lascivious cultivators must be the same rascals who had plagued Yuzhou for the past 6 months. But how to explain the sudden appearance of the hat-wearing girl who had slain one of the ruffians last night? Could it be that she anticipated their attempt to abduct Ling Dang and lay in wait at Yu Lingdong's doorstep? He inquired of the 3 about the hat-wearing girl's whereabouts, whether she still lingered in the town. Lin Yuqing shook his head, saying, after she killed one last night above the town, she swiftly flew away and did not cross paths with us. Oh, if she was there to save someone, why did she leave so quickly? A look of confusion crossed Lu Tongfeng's face. Could it be that the hat-wearing girl was pursuing the other 2 fleeing ruffians? Suddenly, Ergo interjected, that girl must be a fairy from Yun Tian's sect. What? Yun Tian's sect? Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Ergo, how do you know this? Ergo replied, last night, when she battled the ruffian in the skies. I happened to be nearby that I heard the ruffian utter the words, a sword that pierces the heavens, just before his demise. She is indeed a disciple of Yun Tian's sect, and she wielded a divine sword of flames, slaying that ruffian in mere moments. Ergo, did you hear correctly? Of course. Chen Ergo has always a keen ears. I could not have misheard. The surge of joy filled Lu Tongfeng's heart. He believed that it was Yun Fuyao's companion who had come to seek her. After conversing for a while, Lin Yuqing said, little madman, we must continue our journey to Ciyong. Will you accompany us, or will you travel alone? Lu Tongfeng shook his head. Ling Dang is my friend, and both Aunt Fat and Granny Lu have treated me exceptionally well. Given the gravity of this situation, how could I proceed to Ciyong? I shall return to the Land Temple first to see if there is any assistance I can offer. Lin Yuqing nodded. Very well then. They bid each other farewell, and Lin Yuqing and his companions picked up their bundles and wooden staffs, continuing their journey southward, step by step. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Tongfeng took the hay and headed towards a cave. Along the way, memories of the kindness shown to him by Granny Lu and Aunt Fat caused tears to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. Upon returning to the cave, he found it remarkably tidy compared to its previous disarray. The items once scattered in a corner belonging to Yun Fuyao had all vanished, likely stored away into her spatial pouch. I could see that moment. Yun Fuyao was not lying down, but was seated against the rock wall, draped in a feathered cloak. Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to inform her about the appearance of a disciple from Yun Tian's sect in the town, he suddenly caught sight of Yun Fuyao, glaring at him with a look of indignation, as if she wished to consume him whole. Lu Tongfeng was all too familiar with the fiery gaze of indignation that Yun Fuyao directed at him. He often received such looks from the young ladies in town whenever he teased them. Lu Tongfeng realized that during his absence, Yin Fuyao must have checked her injuries and discovered that he had undressed her to treat her wounds. However, he did not flee. After a brief silence, he silently began to gather his belongings. Sensing Lu Tongfeng's shift in mood, Yin Fuyao remarked coldly, "Lu Tongfeng, do you have nothing to say to me?" While packing his things, Lu Tongfeng shook his head. "Nothing. How did you treat my wounds?" "Fairy Fuyao, I know what you wish to convey. You were gravely injured at the time, and saving you was paramount. I had no choice but to remove your clothing. Moreover, I didn't take everything. I left you a piece of undergarment and a pair of shorts, did I not? You lecher! I will kill you." Yin Fuyao seethed with clenched teeth. After all, she was a direct disciple of the Yun Tian sect's leader and had always maintained her purity. Having never even held a man's hand, she found herself a victim of Lu Tongfeng's vile actions, being unconscious at the time, who knew what that scoundrel had done to her. Normally, Lu Tongfeng would have offered a plethora of excuses and denials. Yet, at this moment, having just learned of the tragic events involving his friend Ling Dang, he felt utterly despondent. Upon hearing the term lecher from Yin Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng suddenly lost control of his emotions. Hurling his small bundle to the ground as he shouted, "If you wish to kill me, then do it. Do not call me a lecher." With that, he bent down to retrieve his belongings once more, tears streaming down his face and falling to the ground. Yin Fuyao was taken aback. Although she was indignant at Lu Tongfeng for undressing her to heal her, she had no intention of killing him. After all, he had saved her life and was also her junior uncle. Her earlier words had been a mere outburst of frustration upon realizing she had been wronged. Seeing the tears trickling down Lu Tongfeng's face made her recall the sorrow and disappointment etched on his countenance as he entered the cave. His eyes reddened. "What has happened to you?" she asked. Lu Tongfeng wiped away his tears and replied, "I just encountered 3 friends from the town, and from them, I learned that last night, 3 ruffians attempted to abduct Ling Dang. When discovered, they ruthlessly killed Granny Lu and Aunt Fat. Ling Dang is my closest friend. Just the day before yesterday, when I departed, she worried I might go hungry on the road and even brought me provisions from the land temple. Granny Lu and Aunt Fat have treated me exceptionally well over the years. With such a calamity befalling them, I must return instantly." Yin Fuyao was momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to the morning 2 days prior when she had inquired about news in front of Granny Lu's early stall. Recalling the chubby woman, the pretty girl in a floral cotton coat, and the elderly man who had directed her to the location of the Moon Elder Temple. Little did she expect that such a monumental upheaval would occur in just 2 days. Lu Tongfeng quickly finished packing his belongings and said, "Fairy Fuyao, I forgot to inform you. A member of Yin Tian's sect appeared in the town last night. Thanks to her, Ling Dang was not abducted by the ruffians. And she even killed one of them. She must be your companion coming to find you." Yin Fuyao's expression darkened as she asked, "What? A girl? What is her name?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head. "I do not know. I heard she was a young woman dressed in black, wearing a conical hat and wielding a flame divine sword." Yin Fuyao's expression shifted again. She recognized that the girl Lu Tongfeng spoke of was likely the very hat-wearing figure who had attacked her 2 days prior. "Fairy Fuyao, your fellow disciple, must be near the town. I will take you back as long as you reunite with her. You'll be safe." Yin Fuyao replied, "She is my fellow disciple, but that does not guarantee my safety." "What do you mean?" "This is an internal conflict within Yin Tian sect. You would not understand. It is quite peculiar that Yin Fuyao did not inform Lu Tongfeng of the woman in the black cloak and how was likely the one who had attacked her. In truth, during the duel that day, Yin Fuyao had already discerned their identities. The assailants, a man and a woman, were both members of the Yin Tian sect. The man wielded 2 bone artifacts as a mere guise, leading one to believe he was a practitioner of the demonic sect. Had it not been for their deliberate concealment of identities and their hesitance to unleash the true powers of the Yin Tian sect, Yin Fuyao, despite employing her invisibility talisman and earth escape technique, might not have been able to evade them. While she was uncertain of the exact identities of the 2, she was convinced that this matter was intricately linked to the ongoing internal strife within the Yin Tian sect. With tens of thousands of cultivators, the sect was far from united. Undercurrents of discord ran deep, especially in the past decade as the sect leader, the esteemed Yu Chunjinren, grew older exacerbating the internal conflicts. Otherwise, Yin Fuyao would not have secretly taken on the guise of disciple on a training expedition, all the while covertly searching for her revered uncle, that black-clad fairy here, to seek you out. Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion that in a manner of speaking. Yin Fuyao replied softly. Lu Tongfeng's expression tightened, sensing an incongruity between Yin Fuyao and the woman in black. He found himself in a dilemma. With such a significant event concerning Lingdang, he had to return. Initially, he intended to escort Yin Fuyao back to the dilapidated temple, but the situation appeared far more complicated. Yet, leaving Yin Fuyao alone in the cave troubled him greatly. Seemingly perceiving Lu Tongfeng's inner turmoil, Yin Fuyao suggested, "Let us return together." Lu Tongfeng hesitated. "I have compelling reasons to go back," Yin Fuyao stated. She harbored no fears for her life should she encounter the assailants again. Although her left leg was fractured and she bore numerous sword wounds, none were in vital areas. The two had no intentions of killing her. They merely sought the box left by her uncle. 2 days had elapsed since the incident, a considerable time for a cultivator, ample to escape several thousand miles away. Yet the assailants lingered near the small town. Moreover, they had explicitly demanded she surrender the box that Lu Tongfeng had given her. Upon learning of the Earth Deity Temple in the town, Yin Fuyao had hurried there, only to discover that her uncle's disciple was named Lu Tongfeng. Strangely, the assailants were aware of his name as well. This raised suspicions in Yin Fuyao's mind that perhaps these two were not trailing her from Tianyan Mountain but had arrived here before her. Their inability to decipher her uncle's rather irreverent code words might have deterred them from acting rashly, fearing they might alert her. Additionally, there was another crucial reason why Yin Fuyao felt compelled to return to Fuyang Town. She had concealed the box within the Earth Deity Temple, after evading her pursuers with the Earth Escape technique. She realized her injuries would prevent her from fleeing far. Fearing they might track her down, she had taken the risk of returning to the temple that very afternoon, but by then, Lu Tongfeng had already departed. She had hidden the box once more and contemplated seeking refuge at a Buddhist nunnery atop Swooping Mountain to recuperate. However, she had not disclosed the box's location to Lu Tongfeng. If she did not accompany him back, he might discover the box, and since the assailants were still loitering nearby, they too could stumble upon it. Thus, Yin Fuyao had no choice but to take the risk of returning to Lu Tongfeng, unaware of her concerns. Inquired Fairy Fuyao, "Are you able to fly with a sword given your injuries?" Yin Fuyao shook her head gently. "In no matter," Lu Tongfeng replied. "I shall fashion a snow sled. Please wait a moment." Within less than half an hour, Lu Tongfeng reappeared at the cave entrance, dragging a sled made of bamboo. Years of solitary living had honed his survival skills. Not only was he adept at cooking, but his craftsmanship was also commendable. The sled was sizable, designed with a heightened base to accommodate the snow, resembling a cart without wheels. However, upon returning to the cave, ready to set off with Yin Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng suddenly observed a predicament. "Fairy Fuyao, this will not do." "What do you mean?" she queried. "You need to change into different clothing, preferably something old and tattered." "Why is that?" Yin Fuyao asked, puzzled. "Though I suspect the two who attacked you have already departed." "What if I am mistaken? Your feathered cloak is far too conspicuous. It would be wiser to disguise yourself." Yin Fuyao conceded that Lu Tongfeng's reasoning held merit. She then accessed her storage pouch and retrieved a white cotton coat, made of superior fabric, worth at least several dozen taels of silver. "Do you possess anything older?" Lu Tongfeng inquired. Shaking her head, Yin Fuyao looked at the extinguished campfire, and an idea sparked in Lu Tongfeng's mind. He took the valuable white cotton coat and smeared it with a handful of ash. After some effort, the pristine garment was transformed into a grimy, soiled state. "Now this will suffice," Lu Tongfeng declared, pleased with his handiwork. The small town of Fuyang was both too small and impoverished. Yin Fuyao's attire was far too luxurious to avoid attracting attention. Though Yin Fuyao was displeased that her beautiful clothing had been sullied, she acquiesced for the sake of safety. With Lu Tongfeng's assistance, she donned the filthy cotton coat. Yet Lu Tongfeng then began to scrutinize her face. "Fairy Fuyao, your face? What about my face?" She retorted. "It's just too beautiful," he said, and then went to the fire, scooping up a handful of ash. which he mixed with saliva. "What are you doing?" Yin Fuyao felt a sense of unease wash over her. "Just applying some ash to your face. Are you not aware of how stunning you are? To be safe, we must darken your complexion. Lu Tongfeng, you shall not smear that filthy substance on my face. Stay back. I will kill you." Yet Lu Tongfeng paid her threats no heed. Amidst Yun Fuyao's protests and cries, he slathered the mixture of ash and saliva across her delicate features. It must be said that her skin was smooth and supple, far more pleasant to the touch than that of Wang Guofu's daughter. Suitsue, after transforming her into a grimy visage, Lu Tongfeng noticed her lustrous black hair was also quite conspicuous. He proceeded to ruffle her hair and apply more ash, after Lu Tongfeng's rather chaotic efforts. The exquisitely featured and fair-skinned Fairy Fuyao had been utterly transformed into a disheveled, grimy little beggar. Lu Tongfeng examined her thoughtfully. Feeling something was still lacking, he rummaged through his tattered belongings and found an old cloth hat, which he placed atop her head, then wrapped a tattered scarf around much of her face. Now, it was impossible to discern that this ragged, filthy beggar was indeed the illustrious Fairy Fuyao. One might wager that even her own mother would hesitate for half an hour before daring to approach and recognize her. Yun Fuyao's injuries had yet to heal, rendering her powerless against Lu Tongfeng's assault on her beauty. What woman is without a desire for beauty, especially someone like Yun Fuyao, who harbored a hint of obsession with cleanliness? Having sullied her garments was already the limit of her tolerance. Now, with her face blackened, compounded by the fact that the ash was tainted with Lu Tongfeng's saliva, she found it utterly unbearable. Once Lu Tongfeng had completed her adornment, she no longer referred to him as Little Sure Shu, but instead glared at him, seething with anger, and declared, "Lu Tongfeng, just you wait. I shall remember this matter for now. And I will not let you off the hook in the future. Your teeth seem rather white. Lu Tongfeng." Enough is enough. Upon seeing that Yun Fuyao was genuinely enraged, Lu Tongfeng offered an awkward smile and replied, "Very well, if we encounter anyone, do your utmost to refrain from speaking. That way, no one will pay any heed to those teeth of yours that are whiter than snow." Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air, and as the two turned to investigate, they found Dahei sprawled on the ground, one paw resting on his face while the other was patting the earth. Even a blind person could discern that Dahei was mocking Yun Fuyao's current appearance. Lu Tongfeng kicked the old dog lightly and said, "Pay no mind to this old mutt. It is merely having a fit. Not mocking you." He then added, "By the way, immortal Fuyao, I recall that your storage bag contains some bedding and blankets. Please take out a couple. I don't have any. You must be mistaken. Well, if you don't, then it doesn't matter. After all, it is not I who will be lying on the plow." Reluctantly, Yun Fuyao ground her teeth and retrieved the blankets from her storage bag. Lu Tongfeng then began to mess with the valuable blankets and bedding using grass and would ash to Lu Tongfeng, "Why are you toying with my bedding? Your belongings are far too new and extravagant. One glance, and they would give you away. They must be aged to be effective." Yun Fuyao found herself at a loss for words. She was the pride of the Yun Tian sect, and for over 20 years, no one had dared to treat her in such a manner. For now, she noted Lu Tongfeng's disrespect in her mental ledger, vowing silently that once her injuries healed, she would break Lu Tongfeng's legs and cover him in grass and ash as well. After a moment, Lu Tongfeng took the soiled bedding outside. First, he laid a thick layer of straw on the plow, followed by the blanket. Once he finished, he returned to the cave. Approaching Yun Fuyao, he reached out as if to lift her. "What are you doing?" She instinctively dodged. "That I'm going to carry you to the cart. Your leg is broken. Do you expect to crawl up there yourself?" Yun Fuyao, ever proud, shifted her body but inadvertently strained her injury, causing her to furrow her brows slightly. "Stop being stubborn." Lu Tongfeng bent down and lifted Yun Fuyao. She attempted to struggle, but her body would not allow it, and she was forcibly carried. In that moment, she felt that this man was her nemesis. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a young man. Ever since encountering this fellow, not only had he seen her body, but he had also touched her face with his saliva-covered hands. Now, he was carrying her in her mental ledger. Another grievous offense was added against Lu Tongfeng. As she pondered how to exact revenge on this man who had taken advantage of her, a sudden chill enveloped her. Yet, Within the embrace of Lu Tongfeng, there was warmth akin to fire. This instinctively caused her to nestle closer into his embrace that Lu Tongfeng, oblivious to her subtle movement, was solely focused on hastening their return to Fuyang town, having no inclination to tease the beauty he carried. He gently placed Yun Fuyao on the plow, covered with straw and blankets, draping a quilt over her. After confirming that he had not left anything behind in the cave, he picked up his bundle and beckoned Dehei to follow. The snow-laden plow was substantial, crafted from bamboo and designed to prevent sinking into the snow, with a bamboo raft-like base underneath. Two protruding bamboo poles made it easier to drag, accompanied by a rope. Lu Tongfeng slung the rope over his shoulder, grasping the handles, and trudged laboriously through the snow. As he walked, he said, "Immortal Fuyao, bear with me. It's over 50 miles, but I shall reach the land temple before nightfall." "Are you sure?" "Of course. I'm a master of swift movement. These legs of mine are not for show. You should rest on the plow for a while, Duppy, by the time you wake. We will be at the land temple." Lu Tongfeng proclaimed with unwavering confidence that at this moment, it was still early evening, the sun setting at dusk. Lu Tongfeng felt that traveling over 50 miles in 2 hours was not an insurmountable task. However, it seemed he had forgotten 3 crucial things. First, the snow had accumulated to nearly 2 feet in depth. Second, he was dragging a plow weighing over 100 pounds, with a similarly weighted beauty atop it. And third, the clouds in the sky were dense, indicating that this bout of snow was far from over, and another heavy snowfall was imminent. The wind and snow merged with the horizon, clouds enveloping the hills and valleys. Lu Tongfeng struggled through the snow, each step sinking nearly to his knees. Emerging from the thicket, he found himself on the narrow path leading to Fuyang town. This path was now buried under the snow. Yet the footprints of Lin Dezhu, Ergo, and Sanhua remained distinct, disappearing into the distance. Lu Tongfeng's expression soured as he glanced back at Yun Fuyao on the plow. Wrapped in blankets, her head adorned with a tattered windproof hat. Her face, now smeared with ash, displayed a pair of bright, mocking eyes that held both jest and derision. She was still miffed at Lu Tongfeng, yet her curiosity about his blustering bravado compelled her to observe the unfolding spectacle. Looking up at the increasingly thickening snow clouds, Yun Fuyao remarked, "It seems snow is about to fall. I doubt you will cover even half the distance before dark. We shall be camping in the wilderness amidst the snow tonight." "Impossible. Shall we make a wager?" Lu Tongfeng grinned. "If you lose, you must let me kiss you. Shameless. How can that be shameless? That is how I wager with the girls in town. And if you lose? Then I shall let you kiss me." Yun Fuyao closed her eyes, deciding to cease conversing with this irreverent little master. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly, uncertain whether their wager was even valid, drawing in a deep breath. He resumed dragging the plow through the snow, leaving deep imprints in the snow behind him. Initially, the journey progressed smoothly. Though not swift, it was certainly not slow, even while dragging over 200 pounds. He maintained a steady pace. This was due to his diligent practice of a particular technique, endowing him with speed, strength, and endurance far beyond that of an ordinary person. After an hour, he had covered nearly 20 miles, approximately 1/3 of the journey. However, Lu Tongfeng began to feel the strain of exertion, yet his extraordinary physique allowed him to maintain his speed. Despite this, given the current circumstances, it was evident he would not reach the dilapidated temple before dusk. Though if he continued at this pace, he might arrive around the time of the dog hour. Yet, around the time of the monkey hour, snow began to fall once more, accompanied by a biting wind. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, cursing the heavens for their treachery. In the midst of the storm, he resembled a snail, dragging the plow and trudging through the harsh conditions that, in stark contrast, Dehei and Yun Fuyao appeared remarkably at ease. Despite the 2 feet of snow, Dehei frolicked joyfully, while Yun Fuyao lay on the plow, cushioned by thick straw and blankets, covered with a quilt, her ears wrapped in a ragged hat, revealing only her eyes. As the wind intensified, Lu Tongfeng's pace slowed. Observing the desolate figure pulling the plow, the snowflakes began to accumulate on his shoulders and head, gradually blanketing him. Yet this young man did not falter, and he resembled a steadfast ox, bent under the weight of the rope, laboriously pushing forward. Nightfall is approaching, and with such heavy snow, We should find a place to rest, Yin Fuyao suggested. The young Lu Tongfeng, who was pulling the sled, came to a halt. He turned around and approached the plow. At that moment, Yin Fuyao was slightly taken aback, noticing the frost that covered Lu Tongfeng's youthful cheeks. Lu Tongfeng adjusted the bedding on Yin Fuyao, ensuring that the cold wind did not seep in. Perhaps the howling wind was too loud. He called out with a booming voice, "Are you cold?" Yin Fuyao gently shook her head. Lu Tongfeng pointed towards the direction of the northern town and exclaimed, "Just hang in there a little longer. We'll be there soon." Observing Lu Tongfeng, who was shivering like a dog, Yin Fuyao thought to herself, lying comfortably on the warm sled, what was there to endure? The one who truly should endure was him. This thought merely flitted through her mind and was not voiced aloud. Perhaps seeing Lu Tongfeng's considerable exertion, the large black dog wagged its tail eagerly in front of the snowy sled. Lu Tongfeng understood its intent. He fastened a rope around the dog's body, and thus, the pair, man and dog, braved the wind and snow, setting off once more. Yin Fuyao tilted her head, casting another glance at Lu Tongfeng's silhouette. She suddenly felt that within this frail body, there seemed to reside a formidable strength. With the assistance of a large black dog, Lu Tongfeng exerted significantly less effort. The dog, resembling a young calf, was immensely strong, and even in the thick snow, it managed to run with remarkable agility. That Lu Tongfeng felt as though he had discovered a new world. He shouted, "Big Black, all these years I never knew you could pull. You must be turning into a spirit." The sky quickly darkened. The wind and snow continued unabated, growing ever more fierce. The frigid wind whipped the snowflakes, which, due to the extreme cold, appeared to solidify into ice crystals, stinging painfully against the skin. With the large black dog joining in, Lu Tongfeng clearly exerted much less effort. The duo sped across the snowy terrain, dragging the sled with vigor. The dog, remarkably unfazed, pulled the sled with great speed, while Lu Tongfeng, panting heavily, struggled to keep up. At times, it was difficult to discern who was truly the dog. After about an hour, Lu Tongfeng and the large black dog finally reached the entrance of the Earth God Temple. Suddenly, the dog seemed to sense something, its azure eyes glowing faintly. "Woof, woof, Big Black, don't bark at the doorstep. Hurry up. Woof, woof." Unmoved, the dog continued to bark. Lu Tongfeng sensed something was amiss and was taken aback to discover footprints in the snow before the temple. "No way. I was only gone for 2 days, and someone has taken over my place?" Lu Tongfeng was astonished. Fuyang Town was quite remote, devoid of beggars or vagrants, and on a snowy day, outsiders would hardly venture into this secluded little town. How could someone occupy his Earth God Temple? Meanwhile, inside the temple, the lame Li and the mute Li were moving the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. Suddenly, they heard the resounding barks from outside, and their expressions changed dramatically. The lame Li whispered, "Not good, it's Big Black. Let us go." Li Chuyan understood well that Big Black was not to be trifled with. Had it not been for Big Black's constant presence by Lu Tongfeng's side, they would not have needed to lie low in the town for 3 years. Fortunately, there was a small back door behind the temple. They had no time to reposition the statues and swiftly exited through the small door. Big Black, sensing something, broke free from its leash and dashed toward the back of the temple with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of black lightning. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback and shouted, "Big Black, why are you running so fast? Need to relieve yourself." He dragged the sled to the temple entrance, rousing the slumbering Yin Fuyao. "Fairy Fuyao, we have arrived." Yin Fuyao gazed at the dilapidated Earth God Temple and softly acknowledged with a sound. Lu Tongfeng pushed open the temple door, sword in hand, and entered, noticing some distinct footprints in the snow at the entrance. Lu Tongfeng initially assumed someone had taken refuge in the temple that night. However, upon lighting a torch and inspecting the interior, he found no one had stayed there. Instead, he discovered that the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess had been moved aside. Lu Tongfeng was greatly astonished. This was not merely someone resting here. It was a case of thievery. Good grief, can even this shabby temple be burgled? Lu Tongfeng was utterly speechless. Each of those clay statues weighed several hundred pounds. What could possibly be worth stealing? Even if someone were to carry the statues away, who would buy them? He speculated that it might have been some mischievous children from the town who knew he was away and came to play and cause trouble in the temple. Noticing the small back door was ajar, Lu Tongfeng walked over and closed it, grumbling as he stepped outside in the snowy sled. Yun Fuyao lay there, her gaze fixed on a large locust tree amidst the storm. Lu Tongfeng approached her, seemingly unnoticed. It was only when Lu Tongfeng's head appeared before her, blocking her view, that she became aware of him. Lu Tongfeng tilted his head to follow Yun Fuyao's gaze. Fairy Fuyao, it's just an old tree. What is so special about it that has you captivated? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head and replied, I just find this tree beautiful amidst the wind and snow. Beautiful? Lu Tongfeng glanced at the old locust tree once more and scoffed. What beauty is there in a half-dead old tree? I truly don't understand you celestial beings. That he dragged the entire sled into the crumbling temple. Inside, there were some basic supplies for survival, with firewood being the most abundant. Lu Tongfeng gathered a pile of split wood from the corner and set it ablaze. With the light of the fire, Yun Fuyao began to assess the state of the temple. The last time she had merely waited outside and had not entered, she found that this temple appeared even more dilapidated than it looked from the outside. The roof had 3 large holes, and the interior was quite chaotic. To the north, there was a heap of wood that seemed to serve as a storage area, while to the south was Lu Tongfeng's sleeping quarters. Though there was no bed, just a pile of straw, there were also some tattered clothes, worn shoes, and broken pottery. This is where you've lived for 6 years. The cleanliness-conscious Yun Fuyao frowned slightly. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, I'm not messy at all. I usually keep this place tidy. It's probably those mischievous kids from the town who turned things upside down knowing I was gone. A little messy. Yun Fuyao was speechless. Yet, she felt a pang of emotion that a young man, for the sake of a promise, had lived alone in this wretched place for 6 years. How was this any different from being a beggar? Just then, the worn wooden door swung open, and Big Black squeezed inside. This dog was nearly becoming a spirit. After entering, it knew to nudge the door with its head to close it again. It shook off the snow from its body and, undeterred, made his way to Lu Tongfeng's sleeping area, quickly retrieving a large bone from straw. Carrying the bone, it trotted to the fire and lay down. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, having just explained to Yun Fuyao that he was a clean young man, only to have Big Black expose his secret right before her eyes. He exclaimed, You old dog! How many times have I told you? Don't hide your treats in my bed. Do you believe I'll steal you today? Big Black cast him a disdainful glance. Late at night, in Fuyang Town. In the dilapidated courtyard at the end of the alley, a candle flickered, illuminating the bare-walled room. The lamely removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a hint of trepidation on his darkened cheeks. Why had Big Black returned so suddenly? Wasn't Lu Tongfeng supposed to have taken it to Chiang City? 3 years ago, the lame Li and Li Chuyin arrived in the small town and stumbled upon the secret of the Earth God Temple. However, they dared not lay a hand on the defenseless Lu Tongfeng, primarily due to the imposing black dog left behind by the Xianqi Daoist before his passing, which shadowed Lu Tongfeng incessantly. This black dog was no ordinary wolfhound. Together, the two could easily vanquish Yun Fuyao. Yet against the black dog, they had no chance of victory. Thus, they chose to conceal their identities and engage in nightly incense trading within the town. Seeking an opportune moment, they had not acquired the treasure box taken by Yun Fuyao and speculated that the Earth God Temple might harbor further secrets. The temple lay 3 miles south of the town. And with the current blustery weather, even if they were to dig 3 feet deep, no one would discover their endeavors. Yet, as they arrived at the temple tonight, before they could commence their excavation, Lu Tongfeng unexpectedly returned with the black dog. Fortunately, the Earth God Temple had a back door. Otherwise, they would have been trapped by the black dog that night. Li Chuyin remarked, That scoundrel Lu Tongfeng only knows how to swindle and tease virtuous maidens in town. How could he possibly survive in Xuyang? I thought he might manage to stay in Xuyang City for 10 days or so, yet he returned hastily after just 3 days. What a disgrace to our esteemed uncle. The lamely replied, One cannot judge so harshly. Although Lu Tongfeng has his vices, his character is not entirely lacking. Given the heavy snowfall tonight, his return may be related to the matter of Lingdang. Didn't Ming Shu send someone to Xuyang to inform the prefect? He likely encountered Lu Tongfeng and spoke of Lingdang's situation. Given their close relationship, Lu Tongfeng would naturally rush back upon learning of it. Li Chuyin remained silent, yet inwardly acknowledged the lame Li's conjecture, i.e. the entire town. The two individuals she had interacted with the most were Ling Deng and Lu Tongfeng. Despite Lu Tongfeng's flaws, he was not entirely bad. Noticing Li Chuyin's silence, the lame Li inquired, "Chuyin, since Lu Tongfeng and the black dog have returned, what should we do next? Should we leave?" Their dialogue revealed that the lame Li seemed inclined to heed his daughter's counsel regarding significant decisions. Li Chuyin pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us wait a while longer. I still feel that the true secret of the Earth God Temple has not been taken away by Yun Fuyao." The lame Li furrowed his brow slightly, appearing reluctant to remain in their current location, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his opposition. He nodded, saying, "The person Ming Shu sent to Ciyang should return in 2 or 3 days. I suspect that righteous cultivators will arrive to investigate shortly. Since Lu Tongfeng and the Black Dog are back, we should refrain from any actions these next few days to avoid drawing attention." Inside the Earth God Temple, Lu Tongfeng was preparing a bed for Yun Fuyao. What he termed making a bed was merely gathering the scattered straw and laying Yun Fuyao's mattress atop it. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to lift Yun Fuyao down from the plow. He then began to cook dinner. The buns given to her by Ling Dang had been consumed over the past few days. But fortunately, there were still some provisions in Yun Fuyao's storage bag. Lu Tongfeng simply cooked a pot of millet porridge. After a simple meal shared among the three, 2 humans and 1 dog, the sky was nearing dawn. The place was drafty, lacking warmth, far inferior to the small cave at the foot of Tsuping Mountain. Once Yun Fuyao fell asleep, Lu Tongfeng continued to sit cross-legged and dispel the cold from his body. As he entered a meditative state, Yun Fuyao slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Lu Tongfeng, who was engrossed in his cultivation. For cultivators, meditation is a deeply personal affair, even among fellow disciples. Few practice openly in front of others. This is primarily due to the fact that entering a meditative state significantly reduces one's awareness of the external world, leaving them vulnerable to potential threats. The subtle conflicts among cultivators can be far more intense than those among ordinary mortals. One must remain cautious and never let down their guard. Yet, Lu Tongfeng appeared completely oblivious to any potential malicious intent from others. Having meditated in front of Yun Fuyao in the cave the previous night, and now doing so again without a care in the world, Yun Fuyao observed as Lu Tongfeng's skin gradually reddened, vibrant energy swirling above his head. Her sensations mirrored those of the previous night. While she could not discern the specifics of his cultivation method, she was certain it was a powerful and mysterious pure yang technique. The once frigid temple began to warm rapidly as Lu Tongfeng entered his meditative state, generating heat that surpassed even that of the flickering fire. Yun Fuyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ability to emit such intense warmth while meditating indicated Lu Tongfeng's exceptional cultivation level, perhaps even surpassing her own, yet she pondered why he could not fly. Initially, she speculated that he might be deliberately concealing his true abilities. However, after witnessing his arduous journey through the snowstorm tonight, she was convinced that Lu Tongfeng was not hiding anything. It was clear he lacked the ability to fly, despite his formidable pure yang power. This perplexed her greatly. As Yun Fuyao's mind wandered through these thoughts, a sudden flicker of blue light appeared outside the window. Peering through the cracked pane, she focused intently to her astonishment. An ethereal spirit floated just outside. Soon after, a second and a third appeared, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 spirits were hovering outside the temple. These phantoms, remnants of souls that had departed from the mortal realm, lingered in the world of the living. Most souls quickly transitioned to the afterlife. Yet 2 types of spirits might remain trapped on earth, unable to reincarnate. The first type consisted of fractured souls. The soul comprises 3 souls and 7 spirits, and missing even one renders it incomplete, preventing reincarnation and making it difficult to enter the underworld. Such incomplete souls drift through the world, often dispersed by thunder or consumed by malevolent spirits, or even scattered by human cultivators. The second type consists of those with deep-seated obsessions. These obsessions could stem from a refusal to let go of loved ones or from untimely deaths, leading them to wander the earth. Some spirits, driven by profound resentment, could transform into vengeful apparitions. Generally, ordinary spirits cannot harm the living, but vengeful spirits can. Haunted houses and possession cases are often the work of these malevolent entities. Yin Fiao, hailing from a Taoist lineage, frequently interacted with spirits and had dispatched numerous malevolent entities during her time away from the mountain. However, she found it peculiar that so many unanchored spirits were congregating within the Earth God Temple. Spirits typically favor cold, damp places, and even though the temple had lost its incense offerings, it was unlikely to attract such a multitude of spirits. Moreover, Lu Tongfeng's pure yang cultivation method was a natural nemesis to spirits, and the black dog, being a creature of darkness, was also a bane to them. Under normal circumstances, no spirits would dare approach within 10 paces of Lu Tongfeng and the black dog. Could this occurrence be linked to some underlying presence? As Yun Fuyao's gaze flickered, she recalled the faint, ominous energy she had sensed at the entrance of the Earth God Temple 3 days prior. She also remembered the plump woman at Lu's breakfast stall that morning, who had mentioned in passing that the temple was haunted at the time. She had dismissed it as mere jest, never anticipating the truth of the haunting that lay within this place. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted back to the 4 characters, boundary of immortals and mortals, she had seen inscribed upon the massive stone at the temple's entrance. Those words had felt oddly familiar, as if she had encountered or heard them before. Now, witnessing the multitude of ethereal spirits congregating around the temple, she finally grasped their significance. Concerned that these spirits might intrude upon the temple, she prepared to summon her celestial sword through the power of her thoughts to vanquish them. Just as the sword beneath her bedding began to tremble slightly, Dahe suddenly raised his head. Instead of gazing at the spirits lurking outside, he turned his attention to Yun Fuyao, emitting a low growl while gently shaking his canine head. Taken aback, Yun Fuyao's expression shifted to one of surprise. She understood Dahe's intent. This dark-coated dog with striking blue eyes was imploring her not to harm the spirits. Yun Fuyao had long harbored suspicions about Dahe's connection to the divine canine of Yuntian's sect. Consequently, she abandoned her intention to wield the celestial sword. Glancing once more outside, she was struck by a peculiar phenomenon. The spirits surrounding the temple had multiplied. Through the window alone, she could see at least 7 or 8, with undoubtedly more lurking in her blind spots. Strangely, these spirits merely circled the dilapidated temple, showing no inclination to enter its confines. While Yun Fuyao pondered this oddity, she noticed another curious occurrence. Whenever a spirit approached within a certain distance of the temple, a barely perceptible azure glow would emanate from the temple walls, keeping the spirits at bay. A barrier. With her extensive knowledge, Yin Fuyao quickly deduced that her esteemed master had woven a formidable barrier around this decrepit temple. Though the barrier could not annihilate the spirits, it effectively kept them outside. The spirits did not seem to assail the barrier with aggression. Instead, they lingered around the small temple, as if absorbing some latent energy. This bizarre scene persisted for the duration of a joss stick's burning before the suddenly manifested spirits gradually retreated. Frowning, Yin Fuyao scrutinized the crumbling temple before her, realizing she had underestimated both her master and the temple itself. It seemed that further secrets lay hidden within its walls. When Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditative state, dawn had broken. He turned to find Yin Fuyao, still in slumber. Approaching her, he reached out to touch her forehead. Everything appeared normal. She was not feverish. Awakened by his touch, Yin Fuyao opened her eyes to find Lu Tongfeng's hand resting upon her brow. "What are you doing? Remove your hand from my face immediately," she exclaimed. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to assess your condition, but I must say, your physical resilience is more formidable than I had anticipated. I was concerned that, after your arduous journey through the snowstorm yesterday, you might have succumbed to a chill and developed a fever," Lu Tongfeng replied, retracting his hand with a casualness that irked Yin Fuyao. He even took a moment to sniff his palm, seemingly reveling in the action, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Yet, she could do nothing about him at that moment, merely noting another transgression in her mental ledger against him. "Fuyao, I intend to visit the town to inquire about the bell. Will you rest here, or accompany me?" Lu Tongfeng inquired. "I will not go," Yin Fuyao retorted through clenched teeth. "Very well, then. You may rest here while I ask Dahe to guard you within the temple." I shall also discreetly gather information regarding the female disciple of Yuntian's sect who dispatched the scoundrel that night. To see if she still remains in town, Lu Tongfeng stated he had never intended to bring Yun Fuyao along to Fuyang town, estimating he could return within half a day. Bringing along this burden would only complicate matters, especially given the treacherous weather and heavy snow that render the area nearly inaccessible to outsiders. As for the two cultivators who had attacked Yun Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng believed they had long since departed with the treasure box. With Dahe present in the temple, Yun Fuyao would likely be safe. After preparing some rice porridge for Yun Fuyao and instructing Dahe not to leave her side, Lu Tongfeng departed the dilapidated temple, heading north towards the small town. Not long after his departure, Yun Fuyao, who had been lying down, slowly pulled back the covers and stood up, albeit with a slight limp as she made her way to the temple entrance. The numerous cuts and sword wounds on her body had begun to heal under the influence of Yuntian's sect's spiritual herbs, her internal injuries mending significantly. However, the injury to her left leg was severe and would require several more days to fully recover. Reaching the temple door, she peered outside and confirmed that Lu Tongfeng had indeed walked far away, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. Turning back, she caught Lu Tongfeng let out a soft grunt as he entered the room, where he immediately beheld two coffins arranged side by side in the morning hall. Dressed in deep mourning attire, Yu Lingdang knelt beside one of the coffins. Once the most beautiful woman in the small town, she now appeared exceedingly haggard, akin to a soul-lost fawn, her expression numb. It was likely that her tears had run dry over the past few days. Beside Yu Lingdang sat a young girl of about 16 or 17, Cui Cui, the daughter of Widow Wang. Cui Cui seemed to have also suffered from restless nights, bearing an air of fatigue. She was Yu Lingdang's closest friend and had likely been by her side throughout this ordeal. Upon noticing Lu Tongfeng's entrance, Cui Cui remarked, "Little madman?" Lu Tongfeng offered a slight nod in response. Gazing upon the two coffins and then at the dazed Lingdang, his heart ached anew. He knelt before the coffins, his voice choked with emotion. "Grandma Lu, Aunt Fat, I have come to see you." With that, he performed several deep bows. Lu Tongfeng then lit 2 sticks of incense for the deceased and burned some paper money in the fire pit. Observing Yu Lingdang's state, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. In a hoarse voice, he pledged, "Lingdang, do not worry. I will avenge Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. I swear it." At that moment, Yu Lingdang slowly lifted her head, and a flicker of color finally emerged in her dull eyes. She gently bit her lip, but said nothing, soon lowering her head once more in silence. Cui Cui pulled Lu Tongfeng into the courtyard outside the morning hall. "Little madman, didn't you leave? Why have you returned?" Though Cui Cui's features did not rival those of Lingdang, her skin was exceptionally fair, almost as if one could squeeze water from it. She was among the few friends Lu Tongfeng had in the town. They had played together in their youth, though their interactions had waned over the past 2 to 3 years. Lu Tongfeng replied, "With such a grave change in Lingdang's circumstances, of course, I must return." "Cui Cui, how is Lingdang faring?" Cui Cui shook her head gently, her face etched with concern. For 2 days now, she has hardly consumed a drop of water and has fainted several times. Alas, if this continues, Lingdang's health may not withstand it. That simply cannot be. The deceased are gone, but the living must carry on. I must go in and persuade Lingdang. No matter how heartbroken she is, she cannot torment her own body. No, no, no. If we could persuade her, we would have done so already. This morning, after much coaxing, I managed to get her to eat a small bowl of rice porridge, but she promptly vomited it all back up. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. Lingdang's constitution was already frail, and with such a heavy blow, if this persisted, it was likely that before Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat were buried, she would collapse herself. Suddenly, he recalled Yun Fuyao. In Yun Fuyao's storage bag was a bottle of fasting pills. Though unpalatable, they were quite effective in staving off hunger. He resolved to ask Yun Fuyao for a pill upon his return. Otherwise, in her current state, if Lingdang continued to abstain from food and water, it would not be long before another coffin was added to the mourning hall. He instructed Cui Cui to take good care of Lingdang before proceeding to the adjacent room, where he found the village head, Lin Deming. "Grandpa Lin, how will the affairs of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat be handled? If you need assistance, I am at your service." Lin Deming shook his head. Yuqing should have arrived in Xiyang by now, that we must wait for the county magistrate to send someone before we can proceed with the burial. I will call for you when assistance is needed. Understood. Lu Tongfeng inquired further about the mysterious woman in black who had slain the bandits that night, wondering if she was still in the town. However, Lin Deming gently shook his head and replied, "That female hero has not been seen since that night." Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of disappointment flickered within him. Although Yun Fuyao mentioned that this suddenly appearing woman in black was not of her kind. Given that they were both disciples of the Yun Tian sect, they should not be enemies. Even if they were not allies, Lu Tongfeng wished to further investigate her whereabouts, but discovered nothing. After exchanging a few brief words with Lin Deming, he took his leave, intending to return to the land temple to borrow a fasting pill from Yun Fuyao. Meanwhile, in a secluded and shadowy cave, several flames blazed fiercely, illuminating every corner of the cavern and warming the air to a spring-like temperature. A delude scent lingered in the atmosphere. A dozen attractive young women danced gracefully to the sound of music, some of whom were even shaven-headed nuns at tea that moment. They drank merrily, their garments disheveled, entirely devoid of the solemnity typically associated with the Buddhist faith. In the center of the cave, upon a stone platform, sat a man with a full head of white hair, appearing to be in his 40s. He was exceedingly thin, with prominent cheekbones and pale skin, cradling a beautiful young woman in each arm. Surrounding them were several men, similarly embracing lovely companions. Yet, in one corner of the cave, there was a stone chamber sealed with an iron door, dimly lit, where dozens of tattered young women huddled in fear. Trembling and visibly terrified, amidst the revelry, a middle-aged nun clad in pale blue robes entered, holding a whisk. Though her face bore some wrinkles, it was evident that she had once been an extraordinarily beautiful woman. A small red mole adorned her inner heart, adding to her dignified aura. This woman was none other than Liao Chun, the abbess of the Fo Lin Monastery on Shui Ping Mountain. Liao Chun appeared unfazed by the debauchery within the cave, showing no hint of disapproval as she approached the white-haired man. "Respected one, I have just received news that you Hai and the others, who have yet to return, have been killed." Upon hearing this, the white-haired man's expression hardened, and he abruptly pushed away the beautiful girl in his embrace. "Who dares to be so audacious as to slay the disciples of my Ji-In sect?" His voice was high-pitched and thin, reminiscent of a eunuch. Suddenly, the once noisy cave fell silent. A chilling aura swiftly spread, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet drastically. The young women, clad in scanty attire or completely bare, could not help but shiver at the abrupt drop in temperature. Liao Chun uttered slowly, "It seems it was a cultivator from the Yun Tian sect." Yun Tian sect? The white-haired man's expression stiffened slightly. The Buddhist temple known as Fulin and on Tipping Mountain had long since devolved into a den of debauchery under the auspices of the Jin sect. This white-haired man was none other than the sect's leader. The Yin-Yang sovereign to understand this situation, one must trace back 5 years to that time. The Guanyin temple had been set ablaze by the Yin-Yang sovereign. The 7 days of Buddha's light that appeared on Tipping Mountain were also orchestrated by him in secret. Subsequently, the Yin-Yang sovereign covertly funded the temple's reconstruction, with Liao Chun, the abbot, being his disciple. This lineage belonged to a faction of the demonic sect known as the Hahuan sect, which, 3 centuries prior, saw the Yin-Yang sovereign acquire certain Buddhist techniques, melding them with his own demonic practices to create the Yin-Yang joyful Zen method. He established a sect named Jin, proudly assuming the title of Yin-Yang sovereign, though Jin had only been founded for a little over 2 centuries. Its reputation was utterly tarnished. The disciples under his command were more interested in nefarious pursuits than proper cultivation. They were ruthless, having killed countless souls, and frequently abducted virtuous maidens, falsely claiming they sought to practice dual cultivation, when in truth, they were merely extracting the vital energies of women to enhance their own power. Having been beset by righteous cultivators on several occasions, they had gradually faded into obscurity over the past few decades. No one anticipated that to evade the relentless pursuit of righteous cultivators, the Yin-Yang sovereign would don a new identity, conceal himself within the Buddhist community, and use a nunnery as a front while continuing his vile practices. Recently, a band of lecherous marauders have been plaguing the Yu province. often abducting virtuous maidens at night, all of which could be traced back to them. Since Feline and was populated solely by women, and the perpetrators were men, neither the righteous cultivators nor the authorities had managed to uncover the truth behind the nunnery. Furthermore, the presence of nuns provided a convenient cover for these scoundrels to carry out their abductions. Firstly, the nuns at Feline frequently descended the mountain to beg for alms, and upon encountering attractive women, they would discreetly note their addresses, later sending people to abduct them under the cover of darkness for their own carnal pleasures. Secondly, Feline Anne's reputation had grown considerably over the past 2 years, especially regarding matters of marriage and childbirth, having been lauded to an extraordinary degree. Thus, women from hundreds of miles around were drawn to Feline and to beseech Guanyin for blessings. If a beautiful maiden or young woman came seeking fortune, the nuns would subtly inquire about her background, and after a while, would quietly send someone to abduct her. The Jin sect, stemming from the Huan sect, possessed numerous aphrodisiacs and dual cultivation secrets, ensuring that even the most resolute women would succumb to debauchery under the influence of such potions. This time, the Yin sovereign dispatched 12 groups of disciples to descend the mountain for these illicit pursuits. 11 groups had returned, bringing back over 30 beautiful maidens. However, one group had yet to return. To a shock, the 3 disciples from that group had met their untimely demise. When the Yin sovereign learned that it was the disciples of Yin Tian's sect who were responsible, his countenance darkened. Their small Jin sect was scarcely a name in the demonic realm, merely a minor faction with no means to resist a righteous giant like Yin Tian's sect. In a hoarse voice, the Yin sovereign inquired, "Yin Tian's sect? How many of them?" Liao Chen replied, "It is said that there was only one female disciple from Yin Tian's sect. 1. The Yin sovereign furrowed his brow once more. Why Yu Hai, a disciple of considerable talent, had reached the realm of Yuan Shun, while the other 2 disciples had also attained the ability to manipulate objects in the air. How could a young female disciple from Yin Tian's sect have slain all 3? Even if her cultivation was at the He Dao level, such a feat would be impossible. Liao Chun, can you confirm that Yu Hai and the others were killed?" The loss of a few disciples was trivial to the old libertine, yet he placed great importance on the current den of vice. If any of Yu Hai's group were still alive and captured by Yin Tian's sect, then the illicit activities he had carefully cultivated on Siping Mountain over the years would be at risk of exposure. He knew the character of his disciples all too well. Allowing them to indulge in beautiful women would make them lively and spirited. However, when faced with severe interrogation, they would turn into spineless creatures. If any had fallen into the hands of Yin Tian's sect as disciples, it was likely that they wouldn't even need to be tortured. The mere presence of sword at their throats would suffice to make them confess everything. Liao Chan spoke slowly. According to our informants embedded within the governor's office, 3 individuals from Fuyang town reported this matter to the governor early today. According to their accounts, Yu Hai was engaged in a battle with that woman above Fuyang town and was killed in return. The other 2 fled in different directions. However, they have yet to return, and it is likely that their fates are grim. The Yin sovereign's expression darkened further, stating, "So it follows that the other 2 may have been killed. Or perhaps they have not." Liao Chen nodded. The Yin sovereign fell into deep contemplation. The cave was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word for fear of incurring unwarranted disaster. After a moment, the Yin sovereign spoke. "Liao Chen, did you just say Yu Hai and the others fell at Fuyang town?" "Indeed, Fuyang town lies approximately 50 or 60 li to the north of Suiping Mountain. It is a remote village with fewer than 200 households. How could a disciple of Yin Tian's sect appear in such a backwater? Perhaps she is a disciple of Yin Tian's sect who happened to be passing through Fuyang town for training." "Sovereign, are you concerned that our cover has been blown?" The Yin sovereign slowly shook his head. "It should not be exposed yet. Otherwise, the righteous cultivators would have already descended upon us. However, we must remain vigilant. It is imperative to investigate the whereabouts of those 2. We must see the living or the dead as for Fuyang town. To lose 3 disciples to that bunch of ants is unforgivable." Liao Chan slightly furrowed his brows. "Sovereign, the governor of Xi'an has already reported the incidents of cultivators abducting women here. Royal and righteous cultivators are likely to head to Fuyang town for investigation in the coming days. If there is too much commotion, it may attract unnecessary trouble. That it was precisely because they had already drawn the attention of righteous cultivators that they needed to resolve this matter before the righteous cultivators' arrival. After contemplating for a moment, Liao Chen ultimately nodded. I understand. Killing to silence witnesses was the established practice of the Jin sect. A mere remote village with just over 100 households would hardly be deemed significant by the Yin-Yang sovereign. Liao Chen waved his whisk and turned to leave the cave. After Liao Chen departed, the Yin-Yang sovereign turned his gaze towards a young man beside him, bare-chested and with a sinister expression. Old San, you will personally lead a group to Fuyang town tonight. And no matter what it takes, you must find the corpses of Yu Hai and the others. Furthermore, if that female disciple from Yuntian sect has already left, so be it. If she is still there, you know what to do. The sinister young man grinned wickedly. Disciple understands. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air once more, and the cave returned to its previous debauched atmosphere. Yet, the Yin-Yang sovereign seemed far less inclined to revel in it than before. Grasping the bosoms of two women in his embrace, his expression was icy. The two beautiful, naked women squirmed in pain but dared not utter a sound. Silently enduring their plight, in Fuyang town, Lu Tongfeng, having left the home of the Bell family, walked alone along the desolate streets. The once bustling little town had long since fallen silent. Almost every household had their doors tightly shut. Even the mischievous children who usually roamed the streets had vanished. Passing by the only tavern in town, Lu Tongfeng pulled out his coin pouch, which contained several copper coins and approximately 3 taels of loose silver. His savings accumulated over the years. He intended to use all his money as startup capital for his venture in Xiang City. Now, he had used his entire fortune to purchase 5 jin of soy sauce beef, 2 jin of fried peanuts, a dozen steamed buns, and an old hen that laid eggs from the taverness backyard. Carrying these items, Lu Tongfeng headed towards the southern part of the town. Just as he was about to leave the town, he encountered the hunchbacked Li and the mute girl. In the past, whenever he saw the remarkably well-endowed Li, he would always tease her. It seemed that Li did not mind his advances, as he often took liberties with her. Approaching the father and daughter, Lu Tongfeng said, Li uncle, it's almost noon, and you're still out collecting night fragrance? Why have you brought mute sister along today? Lamely Dao remarked, the snow is too thick, making it inconvenient for the night fragrant cart to move, so I shall ask her to assist in pushing it. Little madman, I heard you went to Xiang the other day. Was it to resolve the matter concerning the bell? Lu Tongfeng nodded silently and replied, on my way to Xiang, I encountered Uncle Lin, who was heading to report to the county magistrate. Upon learning of this matter, I returned. Uncle Li, the mute sister possesses an exceptional appearance. You must exercise caution tonight, ensuring that doors and windows are securely fastened to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from entering. Lamely nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will. Very well. Farewell. Uncle Li and Sister Mute. Lu Tongfeng waved goodbye to the two and departed from the small town. Observing his solitary and desolate figure, Lame Li and Li Chuyin felt an unusual sense of discomfort. Today, surprisingly, he did not lay a hand on Li Chuyin. Could it be that he has turned over a new leaf, abandoning his wicked ways? After Lu Tongfeng had left, Li Chuyin suddenly whispered, Where is Dahe? Lame Li was taken aback. Indeed, where was Dahe? For so many years, Dahe had never strayed from Lu Tongfeng's sight. Why had only Lu Tongfeng come to the small town today? At the earthen temple, Yin Fuyao leaned on a bamboo staff, limping as she emerged from the dilapidated shrine. The weather today was splendid, with only a gentle breeze and warm sunlight illuminating the snowy ground, seemingly emanating a faint silver glow. Yun Fuyao surveyed her surroundings and expanded her divine sense, discovering no signs of human presence nearby. Thus, she leaned on her staff and trod upon the snow. Making her way toward the ancient well not far off, the continuous snow and wind had accumulated a thick layer of snow atop the well, leaving only a hole barely larger than a bowl. There were no tracks of animals or humans in the surrounding snow. Witnessing this scene, Yun Fuyao quietly exhaled in relief. She stretched her head to look down the well, but saw nothing. Just as she was about to take the next step, Dahe stood at the temple entrance, seemingly regarding her with an expression that was both mocking and playful. Yun Fuyao frowned slightly, feeling that this black dog could see through the hearts of men. Upon noticing Yin Fuyao's gaze, Dahe immediately wagged his tail and licked his tongue, adopting a submissive and flattering demeanor. Realizing that Dahe was fixated on her, Yin Fuyao had no choice but to step away from the well's edge, opting not to return to the dilapidated temple to rest, but rather to approach the massive stone engraved with the boundary between the immortal and mortal realms, located several paces to the east. Last night, upon witnessing the gathering of spirits outside the temple, Yin Fuyao had come to understand the meaning behind the inscription regarding the boundary between immortals and mortals. According to the records of Taoist texts, the three talents, heaven, earth, and man, establish the heavenly way as yin and yang, the earthly way as softness and hardness, and the human way as benevolence and righteousness. Heaven represents the immortal, man the mortal, and earth the veins. The so-called boundary between immortals and mortals is the dividing line between heaven and humanity, which is the earth itself. This area undoubtedly belongs to a convergence of earthly veins and spiritual energy. Explaining the influx of so many spirits that it appears that my master's uncle was not the first to uncover this secret. This place was once a moon elder temple, and the master who constructed it must have recognized it as a treasure site for the gathering of earthly veins, which is why the temple was built so far from the town. Yet, was this colossal stone erected by my master's uncle, or by the one who established the moon elder temple long ago? Yin Fuyao discerned the secret of this place, but did not take it to heart, for a group of unclaimed spirits posed no threat to her. Just as she prepared to turn around, she suddenly froze. No, that can't be right. If this place truly harbors a spiritual vein beneath, then the spirits must be lurking underground. What means do they have to surface? Suddenly, Yin Fuyao turned sharply, her gaze fixed on the ancient well, nearly buried by snow. Indeed, only that ancient well could lead underground. Could it be that fortuitous? Yin Fuyao's expression tightened slightly as she readied herself to investigate, only to see Dahe darting past her. She turned to find Lu Tongfeng approaching from the direction of the northern small town, carrying a bundle of items and a hen. From afar, she heard his voice call out, "Why are you out here? Is your leg healed? Were you waiting for me?" He added with a grin, "I knew my charm was irresistible. If I weren't your little master, I would marry you." Yin Fuyao felt somewhat bewildered. Having previously harbored doubts, she now firmly concluded that this fellow's mind was indeed troubled. "I brought you some food, and an old hen as well. I'll make some hen soup for you to nourish your body. Can you walk? Do you need me to carry you back to the temple?" "No need. I can walk," Yin Fuyao replied as she leaned on her bamboo staff and headed toward the dilapidated temple. Lu Tongfeng followed closely behind, suggesting, "It's quite a distance. Shall I carry you? I have plenty of strength." Yin Fuyao chose to ignore the lecherous fellow. Undeterred by her indifference, Lu Tongfeng remained cheerful. Upon entering the earthen temple, he began to heat some water in a broken pot, then swiftly dispatched the hen with a swift stroke. Observing his adeptness in plucking the hen, one could easily surmise he was no stranger to such antics. After preparing the hen, Lu Tongfeng commenced rummaging through the temple, eventually uncovering an old, worn clay pot beneath a pile of straw filled with dust and dirt. Yin Fuyao, comfortably nestled in her warm bedding, had initially intended to disregard the lecherous man, but as she watched him toss the cleaned hen into the dubious old pot, she could no longer contain herself. "Lu Tongfeng, what are you doing?" Since the previous day, when he had smeared her face with a concoction of his saliva and ashes, she had ceased to refer to him as Little Master and instead called him by his name. Lu Tongfeng responded, "I'm making you hen soup. You need to replenish your strength now that you're on the mend, that you're using that filthy thing to make soup for me." "Of course, don't worry. I washed it just now." Yin Fuyao couldn't help but pinch her forehead. Indeed, Lu Tongfeng had washed it, but that merely involved grabbing a handful of snow and carelessly scraping it around in the pot outside. She had witnessed everything unfold before her eyes. Yin Fuyao was certain he had only used the snow to swish around in the old pot, without any further effort. "Use my pot to cook," she insisted, producing her storage bag and, under her mental command, causing the clean pots and dishes within to emerge enveloped in a soft glow in the cave of Sipping Mountain. Lu Tongfeng had already discerned that Yin Fuyao was not one to enjoy cooking. Her storage bag contained an array of pristine pots and dishes, showing no signs of prior use. Upon seeing Yun Fuyao retrieve her own kitchenware, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget you have a complete set of kitchen supplies?" He picked up a large black clay pot, placed the entire hen inside, added water, covered it, and set it on a makeshift stove to simmer. Dahei, standing nearby, let his long tongue hang out, drooling. This was a 5-year-old hen, requiring at least 1 or 2 hours of cooking. With the time just past noon, it would likely be ready by dusk. "I bought some braised beef and steamed buns," Lu Tongfeng announced, pulling out the items from his bag. With no tables or chairs in the dilapidated temple, he simply found a wooden board to place them on. He also took several of Yun Fuyao's clean plates to serve the braised beef and peanuts from the oiled paper package. Then this fellow, with an innocent expression, gazed at Yun Fuyao. Yun Fuyao questioned, "What are you staring at? I recall there are several jars of fine wine in that bag of yours. My gourd is empty. And I had intended to buy some at the tavern in town, but all my silver went into purchasing this handout on such a cold day. A bit of wine would warm us up." Understanding Lu Tongfeng's implication, Yun Fuyao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She pondered for a moment and then retrieved an unopened jar of wine from her storage bag. The color of the sealing wax on the top indicated that this jar of wine was certainly aged. Yun Fuyao was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. She kept a mental ledger in her heart, repaying kindness with kindness and retribution with retribution. Today, Lu Tongfeng had purchased a stewed chicken soup for her, so it was only fitting that she offered some fine wine in return. It was a matter of principle. Lu Tongfeng, a little wine enthusiast, had previously surreptitiously opened a jar of Yun Fuyao's wine, which was nothing short of exquisite tea this moment. Upon seeing the jar, his mouth watered, and he swallowed hard. He took the wine jar and cautiously opened the sealing wax, peeling it away layer by layer. The large jar of wine was now reduced to less than half, a hallmark of aged fine wine. The longer the age, the less wine remained inside. Yun Fuyao had just taken out her jade cup for drinking when she looked up to see Lu Tongfeng holding a funnel, pouring the wine from the jar into his chipped, battered gourd. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Pouring wine, of course. I prefer to drink from a gourd, Fairy Fuyao. What do you need that jade cup for?" Yun Fuyao narrowed her eyes. "What do you think?" You want to drink too?" "That's not possible. Your injury hasn't healed yet." "My injury does not hinder my ability to drink. Besides, this wine is mine to tea that moment." Yun Fuyao concluded that Lu Tongfeng was a little madman with an unstable mind. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng realized that Yun Fuyao was a female wine lover. Tea was only natural. Which young and beautiful maiden would store so many century-old wines in her storage bag? Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to stop filling the gourd with wine and instead poured a bowl for Yun Fuyao. True to her status as a disciple of the Yun Tian sect's master, her drinking bowl was not made of porcelain, but rather carved and polished from a solid piece of white jade, exhibiting a semi-transparent appearance. Tea perfectly echoed the poetic lines, Lianling's fine wine and fragrant tulips. The jade bowl holds an amber glow. This single jade bowl was enough for Lu Tongfeng to toil a lifetime for. The two sat on the ground, drinking wine and savoring braised beef. Occasionally, Lu Tongfeng would toss a piece of beef to Dahei. After several rounds of wine, Yun Fuyao inquired, "Lu Tongfeng, I heard rumors in the town a few days ago that the land temple is haunted. Is that true?" "Haunted? Absolutely unfounded. A baseless rumor. You must not believe it." Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head in denial, though. "So it's just gossip?" "Of course, the land deity and his wife reside here. How could it possibly be haunted?" "Do not trust the ghost tales of those townsfolk. They are slandering maliciously." Lu Tongfeng appeared quite indignant. It was precisely because of the persistent rumors of the land temple being haunted that the young maidens and wives in the town avoided him. "How ridiculous!" As Yun Fuyao observed Lu Tongfeng's serious yet somewhat indignant expression, it seemed this fellow, having lived here for 16 years, was unaware that many spirits congregated in this place. Yun Fuyao then cast a skeptical glance at Dahei. Last night, she had witnessed the land temple surrounded by at least dozens of spirits. Dahei had seen it too, and had even stopped her from confronting the spirits. She sought answers from Dahei. But the clever dog, upon noticing her gaze, immediately turned its head away, as if to say, "Do not look at me. I refuse to answer your questions." Yun Fuyao's confusion deepened. She suddenly sensed that Lu Tongfeng and this abandoned land temple seemed to harbor many secrets unknown to others. Lu Tongfeng was not blind. Having lived here for so long, he could not have failed to see those spirits. Yet, why did he not appear to be lying? Did those spirits not frequently emerge? Was it mere coincidence that she encountered them last night? After a brief silence, Yun Fuyao pressed further. Lu Tongfeng, I noticed an ancient well beneath the big locust tree at the temple entrance. I'm curious, why is the well situated under the tree? Aren't you worried about falling into the leaves? Lu Tongfeng took a sip of the fine wine, then tossed a peanut high into the air. Catching it deftly with his mouth, while chewing, he replied, that ancient well, it's no ordinary well. It's a wishing well. A wishing well? Yes. When I was young, my master told me that this wishing well is about 2 zhang deep, with water about 2 feet deep. Beneath the water, there is a very small pottery jar. When wishing patrons toss coins into the well, if the coins slide across the water surface and land accurately in the jar, their wishes will come true. A few years ago, after my master passed away, I had no money to spend and even went down to dig for coins. Yun Fuyao's expression tightened. You went down that ancient well? Lu Tongfeng nodded. Yes, the well and the locust tree have existed for a long time. That it was already here when this was still the Moon Elder Temple. Over the centuries, there have accumulated many coins at the bottom of the well. I dug for several days to clear it out, and I ended up with over 20,000 coins, which sustained me for more than a year. Without those coins, I would have starved to death 4 years ago. Yun Fuyao fell silent once more. According to her conjecture, this place was a convergence of spiritual veins, and the spirits she had seen last night were likely drawn here by the spiritual energy. The spirits must be lurking beneath the ancient well. Logically, if a living person like Lu Tongfeng entered the well, he would surely be devoured by those spirits. Why, then, did they not emerge to drain his flesh and blood after he spent 2 days digging? Were these spirits only recently gathered here, or was her assumption incorrect? Was the boundary between mortals and immortals not referring to this place as a gathering of spiritual power, but merely indicating the land temple? Were the spirits not hiding beneath the ancient well? Yun Fuyao inquired, is there anything special about the bottom of the well? Lu Tongfeng chuckled. Special? Specially stinky, perhaps? Specially stinky? Yes, a couple of years ago, a rainstorm collapsed 2 mud houses behind the temple. Taking the latrine with it.so for the past 2 years. I've been using that dry wishing well as an open-air toilet and garbage pit. Ha, as she observed Lu Tongfeng's mischievous grin. Yun Fuyao was taken aback. This ancient well had become a cesspool. What was to be done? 3 days prior, Yun Fuyao, despite her severe injuries, had used a soil escape talisman to sneak back into the land temple. At that time, Lu Tongfeng had already left to avoid the box left behind by her master's uncle from falling into the hands of the 2 others. She had tossed the box into the ancient well at the temple entrance, intending to retrieve it later. She had actively sought to accompany Lu Tongfeng back to the dilapidated temple, rather than remaining in the cave on Sipping Mountain to recuperate, precisely to reclaim the box. This morning, she had planned to jump into the ancient well to search for the box, but Dahe, that stubborn dog, had been watching her closely, forcing her to seek another opportunity. Little did she expect that Lu Tongfeng had just mentioned that the well had turned into his open-air toilet. 2 years' worth of refuse had been dumped in there. Heaven only knew how thick the accumulation of filth was at the bottom of the well now, that it was likely enough to suffocate a person. Having smeared her face with a bit of ash, she already felt wretched. The mere thought of having to dive into a cesspit to search for the box made her expression turn pale. She would rather die than jump into that foul pit with her pristine body in search of the box. Just then, Lu Tongfeng's voice reached her ears. Fairy Fuyao, let us not dwell on these nonsensical matters any longer. I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Tongfeng rubbed his hands together, wearing an expression that suggested he was somewhat embarrassed. Yun Fuyao slowly came to her senses, tilting her head to look at Lu Tongfeng. This shameless fellow had no qualms about dumping waste into the ancient well, and yet he felt embarrassed. What do you wish to ask of me? Well, I would like to borrow a few grain-absorbing pills. Just a loan. I promise to repay you once I earn some silvered, Lu Tongfeng said with a grin. Grain-absorbing pills. What do you need those for? To eat. Lu Tongfeng replied earnestly. Yin Fuyao felt as though she had asked a foolish question. What else could one do with grain-absorbing pills other than to consume them? When you were in the cave, didn't you say that grain-absorbing pills were tasteless? Why do you want to eat it again? Lu Tongfeng shook his head and sighed. It's not for me. I intend to give it to Ling Dang. The deaths of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang have dealt her a severe blow. For the past 2 days, she has hardly touched food or water and looks utterly haggard. I fear if this continues, her health will deteriorate, so I wish to borrow some fasting pills from you. At the very least, it could preserve her life. Yin Fuyao cast a deep glance at Lu Tongfeng, and suddenly a thought struck her that a faint, mischievous smile graced her cold lips that, oh, since it's to save your friend, I shall lend you a few. Wonderful! I knew that, Fairy Fuyao. You are a savior of the suffering. Yin Fuyao took a gentle sip of fine wine and replied nonchalantly, Lu Tongfeng, do not rejoice too soon that I can provide you with the fasting pills without expecting repayment. But you must do something for me in return, and oh problem, just tell me, he readily agreed. Yin Fuyao continued, I want you to descend to the bottom of that ancient well. What? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. You mean the well at the entrance? Yes, that one. What do you need me to go down there for? Earlier, out of curiosity, when I leaned over to peer into the well, I accidentally dropped something of great importance to me. I intended to retrieve it myself, but given the filth below and my slight obsession with cleanliness, I would like you to fetch it for me. Lu Tongfeng's expression froze instantly. He recoiled slightly, stammering, You won't help me with such a trivial matter. Do you have any idea how much a single fasting pill sells for on the market? I generously offered it to aid your friend, and yet you make it so difficult for me? Fairy Fuyao, I will do it, but you must first give me the fasting pills, Lu Tongfeng declared, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot before gulping down a large mouthful of wine in agreement to Yin Fuyao's request. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a chill in his heart. Over the past 2 years, he had treated the ancient well as an open-air latrine and a waste disposal site. Not only had he dumped everyday refuse into it, but he had also used it as a toilet. Now, he was being asked to descend into his own cesspool to retrieve something important for Yin Fuyao. He glanced at Yin Fuyao, inwardly grumbling. How can such a lovely girl have such a penchant for peeping into men's latrines? This obsession is rather disgusting. And look at her, careless enough to drop something significant into a filthy pit. Fortunately, it is the dead of winter. It should be frozen solid down there, that if it were spring, summer, or autumn, I would never agree to this. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lu Tongfeng, concerned for Ling Dong's well-being, reached out to Yin Fuyao, requesting the fasting pills. You must give me the fasting pills first. I will deliver them to Ling Dang now, and I can return before dark. As for descending into the well, I, Lu Tongfeng, will not go back on my word. Yin Fuyao said nothing further. Though Lu Tongfeng was lecherous and somewhat unhinged, he had his merits. He had steadfastly remained in this dilapidated temple for 6 years for the sake of a promise, a feat not easily accomplished by most. Thus, Yin Fuyao retrieved a small white porcelain vial from her spatial storage pouch, on which the words fasting pills were inscribed. She poured out 3 pills and handed them to Lu Tongfeng, saying, 1 fasting pill can sustain a person for half a month without hunger. These 3 should suffice. Quite enough. Lu Tongfeng beamed as he accepted them. He then dashed out of the dilapidated temple, his voice echoing from outside. I shall return shortly. Traversing the snowy path, Lu Tongfeng soon arrived at the small town. As dusk approached, the once chilly town seemed somewhat livelier than in the morning, with a few scattered figures appearing on streets. Smoke curled up from chimneys throughout the town, and several children bundled in thick coats played merrily at doorsteps. Upon reaching Lingdong's home, he found the courtyard's snow had been cleared. Inside, the village head, Lin Deming, was conversing with a frail old man who appeared to be only a few years his junior. Surrounded by several young people, this frail old man was the town's only physician, also surnamed Lin, named Lin Diyun, and he was Lin Deming's cousin. Seeing Lin the physician present made Lu Tongfeng's heart tighten. 2 hours prior, when he left, Yu Ling Dang was still in the morning hall, keeping vigil for her mother and grandmother. Had something happened? He hurried into the courtyard, overhearing Lin Deming ask, Diyun, how is Ling Dang doing now? Lin the physician sighed. Ling Dong's constitution has always been weak, and these past few days of excessive grief have rendered her unable to eat. Not only can she not consume broth or medicine, but even a little thin porridge makes her vomit. That if this continues, she may not survive the night. Lin Deming urged, "Think of another way. Ling Dang is the last of the family. You must save her life at all costs." Lin the physician sighed again. "I will do my best." I could see that moment. Lu Tongfeng spoke up. "Uncle Ming, I have a solution." His words immediately drew the attention of Lin Deming and the others. Next to Lin Deming stood a rather elegantly dressed young man, appearing around 17 or 18 years old, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, quite handsome. This young man was named Lin Feng, Lin Deming's grandson. His father had served in the military alongside Yu Lingdong's father, Yu Chengfei, and both had perished in battle 4 years prior. The Lin family was the wealthiest in town, with Lin Deming as the village head, owning hundreds of acres of fertile land and running a grain shop in Yiyang City. He placed great importance on cultivating his grandson, having sent him to the largest Bailu Academy in Xuyang for his studies. Recently, during the winter break, he had returned to the town. Yu Lingdang was the town's most beautiful maiden, and the two had grown up together as childhood friends, leading everyone in the town to believe that she would marry Lin Feng. Lin Feng was quite fond of Yu Lingdang, and now that such a tragedy had struck her family, he had been busying himself in the courtyard. Upon hearing Lu Tongfeng's voice, Lin Feng frowned and said, "You again, little madman? If you haven't eaten, I'll have someone pack some buns for you to take back to your dilapidated temple. Don't come here causing a ruckus." A young man beside Lin Feng chimed in, "Exactly. What can a filthy beggar like you do?" Scram. Lu Tongfeng was not well regarded in town. Nearly everyone looked down on him and bullied him. Only Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang would occasionally help him, so he had long grown accustomed to it. "Young Master Lin, I truly have a solution." My master, before he passed, gave me some pills, claiming they're fasting pills. After taking them, a person can survive for at least 15 days without food. That if Ling Dang takes one, she could go without eating or drinking for this time and be fine. Lu Tongfeng did not mention that the fasting pills had been borrowed from Yin Fuyao, instead attributing them to his deceased master, who had been gone for many years. No one could verify his claims. Lin Feng scoffed. "What are you blabbering about? 15 days without food? Go away, I'm tired of seeing you." He started to push Lu Tongfeng out of the courtyard. "Wait." Lin the physician reached out to stop him. "Little madman, what did you just say? Fasting pills. Are they the kind used by cultivators?" Lu Tongfeng nodded. "Yes." Lin the physician's expression brightened. "If they are indeed fasting pills, then Ling Dang may be saved. Show them to me." Lu Tongfeng retrieved a pill roughly the size of a quail's egg, coated in a thick layer of wax. Lin the physician took it, squeezing the wax away to reveal a small, orange-yellow pill for which a faint aroma of wine wafted. He sniffed it and examined it closely. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is a fasting pill. You have done well, my dear nephew. How could this filthy beggar have a fasting pill from a cultivator? It cannot be wrong. It cannot be." In the 10 classic texts of medicine, it is recorded that there exists a wondrous elixir, known as the Bigu pill, its hue a vibrant orange-yellow, gleaming like golden rays at first glance. It resembles the bountiful fruits of autumn, warm and strikingly vivid. This pill is crafted from the essence of heaven and earth, amalgamating the fragrant vitality of myriad rare flowers and the auspiciousness of the reishi mushroom, blending the essence of various celestial herbs and auspicious trees, all harmoniously combined within the alchemical crucible, condensing their brilliance. Its aroma is uniquely enchanting, faintly reminiscent of fine wine. Unlike the common flavors of the mundane world, it is akin to the ethereal fragrance of divine nectar, pure and distant, invigorating the spirit and clearing the mind, as if one were wandering amidst the fragrant realms of orchids and elixirs, the heady scent permeating the very soul. Upon consumption, hunger dissipates instantaneously, enabling one to remain unperturbed by cravings for a fortnight. IKT aids in cultivating a tranquil heart, liberating one from the burdens of earthly sustenance, a true boon for those who seek enlightenment and profound understanding. For those embroiled in the toils of the world, it serves as an excellent remedy for distress, truly a rare delicacy and a treasure of health. This particular pill, possessed by the little madman, bears an uncanny resemblance to the bigu pills commonly consumed by practitioners of immortality, in size, color, and even the wine-like fragrance it exudes, worth no less than 100 taels of silver. Ling Dang is saved. Quickly administer it to her. Although Lin Feng harbors a disdain for Lu Tongfeng, upon hearing from Elder San that this item is indeed a celestial elixir, he dares not delay. He retrieves the bigu pill and strides towards Ling Dong's chamber, with Lu Tongfeng and the others promptly in tow. Inside the room, Ling Dang lies pale upon the bed, already in a state of unconsciousness. Cui sits beside her, wiping her tears, upon seeing the group enter. Cui hastily rises and inquires, Lin Feng Gu, what has happened? Lin Feng remains silent, directly approaching the bedside, gently placing the bigu pill into Ling Dong's mouth. Strangely, the moment the pill is consumed, it swiftly dissolves within her. Almost as if it were melting away in a brief moment, her originally pallid cheeks begin to regain a healthy flush. This scene leaves everyone astounded. Dr. Lin steps forward to check Ling Dong's pulse, exclaiming joyfully, indeed, it is a divine elixir. The vitality within Ling Dang is beginning to surge. The crowd erupts in jubilation. Lin Deming gazes quizzically at Lu Tongfeng, who stand at the back of the gathering, and asks, Tongfeng, how did you come by such a miraculous medicine? Lu Tongfeng replies, Elder Ming, I mentioned earlier in the courtyard that this was left to me by my master before his passing. I have not dared to consume it over the years. Lin Deming nods and remarks, the old temple's abbot lived past a century. He truly was an extraordinary figure. Lin Feng approaches Lu Tongfeng, adopting a condescending and imperious tone. Little madman, though I have never favored you, today your pill has saved Ling Dang, and I shall not allow you to suffer loss. Elder San stated this item is worth 100 taels of silver. Lin Feng produces a money pouch from his robes and retrieves 3 50-tael silver notes. I shall give you 150 taels. Lu Tongfeng has never encountered such a sum. This amount would suffice to renovate the dilapidated temple and construct 2 new brick houses. Yet, he refrains from reaching out to accept. He regards Lin Feng with a cool demeanor and states, Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? Ling Dang is your friend, and she is also my friend. Besides, Granny Lu and Aunt Fat have always treated me well that I did not bring forth the bigu pill to sell it. With that, Lu Tongfeng turns to Lin Deming and says, Elder Ming, the sky is darkening. Since Ling Dang is now out of danger, I shall return to the temple. Should you require assistance, simply inform me. Lin Deming nods slowly. Indeed, the snowy paths are treacherous. Take care. Watching Lu Tongfeng depart gracefully, Lin Feng feels somewhat awkward. He gazes at the 3 silver notes in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. In his memory, ever since the old temple's abbot passed away 6 years ago, Lu Tongfeng has lived a life worse than that of a beggar, spending his days either napping in the temple, flirting with maidens in town, hunting mountain chickens and wild rabbits with his large black dog, or begging for scraps in taverns or at Granny Lu's breakfast stall. 150 taels is undoubtedly a fortune for Lu Tongfeng, enough to help him build a home and even marry a wife. Yet Lu Tongfeng declined. This leaves Lin Feng feeling flustered. Lu Tongfeng does not linger in the town. Before Ling Dang regains consciousness, he departs, heading southward. Upon leaving the town, he mutters to himself, 150 taels. That's a whole 150. I should have taken it. Why didn't I accept it back then? Lu Tongfeng, oh Lu Tongfeng, how much is your pride worth? You've been mocked daily. Today, you pretended to be a big shot. You have not a single coin to your name. Do you not know this in your heart? Lu Tongfeng now deeply regrets not accepting the 3 silver notes extended by Lin Feng, to the point of slapping himself several times that I cannot let my disdain for Lin Feng come between me and money. After half a year of saving, he has barely managed to accumulate a few coins, all of which he spent today on food and an old hen. Now, he finds himself truly destitute, with nothing to his name. Alas, there's no remedy now. Having pretended to be a big shot in front of Lin Feng, I can only maintain the facade. Reflecting on Yun Fuyo's gift of 3 bigu pills, of which he has only consumed 1, he realizes that with 2 remaining, should he sell them, he could make a significant profit, which alleviates his gloom somewhat. In winter, darkness descends swiftly. When Lu Tongfeng exited the town, it was just dusk, the sky painted with crimson hues. By the time he returned to the land temple, the night had fully enveloped the land. Upon entering the temple, he finds Yin Fuyo seated on the ground, sipping chicken soup, while the large black dog gnaws on a chicken bone beside her. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's return, Yin Fuyo glances at him and remarks, "This chicken soup is quite good. You should have some." Lu Tongfeng shakes his head. "The hen was bought for you to nourish your health. I am tall and robust, requiring no such supplements. You should drink more." With that, Lu Tongfeng gathers some firewood from the corner and tosses a few sticks on a fire. He then unfastens his rusted sword and broken gourd. Sitting before the flames, sipping intermittently. After a few sips of wine, Lu Tongfeng tilts his head to regard Yin Fuyo. Though her face is still dirty, the contours of her beautiful visage speak volumes, revealing her as an unparalleled beauty, albeit with a somewhat aloof and proud demeanor. "Fairy Fuyo, might you share some tales of my master from the past?" Yin Fuyo pauses. "I do not know much about Master Uncle's past. I have been under my master's tutelage for only 23 years, while Master Uncle departed from Yuntian's sect over 300 years ago. That I have only heard some legends about him. That drunken old fraud." "A legend?" Lu Tongfeng interjects. "Wait, how long have you been at Yuntian's sect?" 23 years, she replies. "How old are you now?" Lu Tongfeng's expression turned skeptical. "I was born in the year of Guai. What do you think?" Yin Fuyo responds slowly. Lu Tongfeng counts on his fingers, murmuring, "This year is Guai. You were born in Guai. His eyes widen in shock. "You are 30 years old?" Yin Fuyo nods. "Yes, is there anything extraordinary about that?" Lu Tongfeng gasps in disbelief, leaning back, astonished at Yin Fuyo. "What? You must be joking. With that appearance, that skin, you look no more than 18. How can you possibly be 30? Cultivators cannot accurately gauge their age by appearance. Mortals seldom reach 70, but for us cultivators, living past 100 is common. The deeper the cultivation, the longer one lives. At my master, Yu Qinzi, is over 500 years old. As for your master, Xinqi, when he passed 6 years ago, he must have been over 800. Lu Tongfeng feels a bit dazed. This only complicates matters further. Originally, becoming Yin Fuyo's little master uncle had already disrupted his lifelong plan of having 13 children with her. Now, it turns out there is a 14-year difference between them. The odds of them being together have diminished significantly. Observing Lu Tongfeng's astonished expression, Yin Fuyo feels perplexed. What is so strange about being 30? Reaching the Dao realm at 30 is an extraordinary feat among the younger generation of Yuntian's sect. I am lauded as the most remarkable woman in 1,000 years, one of the 10 fairies of the age. No one ever admits to being old. Instead, everyone praises her, marveling at how, at such a tender age, she possesses such profound cultivation, truly a rarity throughout the ages. Lu Tongfeng, does your gaze imply that I am aged? Yin Fuyao's tone was tinged with irritation. Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "No, not old at all. Not in the slightest. Cultivators are not like ordinary mortals. In terms of age, a 30-year-old cultivator is comparable to a mere child in the mortal realm." "How can that be considered old?" Yin Fuyao, with her bright, clear eyes, shot him a glare. Lu Tongfeng continued, "Let us discuss my deceased master instead. Did my master truly live for 800 years? Yin Fuyao replied, "Uncle Xianqi's cultivation reaches the heavens and the earth. It is said he's attained the void transformation realm, with a lifespan of 800 years. What is so strange about that? The void transformation realm? The highest realm? My master was indeed formidable. Is he not quite renowned? Does he not hold a high position in the Yuntian sect? Certainly, although he has been wandering the mortal realm in obscurity for the past 3 centuries. Many legends about him persist, and he is hailed as the strongest figure in the Yuntian sect over the past millennium. The strongest figure in the Yuntian sect for a millennium? My master, wait, are we speaking of the same person? My master, that notorious drunkard who choked on a roasted chicken, the so-called strongest of 1,000 years. He spends his days either sending me to fetch wine or lounging beneath the large locust tree at the entrance, drinking and enjoying the shade. How could he possibly be that powerful? Fairy Fuyao, have we perhaps confused matters? Lu Tongfeng felt quite embarrassed about the situation. They were clearly referring to different individuals. Yin Fuyao gently shook her head, saying, "No. If there had been a misunderstanding, I would not have been able to respond to the secret signal. That is true. Your ability to respond to the signal indicates you are the one my master instructed me to await here. But my disheveled master hardly seems like a transcendent being." Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. Yin Fuyao calmly remarked, "Uncle Xianxi is revered as the sword god of the burning heavens, wielding the divine sword of the burning heavens, and he has never known defeat in his life. That I mentioned before that 300 years ago, he was already the foremost cultivator in the world, consistently ranking among the top 3 on the celestial rankings." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Top 3 on the celestial rankings? If my master is truly that impressive, why did he not teach me? Have I been unworthy of his instruction? I ride my trusty steed, Dahei, to the town daily to fetch him wine. Surely, I am not so undeserving. I had thought I could forgive him for deceiving me. But now I find that I cannot. That detestable old man. Lu Tongfeng was now deeply saddened. It was bad enough that the townsfolk looked down upon him, but to think that the master who had been his sole companion for a decade also held him in contempt. If he truly valued him, how could he take all his skills to the grave? The top 3 on the celestial rankings, perhaps not even 3rd. This was a genuine, extraordinary being who could command the clouds and reign at will. Had his master imparted even a fraction of his knowledge, Lu Tongfeng would not have endured such hardship over the past few years. Memories of his struggles over the past 6 years flooded back. Tears began to well up in Lu Tongfeng's eyes. Yin Fuyao, sipping the delicious chicken soup, observed Lu Tongfeng's sorrowful demeanor, and her expression shifted. "Are you certain that Uncle did not impart to you any true techniques or divine abilities?" "Of course not. If he had taught me any celestial arts, I would already be an immortal. How could I be living in such destitution?" Yet, Yin Fuyao seemed to ponder her words, slowly saying, "However, I have seen you meditating and cultivating." "You saw me meditating? When?" "Every night you were engaged in your practice that truly cultivation." Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then he understood Yin Fuyao's meaning. She continued, "Indeed, from my observations, the technique you are practicing is quite extraordinary. I have long wished to inquire what true method you are employing. Lu Tongfeng felt somewhat dazed. After a moment, he replied, "The technique I practice while meditating is called the hunger-resisting and cold-resistant art." "The hunger-resisting and cold-resistant art? I have not heard of it." Yin Fuyao thought for a long while, but could not recall a technique with such a peculiar name. Lu Tongfeng grinned, saying, "Of course you haven't heard of it. I came up with that name myself. As long as I practice it, I don't feel cold in winter, and I can go 7 or 8 days without eating or drinking. This is my greatest secret. I haven't even told Lingling, only you." Yin Fuyao's eyes widened in realization. "Lu Tongfeng, have you considered that the heart method you practice daily might actually be a powerful celestial art passed down by Uncle?" "Impossible. Since I was 3, my master taught me to recognize characters, meridians, and AC points at T6. He imparted this hunger-resisting heart method to me, instructing me to practice daily without interruption. That I have diligently followed his advice for 10 years. Never missing a night, even meditating before his coffin on the day he passed. If this were indeed a formidable celestial art, after a decade of practice, I would have long been able to soar through the clouds and fly with a sword like you. Yet, I am merely a bit stronger than others, with slightly greater speed and endurance, and a slight resilience to cold and hunger." Yin Fuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Something feels amiss, very amiss, through her 2 secret observations of Lu Tongfeng's practice. She had discerned that he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 qi returning to origin. This level of cultivation was at least above the 4th layer of the nascent soul realm and could even be on par with her own attainment of the Tao integration realm. However, it was peculiar that Lu Tongfeng possessed such abundant spiritual energy yet could not harness or manifest it. Suddenly, Yin Fuyao said, "Lu Tongfeng, may I examine your body?" "Examine my body? Do I need to undress?" "Not at all. I merely need to place my hand on your pulse to enter your body with my divine sense. Is that so?" Lu Tongfeng's face fell in disappointment, having expected something more. "Well then, please go ahead and check." At that moment, Dahei, who had been gnawing on a bone, suddenly stood up, positioning himself between Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fuyao. Barking loudly at Lu Tongfeng, it was clear that the great black dog did not wish for Yun Fuyao to examine Lu Tongfeng's body. Having lived together for many years, Lu Tongfeng could roughly understand Dahei's intent. Don't worry, Dahei. Fairy Fuyao means me no harm. She is a cultivator, an immortal, with great abilities, and she will help me check whether my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are healthy. I've felt something off in my body these past 2 years. I can't wake up during the day and can't sleep at night. Dahei remains silent. Is that even a problem? You can't wake up during the day because you're lazy. You can't sleep at night because you're thinking about women. Dahei continued to block Lu Tongfeng's path, barking incessantly. Dahei's behavior aroused Yun Fuyao's suspicion. She suspected that Lu Tongfeng's body concealed some secret, and Dahei seemed to know this secret. Hence the obstruction. Lu Tongfeng waved Dahei aside, saying, "Go on, gnaw your bone. Fairy Fuyao, don't mind this old dog. Please check my pulse." But Dahei seems unwilling to allow me to examine you. What does he count for? If he keeps barking, I'll remove his hind legs tomorrow and make him into soup. Lu Tongfeng plopped down beside Yun Fuyao, rolled up his sleeve, and extended his arm towards her that moment. Dahei ceased barking, his deep blue eyes fixed intently on Yun Fuyao, his lips curling back to reveal sharp teeth, as if threatening her not to seek her own demise. Upon seeing Dahei's razor-sharp gaze, Yun Fuyao was startled. She could distinctly sense the deep-seated hostility hidden within his eyes. This gaze made her reluctant to meet his gaze directly. She had a feeling that if she reached out to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse, Dahei would instantly leap forward and snap her neck. The flicker of fear and trepidation crossed Yun Fuyao's eyes. This terrifying sensation of impending death was something she had never before sensed from a mere dog. She had great confidence in her sixth sense. This moment, she hesitated to examine Lu Tongfeng's pulse and ascertain his internal condition. "Don't just stand there. Quickly check my pulse." As Yun Fuyao remained motionless, Lu Tongfeng began to urge her, striving to steady her mind. Yun Fuyao glanced down, her expression instantly stiffening. She beheld Lu Tongfeng's arms, sleeves rolled up, revealing a thick layer of dark gray grime. "How long has it been since you last bathed?" "Bathe? I just did so 3 months ago." "3 months? Ugh. Please remove your filthy hands from my presence." The cleanliness obsessed Yun Fuyao. Upon learning that Lu Tongfeng had not bathed for 3 months and witnessing the thick layer of dirt on his arm, felt her stomach churn violently, prompting a wave of nausea. Cultivators differ vastly from mortals. While mortal may endure a few months without bathing with merely an unpleasant odor to show for it, a cultivator's situation is entirely distinct. As a cultivator absorbs the essence of heaven and earth during their practice. Impurities within their body are expelled through their skin pores, forming a layer of grime on the surface. Thus, it is customary for cultivators to bathe nearly every day. Yun Fuyao was certain that Lu Tongfeng was indeed a cultivator. His dedication to his practice, coupled with 3 months of neglecting personal hygiene, made it unfathomable to imagine the thickness of the dirt he bore. Noticing Yun Fuyao's intense reaction, Lu Tongfeng awkwardly rolled down his sleeves. He awkwardly remarked, "Fairy Fuyao, is such exaggeration truly necessary? There are many in the town who are far less clean than I. Are you all right? Did you really vomit? Step away. Do not come near me." Lu Tongfeng was now quite vexed. He had intended for Yun Fuyao to examine him for ailments or to determine if he possessed spiritual roots. His dismay had instead caused her to retch. He positioned himself at a considerable distance from her. "Can you please stop vomiting? I spent 3 coins to buy that old hen for you. If you expel it all, my money will have been wasted." In the deep of night, over 20 figures clad in white emerged from the direction of Siping Mountain. Each donned garments as white as the snow, gliding swiftly across the snowy ground without leaving a trace. They advanced at astonishing speed towards Fuyang Town. These individuals were sent by the Yinyang Master to silence the witnesses in Fuyang Town, as they silently skimmed low through the air. They were exceedingly difficult to detect. By the time the clock struck 2, the 20 white figures appeared on the southern edge of the town. Observing the darkened town, the leader, cloaked in a mask, rasped, "To dare kill those of the extreme Yin sect, one must truly be tired of living." Brothers, you know what to do, right? A nearby figure in white chuckled. Third senior brother, fear not. The beautiful maiden shall be taken, while the rest will be dispatched. The elder disciple of the Yin Yang Master was the current abbot of the Fo Lin Monastery, Master Chen, once a furnace for the Yin Yang Master. She eventually became his disciple. The Yin Yang Master's second disciple perished over 30 years ago during the righteous sect's encirclement. The third disciple, named Su Tsang, had followed the Yin Yang Master for many years. Known for his ruthless temperament and countless murders in the art of tormenting maidens, he surpassed even his master. Over 30 years ago, he had narrowly escaped the righteous sect's onslaught, with his cultivation at the peak of the harmonization realm. He firmly held the title of the third strongest within the extreme Yin sect. Su Tsang slowly addressed his companions. The remnants of Yu Hai's trio may be here. Perhaps that female disciple from the Yin Tian sect is still around. Be cautious and mind not only the killing, but also seek out traces of Yu Hai's people. We must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. Understood. Su Tsang divided the 20 individuals into two teams. One responsible for the residents on the east side of the street, and the other for those on the west. The townsfolk remained oblivious to the grim reaper's arrival. Most were still lost in slumber. In the home of Yu Lingdang, she had awakened and appeared considerably less haggard than during the day. The formidable spiritual energy of the healing pill nourished her body, restoring her complexion and adding color to her cheeks. However, her spirit remained low, as if she had lost her very soul. Lin Feng was still present. Listen, Lingdang, it is getting late. I must take my leave. You and Chui should rest early. I will return first thing in the morning. Lin Feng stated. Yu Lingdang offered no reply. Chui interjected. Brother Lin Feng, you've been quite weary these past few days. Rest assured, I will take good care of Lingdang. Lin Feng nodded, casting one last glance at Lingdang before sighing and turning to leave. Suddenly, the dogs in the town began to bark. The cacophony originated from the southern part of the town, swiftly spreading throughout. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the dead of night, it was uncommon for the entire town's dogs to bark incessantly. At that moment, a crisp gong sounded unexpectedly, followed by a human's agonizing scream. Chui and Lingdang rushed out of the spirit hall upon hearing the commotion, spotting Lin Feng in the courtyard. Chui exclaimed, Brother Lin Feng, what is happening? Lin Feng shook his head in confusion. I do not know. Murder! Those lecherous scoundrels have returned, a voice cried from the south, followed by a scream that fell into silence. Yet, the words rang clear. Lin Feng's face paled in alarm. This is bad. Those lecherous scoundrels are back. Chui, you and Lingdang must hide. Chui was already terrified, her face drained of color, while Lingdang's eyes burned with a fierce redness. Lights began to flicker on in every household in the town, yet screams and shouts echoed continuously, alongside the piercing cries of women. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the southern end of the town. These assailants were not only slaughtering households, but also setting fires. Located in a remote area, with heavy snow sealing the mountains, they harbored no worries about potential escape or rescue. They were cultivators, and to them, ordinary mortals were as insignificant as ants. They showed no intention of concealing their identities. Brazenly entering the town from the south, aside from the attractive maidens, all others were slain on the spot, and their homes were ignited by the lame, and Li Chuyin stood in the courtyard. Li Chuyin gazed the land temple. The large black dog, sprawled in front of the bonfire, suddenly perked up its ears and slowly raised its head. In an instant, it bolted out of the temple. Barking furiously, the commotion instantly roused Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fiao. Hearing the dog's incessant barking outside the temple, Lu Tongfeng felt a jolt of alarm. Having lived alongside the dog for many years, he could decipher its barks to some extent. This particular sound was both urgent and sharp, signaling imminent danger. Lu Tongfeng sprang to his feet and rushed out of the temple. He saw the large black dog barking wildly towards the north. Turning his gaze in that direction, his expression changed drastically. Within a mere 3 miles, the flickering flames of the small town were clearly visible, accompanied by billowing smoke. Faintly, he could even hear the sounds of wailing and cries for help. It dawned on him that something had gone awry in Fuyang town. Judging by the number of burning houses, it was certainly not a mere accident. it was most likely connected to the two white-clad brigands who had escaped that night. Having failed in their previous endeavor and losing one of their own, it was clear they had returned for revenge. With this realization, Lu Tongfeng's expression darkened, and he hurried back to the dilapidated temple. Retrieving his rusted sword from the corner where he had been sleeping, seeing Lu Tongfeng's panicked demeanor, Yun Fuyao inquired, "What is the matter?" "Trouble in the town. I suspect the brigands from that night have returned for retribution." "Fuyao, you should hide. I'm going to assist in the town." With that, Lu Tongfeng grasped his rusted sword and dashed out of the crumbling temple, happy by the time Yun Fuyao emerged with her bamboo staff. Lu Tongfeng's figure had already vanished, along with the large black dog. She gazed northward, where the sky was aglow with crimson light, as if the entire town were ablaze. The sounds of various cries and wails echoed from that direction. A grave expression settled on Yun Fuyao's ash-smudged face. She understood that the tragedy unfolding in the town tonight was undoubtedly a continuation of the horrific events from 3 days prior at the Yulingdang residence. Lu Tongfeng had recounted the rough sequence of events from that fateful night. While they were in the cave point, 3 white-clad brigands had suddenly appeared, and only one had been slain by a female disciple of the Yuntian sect. Now, it seemed their accomplices had returned seeking vengeance. They were surely cultivators. Before cultivators, mortals were akin to mere ants. Only cultivators could contend with cultivators. Although she was aware that Lu Tongfeng was also a cultivator, he, like others, had seemingly wasted 10 years of arduous training. Apart from a bit more strength and stamina, he possessed no real skills in a battle of cultivators. It was a contest of cultivation level. Genuine techniques, magical artifacts, and supernatural powers, not merely a test of physical prowess. Yun Fuyao's gaze fell upon the ancient well not far away. Her initially calm eyes now reflected a hint of hesitation. Her injuries had healed significantly, save for her leg, which had yet to fully recover. However, this did not impede her ability to fly with her sword. She could retrieve the treasure box from the well and depart immediately. Returning to the Yuntian sect to report, this would indeed be the most prudent course of action. Yet, if she were to leave with the treasure box now, what would become of Lu Tongfeng? The fate of the townsfolk was of little concern to Yun Fuyao, but Lu Tongfeng was someone she knew, and he was also her junior uncle. Given Lu Tongfeng's meager abilities, if he confronted those brigands, his chances of survival would be slim. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Fuyao gritted her teeth and reached behind her, grasping the air. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth for the dilapidated temple. It was her celestial sword. Han Shuang that Lu Tongfeng and a large black dog sprinted through the snow. The closer they approached the town, the heavier Lu Tongfeng's heart felt. Over 20 masked white-clad figures, wielding gleaming long knives, were present. They were all cultivators, capable of detecting even those hiding in cellars with their spiritual awareness. They began their bloody rampage from the southern edge of the town. Soon, 2 to 3 dozen households in the south were slaughtered. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, shattering the intricate Baba diagram. A potent surge of true essence surged forth like sound waves, radiating in all directions, causing numerous houses flanking the streets to collapse under the onslaught of this formidable energy. Although Li Qian managed to parry Su Tsong's strike, she too suffered the consequences, being merely at the initial stage of harmonization. While Su Tsong stood at its pinnacle, there was a significant disparity in their strengths. Li Qian staggered backward several steps, her body rocked by the immense force. The conical hat atop her head and her veil were swept away by the same power. Upon catching a glimpse of her visage, Su Tsong let out a sinister chuckle. "What a stunning maiden. It seems my brothers are in for a treat." The long blades, akin to venomous serpents, lunged towards Li Qian from various angles, at least 7 or 8 in total. A wave of panic surged within her heart. This individual was beyond her capacity to confront. Faced with the combined assault of numerous adversaries, her chances of survival were bleak. Summoning all her strength, she bellowed, breaking sword technique. Swiftly, she brandished her flame immortal sword, striving to repel the incoming blades. Yet Su Tsong and his accomplices were relentless, seizing the returning blades and quickly channeling their true essence. The long swords emanated a chilling glow. They exhibited no sense of martial honor. As the group of 8 assailed Li Qian together, as their mystical techniques activated. A multitude of glimmering blades sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, Li Chuyin retreated several paces. That moment, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from beneath her, heaving up the street's surface. A thick earthen wall materialized with a thunderous roar, standing as a barrier before her. Most of the incoming blades were thwarted by this unexpected rampart, although a few managed to breach it, hurtling towards Li Chuyin with a graceful and agile demeanor. She deftly maneuvered her sword, neutralizing the sporadic assaults with finesse. Despite her efforts, the earthen wall, composed of soil and cobblestones, quickly succumbed to the relentless barrage, crumbling into ruins. This wall, once a part of the street, gleamed with a faint orange-yellow hue, now disrupted by an unseen force that had uprooted a section of the thoroughfare as if lifting a wooden plank. The cobblestone shattered, and debris mingled with snow. Scattered chaotically, Su Tsang observed the spectacle, his expression darkening as he rasped, "There are still formidable experts here." As his words fell, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged from the shadows, wielding a sword that radiated an orange-yellow luminescence. This man was none other than the lame It was evident that he had invoked a mysterious technique to raise the earthen wall, shielding Li Chuyin from the blades. Suddenly, both sides found themselves in a standoff, one comprising 8 figures in white, concealing their faces with white masks, and the other consisting of lame Li and Li Chuyin. Yet the tragic events unfolding in the town did not cease with this transient confrontation. A dozen white-clad figures continued their rampage, slaughtering the innocent. Families fled northward, desperate for safety. Many witnesses recognized their saviors as lame Li and his daughter. The mute Li Chuyin. Now was not the time for astonishment. The white-clad assailant from the south were methodically executing their grim task. If they lingered too long, their lives would be forfeit. Chuyin, Uncle Li. A voice chimed through the chaos. Chuyin turned to see Lin Feng, clutching a carrying pole, frantically ushering Yuling Dang and Shui out from a nearby box. These 2 young ladies will do nicely. I shall take them back for my own enjoyment. Su Tsang mused, eyeing the exquisite beauty of the girls. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face paled. Ling Dang, they are cultivators. We must flee. He, along with the similarly frightened Shui, tugged at the vengeful Ling Dang, urging her to retreat northward. Su Tsang and the white figures showed no inclination to pursue, deeming it unnecessary. With 2 feet of snow blanketing the ground, how far could they possibly escape? At this moment, Lamely spoke slowly. All of you are cultivators. To inflict harm upon mere mortals is unbecoming of your status. Su Tsang scoffed derisively. Ha! You righteous cultivators are all hypocrites. What does it matter if a few ants perish? 3 days ago, my 3 junior brothers were slain by your kind. Indeed, we are responsible for their deaths. Lamely replied that if you seek retribution, direct it at us, and spare these innocent lives. Su Tsang's eyes glinted. He had received crucial information. The 3 who had come here 3 days prior to pick flowers had met their demise. This revelation eased his mind, as long as there were no witnesses. Even the disciples of Yintian sect would be unable to trace the incident back to them. Su Tsang sneered. Very well, you too. Cast aside your swords and seal your meridians, and I shall spare these ants. Why should we? We are disciples of Yintian sect. Are you not afraid of us? Of course I am, but we are miles away from Yintian sect. Their sort of mortals cannot reach us here. Besides, do you not consider yourselves the leaders of the righteous path? The giants of the immortal way? There are hundreds of lives in this town waiting for your rescue. If you surrender, they can be saved. Why the silence now? I call you hypocrites, and you take offense? Su Tsang's spiritual sense was actively scanning the surroundings. He could almost confirm that only these 2 disciples of Yintian sect remained in the small town. If there were many sword immortals present, they would not have remained hidden for so long. However, confronting these 2 was no easy task. The young woman in black was likely at the initial stage of harmonization, while the man was at the pinnacle, comparable to himself in a life-or-death struggle. With over 20 on their side, they felt no fear, yet it was likely they would suffer losses as well. Thus, Su Tsang sought to test them. if they were foolish enough to discard their swords and submit. It would be most advantageous, Li Chuyin retorted with a cold laugh. You demonic cultists could never be trusted. Think you could make us surrender is pure folly. Su Tsong glanced at the bloodied long blade in his hand and rasped. Very well. Then let our blades and swords speak for us. He understood the prowess of these two. With a piercing cry, his voice resonated throughout the chaotic town. The dozen or so white-clad figures, engrossed in their slaughter, immediately abandoned their gruesome task and rushed towards him in the blink of an eye. Nearly 20 figures surrounded Lame Li and Li Chuyin. Witnessing the overwhelming numbers, the hearts of Lame Li and Li Chuyin sank. If there had only been 7 or 8 adversaries, they might have managed, but now, facing nearly 20, and knowing that more remained hidden in the surrounding houses, their situation appeared dire. Among them was a master at the 5th level of harmonization, with the others at least at the levels of object manipulation and spiritual essence. This night, the two were likely to face grave peril. Su Tsong grinned malevolently. That man shall be chopped into mincemeat. And as for the lovely maiden, my master specifically instructed me to keep her alive. Once my master is satisfied, she will be ours. As Lu Tongfeng and He arrived at the small town, the southern part had already morphed into a sea of flames. This once tranquil and remote settlement now resembled the most terrifying Hell's Cape imaginable. Here, the chill of winter was utterly absent as dozens of houses blazed, and even the air felt hot. Not far ahead, he spotted a figure lying in a burning house. He recognized it as Sister Hua's home. Bursting into the dwelling, Lu Tongfeng shouted, "Sister Hua." He endured the searing waves of heat as he opened the door to reveal the familiar figure of Sister Hua. A gruesome, gaping wound marred her chest, and cradled in her arms was a child, drenched in blood and lifeless. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Lu Tongfeng felt a surge of fury ignite within him. Just then, the burning beams of the house began to collapse. With great effort, he dragged Sister Hua and her son's lifeless bodies outside. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his in-laws' corpses sprawled across the threshold. These brutes, not even the old, the weak, nor women and children are spared. Having lived in the small town for many years, Lu Tongfeng, despite being called the little beggar or the little madman after his master's death, understood that the villagers were inherently kind-hearted. The residents of Fuyang town had lived in peace and prosperity for centuries, never having encountered such a tragedy as this night. The sight of familiar faces perishing before him ignited a raging fire within Lu Tongfeng's heart. A wave of murderous intent erupted from him, perhaps unbeknownst to himself, as his skin began to flush and his eyes slowly turned crimson. It was as if a mysterious seal binding him was cracking under the pressure of his wrath and bloodlust. Hearing the sounds of a struggle to the north, he grasped his sword and rushed forward. Corpses of the townsfolk littered the streets. Lu Tongfeng knew he had only witnessed a fraction of the horror. Many more citizens, like Sister Hua and her son, must have met their demise within their homes. Having traversed less than 30 paces, he spotted a figure clad in white, wielding a bloodied long knife, and carrying a frail young woman over his shoulder as he emerged from a dwelling. The young woman was desperately screaming and pounding on the back of the man in white. Yet her efforts proved futile. Instead, the man grew increasingly exhilarated, laughing maniacally. "Do not fret, my dear. Once I've slaughtered everyone in this town, I shall savor your body." Lu Tongfeng recognized the woman. She was the wife of Lin Chiga, married just 6 months prior, and quite beautiful. "Release her," Lu Tongfeng shouted, lifting his rusty sword, pointing at the man in white. The man turned at the sound and beheld a ragged youth, clutching a dilapidated sword. He burst into laughter. "Boy, with a sword so rusted, do you truly think you can kill?" In anger, Lu Tongfeng retorted, "My sword may not slay men, but it will vanquish beasts." The man in white carelessly tossed the struggling young woman to the ground. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, she cried out, "Little madman, run! You cannot defeat him. He cannot escape." The man in white sneered, releasing his long knife, which transformed into a streak of demonic light hurtling toward Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng's pupils constricted as he summoned all his strength to parry with his sword. A resounding crash echoed as Lu Tongfeng felt as though he had been struck by a cart, his body involuntarily stumbling backward. The man in white seemed astonished that his thrown knife had failed to kill the boy. With a flick of his hands, the long knife whistled through the air once more. Aimed at Lu Tongfeng, Lu Tongfeng swung his sword in defiance. After several exchanges, he found himself miraculously able to deflect every attack with his rusty blade. Damn it, the man in white cursed, frustrated that his attempts to slay the boy had failed. He leaped forward, gripping his long knife, and delivered a powerful downward strike. Lu Tongfeng sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. His face paled as he gripped his sword tightly to block. Boom! Lu Tongfeng felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, his arms nearly shattering from the impact. The long knife pressed against his rusty sword, bending his legs beneath the pressure. I could see that moment. The man in white kicked Lu Tongfeng squarely in the chest. Lu Tongfeng felt his heart nearly cease. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tumbling through the snowy street before finally coming to a halt after rolling several times. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng was engulfed in excruciating pain, his internal energy churning violently. He struggled to rise, only to spit a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the rusty sword he clutched tightly. "You little brat, I thought you were more capable than this," the man in white taunted. Advancing with his long knife drawn, Lu Tongfeng watched the man approach. A thought crossed his mind. Am I to die? He remained oblivious to the fact that the blood he had spilled upon the rusty sword was vanishing at an alarming rate, as if the sword were consuming it. Suddenly, amidst this turmoil, Lu Tongfeng spotted a shadow. It was the shadow of a dog. In the flickering light, Dahe slowly approached from behind Lu Tongfeng and stopped before him, glancing back at the rusty sword that was devouring Lu Tongfeng's vital essence. Then, with a hint of mockery in its expression, it turned to face the advancing man in white. Dahe did not adopt a defensive posture, but stood resolutely in front of Lu Tongfeng, regarding the man with an eerie calmness. What insolent mud is this? Get lost! The man in white felt a jolt of unease at Dahe's tranquil gaze. Nevertheless, he rationalized that he had no reason to fear a mere dog. Raising his long knife, he lunged forward, aiming for Dahe's head. "Dahe!" Lu Tongfeng shouted. Yet, Dahe seemed unfazed by the impending strike. A faint bluish flame flickered in its eyes, and then Dahe let out a roar. Yes, a roar, not a bark. In Lu Tongfeng's astonished gaze, Dahe's form began to swell dramatically. What had once resembled a calf now transformed into a colossal beast towering over the houses. Its body was dog-like, with exposed fangs, bristle-like fur, a long tail, and claws akin to blades, each tuft of spiky fur emanating an otherworldly blue glow. All of this transpired in an instant. The man in white mid-strike was struck with unprecedented terror. Though his long knife collided with Dahe's massive head, it produced a sound akin to metal striking stone. Not only did the blow fail to harm Dahe, but the knife was violently knocked from the man's grip. "A monster!" The man in white shrieked, turning to flee. Yet Dahe was swifter, leaping forward with gaping jaws, sinking its teeth into the man. After a few chews, it swallowed him whole, skin and bone alike, roaring triumphantly. Dahe seemed to declare its newfound strength to the heavens. Lu Tongfeng was utterly stunned by Dahe's transformation. Having lived alongside the creature for 16 years, he had never imagined that Dahe could transform, and before his very eyes, it had consumed a person whole. A sense of helplessness and terror enveloped Lu Tongfeng's heart. He felt as though his entire existence had been a mere illusion. His master was a fabrication, Dahe a mere figment. What then was real? Staring at the towering monstrosity before him, Lu Tongfeng descended into profound fear. Dahe turned its gaze upon Lu Tongfeng, its eerie blue eyes resembling lanterns filled with an otherworldly glow. The blood remaining on its fangs only added to the aura of terror. Dahe bared its fangs at Lu Tongfeng and wagged its tail, seemingly attempting to reassure him not to be afraid. But how could Lu Tongfeng not be afraid? He collapsed onto the street, wide-eyed, slowly inching backward. Dahe was at a loss for how to explain itself to its little master. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the north, accompanied by a woman's voice calling out, "Dahe, Dahe." Dahe turned northward, hesitating for a moment before letting out a few low calls towards Lu Tongfeng, then bolted away in the direction of the north. Despite its massive size, Dahe's movements were not hindered in the slightest. With each leap, It covered over 10 zhong. What manner of creature is this? Beware. Third senior brother. Save me. Cries of alarm echoed from the northern street. Lu Tongfeng took a moment to regulate his breathing before moving to check on Lin Shiga's little wife, who had been discarded on the ground by the white-clad demon. Upon approaching, he discovered that Lin Shiga's wife had already fallen into a faint. It was unclear whether she had been drugged by the white-clad demon or merely terrified by Dahei's transformation. Lu Tongfeng checked her breath and pulse, confirming that she was merely unconscious and had not perished, which alleviated his worries. The battle to the north grew increasingly fierce, with flashes of blades and shadows dancing amidst the swirling hues of twilight and dark mist. Countless fiery spirit swords darted about, the most dazzling among them. Instead of fleeing, Lu Tongfeng grasped his rusty sword, hunched low, and stealthily made his way northward, taking cover behind the houses lining the street. Unbeknownst to him, the rusty sword in his hand was undergoing a mysterious transformation. The rust upon its blade was gradually flaking away. This phenomenon occurred after Lu Tongfeng's blood had splashed upon the rusty sword, which absorbed and devoured it. It seemed that the sword was sealing a slumbering demon. Awakened by Lu Tongfeng's blood, as he drew nearer to the site of the conflict, waves of violent energy surged towards him. Hiding behind a wall, Lu Tongfeng peered out. In an instant, he froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He beheld two battlefields. Dahei was locked in combat with 8 or 9 white-clad demons, while to the north, a man and woman wielding celestial swords faced off against more than 10 white-clad demons. What caused Lu Tongfeng's astonishment was not Dahei, but the pair of sword-wielding combatants. If he wasn't mistaken, the man was the crippled Li, known for his nightshade, and the woman was his daughter. The mute Li. The crippled Li wielded a celestial sword radiating an orange-yellow glow, while Li, the mute, brandished one that glowed with fiery brilliance. They were encircled by at least 10 white-clad demons, and their attempts to take to the skies were thwarted by their assailants. Dahei attempted to charge in for a rescue, but 7 or 8 white-clad demons continuously obstructed him with their enchanted swords. These demonic blades, infused with countless sword energies, struck against Dahei's form. However, it seemed that these assailants lacked the strength to inflict any fatal harm upon Dahei. On the ground lay the remains of 2 white-clad demons, clearly slain by Dahei's fangs. Though these foes could not deal a fatal blow to Dahei, they hindered his efforts to rescue the crippled Li and his daughter. Lu Tongfeng could scarcely believe that 3 years ago, the crippled Li and his daughter had sought refuge in the town of Yixiang, and now they were revealed to be cultivators. Moreover, their cultivation levels appeared low, for they could not possibly withstand the onslaught of so many white-clad practitioners. Lu Tongfeng felt his worldview shattering. First, Dahei had unexpectedly transformed into a sentient being, and now the crippled Li and his daughter were revealed to be formidable cultivators. The events of the day had become exceedingly bizarre. Block that monster. Everyone, focus your strength to eliminate these two from Yuntian's sect first. Su Tsang's furious voice rang out as he channeled his full power into his demonic sword, striking Li Qiuyin and sending her flying several zhong away. Initially, he had anticipated the night's slaughter to be a rather effortless endeavor. Even with 2 sword cultivators from Yuntian's sect appearing in the small town, Su Tsang had felt no fear, but rather exhilaration. Little did he expect the sudden emergence of a monster. In the blink of an eye. This creature had already claimed the lives of 2 of his junior brothers that no, it should be 3. One more white-clad demon had already been swallowed whole by Dahei. Now, their only option was to entangle this beast and collectively eliminate the 2 before them, that Su Tsang called out loudly. And some of the white-clad disciples still engaged in the slaughter within the town, sensing the dire situation, rushed over from the nearby houses. Upon seeing Dahei, the arriving white-clad demons gasped in shock. Dahei not only moved with lightning speed, but also leaped remarkably high, even unleashing magical attacks. Several demonic blades shot forth simultaneously. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared as a shockwave of sound erupted, instantly sending the incoming blades spiraling away. The onlookers felt as though their eardrums might burst from the sheer force of that roar. The few white-clad demons attacking Dahei were left dazed and disoriented. With a flick of its tail, Dahei sent one white-clad demon flying over Tin Zhong, crashing heavily into a nearby house. Remarkably, this individual did not perish. He shattered the wooden door and emerged with a sword in hand. Lu Tongfeng locked eyes with the man wielding the long blade, both standing merely 4 feet apart. Their gazes met, yet no sparks of romance ignited. The white-clad demon, recovering first, swung his sword at Lu Tongfeng. Startled, Lu Tongfeng cried out and immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! The clash of blade against sword produced a tremendous sound of impact. Instantly, a surge of terrifying power erupted from the rusty sword. The white-clad demon had no time to react and was sent flying backward by this force. Howling as he soared toward Dahei caught him in its jaws, and with a powerful bite. The white-clad demon was torn in two, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd turned to see a young man standing not far away. Holding a sword, the youth did not regard them, but instead gazed at his own sword with a peculiar expression. This moment, the rusty sword had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once thick layer of rust had fallen away, revealing a dark azure, celestial sword. The blade was adorned with ancient, weathered patterns, resembling the revered totems of ancient ancestors or some arcane script. Each line emitted a soft, gentle azure glow. The celestial sword appeared to awaken from slumber, revealing its fearsome fangs. Another cultivator? Kill him! Instantly, 2 white-clad demons shrieked as they lunged toward Lu Tongfeng. With 2 zhang remaining, their demonic blades swung down. 2 brilliant sword lights erupted from their weapons, slicing toward Lu Tongfeng. Before he could react, the celestial sword in his grasp moved of its own accord. Trembling, the sword suddenly unleashed a mysterious power. Lu Tongfeng instinctively released the hilt. With a whoosh, the celestial sword vanished from his sight. Bang! The vanished sword dispersed the 2 incoming sword lights, but did not cease its momentum, hurtling toward the 2 white-clad demons. Both were taken aback, simultaneously swinging their blades mid-air. However, the speed of the celestial sword was unparalleled. Swifter than lightning, just as they raised their long blades to strike, the celestial sword pierced through their chests in an instant. Ah! 2 cries of agony resounded as the 2 white-clad demons plummeted from several zhang in the air. Their chests bore gaping wounds. After slaying the 2, the mysterious celestial sword arced in the air and flew back toward Lu Tongfeng, expecting his fate to mirror that of the 2 white-clad demons. He braced himself, shielding his head with his arms, awaiting death. Yet, after a prolonged moment, nothing happened. Summoning his courage, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the celestial sword hovering before him, radiating a gentle azure glow. Seemingly devoid of malice, Lu Tongfeng cautiously extended his hand and gradually grasped the hilt once more. The moment he made contact, a powerful essence surged through the divine sword into his body. As if it sought to tear him apart, Lu Tongfeng emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony. He felt as though countless volcanoes within his body had suddenly erupted. Scorching energy engulfed every inch of his being. A terrifying aura of pure yang, exuding an unyielding force, erupted from Lu Tongfeng's body. His skin rapidly flushed a vibrant crimson, resembling a glowing iron brand. The dark blue celestial sword in his grasp swiftly transformed into a fiery crimson hue. As a flame erupted from the sword's blade, it rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping Lu Tongfeng's entire form. That moment, he had transformed into a being completely shrouded in flames. His tormented cries resonated throughout the town, even overshadowing the roars of Dahei and the sounds of the battle. The powerful pure yang aura spread outward like sound waves at a terrifying speed, with each wave stronger than the last. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The duel came to a complete halt. Dahei, the white-clad demon, along with the limping Li and Li Chuyan, were all fixated on Lu Tongfeng, now enwrapped in flames in the shadows. A pair of bright eyes observed this scene. Yun Fiao, she had not departed but had stealthily followed Lu Tongfeng to the town. First, she witnessed Dahei's transformation, and now she beheld the bizarre changes occurring within Lu Tongfeng's body. However, she was not overly surprised by Dahei's metamorphosis. 4 days prior. During their first encounter at the land temple, she had sensed that this large black dog bore a striking resemblance to the mountain guardian spirit of Yuntian's sect, known as the divine beast Wang Tian Huang. Although she was unaware of the circumstances causing Lu Tongfeng's transformation, she was certain it was connected to the Hei's intervention earlier that evening, preventing her from examining Lu Tongfeng's condition. Clearly, there was a hidden secret within Lu Tongfeng's body. After all, as the sole heir to his venerable master, how could he not inherit the entirety of his master's teachings? Ah, as Yun Fuyao pondered. Lu Tongfeng let out another agonizing roar, his burning form slowly beginning to levitate. Strangely, the flames surrounding him surged over 10 feet high. Yet despite burning fiercely, his body appeared unscathed. He seemed to be a part of the flames themselves. At that moment, all of Lu Tongfeng's suffering stemmed not from the external flames scorching him, but rather from an internal turmoil. Countless forces tore at every fiber of his muscles, as if even his very soul was being shredded into fragments. No one understood why Lu Tongfeng had suddenly ignited into a fiery figure. Su Tsang and the other white-clad demons were filled with trepidation. The limping Li and Li Chuyin exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. Could it be that after 3 years of knowing Lu Tongfeng, they were unaware he was a cultivator? The overwhelming pure yang energy was so immense that even experts at the He Dao realm felt their hearts race with fear. Moments later, the flames enveloping Lu Tongfeng underwent another transformation. All the flames seemed to be absorbed into his body as if a great whale were drinking water. Subsequently, Lu Tongfeng's body fell to the ground. Although the flames had dissipated, his eyes remained a fiery red. As if all the flames had merged into his gaze, he slowly raised his head to look at the white-clad demons to the north. Upon meeting Lu Tongfeng's terrifying gaze, Su Tsang trembled involuntarily as a master at the pinnacle of the He Dao realm. Just a step away from the Huashan realm, he had killed countless foes over the years, his reputation one of brutality. Yet, upon seeing the young man's eyes, his heart seized with a sudden pang of anxiety and fear. For over 30 years, he had never felt such dread while being hunted by the righteous. Retreat, retreat, we must leave now. Su Tsang dared not linger any longer, not even for a second, and immediately soared into the air, heading eastward. The other white-clad demons, seeing their third senior brother flee, dared not remain. Hastily taking to the skies on their swords, in an instant, the demons who had turned Fuyang Town into a hellish realm vanished without a trace. Once they had departed, Lu Tongfeng's body slowly collapsed to the ground. Sprawled out in a disheveled manner, He leaped forward, landing in front of Lu Tongfeng. The limping Li and Li Chuyin rushed over, intent on checking Lu Tongfeng's condition and not touch him. Suddenly, a cool female voice resonated softly. The limping Li and Li Chuyin froze in their tracks. Emerging from a narrow alley was a girl clad in a tattered cotton coat, her face smeared with ash and soot. Yun Fuyao. In her hand, she grasped a celestial sword radiating a gentle white light, an icy aura enveloping its blade. Li Chen did not immediately recognize the girl with the painted face as Yun Fuyao, but she instantly recognized the sword. Han Frost? Yun Fuyao, Li Chuyin murmured to herself. Her brows furrowing slightly. 4 days had passed, and she had not anticipated that Yun Fuyao would still be in the town. Even more astonishing was Yun Fuyao's disheveled appearance. Her hair a tangled mess, her cotton coat caked in dust, her entire being filthy. She seemed a world apart from the renowned celestial maiden Fuyao. Yun Fuyao had already deduced that the two individuals before her were the masked assailants from 4 days ago. She had been no match for them before her injury, and now, still not fully healed, she was even less capable of confronting them. Yet, Yun Fuyao appeared entirely unperturbed by the potential threat posed by the two, gradually floating from the shadows towards the unconscious Lu Tongfeng. Seeing Yun Fuyao reach out to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse, He immediately bared its teeth and emitted a low growl. Yun Fuyao frowned slightly and remarked, "What is it? As the guardian spirit of Yuntian's sect, the Wang Tian Huang, do you intend to devour me?" The direct disciple of the Yuntian sect's leader, the large, obsidian-hued creature, with its oversized azure eyes, turned several times to observe the limping Li and Li Chuyin a few paces away. After a brief moment, The ethereal blue glow within its pupils gradually faded. Its massive form began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, the once colossal and menacing beast transformed once again into the familiar large black dog that had loyally followed Lu Tongfeng. The creature, Dahe, playfully wagged its tail and licked Yun Fuyao, seemingly devoid of the hostility and murderous intent it had displayed when she was about to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse in the dilapidated temple. With the divine sword acknowledging its master and the seal loosening, Dahe no longer felt the need to guard the secrets hidden within its little master. Upon witnessing this, Yun Fuyao silently breathed a sigh of relief. As she had previously been uncertain whether Dahe would permit her to approach Lu Tongfeng, she had merely been testing the waters. Seeing Dahe's animosity dissipate, she dared to reach out and touch Lu Tongfeng's wrist, disregarding the fact that he had not bathed in 3 months. Her slender fingers rested upon his pulse, and a wisp of spiritual energy entered his body. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng's interior was filled with a fierce and blazing pure yang energy. Strangely enough, this pure yang force was rapidly dissipating. Through the connection of energy and spiritual awareness, Yun Fuyao quickly discerned that this power within Lu Tongfeng was not vanishing into thin air, but rather swiftly flowing into the acupoints throughout his body. The slight frown creased her delicate features as she pondered this peculiar phenomenon. Despite her extensive knowledge, she had never encountered a body quite like Lu Tongfeng's, nor a cultivation method so unusual that it appeared that his dantian had yet to be developed, resembling that of an ordinary mortal. However, his acupoints seemed to hold some profound mystery that in both Buddhist and demonic practices, as well as Taoist teachings. The cultivation method revolves around the dantian. The extraordinary meridians connect to the dantian, where spiritual energy is stored. When utilized, one mobilizes the energy within the dantian to traverse the meridians, akin to rivers flowing into the expansive sea of the dantian. Yet Lu Tongfeng's dantian was almost entirely blocked, devoid of any noticeable fluctuations of spiritual energy. Instead, his acupoints exhibited an enigmatic quality, as all the pure yang energy converged within them. As the pure yang energy rapidly diminished, Lu Tongfeng's crimson skin gradually returned to its normal hue. This bizarre situation was unprecedented for Yun Fuyao. It was likely the reason Dahe had prevented her from examining Lu Tongfeng's pulse in the temple. Dahe was aware of the secrets concealed within Lu Tongfeng's body and feared they might be uncovered. "How is Lu Tongfeng's condition?" Li Chuyan inquired from a distance. Yun Fuyao slowly regained her composure, rising to her feet without responding to Lu Tongfeng's state. Instead, she coolly remarked, "What is this? Has it only been 4 days, and you've already forgotten me?" Feigning ignorance, Li Chuyan replied, "Have we met?" For days prior, when they ambushed Yun Fuyao, they had concealed their identities. Even if she recognized them as the assailants, Li Chuyan would never admit to it. Yun Fuyao scoffed coldly, attacking fellow disciples and slaying one's own kind. Those guilty of such crimes shall face divine retribution at the execution platform. This is the 16th rule of the Yuntian sect that I trust you are well aware of. Chuyan pressed on. "What do you mean, miss? I don't quite understand. Are you also a disciple of the Yuntian sect?" Yun Fuyao replied, "Though you were masked and wore a hat at the time, I recognized the sword you wielded." Chuyan glanced at the ethereal sword in her hand, which emitted a faint flame, preparing to argue further. Suddenly, the limpingly spoke up, "Chuyan, there's no need for further pretense. You were the one who activated the 2 skeletal artifacts that day, weren't you?" Yun Fuyao turned her gaze towards the limping Li, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that was I," he confirmed. Yun Fuyao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "You possess quite the audacity to as disciples of the Yuntian sect. You dare to slay your own brethren." The limping Li replied nonchalantly, "Fairy Fuyao, had we truly intended to kill you that day, you would not be standing here now. It was only because we considered you a fellow disciple that we refrained from striking you down. You may report this matter truthfully to the sect leader. We were merely following orders to guard the relic left behind by our revered ancestor, and we have done no wrong." Yun Fuyao's brow furrowed slightly. Although she did not recognize either of them, she could surmise their allegiance to in recent years. As the sect leader Yukenzi grew older, several seniors have been embroiled in endless conflicts over power. These two were undoubtedly loyal to one of those seniors. Yin Fuyao understood that even if she reported this matter to her master Yukenzi, it was unlikely that these two would face any consequences, and the matter would likely be swept under the rug. She had no desire to involve herself in the sect's power struggles. All she wished for was to cultivate in peace and seek the path of immortality. Yet, how could one remain unscathed within a sect? She was a person who clearly distinguished between enmity and gratitude. She would repay every injury inflicted upon her, every wound dealt, in kind. However, at present, she lacked the strength to confront these two directly. Nevertheless, they would not dare to kill her. She was not an ordinary disciple of the Yuntian sect, but a direct disciple of the sect leader. They might have had the audacity to ambush her and seize treasures along the way, but they certainly lacked the courage to take her life. Yin Fuyao spoke slowly. "You didn't follow me here, did you?" Li Chuyan chuckled. "Follow you? You descended the mountain over 6 months. It has taken us this long to arrive here. Why would we need to follow you? We arrived here long before you did. We found the secluded abode of our revered ancestor 3 years ago." 3 years. Yin Fuyao raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in her tone. "You two have been lurking here for 3 years? Why have you not obtained the relic left behind by our ancestor? Are you mocking us?" Li Chuyan's expression turned slightly frosty. Yin Fuyao sneered. "Ah, I see. You lack knowledge of the secret left by our ancestor, hence your hesitation to act. Deep down, you both know you are no match for the celestial guardian." The limpingly interjected, "You are quite astute. Indeed, when we discovered this place 3 years ago, we had not anticipated needing to decipher a secret code that I recognized Dahe as the sect's guardian spirit, the celestial guardian, and it has awakened its bloodline. Dahe had remained ever by Lu Tongfeng's side, and they were wary of it, which is why they had refrained from striking. Over the past 3 years, whenever Dahe and Lu Tongfeng left the dilapidated temple, they had repeatedly infiltrated the shrine, but had found no sign of the box. They had not expected Lu Tongfeng to have concealed the relic left by their ancestor beneath a tombstone. Fairy Fuyao, as far as I know, you have not participated in the sect's conflicts thus far. The relic left by our ancestor holds no value for you. Surrender it to me, and you shall incur no loss. Otherwise, we are unafraid to confront you once more, Daha. Are you jesting with me?" Yin Fuyao retorted with a cold laugh. "The last time you ambushed me, you left me gravely injured. Now you wish for me to hand over the relic left by my ancestor? Do you truly believe I am foolish enough to appear before you with it in hand? That item was secretly sent back to the Yuntian sect 3 days ago. It should have already reached my master's hands. If you seek the relic, you ought to approach my master. As the saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Yin Fuyao was indeed beautiful, and thus when she spoke falsehoods, her heart remained steady, and her complexion unchanged. She would never reveal to the two before her that the box was still on her person or hidden within the shrine. Thus, she claimed it had been sent back 3 days prior. The limping Li and Li Chuyan did not harbor any suspicions regarding this. If the box left by their ancestor were still in Yin Fuyao's possession, she would undoubtedly not dare to appear before them. With her injuries preventing her from traveling long distances, it was a perfectly reasonable and flawless explanation for having someone else return it to the Yuntian sect, while she stayed behind to recuperate. Suddenly, Dahe let out a sharp bark. The three of them turned instinctively to the north, where they faintly perceived figures approaching from that direction. The townspeople who had fled northward had seen several beams of light soaring into the sky. And with the sounds of battle having ceased, the town leader, Lin Deming, dispatched a few individuals to ascertain the situation. Yin Fuyao picked up Lu Tongfeng's sword, its rust now faded to reveal an ancient azure blade adorned with intricate, time-worn patterns. "Dahe, we must depart." Speaking thus, he lifted the unconscious Lu Tongfeng into his arms, his feet treading upon the immortal sword as he soared toward the southern direction of the land deity temple. Dahe cast a glance at the limping Li and Li Chuyan, blinked his large eyes, and then pursued Yin Fuyao into the sky. The limping Li remarked, "Chen, our identities have already been discovered by the townsfolk. Now, even if we wish to stay, we must depart." Li Chuyan furrowed her brows, observing how the once tranquil little town had transformed into a hellish landscape. She let out a soft sigh. They could have mingled with the townspeople, as ordinary individuals. But tonight, in their quest to save these citizens, their identities as cultivators had been exposed. This place was no longer safe for them. They had no choice but to leave. Consequently, the two of them sheathed their immortal swords and turned towards the small courtyard they once inhabited. By the time several young men arrived, trembling with trepidation, the street where the crowd had gathered was now littered with the lifeless bodies of the white-clad cultivators slain by Dahei, and the buildings along the sides had crumbled from the aftermath of the battle. The losses in Fuyang town this night were catastrophic. With a high population density in the southern part of the town, over 200 individuals had been mercilessly slaughtered by those white-clad fiends. Half of the homes had been set ablaze, and dozens more were reduced to ruins due to the conflict. When the townsfolk learned that the fiends had departed and returned to their town, they were met with a scene of carnage, their homes destroyed, and a chorus of wails echoed through every corner of the town. They could not fathom why those cultivators would raise their blades against ordinary mortals like themselves. Lin Deming, witnessing the devastation of the town he governed, coughed up blood and fell unconscious. As dawn gradually broke, the sounds of lamentation began to subside. The majority of the raging fires had extinguished, leaving behind only heaps of smoking ruins. Corpses were being carried onto the streets, some still intact while others had been reduced to charred remains. Even the infants in swaddling clothes had not been spared by these brutes. Within the land deity temple, Lu Tongfeng lay upon the thatched floor, covered by tattered bedding. Dahei quietly rested beside him. Meanwhile, Yin Fuyo sat before the fire, examining Lu Tongfeng's dark blue immortal sword. After bringing Lu Tongfeng back to the temple, she began her study of his sword. She had seen this sword in its previous state, wedged between two pieces of weathered wood, its blade covered with a thick layer of rust. For several days, Yin Fuyo had dismissed the rusty sword as merely an ordinary iron blade. After all, the swords wielded by cultivators are magical artifacts, inscribed with countless arrays and restrictions. For them to rust is quite a feat. However, last night, Yin Fuyo had witnessed the sword transform from its rusted appearance into the ancient, weathered immortal sword it was now. She initially presumed that Lu Tongfeng's sword was the legendary Fenchin, the personal divine sword of her master's senior ancestor. Yet, this sword bore no resemblance to a fire-attributed immortal sword, diverging entirely from the tales of Fenchin. There were no inscriptions marking its name upon the blade. After half a night of contemplation, Yin Fuyo reached a conclusion. This was a wind-attributed immortal sword. This revelation astonished her. How could it be of wind attribute? What had become of her master's Fenchin divine sword? Had it been buried alongside her master as a grave offering? This thought stirred an impulse within Yin Fuyo to seize a shovel and excavate her master's grave. The Fenchin divine sword was one of the 3 divine weapons of Yintian's sect, held by her master's senior ancestor for centuries. With this sword, her ancestor had been invincible in battle, earning the title of Sword God of Fenchin. Even someone like Yin Fuyo, who was ethereal and untouched by worldly concerns, could not help but be tempted by the allure of the Fenchin divine sword. Dahei turned his gaze toward the large black dog lying beside his young master. He slightly raised his head to meet Yin Fuyo's eyes. Your bloodline of the Wangtian Howl has surely awakened. You must have followed my master for centuries now. Dahei remained silent, merely blinking his deep blue eyes at her. You know where the Fenchin sword is. Don Tiu. Dahei let out a low whine and shifted his body, turning his rear towards Yin Fuyo. With a huff, she retorted, How dare you present your backside to me? Do not think I fear you simply because you are a Wangtian Howl. Dahei turned to her, a mocking glint in his eyes, and then resumed his slumber, entirely disregarding Yin Fuyo, the paragon of Yintian's sect. This left her utterly speechless and exasperated. Had Dahei not awakened the Wangtian Howl bloodline, she would have kicked him aside long ago. But the current Dahei was not one she could easily confront. If she truly provoked this divine beast, her fate would not differ much from those white-clad fiends Dahei had slain the previous night. Resorting to gentler tactics, Yin Fuyo decided to employ her least practiced charm. She settled beside Dahei, reaching out to stroke his mane. Dear Dahei, and tell me where the Fenchin sword is. I merely wish to bring it back to Yintian's sect. Dahei lifted his hind leg. Had Lu Tongfeng been awake, he would have instinctively dodged the movement. But Yin Fuyo, unfamiliar with Dahei, assumed he was enjoying her affection, and felt a surge of hope that she might indeed extract information about her master's Finch's sword from him. Unbeknownst to her, Dahe's lifted leg was not a sign of pleasure, but rather an indication that he needed to relieve himself. A stream shot forth, and upon witnessing this, Yun Fuyo's face paled. Though she attempted to evade it, it was too late. She was splattered with dog urine, even reaching her neck. The pungent odor made her, who was known for her cleanliness, gag involuntarily. Dahe, you dare urinate on me? Just wait. Seeing Yun Fuyo in a state of utter distress, Dahe bared his teeth, laughing uproariously, his laughter resembling that of a duck, as he pawed the ground with his front legs, disheveled, with dirt smeared across her face and a filthy cotton coat. Yun Fuyo reached her limit of tolerance. Now, with dog urine trickling down her neck and the stench enveloping her, compounded by the mockery of the wretched beast, she could bear it no longer. Casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Tongfeng, who appeared deeply out, she estimated he would not awaken any time soon. Therefore, she retrieved a clean garment from her storage bag, intending to change and check her wounds. Quickly, Yun Fuyo shed her soiled cotton coat, revealing layers of bandages beneath. When Lu Tongfeng had tended to her wounds in the cave, he had wrapped her up like a dumpling. Later, while he was away, she had redressed her injuries, thanks to the effects of the spiritual medicine from Yuntian's sect. The external wounds had scabbed over, leaving her a stunning beauty, adorned with a dozen scars. Notably, one on her back stretched over a foot long, which was quite unsightly. Soon, she began to unravel the white bandages. As she touched the scars on her body, she noted they no longer pained her, though they still felt slightly itchy. There was no longer a need for further bandaging. While she was in the midst of changing her clothes, she did not notice that Lu Tongfeng's eyelashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. After several hours of unconsciousness, Lu Tongfeng felt as if his mind were enveloped in fog, akin to awakening from a severe hangover, with many memories appearing fragmented. Additionally, his entire body ached with an unusual soreness. As his dull eyes fell upon the familiar thatched roof above him, a glimmer of clarity returned. His memories gradually resurfaced. Recalling the events that had transpired before his fainting, he remembered the massacre of the town by a group of white-clad individuals, the brutal slaying of many townsfolk, and the engulfing flames that consumed numerous houses. Dahe had transformed into a monstrous beast larger than the very buildings themselves. The limping Li and his daughter, Li Yin, were cultivators. His rusty sword had propelled itself to slay two of the white-clad foes before igniting his own body. Countless terrifying and painful memories flooded his mind. Lu Tongfeng glanced at Dahe, who lay beside him, snoring softly. Not a monster, just my lazy companion Dahe. What a vivid dream it was. It nearly terrified me. Yet, how real it felt. Why does my entire body ache so much? Lu Tongfeng muttered to himself, then pushed against the ground with his hands, struggling to rise. Suddenly, he froze. Not far away, a woman with skin as pale as snow and hair as dark as night stood with her back to him. The long scar on her back resembled a beautiful, flawless piece of art marred by an unsightly scratch, utterly destroying its original beauty and even evoking a sense of horror. Yun Fuyo, hearing a strange sound behind her, turned to see that Lu Tongfeng had awakened, propping himself up on the ground, his large eyes wide open in a daze as he stared at her. Then he noticed two streams of crimson liquid flowing from his nose. Yun Fuyo glanced down at herself, adjusting her white bodice, which barely concealed the two snow-capped peaks beneath. They resembled two mischievous white rabbits, breaking free from their confines, curiously admiring the world outside. Am I still dreaming? Lu Tongfeng thought as he gazed at Yun Fuyo's two white rabbits. Like all women caught being watched, a high-pitched scream erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the dilapidated temple. The slumbering Dahe immediately sprang to attention. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, but apart from the disheveled Yun Fuyo and the bleeding little master, he detected no danger. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng also realized the gravity of the situation. This is not a dream, he thought in alarm. Nevertheless, as a seasoned rogue accustomed to teasing ladies in the small town, he possessed ample experience in dealing with such unexpected scenarios. He rolled his eyes, kicked his legs, and promptly fell back to the ground. Playing dead, he had evaded numerous beatings with this tactic before. Yun Fuyao shielded her chest with one hand while clutching her clothing with the other, hiding behind the clay statue of the earth god. After a moment, a small girl clad entirely in white, her face smeared with ash, emerged from behind the statue, her expression a mix of shyness and indignation. Although Yun Fuyao's feet had not entirely healed, it did not impede her movement. With a swift motion, she darted to Lu Tongfeng's side, noticing that the boy still had blood streaming from his nose. It was evident that he had indeed seen her. Yun Fuyao summoned the Frostblade, which appeared in her hand, her voice icy as she declared, feigning death, "Are we? I'll gouge out your eyes." Lu Tongfeng's tried and true ploy of playing dead was utterly ineffective before Yun Fuyao, a cultivator of profound mastery. No, it's a misunderstanding. He quickly scrambled to his feet, retreating to a corner. "You scoundrel, shameless, despicable. Fuyao, it's truly a misunderstanding. I just awoke and saw nothing." "Saw nothing? Then why's your nose bleeding?" "Ah, my nose is bleeding. Is it?" Lu Tongfeng touched his nose and felt the blood. "What in the world? How did this happen? Have I really grown up?" In a mix of shame and anger, Yun Fuyao exclaimed, "I shall kill you, you shameless rogue," brandishing her sword. Suddenly, Dahe leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his little master and barking furiously at Yun Fui. Lu Tongfeng shouted, "This isn't my fault. Why are you changing clothes in broad daylight? Right in front of me?" Yun Fuyao, realizing her own culpability, understood that Lu Tongfeng had been unconscious for 3 hours and assumed he would not awaken for a while, hence her decision to change. Little did she know that he chose that very moment to wake up, just as she was shedding her garments to remove the bandages from her wounds, the last time she had fainted. Lu Tongfeng had stripped her to dress her wounds, which had left a significant psychological scar on her. After much internal struggle, she had convinced herself that Lu Tongfeng was merely trying to save her, and she silently noted this incident in her mental ledger for future reckoning. Yet just a few days later, this boy had once again seen her so intimately. Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. However, remnants of the ash Lu Tongfeng had applied to her skin remained, and as her tears flowed, they carved 2 streams like rivulets down her face. Upon seeing Yun Fuyao cry, Lu Tongfeng pushed Dahe aside. "Please, don't cry. I was wrong. If you're angry, just hit me, but don't hit my face. I need this handsome face to make a living." Saying this, he straightened his posture and closed his eyes, seemingly ready to offer his body for her to vent her frustrations. After waiting for a while, expecting the anticipated blows to rain down upon him, Lu Tongfeng opened his eyes only to find Yun Fuyao still glaring at him with resentment. Wiping her tears away, she threatened, "Lu Tongfeng, if you dare speak of today's events, I will kill you." With that, she turned and stormed out of the dilapidated temple, sword in hand, her steps fierce and determined. Lu Tongfeng glanced at Dahe and said, "Dahe, she changed clothes right in front of me. You can't possibly think this is my fault, right? Besides, why would she change clothes in broad daylight, if not to entice me to peep?" Dahe's eyes darted around, but it would never admit that its earlier actions had caused the situation. It promptly nodded vigorously, unwaveringly siding with its little master. Lu Tongfeng wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, a bitter smile creeping onto his face that he felt that today's incident had little to do with him. Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, a twinge of regret stirred within him. What a wonderful girl she is. Alas, how did she acquire so many scars? He had heard that cultivators possessed many miraculous elixirs. He wondered if there might be one that could heal her scars. If those marks could not be removed from Yun Fuyao's body, it would indeed be a great pity. However, he quickly reconsidered. Why should he lament her scars? It was not his place to feel sorrow for her. Rather, it was her future husband who should grieve for her. This moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a profound fatigue coursing through his body, as if he had spent the previous night engaged in 7 arduous battles with 7 different women. Why does my body ache so much? He murmured to himself, in the past, after dreaming of battling with several women all night, I never felt this sore upon waking. Gently stretching his limbs, he continued, Dahe, last night I had a terrifying dream. I dreamt that many villains were committing murder and arson in the town. You transformed into a monstrous creature, capable of swallowing a person whole in one bite, tearing them in half with another, their entrails spilling out in a gruesome display. It was utterly horrifying. Oh, and that rusty sword my deceased master left me. The rust fell away to reveal an incredibly powerful divine sword. With just a couple of swishes, it pierced the chests of two villains, creating gaping wounds the size of bowls. In my dream, I became a dashing and extraordinary sword immortal, 100 times more formidable than Yun Fuyao. Armed with the divine sword, I battled dozens, even hundreds of villains, slaughtering my way from one end of the street to the other, my sword light flashing, my blades slicing through the air, heads rolling. After 3 days and nights of relentless fighting, I finally vanquished all the villains. I was drenched in blood, yet my divine sword remained untouched by a single drop. It was a sword with a turquoise blade, 3 feet and 7 inches long, adorned with ancient patterns. My dream sword. Just like this sword. Lu Tongfeng bent down to pick up a dark blue divine sword covered in ancient engravings from beside the fire pit, shaking it slightly as he spoke to Dahe. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng froze. He examined the chilling dark blue sword in his hand, then glanced at Dahe. How did this sword end up here? Could I still be dreaming? I knew it was impossible for Fuyao to change clothes in broad daylight before me. But Fuyao's figure truly is remarkable. Lu Tongfeng realized that he should still be in a dream, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that Dahe stared blankly at his little master. It barked a few times excitedly. I could see that moment. Yun Fuyao's cold voice pierced through the air. This is not a dream. Lu Tongfeng turned to see Yun Fuyao's little flower face had been thoroughly cleaned. After 3 days, her breathtakingly beautiful visage reappeared before him. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, "Not a dream? That's impossible. This sword has only appeared in my dreams." Yun Fuyao replied icily. Last night, Fuyang town was attacked by over 20 white-clad cultivators, resulting in many casualties. You were unconscious, and I carried you back. What are you saying? Don't joke with me. Lu Tongfeng, do you think I appear to be jesting? Seeing Yun Fuyao's stern and serious expression, he lowered his gaze to the dark blue immortal sword in his hand. He then pinched his own palm hard. A sharp pain shot through him immediately. Lu Tongfeng's expression darkened swiftly as he grasped the sword and hurriedly dashed out. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Lu Tongfeng's body trembled slightly. He saw thick smoke billowing from the direction of the northern town, resembling the end of the world. This is not a dream, Lu Tongfeng murmured. Yun Fuyao stood at the doorway and slowly said, Lu Tongfeng, do you believe now? Lu Tongfeng snapped back to reality from his shock, gazing at Yun Fuyao. Then his eyes fell upon Dahe, who had emerged from the temple. Hey, a monster. Lu Tongfeng muttered that Dahe is not a monster. It is the guardian spirit beast of our Yuntian sect, the Wangtian hound, a divine beast. Wangtian hound? A divine beast is the lame Li and the mutely cultivators? Yes. Did the wicked truly massacre the town? After a moment of silence, Yun Fuyao nodded yes. Thanks to you and Dahe last night, otherwise the casualties among the townsfolk would have been even greater. Impossible! It can't be true! Lu Tongfeng shouted loudly. Just as he was about to run towards the town, Dahe suddenly barked. A streak of golden light shot in from the southern sky, soaring swiftly about 100 feet above the ground. Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fuyao clearly saw that it was a bald monk perched upon a large wooden fish. Yun Fuyao looked up and remarked, a disciple of the Buddhist sect. It seems that righteous cultivators are aware of what has transpired here, and those who receive the news have come to investigate that in ordinary cases of robbery or village extermination, cultivators typically refrain from intervening. However, what happened in Fuyang town involved cultivators and potentially demonic cultivators. This matter would surely attract the attention of royal cultivators and righteous sect members. The Buddhist monk who appeared at this moment was likely a righteous cultivator here to investigate after learning of the incident. When Yun Fuyao withdrew her gaze, she found that Lu Tongfeng had already vanished. Turning her head, she saw him, sword in hand, racing through the snow towards the northern town with Dahe. Perhaps in his panic, Lu Tongfeng stumbled and fell in the snow after only a short distance before scrambling back up to run again. Yun Fuyao glanced at the ancient well and surveyed her surroundings. She sensed that the lame Li and Li Qian might be watching from the shadows, and she dared not jump into the well to search for the box. Although she felt a twinge of anger that Lu Tongfeng had once again gazed at her body. She was not an unreasonable woman. The primary responsibility for today's events lay with her. After all, who asked her to change clothes in front of Lu Tongfeng? After a moment's hesitation, Yun Fuyao stepped onto the frosty divine sword and swiftly caught up with Lu Tongfeng and He. However, she did not take Lu Tongfeng with her to fly towards the town. Instead, after catching up, she followed closely behind him in the air. When Lu Tongfeng arrived once more at the town and beheld the ruins, witnessing the corpses laid out in the streets, he finally accepted the horrifying truth. It was not a dream, but a grim reality. Clutching his sword, he walked through the streets of Fuyang town as he observed the charred ruins of houses, the burned bodies, and the pain-stricken, numb townsfolk. His heart felt as if it were being stabbed by a knife. When he awoke in the dilapidated temple, he had been relieved to think that the previous night had been merely a dream. Alas, he never imagined it was indeed true. He saw Lin Kizeo, disheveled and pale, helplessly slumped in front of two charred corpses. They were her in-laws. Fortunately, Lin Shiga had gone to Ciyang City to work as a carpenter with several young men a month ago, narrowly escaping this calamity. Had Lin Shiga been in the town last night, he too would have likely met the same charred fate. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng and He, Lin Kizeo's vacant gaze flickered with a glimmer of light. She had not been knocked out by the white-clad demon last night. Rather, she had been frightened into unconsciousness by the transformed He. Yet, she had not spoken of what she had witnessed to anyone. She was a clever woman, aware that some matters were beyond the reach of an ordinary mortal like herself. Lu Tongfeng and He had saved her life, and whether He was a monstrous being or not mattered little to her. If the townsfolk were to discover that He was a monster, then both the little madman and He would likely find no refuge here. Lu Tongfeng approached Lin Kizeo. She was not only youthful, but also possessed an uncommon beauty. Otherwise, the white-clad demon would not have spared her, intending to take her back for his own enjoyment. She gently said, "Little madman, thank you for saving me." Lu Tongfeng shook his head slightly, pain evident in his voice as he replied, "I arrived too late. Otherwise, perhaps I could have saved more people." Lin Kizeo gently shook her head. "This is fate. How can we mere mortals contend with destiny? Sister Qi, what are your plans now? With my in-laws gone, I intend to go to Xi'an to find Aki. Little madman, you should go check on Lingdang. You are friends, and it is time for you to help her." Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. "What happened to Lingdang?" Lin Kizeo slowly shook her head. The townspeople blame Lingdang for this tragedy, saying she brought these wicked people and disaster upon the town. What? Have they lost their minds? Lingdang's family has perished, and they blame her for this? Are they not pushing Lingdang towards her doom? Lu Tongfeng was alarmed. He hurriedly dashed towards Lingdang's home. Yin Fuyao, unable to move swiftly, could only glide just above the ground on her sword. Yes, she flew past Lin Kizeo. It seemed that Lin Kizeo was not surprised by the sight of the white-clad woman soaring through the air, and she slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement. Lu Tongfeng arrived at Lu Oppo's breakfast stall, where the street battle had occurred near the bun shop last night. The surrounding houses had mostly collapsed due to the clash between the lame Li and his daughter and that group of people, including Yu Lingdang's home. The front shop and the back residence had completely crumbled. Yu Lingdang was alone, digging through the rubble with her hands, while a group of women hurled curses at her. All the bodies of the townsfolk who had been killed had been found and removed, yet Yu Lingdang's grandmother and mother remained buried beneath the debris, with no one willing to assist her in retrieving Lu Oppo's and fat ant coffins from the ruins. They lacked the courage to blame the white-clad assailants, instead shifting all the responsibility onto Yu Lingdang. This is the basest nature of humanity. They relished in bullying the weak and sought to pin the blame for calamities on someone. Before last night, these townsfolk had expressed concern and care for Yu Lingdang's family. But how many truly cared? Many merely reveled in the misfortune and the spectacle, showcasing their own supposed kindness and generosity. When disaster struck again, who would still care whether this fragile girl, named Yu Lingdang, was innocent? They are in need of an outlet for their frustrations, with only one remaining family member. The helpless Yu Dang inevitably becomes the target of the townsfolk's vitriol. Lu Tongfeng loudly reprimands the women who hurl insults at Yu Dang. Yet, who fears this little madman? Thus, Lu Tongfeng commands Dahe to drive them away. This tactic proves remarkably effective. While the townspeople are unafraid of Lu Tongfeng, they are thoroughly intimidated by the imposing Dahe, akin to a young calf. Under Dahe's relentless pursuit, a dozen women flee in disarray. Lu Tongfeng approaches Yu Dang. Observing her hands, which are bloodied and muddied from clawing at the ruins with bare hands in this frigid weather, the blood and grime have frozen into painful shards. Yet, Yu Dang seems oblivious to her pain, mechanically continuing her digging. Lu Tongfeng urgently intervenes, calling out, Ling Dang, Ling Dang. After several calls, Yu Dang appears unresponsive. Dahe approaches and barks several times as a celestial hound. Dahe's voice possesses an enchanting quality. Upon hearing Dahe's barks, Yu Dang's expression gradually shifts, her vacant gaze igniting with a flicker of awareness. She sees Lu Tongfeng's concerned face. Suddenly, Yu Dang bursts into tears, collapsing into Lu Tongfeng's embrace, after enduring the scorn of the townsfolk for so long. Not a single tear had fallen from her eyes. Her hands, already numb, had yet to shed a single tear. Yet upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, she can no longer contain herself and weeps uncontrollably. Little madman, it's all my fault. I caused Grandma's death. I killed my mother. So many have perished because of me. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Just kill me. Yu Dang's lamentation, filled with profound sorrow and endless anguish, resonates throughout the desolate town. Many turn their gazes toward her, yet not a single soul approaches. Ling Dang, this is not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. It is the wicked deeds of those vile individuals. Lu Tongfeng gently pats Yu Dang's back. Soothing her, Lu Tongfeng, her hands are severely frostbitten. If not treated, she will lose their function at some point. Yin Fuyao has descended beside Lu Tongfeng. He quickly grasps Yu Dang's hands, discovering them caked with congealed blood and grime. Her fingers already raw and severely frostbitten. Fairy Fuyao, do you have any healing elixirs? Yu Dang is my dearest friend. Please save her, and I shall repay you. Yin Fuyao produces a vial of elixir and a few pristine silks. Handing them to him, she speaks slowly. Fetch some warm water to cleanse her hands of the filth and blood, then apply the snow lotus powder externally and bandage it with the silk. I will do so at once. He hastily rises to find warm water. Yu Dang gazes at the ethereal figure of Yin Fuyao, as if she were a celestial being from the heavens. I am Yin Fuyao, a friend of Lu Tongfeng. Oh, you remember me? We met a few days ago at the breakfast stall. Yu Dang nods, silent. She will never forget Yin Fuyao, for she is the most beautiful woman Yu Dang has ever seen. Soon, Lu Tongfeng finds some damaged pots and pans amidst the ruins, along with splintered wood from doors and windows, and starts a fire to heat water. Before long, he brings a basin of warm water to Yu Dang. He carefully assists her in washing the grime from her hands. Despite his gentleness, it still causes her to wince in pain. Seeing her small hands, marred and swollen, fills Lu Tongfeng with trepidation. They say the fingers are connected to the heart. How much pain must she endure? However, after applying Yin Fuyao's snow lotus powder, Yu Dang's tightly furrowed brows gradually relax. Truly, it is the elixir from the Yun Tian sect. The pain in her fingers diminishes swiftly. This moment, a group approaches. Dahe immediately positions himself protectively in front of Lu Tongfeng. There are 7 or 8 individuals, led by Lin Feng, whom Lu Tongfeng recognizes, while the others are unfamiliar to him. 2 middle-aged men clad in Confucian robes. Sporting short beards, exude elegance that a stout, fair-skinned young monk, appearing around 17 or 18, wears a pale blue monk's robe and carries a large bag at his waist, with a substantial string of prayer bead around his neck and a smaller set in his hands. He also bears an enormous wooden fish on his back. The remaining 4, 2 men and 2 women, appear to be in their early 20s. The men are handsome and distinguished, while the women are tall and strikingly beautiful. Each of these 4 wields a celestial sword, clearly indicating they are righteous cultivators like Yun Fuyao. Their gazes are drawn to Yun Fuyao, whose presence radiates an ethereal aura, unmistakably marking her as no ordinary woman. A striking young man in a purple robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, clasps his fists in salute and declares, "I am Chu Yuan Hong, a disciple of the Xinyu sect. These three are my junior brothers and sisters, Zhao Yijia, Nangong Mu, and Wei Shuanger. These two scholars are Li Maoyin and Zhao Mengjun from the Bailu Academy, and this is my fellow disciple, Jie from the Kuhai Temple. May I inquire the name of the fairy and her sect?" With each name he mentions, the others bow toward Yun Fuyao, while the monk Jie brings his hands together in prayer. Yun Fuyao slightly inclines her body, responding gracefully, "I am Yun Fuyao, the seventh disciple of Yuchitzi from the Yun Tian sect. I greet all fellow cultivators." Yun Fuyao. You are the fairy Fuyao? The expression on Chu Yuan Hong's face subtly shifted, revealing his astonishment. Others around him exhibited similar looks of shock. No one had anticipated that the illustrious fairy Fuyao would manifest in such a remote town within the territory of Yuzhou. Over the past 5 or 6 years, Yin Fuyao had garnered immense fame among mortals. The Tianji Pavilion had previously published a list of the top 10 young fairies 2 years ago. Where Yin Fuyao was ranked third, a realization dawned upon them. The crowd clasped their fists in respect, exclaiming, "So, it is Fairy Fuyao, a long-awaited honor to meet you." That moment, admiration filled their hearts, affirming the truth that beneath her renowned status lay an individual of unparalleled beauty, truly a sight to behold. Yun Fuyao engaged in conversation with the gathered cultivators. Presently, the only sects represented were the Xuanxu sect, the Kuhai Temple, and the scholars from the Bailu Academy. They had not come here upon learning of the massacre, but rather discovered the town's calamity upon their arrival, where over 200 lives had been lost. Days prior, more than 30 young maidens had mysteriously vanished overnight within Yuzhou, one of the 6 major sects of the mortal realm. The Xuanxu sect, primarily based in Yuzhou, dispatched hundreds of disciples to pursue the whereabouts of the vile abductors upon receiving the news. However, the culprits were exceedingly elusive, with almost no witnesses to their deeds. At this juncture, reports from Xuyang County indicated that a similar incident had occurred in Fuyang Town within their jurisdiction, where an attempt by the abductors to kidnap maidens had been thwarted by a woman clad in black and wearing a conical hat, who managed to slay one of the assailants. It was not until now that the cultivators, who had been active in Yuzhou for the past 6 months and committed numerous offenses, finally had a lead. They were not mere flower stealers, but a group of cultivators, and their numbers were significant enough to perpetrate crimes in multiple locations simultaneously. The county magistrate of Xuyang, recognizing his inability to contend with these cultivators, did not immediately post a public notice, but instead reported the matter to the court without delay. It was only this morning that he finally issued a notice within the town. Coincidentally, Chu Yuan Hong and his companions from the Xuanxu sect were in Xuyang City at that time, and upon seeing the magistrate's proclamation, they promptly took to the skies on their swords to reach Fuyang Town. The 2 scholars from the Bailu Academy and a novice monk from Kuhai Temple also arrived due to this pressing matter. Yet, they were unprepared for the reality that awaited them. Fuyang Town, situated in a remote region and beset by heavy snowfall, had become isolated, and the magistrate's notice had been delayed by a day. It was only upon their arrival that the righteous cultivators discovered the town had turned into a hellish nightmare. Upon inquiry, they learned that a group of over 20 white-clad fiends had descended upon the town the previous night, committing murder and arson, slaughtering half of the town's population. Fortunately, the limping man, Li, and his daughter, Li Qian, had managed to fend off the white-clad villains. However, since last night, the father and daughter had vanished without a trace, their residence reduced to ashes. Yet from the mouths of the townsfolk, it was revealed that Li Chuyin was likely the same black-clad girl who had previously slain a white-clad villain. As for Dehei and Lu Tongfeng, by the time they reached the town last night, the townspeople had already fled north with their families. Apart from Lin Kizeo, who was aware of Lu Tongfeng's visit and had witnessed Dehei's transformation, the other residents remained oblivious to their presence. Lu Tongfeng had once admired cultivators, but after this ordeal, he harbored no fondness for these individuals who possessed such extraordinary powers. Casting a fleeting glance at the group of cultivators, he resumed bandaging Ling Dang. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, contemplated approaching but ultimately hesitated. Now, Yu Lingdang had become the target of scorn among the townsfolk. His grandfather, having suffered from this incident, had fainted due to blood loss and remained unconscious, with his recovery uncertain. The family had sternly instructed Lin Feng to cease all association with Yu Lingdang, fearing it would bring calamity upon the Lin family. After Lu Tongfeng finished tending to Yu Lingdang's wounds, he assisted her to a nearby spot to rest. Lingdang, please take a moment to recuperate while I retrieve the coffins of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. Why Yu Lingdang remained silent, nodding slightly, and cast a solemn glance at the group of cultivators. Lu Tongfeng found a pickaxe amidst the collapsed courtyard and began to dig. Suddenly, he overheard the conversation among the cultivators. Fairy Fuyao, Chu Yuanhong remarked, it is said that the black-clad woman who slayed the white-clad cultivator 3 days ago and repelled the white-clad fiends last night is one and the same. They arrived in this town 3 years ago and seem to be disciples of Yun Tian's sect. Yun Fuyao raised an elegant eyebrow. Is that so? I was not aware. Chu Yuanhong's expression shifted slightly. Oh, then may I inquire why the fairy finds herself in this locality? Yun Fuyao replied, I am merely traversing the mortal realm, passing through this place, and fortuitously encountered this situation. Naturally, Chu Yuanhong found her words unconvincing. The black-clad woman had been recognized by the white-clad villain during the confrontation, and many in the town had heard the dying fiend utter words related to the Yun Tian sect's sword techniques. Last night confirmed that the sudden appearance of the black-clad woman was indeed the mute girl, Li Chuyin, who had resided here for 3 years. Chu Yuanhong and his companions were nearly certain that both Li Chuyin and the limping man, Li, were disciples of the Yun Tian sect. However, how could disciples of the Yun Tian sect find themselves in this remote town, thousands of miles from Tianyan Mountain? The presence of Yun Fuyao, a direct disciple of the sect's leader, only intensified their suspicions regarding the unusual appearance of Yun Tian sect disciples here. Yuzhou was the domain of the Xuanxu sect, and it was unacceptable for Yun Tian sect members to operate clandestinely within their territory. Yet, Yun Fuyao adamantly denied any connection, leaving Chu Yuanhong reluctant to press further. Not wishing to prolong the discussion about Li Chuyin and her father, she inquired, Brother Chu, how progresses your investigation? Who exactly assaulted the town? Chu Yuanhong replied slowly, we discovered several corpses of white-clad fiends in the town, along with the magical artifacts they employed, combining this with their methods. If I'm not mistaken, they are likely the nefarious disciples of the Extremine sect. The Extremine sect? Yun Fuyao's brows knitted slightly upon hearing this. She was aware of this infamous demonic sect, which had only been established 200 to 300 years ago. It was said that its leader, the Yin-Yang Master, had once been a rogue cultivator affiliated with the demonic sect's Joyous Union faction, who later acquired certain Buddhist cultivation methods, merging them to create the Extreme Yin sect. Known for their extremely sinister and cruel practices, even other disciples of the demonic sect looked down upon them. Having been unable to remain within the demonic sect, they had stealthily entered the Central Lands, abducting maidens for their dual cultivation pleasures, and had faced multiple crackdowns by righteous sections. The most recent of these occurred over 30 years ago. Yun Fuyao responded thoughtfully, is this the Extreme Yin sect founded by the Yin-Yang Master? Chu Yuanhong nodded, yes, over 30 years ago, they were once besieged by your Yun Tian sect, resulting in the extermination of hundreds of their disciples. However, the Yin-Yang Master and several of his disciples escaped. And now, unexpectedly, they have resurfaced after hiding for over 30 years to wreak havoc on the common folk. In the last 6 months within Yuzhou, over 100 young women have been abducted, presumably at their hands. I have reported this matter to the sect, and by this afternoon at the latest, royal cultivators and disciples of the Xuanxu sect will converge here, surely able to track down their lair and eradicate them completely. Yu Lingdang slowly rose to her feet, having overheard the conversation among the cultivators. It was the Extreme Yin sect that slaughtered my family and decimated the townsfolk. Her gaze brimmed with hatred. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their dialogue. Turning to see, they beheld Lu Tongfeng tossing aside a beam of wood, laboriously dragging a coffin, caked in mud, from a pile of rubble. Lu Tongfeng was uncertain if the coffin belonged to Grandma Lu or Aunt Pang, so he placed it on the open ground. Yu Lingdang immediately knelt before the coffin, choking back tears. Lu Tongfeng brushed off the dirt from his body and sensed something amiss as he noticed the stares directed at him. Fairy Fuyao, please continue your discussion. Do not mind me to Limo, a scholar from the Bailu Academy, inquired Fairy Fuyao. Who might this be? Yin Fuyao paused for a moment before replying. His name is Lu Tongfeng. Chu Yuanhong clasped his fists in greeting. Ah, so it is junior brother Lu Tongfeng retorted. Who is your junior brother? I am the little uncle of Fairy Fuyao. Is it not the case that those of the righteous path are united as one? Since you and Fairy Fuyao are of the same generation, you ought to address me as little uncle. What? Little Shu. The crowd was taken aback. This youth appeared to be much younger than Yin Fuyao. Yet he was actually her little Shu. In the righteous sects, the disciples of various factions addressed each other as brothers, regardless of whether they belonged to the Buddhist or Taoist schools. Furthermore, the righteous path greatly values respect for teachers and the way. Wasn't Yin Fuyao's little Shu of the same generation as the current head of the Yuntian sect? They were astonished to discover that this ragged youth was a senior of the Yuntian sect and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Only Lin Feng stood aside, utterly bewildered, feeling disheveled in the wind. What on earth was happening? He had known the little madman for over a decade. When had he made the acquaintance of such a beautiful fairy like Yin Fuyao? And to top it off, he was her little Shu. Lu Tongfeng was preparing to dig a second coffin when he noticed the crowd bustling towards him, causing him to jump in surprise. He positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Tongfeng, baring his teeth at the approaching throng. What do you all want? Chu Yuanhong cupped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Chu Yuanhong of the Xuanxu sect. Honored to meet you. Senior Lu Point, 2 middle-aged scholars, a plump monk, and 3 other disciples of the Xuanxu sect also bowed in unison, exclaiming, Greetings, Senior Lu! Senior Lu? Who? Who is Senior Lu? Lu Tongfeng, bewildered, looked around, searching for the esteemed figure. Ultimately, he realized that the reverence was directed at him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yin Fuyao covered her forehead, her expression one of disbelief. She had intended to keep Lu Tongfeng's identity a secret. Yet this fool had revealed it himself. Today, the elders of the Yuntian sect's Yu generation were all at least 200 years old, and her master, Yu Chunzi, was over 500. Who would have imagined that the Yuntian sect had acquired a 16-year-old little Shu? Seeing Lu Tongfeng's reaction, the crowd expressed their surprise. Chu Yuanhong remarked, Did you not just say you were the little Shu of Fairy Fuyao? Yes, I am her little Shu, am I not? What's the matter? Then you are indeed a senior. How can you be so ungrateful? You are all much older than I am. Calling me a senior makes me feel ancient. Just refer to me as little Shu. Suddenly, Lin Feng stepped forward, saying, Scholars, esteemed young heroes and fairies, do not heed his nonsensical claims. This man is named Lu Tongfeng, 16 years old, raised in Fuyang Town, a little beggar known as the Little Madman. He has never stepped outside Fuyang Town and is certainly no esteemed figure. He cannot possibly be this fairy's little Shu. Hey, Lin Gongzi, I've tolerated you for many years. Every time I see you, I address you as Gongzi without expecting anything in return. But when you introduce me to others, can you at least stick to my name? Must you bring up the nicknames little beggar and little madman in front of outsiders? Lu Tongfeng expressed his displeasure at Lin Feng, revealing his nicknames before these cultivators. The crowd looked at Yin Fuyao, perplexed. Her fair, exquisite face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to explain Lu Tongfeng's identity. Observing the skepticism in their eyes, Lu Tongfeng seemed to come to an understanding that I see now. Although I may be young, my seniority is high. Did you not uncover that these misdeeds were committed by those from the Jin sect? You cultivators should hurry and surround the Jin sect instead of delaying me from my work. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tongfeng dismissed the cultivators and continued digging through the rubble. The onlookers appeared to grasp the situation. This occurrence was not uncommon in many large sects and prominent families, since Lu Tongfeng was not a senior, but rather a little beggar who had never left Fuyang Town. Their interest waned. Lin Feng, having exposed Lu Tongfeng's true identity, felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the disdain in the crowd's eyes. He bowed slightly to everyone, saying, Scholars, esteemed young heroes and fairies. It is quite chaotic here. I have arranged for the swift handling of the deceased remains. You all should retire to my residence for a while, and we can discuss matters once the Xuanxu sect and royal cultivators arrive." The two scholars and the four disciples of the Xuanxu sect nodded slowly. Chu Yuanhong turned to Yin Fuyao and said, "Fairy Fuyao, it is likely that disciple from the Yuntian sect will arrive soon. Let us proceed to Lin Gongzi's residence to wait." Yin Fuyao gently shook her head, replying, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. If any disciples from the Yuntian sect arrive, I will seek them out myself." Chu Yuanhong cast a deep glance at Yin Fuyao before nodding slowly. Lin Feng eagerly led the group to his home, which was the wealthiest in the town. Situated at the northernmost part, the carnage from the previous night had not touched Lin Feng's residence. There were no casualties, and the house remained intact. Yes, Chu Yuanhong and the others followed Lin Feng away. The plump monk lingered behind, seemingly intrigued by Lu Tongfeng. Under the watchful eye of the He, he approached Lu Tongfeng, who was still digging through the rubble. "Amitba, Lu Shizhu, allow this little monk to assist you." Lu Tongfeng regarded the chubby monk, saying, "You have a good heart, little monk, but I do not need your help. Step aside and do not hinder my work." Lu Tongfeng had never held a favorable view of the Buddhist disciples, largely due to the nuns on Tsuping Mountain who had taken away his livelihood. Monks and nuns were of the same ilk. His disdain for the nuns of Tsuping Mountain extended to the monks as well. The little monk, seemingly unfazed by Lu Tongfeng's unfriendly demeanor, did not leave but instead pressed his palms together, silently chanting something. As Lu Tongfeng continued to dig, he heard a melodious sound from behind him. Turning around, he saw the little monk clad in moonlight white robes, exuding an aura of serenity. With a faint golden light surrounding him, it appeared as though a golden halo flickered behind his head. In astonishment, Lu Tongfeng watched as the little monk slowly extended his hand. In the next moment, the tiles, wooden planks, dirt, and snow atop the coffin began to levitate, seemingly controlled by a mysterious force. With a slight wave of the monk's hand, the floating debris dispersed to the sides. Lu Tongfeng stared in awe at the coffin emerging from the rubble. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? Truly, they possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. He dropped his pickaxe and looked at the little monk, asking, "What is your name?" The little monk, hands still together, replied softly, "I am Jiese, a disciple of Master Xian Bei from the Kuhai Temple." "What? Jiese?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback by the monk's name. Who would choose such a moniker? However, he found that this Jiese monk had a kind heart, unlike the nuns from Tipping Mountain who were fond of taking others' livelihoods. "Jiese, though I harbor a dislike for Buddhist disciples, I must thank you for your willingness to lend a hand. Amitba, it was but a small effort. Lu Shizhu need not be so formal. May I ask who your master is?" "My master is the Taoist Xian Hui." Xian Hui, the little monk who abstained from desires, displayed a hint of contemplation on his round, chubby cheeks. The Taoist and Buddhist traditions are not interlinked. The Xian lineage represents the rank of the abbot at the renowned Kuhai Temple in the mortal realm. However, within the Yuntian sect, it corresponds to the 34th generation of disciples. According to the lineage of Ziyun sect run, Shou Xian Yu Jing, the disciples of the Xian lineage are addressed as Yu, while the disciples of the Yu lineage are referred to as Jing. Yin Fuyao is a disciple of Yu Qinzi, placing her in the 36th generation of the Yuntian sect. The current master Lu Tongfeng belongs to the Xian lineage, thus sharing the same generation as Yu Qinzi. Yet, according to Jiese's knowledge, the elderly practitioners of the Xian lineage within the Yuntian sect have dwindled to a mere few surviving, with the youngest among them being at least 500 to 600 years old. There were no records of a predecessor named Xian Hui in the Yuntian sect. Observing the little monk lost in thought, Lu Tongfeng chose not to disturb him further, turning instead to the ruins of the spirit hall, where he bound a coffin with ropes and dragged it from the rubble to an open area in the courtyard, placing it beside another coffin he had just retrieved, sighing at the sight of the two coffins. Thick with dirt and dust, Lu Tongfeng sought out some ragged cloth to wipe them down. Yin Fuyao remained still, standing not far away, silently gazing at the southern sky, seemingly deep in thought. The little monk Jiese, intrigued, could not recall which elder Xian Hui belonged to, and thus retrieved a thick tome from his bag. Flipping through its pages, meanwhile, Yu Lingdang stood by her mother and grandmother's coffins, quietly shedding tears. The powerful energy of the pill Lu Tongfeng had gifted her the previous day had prevented her from succumbing to hunger or fainting amidst the chaos. As Lu Tongfeng finished cleaning the two coffins, GSA discovered the answers he sought within the ancient book. Xian Hui, a disciple of the 34th generation of the Yuntian sect, was a student of the immortal Shou Ming, who perished in the battle at Tianlu Mountain during the war between immortals and demons over 300 years ago. GSA read through the information multiple times. Indeed, it was Xian Hui. However, the Xian Hui of the Yuntian sect had died long ago in that conflict. How could a 16-year-old disciple suddenly emerge? Was it a case of borrowing a body or a resurrection? GSA's expression turned incredulous. Just then, Lu Tongfeng approached Yu Lingdang and said, "Lingdang, this place has been destroyed. Should we not first take Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's remains to the Earth God Temple? Though dilapidated, it can at least provide some shelter from the elements." Yu Lingdang looked up at Lu Tongfeng, then slowly nodded, replying, "Brother Feng, thank you, we are good friends, so there's no need for such formalities. Your home is also gone, so as long as you stick with me, I promise you won't go hungry." That a glimmer of gratitude flashed in Yu Lingdang's eyes. Just yesterday, she thought Lin Feng was someone she could rely on. Now, he seemed to be avoiding her, as if she were a plague. The townsfolk blamed all misfortunes on her. Without Lu Tongfeng's timely assistance, she truly would not have known how to cope. In that moment, Lu Tongfeng had become her pillar of support. "Brother Feng, I can no longer stay here. I will wander the world with you. The silver I earned from the breakfast stall and my father's pension are hidden in a tin box beneath my bed. Could you help me dig it out?" "No problem. Wait here while I see what else can be salvaged," Lu Tongfeng replied, rising to fetch a pickaxe for further digging. Suddenly, he noticed the foolish little monk still lingering around. With a slight shift of his gaze, he approached GSA. "You are GSA, correct?" The little monk tucked away the hefty tome and replied, "What can I do for you, Master Lu?" Lu Tongfeng said, "I would appreciate your assistance." That he then pulled GSA to the collapsed room of Yu Lingdang. "Little monk, your ability to move object from a distance earlier was truly impressive. Could you help me clear this area?" GSA replied, "Certainly. But Master Lu, you must tell me your master's name." "I already mentioned that my master is Xian Hui," Lu Tongfeng replied. "However, as far as I know, Xian Hui perished over 300 years ago during the war between immortals and demons at Tianlu Mountain. You are only 16 years old. How could you possibly be his disciple?" "Well, you seem quite young yet possess considerable knowledge. I only learned a few days ago that Xian Hui is merely my master's alias. My master's true name is likely Xian Shi." GSA's plump body quivered. "Xian Shi? Which Xian Shi?" Lu Tongfeng was puzzled. "What, are there many people in the Yuntian sect named Xian Shi?" "Fuyao, the celestial maiden, even mentioned that my master is quite formidable, claiming he is the greatest expert in the Yuntian sect over the past millennium. Was that a deception?" GSA shuddered again, swallowing hard and cautiously inquired, "Is your master perhaps surnamed Mei?" "Yes, have you heard of my master?" Lu Tongfeng asked, surprised. GSA gasped, stepping back a few paces, looking at Lu Tongfeng as if he were a monster. "Why are you looking at me with such a disgusting expression?" Lu Tongfeng questioned, bewildered. GSA murmured, "If your master is surnamed Mei and is known as Xian Shi, then Fuyao did not deceive you at all. Is my master truly that so-called greatest expert?" Lu Tongfeng inquired. GSA nodded gravely. "Lu Tongfeng, what are you and this gluttonous monk whispering about?" Fuyao floated over like a specter, having spotted Lu Tongfeng and GSA deep in conversation amidst the ruins. "This little monk asked me who my master is. Fuyao, it turns out you were telling the truth. My master really is the greatest expert in the Yuntian sect over the past millennium. I always thought you were pulling my leg." "What? You told him this?" Fuyao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Lu Tongfeng, confused, replied, "Is it necessary to keep my master's identity a secret?" Fuyao appeared somewhat exasperated. Lu Tongfeng was entirely oblivious to the undercurrents in the realm of cultivation. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you understand what it means to be a disciple of Xian Shi? Your master's granduncle?" Lu Tongfeng pondered for a moment, suspiciously replying, "Does it mean I am your little master uncle?" "Not just that," Fuyao said. "Forget it, gluttonous monk," regarding Lu Tongfeng's identity, before Fuyao could finish her sentence. GSA interjected, I vow before the Buddha that I will never reveal Master Lu's identity to anyone. I am a monk and do not speak falsehoods. Fuyao regarded Jie with a highly skeptical gaze. Can I trust you, gluttonous monk? Cough, cough, Fuyao. In other matters you may doubt me, but in terms of character, there's no need for hesitation. You, Jie, have character? Well, somewhat. From the exchange between the two, Lu Tongfeng discerned that Fuyao seemed to know Jie and that Jie's character was likely questionable. Fuyao repeatedly referred to Jie as a gluttonous monk, while Jie could offer no rebuttal, indicating that the little chubby monk's integrity was indeed up for debate. Lu Tongfeng felt increasingly perplexed. What exactly was going on? Was it he who was unworthy or his master? Why was his identity as a disciple of his master shrouded in secrecy? Fuyao glanced at Lu Tongfeng and cautioned. Lu Tongfeng, if you wish to live a bit longer, refrain from casually revealing your status as a disciple of Xian He. Why not? Lu Tongfeng asked, intrigued. Jie leaned forward and whispered, you should heed her warnings. For this is not a favorable identity. This only deepened Lu Tongfeng's suspicions. Just as he inquired about the reason, Dehei began barking loudly. The crowd turned to see a multitude of shimmering lights appearing in the northern sky. These lights resembled meteors streaking rapidly across the heavens, swiftly descending towards the small town. Having interacted with cultivators over the past few days, Lu Tongfeng recognized that these luminous streaks were the radiant glimmers emitted by magical artifacts as they soared through the air. He murmured, so many cultivators. The monk, Jie, remarked, it must be the disciples of the Xuanxu sect arriving. The Xuanxu sect? So many of them. Lu Tongfeng felt a twinge of astonishment. Jie explained, Yuzhou is indeed the territory of the Xuanxu sect. Now that they have learned of the rampant activities of the Mo Jiao's extreme Yin sect in their domain, they will naturally take this matter seriously. Yun Fuyao inquired, since the Xuanxu sect has arrived. Do you intend to go over? Jie immediately shook his head, saying, I cannot go. I still have to assist my little master uncle. Right, little master uncle? Looking at the chubby face of Jie, adorned with a nauseating smile, and the obsequiousness reflected in his eyes, Lu Tongfeng felt somewhat at a loss. He thought to himself, do all disciples of the Buddhist sect lack such shame? Who is your little master uncle? Call me that again, and I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. We are the righteous path, united in purpose. Since you are the little master uncle of the immortal Fuyao, you are also my little master uncle. Little master uncle, take a few steps back and witness my prowess. Suddenly, the small, plump monk's light blue robe swelled, and as he channeled his true power, a faint golden radiance of Buddha light emanated from him. Under the influence of this Buddhist power, the debris from the ruins, tiles, beams, and bricks began to levitate and settle onto the open ground. Lu Tongfeng, having previously witnessed the monk's abilities, was not overly astonished at this spectacle. He approached Yun Fuyao and whispered, Fairy Fuyao, do you know this rotund monk? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head, replying, I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him. He is a direct disciple of Master Xianbei from Kuhuai Temple, formerly known as Jielin. However, he has never adhered to the strict precepts of the Buddhist order, indulging in meat and wine, and is quite lecherous. Much like yourself, it is said that he frequently visits brothels. Prompting Master Xianbei to change his name to Jie 2 years ago, he was expelled from the mountain for training, and unexpectedly he has arrived in Yuzhou. I see. That explains it. How could a monk who spends all his time chanting and fasting be so rotund? He must be a debauched monk. Lu Tongfeng spat disdainfully at Jie's retreating figure, his expression one of contempt. In the meantime, over 100 streaks of light had already descended upon the town. The appearance of so many righteous cultivators prompted cheers from numerous townsfolk. The massacre that had transpired the previous night had resulted in a stark polarization in the southern part of the town. The inhabitants were brutally slaughtered by the white-clad demons, leaving only 4 or 5 young maidens of notable beauty alive, while the elderly and young were mercilessly killed, with scarcely any survivors. Conversely, in the northern section, most residents, upon the onset of the carnage, fled northward with their families, maintaining the integrity of their households. Those who lost family members were not as sorrowful as the southern townsfolk, who mourned their slain kin. They were anxious that the white-clad villains might return. Now that a large contingent of righteous cultivators had arrived, their fears were alleviated. They need no longer live in trepidation or hastily escape under cover of night. Lu Tongfeng observed the young disciples descending from the sky on their magical swords, curling his lip in disdain. Noticing that GSA had nearly cleared the debris from the bell tower, he began searching for usable items within. Before long, Lu Tongfeng unearthed a large wooden chest and an iron box that had been trapped beneath the bed. The wooden chest was of excellent quality, having been placed in a corner and spared from the collapse of the house, neatly containing the seasonal garments of Yuling Zhang. The iron box held over 100 taels of silver, which was quite a substantial amount for a family in the small town. If fortune smiled upon them, it would suffice to ensure that Yuling Zhang's family would want for nothing for many years to come. Lu Tongfeng brought the wooden chest and iron box before Yuling Zhang, saying, "Ling Zhang, I have found the belongings. Let us return to the Earth God Temple first. I will find a suitable burial site for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat." Yuling Zhang cast a grateful glance at Lu Tongfeng and nodded gently. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Lu Tongfeng resolved to transport Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's coffins back to the Earth God Temple first and seek a proper burial site behind the temple the following day. However, figuring out how to transport the two coffins back was a dilemma. Lu Tongfeng surveyed his surroundings and spotted a flatbed cart. Yet a single cart would not suffice to carry two coffins. His gaze then fell upon GSA. Since learning that Lu Tongfeng was a disciple of Taoist Xianqi, the monk's attitude towards him had dramatically shifted, with a sycophantic smile and incessant references to Little Master Uncle. Lu Tongfeng suspected that the monk viewed him as a formidable young hero, eager to curry favor and cling to his coattails. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lu Tongfeng approached GSA, who was engaged in a lowly conversation with Yun Fuyao, and asked, "What are you discussing?" GSA shook his head, replying, "Nothing of significance. Merely the pleasantries exchanged among cultivators. Little Master Uncle, do you have any tasks for me?" Lu Tongfeng displayed a sly smile, saying, "Now that you mention it, there is indeed a task for you." GSA eagerly responded, "Little Master Uncle, please command me. I am full of strength." Lu Tongfeng chuckled, "How commendable. Though I am not particularly fond of Buddhist disciples, I count you as a friend. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Lu Tongfeng dashed forward with great urgency, and Dahei promptly followed suit. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng finally confirmed something in his heart. His master was indeed formidable, and this rotund monk genuinely wished to curry favor with him. Upon reaching the street, Lu Tongfeng observed several young cultivators clad in purple robes, adorned with the emblem of Tai Chi at their waists and collars. These were disciples of the Xuanxu sect. Having heard of the Cloud Heaven sect from miles away, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the Xuanxu sect. The fervor for cultivation in the human realm was at its zenith, with various factions such as Taoists, demons, Buddhas, sorcerers, ghosts, and demons vying for prominence, forming a vast cultivation system within the 9 provinces composed of sects, loose cultivators, and illustrious cultivation families. Among them, the most powerful were the 6 major sects of the righteous path. Alongside the demon sects, 1 palace, 2 valleys, and 3 sections. The so-called 6 major sects refer to the Cloud Heaven sect, located in the Tianyin mountain range of the southwest of the 9 provinces, the Snow Domain Sword sect in the northwest Tianyu mountain range, the Heavenly Maiden sect in the northeast Chongling mountain range, the Bitter Sea temple at the foot of the Pro mountains in the southwest, the Xuanxu sect within the Canglong mountain range in the heart of the 9 provinces, and the branch of the Buddhist sect, the Penglai Fairyland, isolated overseas. The demon sects, 1 palace, 2 valleys, and 3 sects consist of the Feihua Palace, Tianyin Valley, Wudu Valley, Tiangmo sect, Shihun sect, and Hehuan sect. Each of these major sects has its own sphere of influence. The Canglong mountain range, where the Xuanxu sect resides, predominantly falls within the territory of Yuzhou, making Yuzhou the stronghold of the Xuanxu sect. One of the 6 major sects of the righteous path. Reputation and face are of utmost importance. The Xuanxu sect would never permit a demonic faction to wreak havoc within its territory. Thus, the Xuanxu sect has dispatched a considerable number of disciples to eliminate the sinister members of the Jin sect once and for all. Newly arrived disciples of the Xuanxu sect, grouped in 3s and 5s. were combing through each household for clues while inquiring with last night's survivors. These cultivators possessed formidable skills, accompanied by Confucian experts adept at observing hearts and sensing qi. Given that the assailants were numerous and the events of last night were recent, traces of their presence would surely linger in the air. Tracking their qi signatures to locate their lair was merely a matter of time. However, Lu Tongfeng harbored no fondness for these so-called righteous cultivators. After casting a few glances at the dashing disciples of the Xuanchu sect, he steered his path southward. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a usable flatbed cart in a small courtyard reduced to ruins and pulled it back to the remnants of the Lingdang family home. Upon returning, he found only the Lingdang present, while Yun Fuyo was conspicuously absent. "Where is the Yun Fuyo?" Lu Tongfeng inquired curiously. They replied, "A few disciples from the Xuanchu sect came by just now." Mentioning that disciples from the Cloud Heaven sect had arrived, and Fuyo went to meet them. "Little Shu, I've heard that Chu Tianyi and Wei Yurong from the Xuanchu sect are here. Should we go take a look?" "Who are they? Why should I go see them?" They leaned closer to Lu Tongfeng and said, "Chu Tianyi is nothing special, just a self-important pretty boy, but Wei Yurong is worth a glance. She ranked among the top 10 fairies in the world alongside Fuyo, and her beauty rivals that of Fuyo. Furthermore, I've heard her name is derived from her figure." Tut. Derived from her figure? What does that mean? You don't understand. Wei Yurong's name means ample, he explained. Gesturing with his hands before his chest, Lu Tongfeng's eyes lit up at a beauty whose allure rivaled that of Fuyo. The mere thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. "Got it now. Should we go take a peek?" The nudged Lu Tongfeng with his A.R.M. Lu Tongfeng shuddered and tilted his head to regard the say, "You truly are a gluttonous monk. Aren't you supposed to be a practitioner of detachment? How can you be so impure? Don't you forget your Dharma name? You are. It appears you haven't truly renounced your desires at all." The shrugged and replied, "What is the harm in taking a look? Wei Yurong one tea bite." Lu Tongfeng was at a loss for words, that he realized he had become a lecherous ghost, only to find that there were those even more shameless than himself. This monk, who ought to be detached from all worldly desires, was even more lascivious than he. "First help me load the coffin onto the cart and take it to the village temple outside of town. Then you can go see this Wei Yurong. You can even hide by her window and spy on her bathing if you wish." Little Shu, isn't that inappropriate? What if we get caught? Will they break my legs? Seeing the serious and worried expression on his plump face, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead, truly defeated by this unrepentant monk. Were it not for the need to enlist this lecherous monk's aid, Lu Tongfeng would have long since closed the door onto He. Lu Tongfeng helped Yu Lingdang to her feet, and together with they placed the two coffins on two flatbed carts, securing them with ropes. After their task was complete, Lu Tongfeng stated, "Lingdang, let us depart." Yu Lingdang cast a glance at the ruins of her home, tears welling in her eyes, yet she felt no lingering attachment. She could no longer remain here. All she wished was to bury her grandmother and mother and leave forever. Lu Tongfeng and they each pulled a flatbed cart bearing the coffins as they made their way southward through the village. The devastating fire from the previous night had melted much of the snow in the small town, making the journey relatively easy that a few curious townsfolk stopped to watch, and some cultivators observed the two carts transporting coffins that a youth clad in tattered robes, a plump little monk, a grieving girl in mourning attire, and a large black dog the size of a calf, accompanied by two coffins. Such a combination would draw attention wherever it went. While the cultivators were merely curious, many of the townspeople muttered curses under their breath. The bodies of over 200 victims were already being collected and cleared with the assistance of the Xuanchu sect's disciples. With so many lives lost, it was impossible to provide a coffin for each individual. After discussions with the recently awakened village head Lin Deming and several respected elders of the town, it was decided that the deceased would be buried on a small hill to the west of the town after their identities were verified. Now, with two coffins, the townsfolk felt uneasy. Why should their own relatives who had died be wrapped in a straw mat for burial, while Yu Lingdang, who had brought calamity upon the town, could afford coffins for her mother and grandmother? Were it not for the presence of the cultivators, many townspeople might have resorted to throwing stones and rotten eggs at Yu Lingdang and her coffins. Chui came running from the north and quickly caught up with Lu Tongfeng and the others. Chui's grandfather had also perished in the military campaign a few years prior, leaving her and her mother, Wang Shi, to rely on each other. She was relatively fortunate, as her home was situated in the northern part of the town, and her mother had not been harmed during last night's massacre. However, the gossip surrounding Dang in the town was rampant, and her mother was concerned about Chui becoming embroiled in trouble, thus sternly forbidding her from associating with Dang. Upon hearing that Dang was leaving the town with 2 coffins, Chui broke free from her mother's grasp and ran to bid farewell. Dang, where are you going? Chui's face was pale, and her demeanor appeared fatigued. She had been by Dang's side for 3 days without proper rest, after such a significant event last night. She had not closed her eyes since, as a young girl, her body had reached its limit while Dang grasped Chui's hand, her expression no longer as numb as before, as she forced a smile. My home has been destroyed. I'm taking my grandmother and mother to the village temple in the south. Chui glanced at the large chest bound to the wooden planks. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. She softly asked, Dang, will you come back? Dang surveyed the ruins of her burned and collapsed home. This is my home. Of course, I will return. Chui harbored doubts regarding Dang's words. Her home had already crumbled, and she was left without kin in this place. The townsfolk had turned against her, and how could she ever return after leaving today? Chui refrained from exposing Dang's deceit. Dang, take care of yourself. You must live well. Do you understand? Dang nodded slowly, replying, Chui, you too must take care. Thank you for accompanying and looking after me these past few days. We are good sisters. Why speak of such things? The little madcap, Chui, wiped her tears and called out, Oh, what is it? Chui, take good care of Dang. If you dare to bully her, I shall break your legs. Understood, Lu Tongfeng said, managing to wave at Chui with one hand amidst his busy schedule. He then continued to pull the coffin cart forward. Chui, I must depart. You should return and rest well. With so many cultivators present, those villains will no longer come. The 2 sisters conversed for a while on the street before tearfully bidding farewell. Dang hastened to catch up with Lu Tongfeng. I forgot to ask Chui earlier. Is her mother all right? Lu Tongfeng inquired. Dang gently shook her head, saying, She is fine. That is good to hear. The streets in the town were still traversable, but beyond its borders, the thick snow posed considerable difficulty. This coffin cart was no sled. It was quite heavy, weighing several hundred pounds, and Lu Tongfeng worried it would be challenging to pull through the deep snow. Once they left the town, Lu Tongfeng was astonished to find the snow nearly reached the wheels of the cart. Yet it did not seem to impede his progress. He suddenly sensed a distinct change within himself today, feeling considerably stronger than before. When he had pulled 2 coffins from the ruins, it had not required much effort, and he had not thought much of it. Now, however, he realized his body had undergone a noticeable transformation. He recalled the bizarre events of the previous night. Grasping the celestial sword had ignited his body. His consciousness had not fully faded, allowing him to vaguely remember what had transpired. Could this change within me be connected to the fire that did not consume me last night? Lu Tongfeng muttered to himself. If even Lu Tongfeng could effortlessly pull the coffin cart through the snow, then that unreliable yet highly skilled monk who practiced restraint would find it even less challenging. It was not merely a matter of pulling a cart. Even if tasked with carrying it, the plump monk could traverse the snow with ease. As Lu Tongfeng pondered the reasons for his physical changes while pulling the cart, the monk behind him asked, Little Shu, where are we headed? Lu Tongfeng collected his thoughts and replied, Not far. We shall arrive shortly. He noticed Dang struggling to walk through the snow. Her movements labored as she supported the coffin cart. Lu Tongfeng halted and said, Dang, the snow makes it difficult to walk. You should sit in the cart. No, I can manage. Dang gently shook her head. You can manage nothing. You haven't eaten in days. Do you not realize that? Ignoring Dang's protests, Lu Tongfeng picked her up and placed her on the neck of the cart before continuing onward. Observing Lu Tongfeng pulling such a heavy cart through the snow with ease, Dang felt a surge of astonishment. She had always known of Lu Tongfeng's great strength, but had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. Watching his sturdy back as he bent to pull the cart, Dang's eyes began to shimmer with a hint of brilliance. It is only in times of hardship that one can discern whether those around them are truly human or ghostly apparitions. Without Lu Tongfeng, she would have perished yesterday. Without him, she would have met her demise in shame before her mother's coffin today. Without Lu Tongfeng, she would have been at a loss regarding her mother and grandmother's funeral arrangements. For years, everyone had called Lu Tongfeng Little Madcap, yet Yulingdang had always regarded him as a friend, knowing he aspired to forge a path in Xuyang City, even braving the storm to bring her food. Now, with the Yu family suffering calamity, people cursed her and avoided her, blaming her for the plight of the entire town, leaving her to endure an unprecedented chill. Her heart had grown cold and lifeless. Yet Lu Tongfeng gradually warmed her frigid, numb heart in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lu Tongfeng and the others arrived outside the land deity temple, the boundary between the celestial and the mundane. The little monk, who practiced restraint, raised an eyebrow at the four characters etched into the massive stone at the entrance. Such a bold inscription, daring to proclaim itself the boundary between the celestial and the mundane. Little Shu, what is this dilapidated temple? This is where I've lived all these years, So this is where you and the sword deity elder resided. Truly extraordinary. Only a place inhabited by the sword deity elder could merit the title of the boundary between the celestial and the mundane. This place is indeed rich in spiritual energy and possesses a beautiful environment. Only the sword deity elder could find such a divine locale amidst the mundane world. By the way, little Shu, is the sword deity elder here? The little plump monk's expression changed instantly. His earlier mockery of the stone inscription replaced by earnestness upon learning this was where Lu Tongfeng and Xianqi Daoist had lived. He seemed unbothered by the potential pollution of the environment. Showering compliments without restraint, Lu Tongfeng gestured toward the dilapidated temple, saying, "My master has always been here. He has never left that. Oh, really? If he is at home, why did you not say so earlier? I am unprepared with gifts. Am I presentable? Is my hair all right? Do I have any stains on my face?" Sword deity elder, a wayward little lamb from the Kuhai temple, comes to pay respects. "You are the person I admire most in life, and my reverence for you flows like an unending river. Elder." As the little monk praised profusely, he stepped through the door of the dilapidated temple, only to be rendered speechless upon entry. This place can house people. The space is limited, and there are numerous holes. The deity statue is small, and there's a lot of garbage. If this were a pigsty or sheepfold, I would not be surprised. The monk searched around the temple, but found no sign of the revered burning heaven sword deity. Yulingdang jumped down from the coffin cart, hearing the little monk's calls within the temple. "Fenggo, what is he doing?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "He is likely looking for my master." "Your master, the old temple keeper, did he not pass away 6 years ago?" "Yes, I find it puzzling as well. Perhaps I did not express it clearly." At that moment, the little monk emerged from the land deity temple. "Little Shu, you said the sword deity elder was here. Why have I not seen him?" Lu Tongfeng was in the process of untying the ropes binding the coffin when he said, "My master is in the bamboo grove behind. Do you need to find him for something? As a junior, I must pay my respects to him in person. Otherwise, it would be quite disrespectful." "Wait," seeing the plump monk heading toward the back mountain, Lu Tongfeng hurriedly called out to him. "What is it, little Shu? Did I forget to tell you? My master has passed away." "What? You mean the sword deity elder has transcended?" The little monk's rotund figure seemed struck by lightning, his expression turning blank in an instant. Lu Tongfeng said, "When you spoke of transcending, was it not the same as your Buddhist concept of nirvana, indicating that one has died?" The little monk nodded mechanically. Lu Tongfeng continued, "Yes, my master has transcended, and it has been 6 years. How could this be? Such a divine figure as he. How could he? Alas, Amitba." The little monk clasped his hands together, adopting a solemn demeanor, completely devoid of the appearance of a hedonistic monk. This transformation was as remarkable as Lu Tongfeng's own ability to change his expression. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a wave of sadness. "Ah, little monk, since you hold such respect for my master, I shall take you to his grave later, so you may pay your respects properly." Indeed. The young monk, who had renounced desire, slowly nodded and let out a gentle sigh. The earthen temple was in disarray. The statues of the earth god and earth goddess, displaced by the lame Li and Li Chuyin, had yet to be restored to their rightful places. Lu Tongfeng beckoned the young monk to assist in tidying up. Together, they first returned the statues to their positions, then dragged out the snow shovel, and finally began clearing the debris from the dilapidated temple. After a considerable effort lasting nearly half an hour, the temple began to resemble a proper place once more. Subsequently, Lu Tongfeng and the young monk carried the coffins of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat into the temple, placing them in the corner near the northern wall. Once all was completed, Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, surveying the drafty doors and windows, as well as the 3 large holes in the roof. While he himself was indifferent, he considered that Ling Dang, being a delicate woman, might find the chill of the night unbearable, and her frail constitution may not withstand it. He glanced at the half-pot of chicken soup left over from last night's meal prepared by Yunfuyo. "Young monk, can you repair houses?" he inquired. "Repair houses? Are you referring to this crumbling temple? There is no need for such repairs. I suggest we demolish it and start new," the young monk replied. "Little master uncle, one day I shall take you to see our Buddhist temples. Golden roofs, red walls, and gilded Buddhas. Such grandeur. You Buddhists are wealthy, as everyone in the world knows. There is no need for you to flaunt it before me." "Fine, if you won't help, I shall repair it myself. I never said I wouldn't help. I rushed here from Xuyang City this morning and have been starving all day. This chicken soup is nearly ready. Allow me to have a bowl to warm myself first, and I shall assist you in fixing this dilapidated temple afterward. Drink chicken soup? Warm yourself?" Lu Tongfeng, along with Ling Dang, who was burning paper money in front of the fire pit, and Dahe, who was salivating at the sight of the half-pot of chicken soup, turned to gaze at the young monk simultaneously. Akati would not be surprising for anyone to speak of drinking soup to warm oneself. But when uttered from the lips of a bald monk clad in large prayer beads and carrying a massive wooden fish, it appeared exceedingly bizarre and absurd. "Do not look at me with such expressions. Did you not hear Fairy Fuyo say that I am a monk who indulges in wine and meat, with no dietary restrictions?" The young monk seemed accustomed to such looks directed at him by others, explaining with a calm demeanor, without a hint of embarrassment, that Lu Tongfeng remarked, "I have not had much interaction with the Buddhist community. May I inquire if all disciples of Buddhism are like you? Or is it merely you, the black sheep, who flouts the rules of the order?" The young monk chuckled awkwardly. "Most monks adhere to the precepts of Buddhism. It is just that my appetite is rather insatiable. I have always had a fondness for meat since childhood and have faced my share of reprimands from my master, who even changed my Dharma name because of it. However, this is hardly of great consequence. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Worshipping the Buddha is a matter of the heart, not merely about eating and drinking. Moreover, there are many monks who indulge in wine and meat, and plenty who practice joyous meditation. I do not concern myself with the opinions of the mundane world." Lu Tongfeng, intrigued, asked, "If you enjoy meat and wine so much, why become a monk? Would it not be better to return to lay life?" The young monk replied, "What is wrong with being a monk? Temples and monasteries are abundant. Wherever I go, I need not spend money on lodging, nor do I need to sleep outdoors. That I can simply find a nearby temple and ask for a place to stay. Furthermore, the benefits of being a monk are substantial. I can cultivate Buddhist teachings, extend my lifespan, and become immune to ailments. Join the Buddhist order. One must possess a certain wisdom. Most cannot even enter. This chicken soup is ready. It smells delightful. Ling Dang, you are immortal, so you should eat first. Just leave me a bowl of soup and a chicken leg, due to having consumed a fasting pill the previous day. The spiritual energy from which would last at least 15 days. Ling Dang felt no hunger during this period. Thus, she gently shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry, little master. You and Brother Feng should eat." "Then I shall not be polite." The young monk was indeed quite familiar, and exceedingly shameless at that. The old hen that Lu Tongfeng had purchased with all his silver the previous day had only yielded some soup for Yunfuyo, leaving over half a pot. Upon discovering the remnants of the hen in the pot, the young monk secretly ignited the stove. Soon, a substantial portion of the hen disappeared into the belly of this plump monk, whose strong teeth could even crunch through the bones. Nearby, Dahe, who was eagerly awaiting a bone, looked on in disbelief. "What is happening? Humans consume meat. Dogs chew bones. This has been the unchanging rule of diet for ages. If you consume the bones, what is left for this divine dog? Dahe barked furiously at the voracious young monk. Faced with the fierce dog, the young monk could only reluctantly toss a few small bones to it. As the saying goes, one who eats is soft-hearted, and one who takes is short, dash-handed. Dusk, the young monk, having eaten his fill, began repairing the dilapidated temple alongside Lu Tongfeng, given the limited resources and lack of tiles. They could only make rudimentary repairs to the large holes in the roof and the doors and windows, primarily to block the wind rather than keep out the rain. With the help of the young monk, who was a cultivator, the repairs proceeded swiftly and easily. The young monk ascended to the roof, using bamboo to fill the large holes, then covering them with thatch and mutas for the doors and windows. The repair was even simpler. The fat monk, with his bag hanging from his side, produced 2 pieces of coarse cloth from his storage pouch that he used the cloth to seal the doors and windows, securing them with bamboo in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The old earthen temple was no longer drafty. However, the cloth covering all the doors and windows greatly reduced both light and ventilation. Nevertheless, the effect was quite apparent. The temple was no longer drafty, and the temperature began to rise noticeably, no longer matching the outside chill. Outside, darkness had fully descended, and Lu Tongfeng stood at the entrance, gazing at the brightly lit northern town. The cultivators in the town had not departed. Instead, they gathered in increasing numbers. Not only were there disciples from the Xuanxu sect, but also royal cultivators sent by the court, along with righteous disciples and free cultivators like the young monk, all arriving to slay demons and exorcise evil. Upon hearing the news, it seemed the number of cultivators in the town now exceeded that of the townsfolk. The young monk emerged from the dilapidated temple and noticed Lu Tongfeng lost in thought as he stared toward the northern town. "Little master uncle, what are you gazing at? Are you waiting for Fairy Fuyo?" "Why would I be waiting for her? Since disciples from Yuntian's sect have also arrived, Fairy Fuyo must be with her fellow sect members. How could she possibly stay in this filthy, dilapidated temple?" He replied, "By the way, aren't you going to town to join the revelry and see just how grand the so-called Wei Nayuan from the Xuanxu sect is?" "What Wei Nayuan?" "Her name is Wei Yuan. What was once a simple appreciation of beauty now sounds so vulgar coming from your lips." The young monk promptly corrected him. Lu Tongfeng pouted. "Vulgar? You think I'm vulgar?" "Yes, before encountering you. I felt Lu Tongfeng was indeed rather crude. Yet after meeting this flowery monk, I now feel like the most upright gentleman in the world. The young monk responded. A monk engages only in discussions of scripture and philosophy, not in trivial disputes. You may say whatever you wish. By the way, little master uncle, I forgot to ask, what is your current cultivation level? Cultivation level? I have none. What do you mean by none? The young monk's face showed confusion. I'm not a cultivator at all, so of course, I have no cultivation level, Lu Tongfeng explained. The young monk rolled his eyes. Little master uncle, I thought we were friends now. Friends should be honest with one another. I won't spread your secrets around. So why the hesitation? Lu Tongfeng could only smile bitterly and shake his head. After a day of interaction, he realized that aside from the young monk's disregard for precepts, he was not a villain at heart. I speak the truth. When my master passed away, I was still quite young. He taught me nothing. That I truly am not a cultivator. Impossible. The young monk shook his head. Today, you pulled such a heavy coffin through deep snow, walking at least 3 miles from the town to here without resting, moving with such agility as if traversing flat ground. A mere mortal could never accomplish such a feat. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly, unable to comprehend this matter. However, he refrained from discussing it further with the little monk who practiced abstinence, for they had only known each other for less than a day. He contemplated asking Yin Fuyao about the peculiar changes in his body the next time they met, wondering if it had anything to do with the incident from the previous night, when he felt as though his body had caught fire. After a day of reflection, Lu Tongfeng realized that the transformation of his body was not merely an increase in strength. For instance, now, standing amidst the cold wind, he felt no chill that in the past. He had to meditate and cultivate to dispel the cold from his body. Yet now he sensed a warmth coursing through him, rendering him impervious to the frigid temperatures of winter, as if he were enveloped in a hot spring. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's silence and furrowed brow, The little monk placed his arm around his shoulder and said, "Little Shu, never mind. Your cultivation level is your personal secret, and I shall not pry. However, having assisted you so much today, may I make a humble request?" Lu Tongfeng cast a sideways glance at him and replied, "I am a pauper, not a single coin to my name. Ah, as cultivators, discussing money is rather mundane, so what is it that you desire?" Lu Tongfeng's heart was filled with suspicion. The little monk's gaze gradually descended, resting upon the sword at Lu Tongfeng's waist. The sword was still sheathed in the two tattered scabbards, half of its blade exposed, revealing the ancient inscriptions and the chilling gleam that danced along its surface. Seeing the little monk fixated on his sword, Lu Tongfeng forcefully pushed him away. "Oh, you covet my sword. It was left to me by my master before he passed. There's not even a door, nor a window." The little monk rubbed his hands together, a fawning expression on his face. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. How could I possibly want your sword? Little Shu, I merely wish to admire it. If you would be so kind." Lu Tongfeng looked at the little monk in astonishment. "Admire my sword? Have you lost your mind? It is late at night, instead of sneaking a peek at Wei Nai bathing. What is there to admire about my sword? Finchen, one of the 10 divine weapons. Is it not more splendid than Wei Nai's beauty?" "What? Finchen? You mean my sword is Finchen?" The little monk inquired. "Isn't the sword sage's only disciple you?" Since the sword sage had ascended, the legendary Finchen sword could only have been passed on to you. Is it not the Finchen sword that you possess? Yin Fuyao had mentioned to Lu Tongfeng that his deceitful old master was the greatest expert of the Yuntian sect in a millennium. Ranking among the top 3 of the 10 strongest in the Tiangong Pavilion, he had traversed the world with a Finchen sword, never facing defeat, earning the title of Finchen Sword God. Lu Tongfeng's understanding of the cultivation world was limited, and he had only recently begun to learn. Nevertheless, the mere mention of Finchen evoked a sense of awe. Now, with the little monk referencing the Finchen sword, Lu Tongfeng felt greatly intrigued. He drew forth the dark azure sword from his waist and asked, "Little monk, does my sword bear the name Finchen?" The little monk eagerly leaned closer, almost willing to press his eyes against the blade. "Why is it a blue sword? Is it too dark? Or is the lighting inadequate? Come, little Shu, let us enter the house." The little monk dragged Lu Tongfeng into the earth deity temple. The two huddled by the fire, examining Lu Tongfeng's sword under the bright light of the flames. The sword's color remained azure. The little monk wore a perplexed expression, touching the blade, measuring its length with his fingers, and urging Lu Tongfeng to flip the sword over for a closer inspection of every detail. After a moment, he scratched his bald head, wearing a countenance of confusion. Lu Tongfeng shook the sword lightly and said, "I say, little monk, after all this time, you seem ready to lick it. Have you discerned whether my sword is indeed the Finchen sword?" The little monk slowly shook his head. "It is not. Look closely again. Perhaps you failed to see clearly. Why not try licking it?" The little monk replied, "There is no need for that. The Tiangong Pavilion's artifact registry contains detailed records of the Finchen sword." With that, he rummaged through his bag and soon produced a rather thin tome. He flipped through it, and after a moment, exclaimed, "Found it. Take a look for yourself. There are illustrations, and it does not match the color or length of your sword." Lu Tongfeng received the book and read the text. The 10 divine weapons of the mortal realm, Finchen, possessing the fire attribute among the 5 elements, was forged by the 19th leader of the Yuntian sect, Qianjinren, using the fire dragon origin crystal and the chaos fire spirit stone, tempered by the fire of the earth's veins. The sword measures 3 feet and 5 inches in length, weighing 4 pounds and 5 taels and 3 qian. One side of the blade is inscribed with the character for Finchen, hence the name. This sword is of pure yang and utmost hardness, rich in fire essence, ranking as the 7th among the 10 divine swords of the present age. The page also featured an illustration of the Finchen sword, a blazing red blade. The little monk inquired, "Little Shu, is the sword sage's only disciple you?" "Indeed, my master never mentioned any brothers or sisters to me." "That is peculiar. As far as I know, the Finchen sword has remained the sword sage's treasure since he acquired it, and it should still reside with the Yuntian sect. You were by his side when he passed. So it stands to reason that he would have entrusted the Finchen sword to you." Little Sure Shoe. Could it be that you mistook its worth and buried it with the sword sage? Lu Tongfeng shook his head. Impossible. My master was a miser. I crafted his burial garments in town, and he had no funerary items whatsoever. The little monk appeared somewhat disappointed. Little Sure Shoe, think again. Did the sword sage gift you anything before he passed? Or did he say anything of note? If you can locate the Finchen sword, I am willing to pay 500, no, 800 taels of gold for it. 800 taels. In gold. Is this old sword truly worth that much? Well, since we are friends, I am offering you a friendship price. The little monk chuckled. Lu Tongfeng gazed at the illustration in the book and slowly remarked, now that you mention it, I seem to recall having seen a sword like that in my childhood. Really? Yes, indeed. I remember that during winter, I would sleep with a red sword in my arms. It felt as warm as a fire stick, quite similar to this Finchen sword. The little monk rejoiced. Yes, yes. The Finchen sword is crafted from the Fire Dragon Origin Crystal and the Chaos Fire Spirit Stone. A rare divine sword of the fire attribute. Even when dormant, it remains intensely warm. Little Sure Shoe, think again. I will add an extra 200 taels of gold. Lu Tongfeng appeared thoughtful, gently shaking his head. At that time, I was very young, perhaps only 4 or 5 years old. After so many years, how could I possibly remember? Alas, it seems I, Lu Tongfeng, am destined to be devoid of fortune, unable to earn that gold. Little monk, since my sword is not Finchen, do you have any idea what it might be? Seeing that Lu Tongfeng could not recall the whereabouts of Finchen, the little monk looked quite dejected. There are no inscriptions on your sword, so I truly cannot discern its origins. However, it seems to possess a considerable grade and is quite ancient, possibly related to the ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness. The ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness? How do you deduce that? Lu Tongfeng's face was etched with confusion. The little monk, GSA, pointed to the ancient and weathered patterns on the sword's blade and said, Little Sure Shoe, observe the markings on both sides of the blade. These are neither mere decorations nor blood grooves. They closely resemble the style of the ancient witch clans for the southern frontier. Furthermore, take note that the blade's edge is excessively broad. The body is overly thick, and its length exceeds that of the swords wielded by practitioners from the Central Plains by a small margin. In our region, we value a sword that moves with grace and a knife that carries weight. It is rare for anyone to wield a sword of such length and width. Moreover, Central Plains artisans would never engrave the script of foreign tribes onto their creations. Typically, righteous sword cultivators inscribe the name of their sword upon its body, yet your sword bears no such inscription. Thus, I speculate that this sword was not forged by a Central Plains craftsman, but may very well have originated from the hands of a southern witch artisan. GSA's words left Lu Tongfeng momentarily stunned, that he had not anticipated that this little monk possessed such extensive knowledge. He felt enlightened. Thank you for the compliment. Little Sure Shoe, I merely perused a few eclectic tomes. GSA replied modestly. Please, do not call me Little Sure Shoe. It makes me feel rather awkward. You may simply refer to me as Xiao Feng or Tongfeng. GSA pondered for a moment before saying, Very well, then I shall call you Little Madman, and you shall call him a Little Monk. Little Madman? Lu Tongfeng was perplexed. GSA chuckled. Isn't that what the townsfolk call you? I have heard it myself. Lu Tongfeng felt utterly speechless. He had thought he had made a new friend, hoping to gradually shed his nickname, only to find himself back at square one that after conversing with GSA for a while, Lu Tongfeng noticed that the day was drawing to a close and approached Yulingdang. He discovered her resting her head on a coffin, asleep. Lingdang, Lingdang, Lu Tongfeng gently called out a few times. Slowly, Yulingdang awoke. You cannot sleep here. You might catch a chill and fall ill, that we have prepared a resting place for you. So please take a moment to rest there. He said that Lu Tongfeng was a meticulous man. While repairing the temple with GSA, he had thoughtfully arranged a sleeping spot for Yulingdang in a corner. They had dismantled the previous snowplow, and the bamboo slats atop it served perfectly as a bed. They had also laid down a generous amount of straw on top. GSA had contributed 2 clean quilts, one for laying and one for covering. Considering the differences between the sexes, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk had even fashioned a curtain from the leftover cloth to create a separate space for Yulingdang. While the accommodations could not compare to her former chamber, it was the best arrangement Lu Tongfeng could offer. Yulingdang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and nodded gently. She had not anticipated that her fate would change so drastically in just a few days. Her home now lay in ruins, and the town offered no refuge. Though this land temple was ancient, it still provided shelter from the elements to have a place to store her mother and grandmother's coffins. As well as a roof over her head, she felt a sense of gratitude as for the distinctions between genders. Such matters were no longer within her purview. She trusted that Lu Tongfeng would never take advantage of her vulnerability. She softly said, "Yes, you and the little monk should rest as well." With that, she stood up and did not return to the shelter Lu Tongfeng had prepared, but instead pushed open the back door of the small temple and stepped outside. After a while, she returned, her cheeks flushed. Lu Tongfeng understood that the young lady had gone to relieve herself. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had neglected to provide a proper toilet for Yulingdang. In his solitary life, he had simply relieved himself into the ancient well. But Yulingdang, being an innocent young girl, could not be expected to do the same. Uncertain how long she would stay in the temple, Lu Tongfeng resolved to persuade Jie to help him construct a privy in the empty space behind the temple first thing in the morning. Yulingdang removed her mourning garb and slipped into the shelter Lu Tongfeng had thoughtfully built for her. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng approached the fire pit and said to Jie, "Little monk, it is getting late. You should also retire for the night at the same time in the cave of Chui Ping Mountain." The white-haired Yinyang master was in a fit of rage. Before him stood two individuals, Master Chun, the abbess of Ifo Lin Monastery, and Su Tsang, the third disciple who had attacked the town the previous night. The young women who had once populated the cave were nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only the 30 or so recently captured girls, trembling and disheveled in a stone chamber. Su Tsang knelt on the ground and reported, "Master, it is not due to my incompetence. Last night, we were on the verge of annihilating Fuyang Town when suddenly a host of sword cultivators from Yun Tian sect emerged. These individuals possess considerable strength, with several at the Dao fusion realm and at least one formidable being at the God transformation stage, along with a massive wolf demon towering 2 zhang height. My fellow disciples, and I stood no chance against them. In the brief skirmish, 4 or 5 of my brothers were slain. Fortunately, I made a quick decision to retreat. Otherwise, we would all have perished in Fuyang Town." The Yinyang master's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that after decades of patience, having finally established Ifo Lin Monastery, he would suffer another setback at the hands of those detestable sword immortals from Yun Tian sect. His fierce gaze bore down on Su Tsang as he rasped, "Has our location been exposed?" Su Tsang shook his head. "No. Noted a few days ago, Yu Hai and the other 3 brothers confirmed that they were killed by the disciples of Yun Tian's sect that night, leaving no survivors. The few brothers from last night were also slain on the spot. Aware that this matter had escalated, I led my fellow disciples northeastward to evade detection, rather than returning directly to Chui Ping Mountain, thus allowing us to travel several hundred li away. Now, my brothers are near Yiyang City, several hundred li from here, that I believe they will successfully divert the attention of the disciples from Xiansu sect. I returned alone under the cover of night to report this to you, Master." Upon hearing Su Tsang's words, the Yinyang master's fierce glare gradually softened. He had meticulously planned for many years to establish Ifo Lin Monastery, using the nunnery as a fa ade, making it difficult for righteous cultivators and royal practitioners to uncover any clues. If their lair were to be exposed, it would be challenging for him to conceal his tracks in the future. As long as their hideout remained undiscovered, losing a few disciples was a small price to pay. The Yinyang master then turned his gaze to Chun and asked slowly, "What news from that little town?" Master Chun replied, "The entire Yu prefecture is now abuzz with rumors. Over 100 disciples from Xiansu sect, dozens of royal practitioners, and numerous righteous sect disciples and wandering cultivators have entered Fuyang Town. Our 3rd disciple's retreat towards Yiyang City last night successfully attracted the attention of the Confucian scholars, and it can be confirmed that the disciples from Xiansu sect are indeed pursuing them based on the Confucian art of divination towards the northeast direction of Yiyang City." Very well, the Yinyang master nodded slowly that he still bore the psychological scars of the siege over 30 years ago. While the Taoist and Buddhist techniques were not adept at tracking, the Confucian art of divination was particularly insidious. Back then, The righteous sects led by Yun Tian sect had relied on the Confucian divination to discover the lair of his extreme Yin sect. Having learned from this experience, the Yin Yang master resolved that if a flower-picking venture failed, the disciples should not return immediately to the lair, but instead flee in another direction to prevent the Confucian diviners from tracking them down by the residual traces. The Yin Yang master looked at Su Tsang, kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "Although your mission failed this time, you managed to lead the Confucian scholars northeastward, preventing our location from being exposed. Consider it a partial redemption. You may rise. Thank you, Master, for your forgiveness." That Su Tsang stood up and said to Liao Chun, "Although Junior Brother San has drawn the attention of the righteous path cultivators towards Yang, that group of righteous disciples has already guessed that this matter is related to our extreme Yin sect. Master, recently the atmosphere in Yuzhou has been quite tensed. It would be prudent for us to remain low-key for a while. After this wave of scrutiny passes, we can proceed with our plans without delay." The Yin Yang elder nodded slowly, responding, "Indeed, Yuzhou is the territory of the Xuanxu sect. We cannot afford to provoke the Yun Tian sect, nor can we afford to offend the Xuanxu sect. That it is indeed wise to maintain a lower profile for the time being." Liao Chun then remarked, "Master, there is another peculiar matter." The Yin Yang elder furrowed his brow slightly and urged, "Speak." Liao Chun continued, "According to the news that surfaced today, the Yun Tian sect disciples who appeared in Fuyang town were not merely passing through. They have been hiding in Fuyang town for 3 years. They are a male and a female, disguising themselves as a cripple and a mute, peddling night fragrance in the town. After last night's incident, both of them vanished." "What? Such a thing exists?" The Yin Yang elder's eyes gleamed with surprise upon hearing this. "This place is indeed the domain of the Xuanxu sect. While it is understandable for Yun Tian sect disciples to venture here for training, it is quite unreasonable for 2 Dao integration realm masters of the Yun Tian sect to conceal themselves in a remote town." Liao Chen nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed true," Su Tsang remarked. "Now it makes sense. No wonder many townsfolk recognized them last night. They have been living in the town for 3 years. Both of them possess Dao integration cultivation. We could have eliminated them, but then that giant wolf demon appeared, along with a mysterious master engulfed in flames, who effortlessly slaughtered our 2 junior brothers, leading to our failure." The Yin Yang elder stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the unusual nature of this matter. Why would such a remote little town harbor so many experts? Could there be some hidden secret within? After a moment of contemplation, the Yin Yang elder instructed Liao Chun, "Tomorrow morning, take a few disciples who have shaved their heads, possess clean backgrounds, and primarily cultivate Buddhist heart techniques. Under the pretext of performing rites for the deceased, personally visit Fuyang town to investigate the background of those righteous cultivators and to discern any peculiarities about that little town." Liao Chun seemed hesitant, saying, "Master, there are numerous righteous experts gathered in the town now. Would our presence not arouse their suspicion?" "Ha! It is your absence that would lead to suspicion," the Yin Yang elder retorted. "Chuiping Mountain is merely 50 to 60 miles from Fuyang town. Knowing such events have transpired there, yet failing to send disciples for investigation would be illogical." After some thought, Liao Chen replied, "What you say is quite right. Tomorrow morning, I shall lead a group there. Good as for you. Third, return to Yang immediately and instruct the disciples to disperse, evading the pursuit of the righteous disciples. They should scatter for now and return later." "Yes, Master." The Yin Yang elder waved his hand, signaling for the 2 to depart. After losing so many disciples in just a few days and drawing the attention of so many righteous cultivators, his anger was considerable. It was essential to temper his fury. With a flash, he disappeared from the stone platform and reappeared outside the stone chamber where the young women were imprisoned. He tore off the iron chains from the door and strode inside. The maidens displayed expressions of fear, trembling yet silent, for in recent days, several had been killed by the cruel white-haired fiend for merely screaming. The Yin Yang elder casually seized a young maiden, ripping away her only garment, and before the eyes of the many, forcefully violated her. The maiden's face contorted in pain, yet she dared not resist, silently gritting her teeth to endure it. The fresh maiden has quite the appeal. This was the genuine assessment of the Yin Yang elder. In the dead of night, at the Earth God Temple, the flames had extinguished, yet the temperature within the temple did not diminish. Rather, it felt as warm as spring. The little monk, Gesher, slowly opened his eyes to see Lu Tongfeng meditating. With spiritual energy converging above him, radiating a faint, colorful glow, Lu Tongfeng's skin had taken on a dark red hue. The perceptive Gesher sensed that the rising warmth in the dilapidated temple was emanating from Lu Tongfeng himself. However, Gesher did not find this particularly strange. He had never believed Lu Tongfeng's earlier denial of being a cultivator. How could the sole disciple of the illustrious sword god of heaven and fire be an ordinary person? At that moment, a corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing the head of Yuling Dang, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and scanned the surroundings, wondering if the temple was on fire. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Gesher placing a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Meanwhile, the large black dog, resting beside Lu Tongfeng, slowly lifted its head to observe the two. Gesher pointed at the meditating Lu Tongfeng and softly said, "The rise in temperature here is due to the little madman cultivating. Not disturb him. Ling Dang, you should get some rest." Yuling Dong's face registered shock as she stared at the swirling, colorful energies above Lu Tongfeng's head and his reddened skin. Having known Lu Tongfeng for over a decade, she had never realized he was a cultivator. No wonder he could produce the rare spirit herbs only cultivators possess to heal her the other day. No wonder he could effortlessly pull a coffin cart through the thick snow yesterday. So, Lu Tongfeng is a cultivator. Yuling Dang could no longer find sleep. As she gazed at Lu Tongfeng's face, she suddenly thought he appeared rather handsome. Gesher turned over, propping his head up with his hand as he observed Lu Tongfeng, inwardly muttering, "Such potent, pure yang energy. Is this the Tai Chi Xian Dao, true technique of the Yuntian sect? How does it resemble our Buddhist true methods in some aspects?" The little monk, who has renounced lust, also detected the aura of pure yang emanating from Lu Tongfeng. Yuntian sect, being a Taoist school, primarily practices a heart method known as the Taiji Xiandao Jinjue, which emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang and the interdependence of the five elements. During cultivation, the primary energies are those of yin and yang, with the true qi often appearing in a deep azure hu. In contrast, the true methods of the Buddhist school manifest in a golden hue, predominantly possessing pure yang attributes. Consequently, the supernatural powers and spells of the Buddhist school are characterized by their grandiose and vigorous nature, which starkly contrasts with the principles of the Taoist Taiji path. The little monk, under the tutelage of the renowned Xianbei monk from Kuhuai Temple, possesses extensive knowledge and experience. Like Yun Fuyao, he too perceives that Lu Tongfeng's cultivation seems rather extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, there are observers watching his nightly practice. This moment, his mind has entered a meditative state as described in Buddhist teachings. However, this particular session of cultivation is entirely different from his previous experiences. He can distinctly sense a warmth radiating from all the major acupoints throughout his body. Turning inward to examine, he witnesses a transformation within. All the acupoints in his body now exude a faint fiery red glow, an occurrence he has never encountered before, which only manifested after he was engulfed in flames. Tonight is peculiar. Lu Tongfeng's cultivation has not drawn the usual gathering of malevolent spirits outside the small temple. It is already late into the night, and the surroundings of the earth temple are eerily tranquil. In this frigid winter, even the sound of nocturnal insects is absent. The moonlight, reflecting off the snow, casts a gentle illumination upon the night, rendering it far from dark. The small temple, the ancient well, the grand locust tree, and the massive stone inscribed with the words boundary between immortals and mortals seem to form a picturesque scroll beneath the moonlight. The cold wind rustles through the branches, producing a soft, whispering sound that adds a touch of elegance to the night's stillness. Outside, the wind cuts like a blade, while inside, warmth envelopes like spring. It is uncertain whether the warmth stems from the repairs made to the temple's openings or if Lu Tongfeng has awakened some latent bloodline after the fiery ordeal he endured the previous night. Tonight, the temperature within the Earth Temple is significantly higher than before. Faced with the peculiar changes within his body, Lu Tongfeng finds himself somewhat at a loss. From a young age, under his master's guidance, he has studied acupoints and meridians, mastering the intricate pathways of the body's extraordinary channels and the 360 major acupoints. the heart method passed down from his master, which enables him to endure cold and hunger. He knows by heart. However, he cannot fathom the cause of the unusual changes occurring within his acupoints. The extraordinary meridians intertwine, yet remain interconnected, with a strange warmth circulating like a gentle stream, providing immense comfort. His acupoints are scattered throughout his body like stars in the night sky, with the meridians linking them, allowing the warm current to traverse between various acupoints. Even if Lu Tongfeng halts his cultivation, this warm current does not dissipate. Previously, this warmth would only flow through his meridians during cultivation, aiding him in withstanding hunger and the biting cold. Once he ceased his practice, that energy would swiftly vanish. Or more accurately, it would be absorbed into the various acupoints, never lingering too long within his body. Now, however, as he stops his cultivation, the mysterious energy, akin to a flowing current, does not integrate into his acupoints as it used to. Lu Tongfeng, a carefree youth, decides to dismiss the perplexities of his bodily changes, reasoning that these alterations seem to pose no adverse effects. Rather, they appear to bestow significant benefits upon him. He silently recites the essence of his master, heart method, attempting to harness this newfound power within himself. As the chaos begins to resolve, the pure yang energy rises. The human body becomes a microcosm, with acupoints serving as the secret key. Cultivate the pure yang's unparalleled force. One must follow this path. Drawing an energy, he tightens his abdomen and focuses his mind, as if commanding a spiritual steed. Traversing the perineum and the tailbone, he encounters a threshold akin to a dragon's gate. A surge of energy breaks through into the governing meridian. The energy flows through the various acupoints along the spine, akin to the scorching sun enveloping him. The Dazui acupoint, yang energy converges. Resembling a grand furnace, a gathering of all yang energies that splits into two pathways entering the shoulders, passing through the Jianjing and Qi acupoints. With a clenched fist, the energy surges forth, capable of shattering stone and splitting metal. Ascending further, traversing the Yuzhen acupoint, he breaks through like ice, entering the Niwen Palace. The Baihui acupoint opens wide, absorbing the pure yang essence of the cosmos, radiating brilliance throughout his body, with hair standing on end, and his eyes gleaming with golden light, granting him profound perception of the universe's subtleties. Descending again, he reaches the Shanzhong acupoint, the sea of energy. Here, energy flows inward, dispelling mental fog. The Guanyuan acupoint harbors essence, nourished by pure yang energy, circulating through his legs, entering the Yongquan acupoint. Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng, the warm current he has long failed to comprehend within his meridians is, in fact, a unique true essence possessed by practitioners. His cultivation approach differs entirely from that of Taoists, Buddhists, demonic sects, and ghost sections. Other practitioners channel energy into their dantian, akin to rivers converging into the sea. They cultivate qi in the early stages, refine intention in the middle stages, and contemplate the law in the final stages. In contrast, Lu Tongfeng's dantian is merely a facade, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. His true essence and spiritual energy do not converge within the dantian, but instead circulate through the 360 acupoints throughout his body. He cultivates not the dantian, but the acupoints. Through the operation of his method, Lu Tongfeng soon discovers his ability to freely manipulate the energy within his meridians, that he can not only control the pace of this energy, but also direct it into various acupoints at will, causing it to vanish in an instant from his meridians. With a mere thought, he can summon this power from any acupoint to traverse through his body. It seems that each acupoint serves as a reservoir of spiritual energy. This revelation fills Lu Tongfeng with immense joy, and throughout the night, he tirelessly manipulates the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. The following morning, with the crowing of the rooster, Lu Tongfeng gradually concludes his practice. He slowly opens his eyes, finding the dilapidated temple still shrouded in darkness, a result of the covers shielding the doors and windows. Light can still be seen filtering through the cracks. The temple is quite warm. Had he known that sealing the roof's holes and covering the windows would render it so cozy, he would have done so much earlier. Sensing the warmth within the temple, he mistakenly attributes it to the repairs made the previous day. Feeling regretful for enduring the cold for so long in this dilapidated temple, he fails to recognize that the warmth is primarily due to the pure yang energy released during his cultivation. The little monk, who has renounced lust, is still sound asleep on the straw. It seems that Yuling Dang has yet to awaken as well. Concerned about disturbing the two, Lu Tongfeng quietly opens the temple door and steps outside. Upon exiting, a gust of cold air greets him, causing him to shiver. Dahe is frolicking in the snow outside the door, and Lu Tongfeng urges the dog to keep quiet, while the little monk is unconcerned. He worries that Yuling Dang, who has been restless these past few days, might be disturbed. After calming Dahe, Lu Tongfeng instinctively heads to the open ancient well, preparing to address his pressing need. Just as he is about to unfasten his belt, he pauses, peering into the well that I promised Fairy Fuyao I would help her find something down there. If I relieve myself now, won't I suffocate when I go down? With this thought, Lu Tongfeng decisively walks to the massive stone nearby. Suddenly, he hears footsteps behind him. Turning, he sees the little monk in moon-white robes, stretching and yawning as he approaches. "Hey, are you going to relieve yourself?" he asks. "Want to join?" The little monk chuckles. "That could be arranged." They both step behind the stone and relieve themselves. Feeling refreshed, they step out from behind the stone, only for Dahe to begin barking furiously again. Following Dahe's gaze, Lu Tongfeng spots a golden cloud swiftly approaching from the southern sky. The little monk, resembling a mouse spotting a cat, quickly ducks behind the grand locust tree. "What are you doing, little monk? You're a disciple of the Buddhist school. Don't let them discover you." Lu Tongfeng found himself somewhat speechless, pondering how it was possible for a disciple of the Buddhist sect to fear encountering fellow practitioners. The golden, auspicious clouds hovered not too high, and as they approached the space above the earth deity temple, he could distinctly see a group of nuns standing amidst the golden mist. At the same time, ethereal Buddhist chants wafted through the air. Lu Tongfeng scrutinized the scene and remarked, "Little monk, do not hide away. This group of Buddhist disciples has nothing to do with your Kahaisi temple. They are not monks. They're the despicable nuns from the Fo Lin nunnery located several dozen miles south on Tsuping Mountain." At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a wave of astonishment. Throughout the years, he had encountered the nuns from Fo Lin nunnery a few times. Each time seeing them walking along the road, he never imagined that these nuns could also fly. It seemed their cultivation was quite formidable. Nuns? How terrifying. I thought they were the brothers from Kahaisi temple. After this group of nuns flew past the earth deity temple, the little monk who practiced abstinence casually strolled out from behind an old locust tree. Lu Tongfeng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Little monk, I fail to comprehend. As a disciple of Kahaisi temple, are you truly afraid to meet your fellow sect members?" The monk scratched his head, feeling awkward, and replied, "It cannot be said that I am afraid. It is simply that I do not wish to return to Kahaisi temple." "Little madman, you may not know, but while Kahaisi temple is good, one must abide by strict rules and regulations. Even having a morsel of meat or a sip of wine is quite difficult. Where's the freedom of the mundane world? To be honest, I have lived in the temple for over 20 years, and these past 2 years outside have been far more carefree and joyous. I have yet to fully indulge in the pleasures of the mundane world. If I were to be captured and brought back to the temple, it would be hard to descend the mountain again and enjoy meat and wine." Lu Tongfeng understood at last, feeling a great disdain for this unrestrained monk who disregarded the temple's rules. "Little monk, it seems many righteous cultivators have arrived in the town. Are you not curious to take a look? If I go, I would not be of much help if they truly find the lair of the extreme sect. It would not be too late for me to go and exorcise demons then." The little madman replied, "Do you not want to put on a show in front of these people?" "Put on a show? What sort of show? Ah, are you not going to feign ignorance with me? Of course, you should showcase your talents. You are the sole true disciple of the sword god, and should you publicly reveal yourself, would it not create a sensation across the world? Regarding that, let us not pursue it further. This young master is indifferent to fame and fortune. I do not care for such empty accolades." Lu Tongfeng shook his head in refusal. Though he spoke eloquently, it was clear he was being timid. His old, deceitful master was that so-called sword god. Yet he was not. These cultivators were all gifted individuals with eyes in their heads, and they often regarded others with disdain that if they were to discover he was a disciple of the sword god, there might well be some impudent individual who would publicly challenge him. To refuse a challenge would bring shame upon himself and his master, while accepting it would expose his lack of skill, potentially leading to his own demise. Furthermore, Yin Fuyo had warned him just yesterday not to casually speak of his identity. Seeing Lu Tongfeng feigning an air of indifference to fame and fortune, the abstinent little monk could not help but give him a thumbs up. Truly, as expected of a disciple of the sword god. Your realm is indeed lofty and far removed from us mere mortals. Lu Tongfeng waved his hand dismissively and said, You flatter me. You flatter me. Little monk, please refrain from mentioning my identity any further, nor refer to me as the disciple of the sword god, that I prefer to keep a low profile. Understood. Understood. Since you do not wish to join the festivities in town, let us remain here for the time being. It would be just right for you to assist me with a task. Little madman, we are friends now. If there is anything you need me to do, just say the word that I may lack in many areas. But I still possess a good deal of strength. Today, Lu Tongfeng intended to accomplish 2 tasks. The first was to construct a simple latrine behind the Earth Deity Temple. The second was to find a suitable burial site for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. He shared his plans with the abstinent little monk, who expressed no objections. When Yu Lingdang awoke from her slumber, she could not find the 2 men within the temple. However, she could hear their voices and the barking of Dehei coming from behind the small temple. Upon pushing open the back door, she saw Lu Tongfeng and the little monk chopping bamboo. There was a grove of bamboo on the back mountain, with many stalks as thick as a bowl. The 2 had chopped down 7 or 8 stalks of bamboo and dragged them to the back of the small temple. The little monk, strong as he was, dug a deep pit and arranged the cut bamboo around it. What are you doing? Lingdang, you are awake. I thought it would be inconvenient for you, as a young woman, to use the latrine here, so I decided to construct a simple one with the little monk. Yu Lingdang felt a warmth in her heart. She had not expected Lu Tongfeng to be such a considerate man. Lingdang, the wind is strong outside. You should go inside and rest. Well, what would you like to eat? I will prepare something for you. Yu Lingdang's mood seemed better than the day before. Grateful for the kindness shown by Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, she offered to cook for them. The little monk replied, I'm not too hungry, Lingdang. Just prepare a few roast chickens, and that will suffice. Wong, wong, wong. Dehei barked in agreement. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and said, Where would you find roast chickens to eat here? I have some. The little monk set down his work and began rummaging through the cloth bag hanging from his side. Soon, he pulled out 2 plump roosters. However, these roosters were not alive. They were dead and lacked feathers on their legs. Lu Tongfeng was greatly astonished. Little monk, where did you get these 2 chickens? The little monk stammered. I found them by the roadside a few days ago. They were probably frozen to death. These 2 large, speckled roosters were clearly domesticated birds. How could they have frozen to death by the roadside? Lu Tongfeng expressed serious skepticism. Frozen to death? Little monk, you are also up to no good, are you? What nonsense. How could I do such a thing? I paid for them. For 10 chickens, I spent 3 taels of silver. Lu Tongfeng inquired, You really bought them? Indeed. I ate 8 of them, and these 2 have been left untouched, as I couldn't bear to eat them. How about that? I am quite generous, right? How long have these chickens been dead? Can they still be eaten? Little madman, what are you saying? I have kept them in my storage bag all this time. The wonder of a storage bag is that there is no passage of time inside it. Whatever it was like when placed inside is precisely how it remains when taken out. Even after hundreds of years, it will not spoil. You can rest assured. After hearing the little monk's explanation, Lu Tongfeng felt reassured. The magical treasures of cultivators were indeed boundless. The storage bag was a highly practical artifact that mere mortals could hardly comprehend. A small bag capable of holding the contents of a 3-bedroom apartment was truly remarkable. The notion that time stood still within the storage bag, or that there was simply no time inside, was not surprising as long as these 2 speckled chickens had not spoiled. Whether they were stolen by the little monk or bought, Lu Tongfeng did not truly mind. After all, during his years in Fuyang town, he had also engaged in his fair share of petty theft. Lu Tongfeng held the 2 dead chickens and approached Yu Lingdang, saying, Lingdang, Your wound is not yet healed. You need only boil a pot of water. I will pluck the feathers from these 2 chickens shortly. Yu Lingdang shook her head and replied, Brother Feng, the spirit medicine from Fairy Fuyo is exceptionally effective. My wound is already fine. Yes, she spoke. Lingdang took the 2 chickens and walked into the earth deity temple through the small door. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk continued their efforts to build the latrine. By noon, the 2 had finally completed the simple latrine. Suddenly, Dehe began barking loudly at the northern sky. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk turned to look, only to see Yun Fuyo, dressed in white and exuding an ethereal aura, flying towards them on her sword from the direction of the northern town. In midair, Yun Fuyo spotted Lu Tongfeng and the little monk behind the earth deity temple and gracefully descended towards them. Fairy Fuyo, what brings you here? Lu Tongfeng quickly set down his work and stepped forward to greet her. It appeared that Yun Fuyo's leg injury had not yet healed. She did not land on the snowy ground, but instead stood upon her celestial sword, which hovered about half a foot above the snow's surface. She asked, What are you all doing? Lu Tongfeng remarked, Lingdang now resides in the temple. As a young lady, she faces numerous inconveniences that men do not, so we have constructed a small hut for her. Yin Fuyao found herself at a loss for words. Having spent 2 days here, this little rascal had not once considered her comfort. She replied coolly, You seem to have thought this through quite well. Lu Tongfeng chuckled lightly. The monk, known for his modesty, interjected, Let us not linger in conversation here. It's rather chilly. The roast chicken should be ready. Let's go inside and eat while we talk. Lu Tongfeng nodded, promptly inviting Yun Fuyao into the earth deity's temple. Upon entering, they noticed the windows and doors were secured with coarse fabric to ward off the wind. The 3 large holes in the roof had been patched. And even the previously disheveled interior, which resembled a pigsty, had been tidied up. Most strikingly, a small section of the wall had been curtained off with cloth, revealing a neatly made bed within. Observing this scene, Yun Fuyao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tongfeng, her icy demeanor momentarily faltering. Even if he were to judge others based on their worth, was it truly appropriate to do so in such a manner? In terms of appearance, physique, and complexion, she considered herself superior to that Yu Lingdang. During her recuperation, this fellow had neglected even to sweep the floor for her, allowing her to sleep on a straw mat, and had even smeared her face with plant ash. Yet, after Yu Lingdong's arrival, the dilapidated temple had been transformed overnight. Roof repaired, doors and windows mended, the hut fixed, and a small bedroom partitioned off for Yu Lingdang. If she had received even a fraction of such treatment, would she have been taken advantage of while changing clothes? Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng, Yun Fuyao's teeth were clenched in silent fury. He, perhaps a bit showy, proudly remarked, Fairy Fuyao, What do you think of the little temple after its sprucing up? Yun Fuyao replied coolly, Not merely acceptable. It is quite splendid. With a few red cloths hung up, it could even serve as a bridal chamber. Great minds think alike. Ha ha. Lu Tongfeng laughed heartily. The modest monk, still savoring his chicken, declared, You 2 continue your conversation. I'm famished and shall eat first. He tore off a chicken leg, chewing heartily while praising. Lingdang, your culinary skills are exceptional. Delicious, truly delicious. Yu Lingdang approached Yun Fuyao and said, Fairy Fuyao, you've arrived. Yun Fuyao nodded slowly. Yu Lingdang added, Brother Fo, you must be hungry as well that I noticed rice by the stove and have prepared a pot of porridge. Wash your hands and eat. Lingdang, I've told you, your hand is still injured. Refrain from doing such tasks and take a rest instead, Lu Tongfeng cautioned. Yu Lingdang shook her head, saying, I'm not hungry at all. Lu Tongfeng insisted, That cannot be. Since Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat passed away, how long has it been since you last ate? Yun Fuyao interjected, Miss Lingdang consumed a fasting pill the other day. With its spiritual energy, she will not feel hunger for half a month. Lu Tongfeng then recalled this detail, scratching his head as he admitted, That's true. Fairy Fuyao, you should join us for a meal. I must tell you, Lingdang's porridge is truly delightful. My porridge-making skills were learned from her. Yun Fuyao replied, I have already eaten that I came to inform you that I intend to leave this place. Leave? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Yun Fuyao continued, Yesterday, over a dozen disciples from the Yuntian sect arrived, including 2 of my uncles. My injuries are not yet healed, and I must return with them to the Yuntian sect. Lu Tongfeng nodded. Yes, that makes sense. When do you plan to depart? Yun Fuyao stated, we will leave the town this afternoon, but we must first address the matters that have arisen here. Lu Tongfeng inquired. By the way, I wanted to ask you. I saw many cultivators flying towards the town from various directions today. What is the current situation? Yun Fuyao replied, it has become increasingly clear that the recent spate of missing young women in Yuzhou, along with the massacre in Fuyang town, are the work of the remnants of the demonic sect, the extreme Yin sect. The Confucian scholars have utilized their divination techniques to track down the white-clad individuals who fled that night. And they have made some progress. This afternoon, disciples from various sects will head there. The monk, still devouring his chicken, interjected, the leader of the extreme Yin sect, the yin-yang master, is not only cruel and malevolent, but also exceedingly cunning. Over 30 years ago, the Yuntian sect used Confucian divination techniques to locate their lair quietly, yet the yin-yang master managed to escape. Given the commotion this time and the 2 days that have passed, even if they can find their lair through divination, the yin-yang master has likely already fled. He continued, at most, they might drive the extreme Yin sect out of Yuzhou, but exterminating them seems unlikely. Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. Though he did not know the specifics of the yin-yang master, he had seen the group of white-clad individuals the other night. They were capable of flying through the air. Now, with the Xinyun sect and royal cultivators monitoring them, and even many from the Yuntian sect arriving from thousands of miles away, the members of the extreme Yin sect would not be foolish enough to remain in Yuzhou. Awaiting their demise, they would have undoubtedly fled. Given the speed at which cultivators can fly, they could have escaped several thousand miles away within 2 days, making it improbable to track them down. Meanwhile, Yu Lingdong's eyes burned with hatred as she repeatedly muttered those 2 names in her heart, as if intending to engrave them deeply within her very bones and blood. Yun Fuyao remarked coolly. The people from the Xinyun sect also believe the yin-yang master has fled. However, an investigation must still be conducted. For the Xinyun sect, even if they cannot eradicate the extreme Yin sect, driving them from their territory would suffice. As long as the extreme Yin sect does not commit evil deeds on their land, that is enough. The monk nodded in agreement. Yun Fuyao turned her gaze towards Lu Tongfeng and asked, what are your plans moving forward, Lu Tongfeng? He glanced at Yu Lingdang and said, Lingdang is my good friend. I shall first ensure her well-being before determining my next course of action. Yun Fuyao nodded slowly, then said, Lu Tongfeng, come outside. I have something to discuss with you privately. Lu Tongfeng followed her, filled with suspicion, to the temple entrance. Yun Fuyao looked towards the ancient well and spoke softly. Lu Tongfeng, do you remember the promise you made to me? Lu Tongfeng paused. Realizing from her gaze that she intended for him to descend the well to retrieve something, he quickly deduced that Yun Fuyao wanted him to help her fetch an item from the depths of the well. Having known each other for several days, Lu Tongfeng had only agreed to this request after asking Yun Fuyao for a fasting pill to save Yu Lingdang. That day, when he returned the fasting pill to Yun Fuyao, it had already grown dark, and subsequent events in the town had delayed the matter. Now, he silently felt fortunate that he had remembered his promise that morning and had not continued to relieve himself in the well. Otherwise, the stench would have been unbearable. Fairy Fuyao, rest assured, you lent me the fasting pill, and I promise to help you retrieve what you lost in the well. That I, Lu Tongfeng, am not one to go back on my word. I will fetch the rope right away. He turned to head back inside for the equipment, but was stopped by Yun Fuyao. Not today. What? Not today, but aren't you leaving? Aren't you returning to the Yuntian sect? If we don't retrieve it today, how can I return it to you later? Yun Fuyao glanced around subtly and replied softly, you can give it to me next time we meet. Next time? Lu Tongfeng was puzzled. He felt that once Yun Fuyao departed today, they might never meet again in their lifetimes. How could there be a next time? Sensing his confusion, Yun Fuyao lowered her voice and cautioned. Do not trust anyone, and do not acknowledge that you are a descendant of the Yuntian sect. As she spoke, Yun Fuyao produced a cloth pouch and tossed it to Lu Tongfeng. Before Lu Tongfeng could fully comprehend the situation, Yun Fuyao had already leaped into the sky atop her celestial sword, transforming into a streak of white light as she soared towards the northern town. Lu Tongfeng stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing at the fading brilliance of Yun Fuyao in the distance. A sense of melancholy welling up within him. What a beautiful maiden she was! He had even thought of names for the 13 children he envisioned having with Yun Fuyao, but alas, it was merely a fanciful daydream. Nevertheless, Lu Tongfeng did not dwell too much in disappointment. Though he possessed many flaws and shortcomings, he also had his virtues, one of which was his self-awareness, but he understood the vast disparity in status between himself and Yun Fuyao. She was a swan, and he, a toad. They belonged to entirely different worlds, and it was enough to indulge in a fleeting fantasy without becoming ensnared in such an illusory reverie. That moment. Lu Tongfeng found himself pondering the meaning behind Yun Fuyao's parting words. Why had she cautioned him not to trust anyone? Why was it imperative that he not acknowledge his lineage as a descendant of the Yun Tian sect? Fenggu, stop staring. Fairy Fuyao has already departed, came the voice of Yuling Dang, snapping Lu Tongfeng from his reverie. He shook himself slightly and replied, "What are you looking at in my hand?" Yuling Dang's gaze fell upon the exquisite cloth pouch Lu Tongfeng held. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. It was just given to me by Fairy Fuyao." The pouch felt heavy in his hand, and curiosity piqued. He opened it in an instant. Both Lu Tongfeng and Yuling Dang were rendered speechless. Inside the pouch lay 5 gold ingots, several silver coins, and a silver note from the Jiuzhou Silver Bank. With a face value of 100 taels, he had seen these items before, deep within Yun Fuyao's storage bag in the cave. However, Lu Tongfeng was a man of principle. Despite Yun Fuyao having been in a state of unconsciousness at the time, and despite being a penniless wretch in dire need of money, he had not taken a single coin from her. Only indulging in a jar of her fine wine, so much gold and silver. As Lu Tongfeng and Yuling Dang stared in astonishment, the chubby little monk, known for his aversion to lust, poked his head over, exclaiming in excitement, 100 taels of gold, 80 taels of silver, and a silver note for 100 taels. This sum is enough to demolish and rebuild this temple, and even construct 2 side halls. Yuling Dang inquired, "Fenggu, why would Fairy Fuyao give you such a large sum of money?" Lu Tongfeng mused, "Could it be that she has feelings for me?" "Absolutely not." The little monk and Yuling Dang replied in unison, their voices resolute. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. "Then it must be because I am her little master uncle. As a younger generation, it is only natural for her to show me filial respect, regardless of the reason behind Yun Fuyao's generous gift." Lu Tongfeng felt justified in accepting it. After all, he had saved her life, which was worth far more than mere silver. He tucked the pouch into his robe and cast another glance towards the direction of the town. "Let us hurry inside for a meal. We have matters to attend to this afternoon." After finishing their meal, which was still before noon, Lu Tongfeng instructed Yuling Dang to rest in the temple while he took the little monk, armed with a shovel and pickaxe, to the bamboo grove in the west, intending to find a suitable site for burial for Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. Soon, Lu Tongfeng had marked the location beside his master's grave. He called the little monk to help clear the accumulated snow from the site. The little monk remarked, "Little madman, is it appropriate to bury them on this mountain? Is there a master of the mountain? We wouldn't want to be thrown out by the mountain's owner." "Not at all. Can't you see my master's grave is right here? This entire mountain belongs to me." "Yours?" "Indeed, over 60 years ago. When my master first arrived here, he purchased this small hill. The temple and the bamboo grove behind it are all mine. The land deed is issued by the court, unless I sell it. This place will forever belong to me." Lu Tongfeng said with great pride that he had always proclaimed that once he achieved success, he would return to renovate the temple, for this substantial piece of land was his. Of course, even if he failed to make a name for himself in this life, having this land meant he could always return as a humble beggar. The little monk raised his thumb and said, "Little madman, I never knew you own a mountain. Impressive. If I were ever expelled from the Bitter Sea Temple, I would come to seek refuge with you." "Huh. Then it seems we truly might become neighbors in the future. With your penchant for meat and wine, it's only a matter of time before you're kicked out of the Bitter Sea Temple." I think so too. When that day comes, I'll return to the secular world at once. And we can build a few houses here, marry several wives, and have a few children. How wonderful that would be. Stop right there. I say, little monk, you haven't even been expelled yet, and you're already dreaming of marrying and having children? How delightful. Delightful, my foot. The little monk grinned and replied, "I'm just imagining, is that not allowed?" "Little madman, Are you helping Ling Dang because you wish to marry her? Lu Tongfeng retorted. Ling Dang is the most beautiful woman in Fuyang Town. Who wouldn't want to marry her? However, I, Lu Tongfeng, am a man of integrity. My assistance to Ling Dang is purely out of friendship. We grew up together, and Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang have often helped me. Now that Ling Dong's family is in dire straits, if I don't help her, who will? Is that truly the case? The little monk looked at him with a serious expression of skepticism. Amidst their playful banter, they began to dig the grave. Although the frozen earth posed a challenge, it did not deter these two cultivators, who possessed ample strength. In less than an hour, 2 6-foot-deep pits had been excavated. At that moment, they noticed hundreds of streaks of light rising slowly from Fuyang Town, heading eastward. They realized these were the righteous cultivators who had come to Fuyang Town to vanquish demons. Now departing. From the looks of it, there were indeed quite a number, around 300 or so. Covered in dirt, Lu Tongfeng leaned on his shovel, craning his neck to watch the dwindling lights, and said enviously, "How fortunate cultivators are, soaring through the skies on swords, chasing the winds and the lightning, carefree amidst the clouds and the earth. It is truly a sight to behold." Little monk, do you believe that if I were also a cultivator, if I could soar through the skies on a sword, then my relationship with Fairy Fuyao would have a chance? The little monk rolled his eyes and replied, "Little madman, I'm not trying to bring you down, but even if you were the world's greatest sword immortal, there would still be no possibility between you and Fairy Fuyao." Lu Tongfeng exploded in anger. Is that not a blow to my spirits? I may not look too bad, just a shade darker. A man's ruggedness is enhanced by a bit of tan. I'm no pretty boy, am I not correct, Dahe? Dahe barked a few times in agreement, supporting his little master. The little monk nodded and said, "I must admit, your looks are quite comparable to mine. We are both rare beauties in this world, but the likelihood of me, as a monk, and Fairy Fuyao being together is far greater than your chances. You monk are talking nonsense. Look at yourself, broad and coarse with small eyes. We are about the same height and build. How can you claim we are equally matched? And that your chances with Fuyao are greater than mine? Nonsense." Lu Tongfeng spat in disdain. The little monk chuckled. "Little madman, don't be angry. I'm not deceiving you. Do you know who Fairy Fuyao's master is? I believe it's someone named Yu Qinzi. Yes, Yu Qinzi, the current leader of the Yun Tian sect. What? My master is the sword god. Am I being arrogant? The problem lies here, let alone the difference in generations between you and Fairy Fuyao. Just the grudges between your master and hers mean that you are destined to be worlds apart in this lifetime." Lu Tongfeng paused for a moment. "Is there a grudge between my master and Yu Qinzi?" "Not just a grudge. It is truly a matter of great significance. As a monk, I shall not speak of worldly affairs. Little monk, tell me more. I'll buy you some roast chicken in town later." The little monk, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, "I am not here merely for the roast chicken. My interest lies in you as a person, as the heir of the sword god. You ought to be acquainted with the events of yesteryear." "What events?" the other inquired eagerly. The little monk replied, "Let us discuss this once you have procured the roast chicken." With that, he hefted his pickaxe and strode purposefully towards the land temple to the west. Lu Tongfeng, dragging a shovel behind him, pursued, exclaiming, "Little monk, do not run. I, Lu Tongfeng, am a man of stature, and when I vow to buy you roast chicken, I shall certainly do so. I could even throw in a generous helping of pork knuckle. Now, do enlighten me." The little monk remained unmoved, demonstrating his cunning by insisting on a tangible reward before divulging any information. The bamboo grove was not far from the land temple, and soon the two were playfully bickering as they returned to their destination. Yu Lingdang sat in front of her mother and grandmother's coffins, her eyes seemingly void of tears after days of sorrow. Her expression bore a trace of sadness, yet she remained dry-eyed, lost in thought. Hearing the sounds of their banter drawing near, she rubbed her cheeks to refresh her appearance. Shortly, 2 mud-streaked figures entered the land temple, carrying shovels and pickaxes. "Ling Dang, the graves for Lu Grandma and Fat Aunt have been dug. Located near my master's grave, a perfect site for feng shui. Shortly, the little monk and I shall venture into town to procure some paper offerings and incense, and we can lay the coffins to rest in the next couple of days." "Thank you, Brother Feng. And you too, little monk, Yu Lingdang quietly expressed her gratitude. Ah, Lingdang, it is not my intent to scold you, but why must you be so formal? We are all kin here. Should you continue with such politeness? I might just take offense. Lu Tongfeng feigned irritation. Yu Lingdang replied with a soft then added, your clothes are all soiled. Allow me to wash them for you. The little monk chimed in, indeed, this robe of mine has not seen a wash in months. With that, he shed his muddy, pale blue monk's robe and retrieved a faded garment from his storage. B.A.G. Lu Tongfeng retorted, I say, little monk, you are rather ungracious that Lingdang's hands are still injured. You should wash your own clothes. Yu Lingdang took the little monk's discarded robe and waved it in front of Lu Tongfeng, declaring, my hands are perfectly fine now. Brother Feng, do take off your clothes as well. Ahem, I shall pass. This is the only cotton coat I possess and has not been laundered. Perhaps another time, he replied. Turning aside, Yu Lingdang rummaged through a broken bamboo basket without a lid and produced a patched cotton coat. Earlier, when I noticed your tattered coat, I took the liberty of mending it. I even dismantled the coat that no longer fit me to add some stuffing. Please wear this for now. Lu Tongfeng examined the cotton coat. She offered and recognized it as the one riddled with holes. It had been repaired and stuffed anew. Since his masteress passing, it was the first time anyone had taken the effort to mend his clothing. Noticing Lu Tongfeng lost in thought, the astute little monk remarked, look how skillfully Lingdang has sewn this. I have always maintained that a household must have a woman. You dolt, quit standing there foolishly. Change into clean clothes. We must head to town for that roast chicken and pork knuckle before nightfall. Lu Tongfeng snapped back to reality and accepted the garment from Yu Lingdang, saying, thank you, Lingdang. Yu Lingdang smiled brightly. Brother Feng, you just said we were all family, and besides, you have aided me immensely. I shudder to think how I would manage without your support. Ahem, the night truly is upon us. The little monk urged once more. Hey, unable to bear the inaction, tugged at the little monk's robe, trying to pull him outside. Young master, it seems you are on the verge of finding romance. And yet this lecherous monk is causing a ruckus. Clad in their newly donned attire, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk soon arrived in Fuyang town, leaving Yu Lingdang and He behind at the land temple. The southern part of the town remained a desolate wasteland, eerily reminiscent of the previous day, now devoid of the smoke that had once billowed from the ruins. The corpses that lined the streets had been removed, and the population had halved overnight, rendering the already somber town even quieter. A significant number of visiting cultivators had departed, yet not all had left. As Lu Tongfeng entered the town, he heard the ethereal sounds of chanting. Approaching closer, he discovered a group of nuns clad in monks' robes from the Fo Lin monastery, who had set up a temporary altar in a relatively clean courtyard not far from Yu Lingdang's home. The nuns were rhythmically striking wooden fish and reciting sutras. In addition to the nuns from Fo Lin monastery, several disciples from the Xiansu sect remained, though no one anticipated the return of the fleeing disciples from the Jin sect. A level of caution was warranted. This was merely a pretext, however. They had learned from the townsfolk that a certain Li, known as the Lame One, along with Li Chuyen, who were suspected disciples of the Yun Tian sect, had been residing in the town for over 3 years, a situation that raised eyebrows. Naturally, anyone would question the intentions of the Lame One and Li Chuyen. To that end, the elders of the Xiansu sect had left a dozen disciples in Fuyang town under the guise of protecting its inhabitants, while their true objective was to investigate the concealed motives of the Lame One and Li Chuyen. Among the remaining disciples was none other than Wei Yurong. As Lu Tongfeng and the little monk approached the vicinity of the Buddhist altar, they spotted 3 figures exiting, 2 men and a woman. Lu Tongfeng recognized the man. One was Lin Feng, the grandson of the village head, Lin Deming, and the other was Chu Yuan Hong, a disciple of the Xiansu sect whom Lu Tongfeng had encountered the previous day. As for the woman, both Lu Tongfeng and the little monk were momentarily taken aback. The young woman possessed striking features, delicate brows, ruby lips, and skin as pale as snow. In terms of beauty, she seemed to rival Yun Fuyo. Yet it was her figure that truly captivated the attention of the 2 men. Her curvaceous form, accentuated by a flowing green dress, left little to the imagination, creating a delightful contrast with her slender waist that appeared delicate enough to be overwhelmed by her ample bosom. The juxtaposition of her angelic visage and devilish physique caused Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, both of whom were not paragons of virtue, to feel their hearts race at just a glance. As the green-clad maiden approached, Lu Tongfeng felt as though all the women he had encountered in his 16 years paled in comparison. Even Yin Fuyo seemed slightly diminished in stature beside this enchanting figure. It was not that Yin Fuyo was lacking in beauty, but rather that men often favor the voluptuous. In terms of elegance and allure, Yin Fuyo held an advantage, yet in the realm of physical attributes, particularly concerning posterior and bust, Yin Fuyo could not compete with this green-clad beauty. Initially, both Lu Tongfeng and the little monk had gazed at her with unabashed admiration, but as she approached, they transformed, one adopting a nonchalant demeanor in his patched cotton coat, exuding an effortless charm, while the other took on the solemn countenance of a dedicated monk. They say like attracts like. It is no wonder these two newly acquainted souls found common ground. They were indeed of a similar ilk, possessing the remarkable ability to shift their expressions in an instant, from lewd to virtuous in the blink of an eye. Wei Yurong. This is the disciple of the Ku Hai Temple, the esteemed Jie Se Shi Xiang I spoke of, and this is Lu Xiaoxia, Chu Yuanhong introduced. Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk's eyes lit up. Yurong? Wei Yurong. So, this enchanting maiden, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, is indeed the renowned Wei Yurong, an impressive presence. Indeed, Wei Yurong, a paragon among the younger disciples of the Xuanxu sect, hold a distinguished place among the 10 fairies of the mortal realm, renowned alongside Yun Fuyao. She and another disciple, Chu Tianyi, stand as the most exceptional representatives of their generation within the Xuanxu sect. As Wei Yurong gazes at the two before her, a youthful radiance sparkles within her almond-shaped eyes. The young monk, Jie, clasps his hands together and proclaims, Amit Ba, it is indeed the esteemed Fairy Yurong. I have long admired your illustrious name. To meet you today is truly a stroke of fortune. Wei Yurong replies with a smile. Ah, you are the monk Jie from the Ku Hai Temple. Your fame in the mortal realm has far eclipsed mine in recent years. Her voice, melodious and crisp, articulates each word with remarkable clarity. She and Yun Fuyao seem to embody contrasting extremes. Yun Fuyao, reserved and icy, resembles a snow lotus blooming amidst the frigid heights of Tianshan, while Wei Yurong's character is vivacious and cheerful, her laughter preceding her words, her pearly white teeth and harmonious voice adding to her charm. Jesse appears somewhat embarrassed, saying, Fairy Yurong, you flatter me. I am but a figure of hollow renown, unworthy of such praise. Wei Yurong chuckles lightly, as if she is somewhat familiar with Jesse's past exploits. She then turns her attention to Lu Tongfeng, that Lu Tongfeng slightly bows, saying, I am Lu Tongfeng. It is an honor to meet you, Fairy Yurong, that Lu Tongfeng. Are you a friend of Jesse? She inquires. Lu Tongfeng nods affirmatively. Then you are likely not a person of good repute, she teases. Taken aback, Lu Tongfeng wonders if Jie has tarnished his image in the eyes of this enchanting fairy. Take tea that moment. Chu Yuanhong interjects, by the way, senior sister Yurong, this young hero Lu, who grew up in Fuyang town, seems to be the little uncle of Fairy Fuyao. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wei Yurong's delicate face suddenly falters. The little uncle of Fairy Fuyao, raised here. Why have you not mentioned this to me before? Chu Yuanhong is momentarily startled, though he is among the first disciples of the Xuanxu sect from the small town. His low cultivation and status leave him unaware of the elder's intentions in having Wei Yurong remain in the town to investigate the hidden agendas of the crippled Li and Li Chuyan. Yesterday, I was surprised to hear from Fairy Fuyao that Lu is her little uncle. Later, young Master Lin mentioned that this Lu has never left the town for over 10 years and is not a cultivator. So I paid little heed, Chu Yuanhong explains. Wei Yurong's gaze sharpens as she scrutinizes Lu Tongfeng from head to toe. The little uncle of Fairy Fuyao, are you a disciple of the Yuntian sect? Lu Tongfeng's heart stirs as he recalls what Yun Fuyao said to him before her departure today. He shakes his head. I'm neither a disciple of the Yuntian sect nor a cultivator. Young Master Lin spoke the truth. I am merely a beggar wandering in Fuyang town, relying on the charity of its residents. Lin Feng immediately chimes in, yes, we have known the little madman since childhood. He is just a beggar whom we all call the little madman. Oh, really? Then why does Fairy Fuyao call you little uncle? Wei Yurong's expression reveals her skepticism regarding Lu Tongfeng's identity, with the crippled Li Chuyan, and the sudden appearance of Fairy Fuyao in the town. Now there is another little uncle. Wei Yurong is convinced that the presence of so many disciples from the Yuntian sect in this town cannot simply be a coincidence. In response to Wei Yurong's inquiry, Lu Tongfeng's mind races that he smiles. I am not only the little uncle of Fairy Fuyao, but also of the fairy herself. A hint of confusion crosses Wei Yurong's fair and beautiful face. What do you mean? Lu Tongfeng explains. Is it not said that the righteous path is one family? My master was once the temple priest of a nearby land temple, a Taoist of notable standing within the sect. Consequently, young disciples of both your Taoist and Buddhist sects refer to me as little uncle. GSA, would you not agree? GSA promptly nods. Indeed, Fairy Yurong, according to lineage, Lu is indeed a generation older than us. The temple priest of a land temple? Young Master Lin. Is this true? Wei Yurong inquires, looking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly affirms, yes, the land temple is located 3 miles south of the town, at the foot of the mountain, and has stood for decades. When the old priest was alive, the temple still had some incense offerings. However, after the old priest passed away 6 years ago, the temple fell into disrepair, the back rooms collapsed, and the small temple became abandoned. Lu Tongfeng has been living alone in the ruined temple all these years. Oh, I see. Wei Yurong slowly nods, though her doubts remain unresolved. The Xuanchu sect retained her due to her keen insight and intelligence. The phrase big-breasted but brainless does not apply to her. Lu Tongfeng, seeking to change the subject, remarks, I thought all the cultivators in the town had departed by afternoon, yet it seems some have remained. Young Master Lin, what are those nuns from the Fo Lin nunnery doing? Lin Feng has always looked down upon Lu Tongfeng. Yesterday, Lu Tongfeng had taken Yu Ling Dang to the small temple, further aggravating him. As a fellow man, he is well aware of Lu Tongfeng's intentions. Since childhood, Lu Tongfeng has been infatuated with Ling Dang, and now, in her time of crisis, he seizes the opportunity. Lin Feng, who is also fond of Yu Ling Dang, finds himself in a peculiar situation as the townsfolk blame her for the recent calamity. To appease the townspeople, his grandfather has sternly ordered him to maintain distance from her. He plans to take Ling Dang to Xiang once the town's troubles have passed, thus escaping the townspeople's gossip. Yet, it seems Lu Tongfeng, this detestable beggar, has arrived first. Little madman, why are you meddling in the affairs of the town instead of staying in your dilapidated temple? Go on. Get lost and stop causing trouble here. Lin Feng pushes Lu Tongfeng aside and turns to Wei Yurong and Chu Yuanhong. Fairy Yurong, young hero Chu, let the nuns of Fo Lin nunnery perform rituals for the souls of the town's departed. The sky is darkening. Let us return for dinner. Wei Yurong nods. Young Master Lin, remember to bring some vegetarian dishes for these nuns. Lin Feng replies, everything is arranged. Do not worry, Fairy. Wei Yurong then looks towards Lu Tongfeng and GSA. GSA, little Uncle Lu, you have not had dinner yet. Join us. Lu Tongfeng shakes his head. No need. I have a friend waiting at the temple, and I only came to the town to buy some supplies before returning. Wei Yurong turns to GSA. And you, GSA? GSA quickly shakes his head. Thank you, Fairy Yurong, for your kindness, but I'm currently staying at the land temple to the south. If you need anything, you may find me there. Wei Yurong nods. Very well. I shall visit. With that, both parties clasp their fists in salutation. The trio of Wei Yurong continues north along the cobblestone street. Once they are a distance away, Lu Tongfeng spits in their direction. That Lin Feng is truly a petty man. Just look at how he bows and scrapes to those 2 disciples of the Xuanchu sect. He claims to be a scholar of the Bailu Academy. Bah, GSA asks, little madman, do you have a grudge against him? Indeed, countless grievances, both large and small. His family is the wealthiest landlord in the town, always seeking to purchase the mountain behind the land temple. Absurd. That is my ancestral heritage left by my master. How could I possibly sell it? Hence, when I was a child, Lin Feng often led a group of local boys to trouble me. The past 2 years, he was sent to Bailu Academy for studies, which allowed me some respite. I understand now. GSA's chubby face reflects sudden realization. Lu Tongfeng declares, enough about him. Let us go buy some supplies and hurry back to the temple. It will be dark soon, and I worry Ling Dang might be frightened in the temple. The tavern in the town has been reduced to ashes by that band of thieves. However, there are still some grocery shops to the north of the town. Moreover, Lu Tongfeng is well acquainted with every household in the town, from whom he can procure various poultry and mountain goods. The townsfolk have never held Lu Tongfeng in high regard, and now, with him sheltering the ill-fated Ling Dang, their disdain for him has only intensified. Nevertheless, no one would turn their back on silver. Lu Tongfeng has transformed into one of the wealthiest individuals in the small town, easily acquiring the necessities he desires from the townspeople at inflated prices. After purchasing rice, flour, cooking oil, and some mountain goods from the grocery store, he paid 3 times the market price for 4 chickens from several families that raised them, all of which he stuffed into the storage bag of the little monk, who was known for his aversion to worldly desires. That on his way back, he passed by a temporary venue established by the disciples of the Buddhist Linen Temple. Although Lu Tongfeng had a strong aversion to this group of nuns, he refrained from his usual tirade, considering that they were there to conduct a memorial service for the 200 or so souls lost in the recent massacre. Suddenly, the little monk halted, frowning at the temporary venue occupied by the nuns. From a distance, he could see a dozen nuns seated in meditation, striking wooden fish and reciting scriptures. The entire town seemed enveloped in the ethereal sound of their chanting. "Little monk, what are you staring at? Let us go," Lu Tongfeng called back, urging him on. The little monk, still furrowing his brow, replied, "It's quite strange that what's strange about it? You are also a disciple of the Buddha. Surely you've seen a Buddhist service before?" Lu Tongfeng retorted. The little monk replied slowly, "It is precisely because I am a disciple of the Buddha that I find it peculiar. There are 5 scriptures used in the Buddhist practice of guiding souls: the rebirth mantra, the Diamond Sutra, the Great Prajna Sutra, the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and the Heart Sutra. They are currently chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra. And so what? You are not of the Buddhist order. You wouldn't understand that these 5 scriptures serve different purposes in guiding souls and follow a specific order. The Ksitigarbha Sutra may be used to guide souls, but it is recited last. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva presides over the underworld, and the sutra should only be chanted 7 days after death, when the soul has entered the realm of the dead, to assist the departed in escaping the evil paths and being reborn into good ones. The IT has only been 2 days since the massacre. They should be chanting the rebirth mantra instead of the Ksitigarbha Sutra." The little monk's face was filled with confusion. Though he often disregarded the strict precepts of the Buddhist order, as a disciple of the renowned Kuhuai Temple, whose master was a celebrated monk, he was well-versed in the Buddhist scriptures. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was meant to be recited 7 days after death. Any Buddhist disciple should know this. However, the townspeople had only been deceased for 2 days. Their souls had not yet entered the underworld, and thus were not yet in the domain of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If it were a small temple lacking in resources and only a few monks, it would be understandable for them to make such a fundamental error. Yet, just this morning, the little monk had seen the nuns, who had arrived riding the golden clouds of Buddha-esque light. Any temple capable of hosting more than 10 practitioners was certainly not a mere small establishment. Their understanding of Buddhist doctrine must be profound. How could they possibly commit such a basic mistake? Lu Tongfeng scoffed. "You are a monk, and they are nuns. Perhaps the Buddhist rules differ between you two. Come on, let us go. Ling Dang and Dahe are still waiting for us in the temple." "Yes, that's so?" The little monk replied, somewhat skeptical. He had indeed had little interaction with the nuns and could not entirely dismiss Lu Tongfeng's possibility. The worldly Buddhist practice was quite complex, encompassing temples solely for monks, nunneries, and distinctions between Zen and esoteric Buddhism. The Kuhuai Temple, where the little monk resided, belonged to the Zen sect of Buddhism. It was plausible that the esoteric sect or the nunneries had different procedures and rules regarding the guiding of the deceased compared to the Kuhuai Temple. Gradually setting aside his doubts, the little monk and Lu Tongfeng headed south. As they exited the town, night had fully descended. The snowy path proved difficult to traverse, prompting the little monk to remove the large wooden fish from his back. "Little madman, let us fly back instead." "You can fly, but I cannot," Lu Tongfeng protested. "You really can't?" "Of course not. I'm not a cultivator. How could I fly?" The little monk rolled his eyes, recalling how he had witnessed Lu Tongfeng practicing the night before. The pure yang energy released unconsciously during his cultivation was far more potent than his own, indicating that Lu Tongfeng's cultivation level was at least on par with his, if not superior. The little monk found it perplexing why Lu Tongfeng would deny being a cultivator while practicing in front of him. He suspected that Lu Tongfeng was merely testing him. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries. Since you can't fly, my magical artifact is large enough to carry 2 people. I'll take you flying, da. You, the flower monk, are indeed loyal. I've never flown in my life. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would experience the sensation of a cultivator soaring through the skies. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed joyfully. He had seen many cultivators soaring above and had longed to experience the feeling of flight for himself. The little monk formed a hand seal and silently chanted an incantation. The massive wooden fish suddenly radiated a soft golden glow, levitating before them. The little monk seized Lu Tongfeng's wrist and leaped onto the floating wooden fish. Lu Tongfeng anticipated a rocky ride akin to being in a boat, but to his surprise, the wooden fish was remarkably stable. They stood upon it with no sense of swaying, as if walking on solid ground. With the little monk's guidance, the wooden fish soared about a yard above the ground, flying at a leisurely pace. For the first time in his life, Lu Tongfeng experienced flight, feeling exhilarated at every turn. Initially worried that he might tumble and become a mere splatter, he gradually realized that it was not as perilous as he had imagined. I say, little monk, can you fly a bit higher? We're not even as tall as those saplings. It's only 3 miles. Why would we soar higher? Then speed up. At this rate, Dahe could outrun us. This is acceptable, chuckled the little monk, his laughter tinged with a hint of mischief. What's your plan? Lu Tongfeng inquired. I want to go down. With a startled cry, the wooden fish, glowing with Buddhist light, suddenly vanished from beneath them. Slow down. Dahe was frolicking in the snow outside the Earth God Temple, seemingly quite excited. Upon hearing Dahe's barks, Ling Dang emerged from the temple, just in time to see Lu Tongfeng and the little monk standing on the wooden fish, which swiftly descended in front of the small temple. As the wooden fish hovered about 3 feet above the ground, the little monk unceremoniously tossed Lu Tongfeng off. Lu Tongfeng stumbled, finding his footing unsteady. You little monk, are you trying to take my life? The little monk landed, placing the wooden fish back on his back. You wanted to fly faster, didn't you? How can you still complain? So, little madman, how does it feel to fly? Just so. It's nothing remarkable. Lu Tongfeng feigned indifference, though he had been screaming in astonishment the entire journey that you've returned. It's windy outside. Come in quickly. Ling Dang's voice echoed. Lu Tongfeng leaned against a large rock, waving his hand. You go ahead. I'll just take a quick pee. The little monk laughed. No way. You're scared to the point of wetting yourself over such a short flight. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly wet myself? I just haven't urinated all day. It's just a coincidence. After the little monk and Ling Dang entered the Earth God Temple, Lu Tongfeng hastily unfastened his belt. So close. Just a hair's breadth away from an accident. If one were to soil themselves in the presence of you, Ling Dang, would they still wish to carry on living? At last, a sense of relief has washed over them. The journey of 3 paths has afforded Lu Tongfeng a glimpse into the art of aerial flight practiced by cultivators. This sensation is rather unsettling. After relieving himself, Lu Tongfeng took a moment to stretch his trembling limbs before stepping into the earthen temple. The little monk, GSA, was busily retrieving the various provisions they had procured in the town from a storage bag. A plethora of ingredients, wild delicacies, and an assortment of game sufficient to sustain the 3 of them for a fortnight lay before them. Today, Lu Tongfeng had expended over 30 taels of silver on these supplies. Truly a significant investment. Yu Ling Dang, ever diligent, commenced the task of igniting a fire and preparing their meal. Lu Tongfeng offered to assist, but she insisted he step aside, claiming she was more than capable. Uncertain of how to repay Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, her current means of gratitude was to cook and wash their clothes. Seeing her unwavering determination, Lu Tongfeng resigned himself to sitting beside GSA, producing a gourd to share drinks and engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Dahe lounged by the makeshift stove, drooling over the various wild delicacies hung on the wall by Yu Ling Dang. After following his young master for several years, Dahe had endured a life of deprivation, often going hungry. Finally, those hard times seem to be coming to an end. Wow, little madman, this wine is quite exceptional, Jesse exclaimed, taking a whiff of the drink Lu Tongfeng had offered, his eyes sparkling with delight before he even took a sip. Lu Tongfeng replied, "Naturally. This is an aged brew treasured by the fairy Fuyao. For many years, I have but a small amount left. Had you not taken me flying today, I would have hesitated to share it. Just this little bowl. Do savor it sparingly. Fuyao's wine. I must relish this." Jesse took a gentle sip and was immediately enraptured. The wine was rich and full-bodied, undoubtedly a century-old vintage. Like Lu Tongfeng, Jesse was a connoisseur of fine spirits, and he discerned that this brew was at least 100 years old with just a small taste. Lu Tongfeng chuckled. "I never expected you to be a kindred spirit." Though he held reservations about Jesse, a disciple of the Buddhist path, indulging in drink and meat, this shared appreciation for wine considerably enhanced his fondness for the little monk. The two sat before the fire, toasting with their bowls, but each time only daring to take a modest sip. As the exquisite wine flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. When men gather, the topic inevitably turns to women. Jesse laughed. "Little madman, this afternoon in town, did you not behold the enchanting Yu Rong from the Xuanxu sect? Is she not breathtaking? Not merely beautiful, she is utterly captivating. Especially her figure, truly deserving of her name. But tell me, between Yu Rong and Fuyao, two of the 10 celestial maidens of our time, who do you believe is more exquisite?" "Well, that is a challenging question. To be fair, in terms of appearance, grace, and leg length, Fuyao likely surpasses Yu Rong. However, in terms of figure, Fuyao simply cannot compete with Yu Rong. It is a close contest. Indeed, should both wish to wed me, I would find myself at a loss." Jesse roared with laughter. "So, I am not the only one torn in my affections. Little madman, you have only encountered 2 of the 10 celestial maidens. Should you meet the other 8, you might find yourself sleepless with worry." Curious, Lu Tongfeng inquired, "Little monk, what do you mean by the 10 celestial maidens?" "They're the 10 most outstanding young maidens of the righteous and demonic paths, as determined by the Tianji Pavilion 2 years ago. Yin Fuyao ranks 4th, and Wei Yu Rong ranks 7th. "What? With such beauty, how can Fuyao and Yu Rong only be 4th and 7th? I shudder to think how extraordinary the first place must be." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment and longing. Jesse took another sip of wine and remarked, "It seems you are rather uninformed about the true cultivation world. Allow me to enlighten you tonight. 2 years ago, the Tianji Pavilion introduced 2 lists aimed at exceptional young individuals like us, known as the 10 Young Masters and the 10 Celestial Maidens. Neither of us made the Young Masters list, so we shall not dwell on that. However, the 10 Celestial Maidens is quite intriguing. They include Shangwan Yuling of the Changbai Mountain Celestial Maiden sect, Su Ruoxue of the Donghai Penglai Fairyland, the Saintess Wushuang of the Demon Cult's Feihua Palace, Yin Fuyao of the Tianyin Mountain Yin sect, the enchanting Yu Shaoyan of the Hahuan sect, the Southern Wilderness which Miao sang, Wei Yu Rong of the Canglong Mountain Xuanxu sect, Helan Gui, daughter of the Tianyin Valley's leader of the Demon Cult, Shan of a rogue cultivator from the righteous realm of the Langi Cave, and the rogue cultivator Dujian Fairy. All 10 of these maidens are under 40, possessing profound cultivation and striking beauty, each with their own distinctive traits. For example, Fuyao is as cold as ice, Miao Sang is fiery and passionate, Shun's Aer is gentle as water, Helan Gui is ruthless, Shangwan Yuling is pure as a fairy, Su Ruoxue is willful and domineering, and Wu Shuang is mysterious and enigmatic. Especially notable is Yu Shaoyan of the Hahuan sect, whose allure is captivating, charmingly seductive and delicate. A mere glance from her can leave one utterly spellbound. Most importantly, the Hahuan sect's dual cultivation method is unparalleled, and Yu Shaoyan has mastered their secret arts, making her an unrivaled companion in intimate matters. Any man who has shared a bed with her has never left with a complaint. Though she is known for her beauty, the number of suitors hoping to engage in dual cultivation with her remains countless. It is said that her long legs have once caused a man's demise. Hold on, little monk, I must interrupt. Why did you describe the other maidens with a brief stroke of the brush? Yet when it comes to the Hahuan sect Yu Shaoyan, you provide such elaborate detail. Moreover, your current expression is rather lurid, shall we say. Lu Tongfeng discerned Jiese's peculiar bias toward Yu Shaoyan and queried. With a sly grin, Jiese responded, "Let me put it this way. Among the 10 celestial maidens of this realm, aside from Yu Shaoyan, the other 9 are all maidens. Moreover, it is rumored that Yu Shaoyan is quite accommodating. My detailed introduction of her was for our future considerations." For our future considerations? What do you mean? Lu Tongfeng's expression turned skeptical as he sought clarification. Before Jiese could respond, Yu Lingdang, who was busy cooking, interjected with a huff. What the little monk means is that the other 9 maidens are unattainable for you and him. Only that accommodating Yu Shaoyan might present chance. Jiese slapped his ample thigh in agreement. Indeed, Miss Lingdang, your intellect shines brightly. That is exactly my point. Although it is said that Yu Shaoyan has been with many men, her beauty and status as one of the 10 celestial maidens cannot be denied. Given our circumstances, the other 9 maidens are beyond our reach. But this Yu Shaoyan seems more approachable. If we were to encounter her, our chances would increase significantly. Lu Tongfeng was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Truly, before meeting Jiese, he had considered himself a rather unsavory character. Now, he felt as though he were a paragon of virtue, though he was eager to delve deeper into this profound topic with Jiese. The presence of Yu Lingdang rendered Lu Tongfeng unable to express his true sentiments on the matter. He could only redirect the conversation. Little monk, with a lady present, let us refrain from discussing that temptress. We shall revisit this topic another day. I have a question for you. I have heard of Fu Yao, and today, Wei Yurong also mentioned you, suggesting that your fame has grown even larger than hers in these past 2 years. Are you well known in the mortal realm? Jiese's expression suddenly shifted to one of awkwardness. He stammered, I'm not particularly famous in the mortal realm. The celestial maidens are merely being courteous. Do not take it to heart. Observing Jiese's attempts to mask something behind his drinking, Lu Tongfeng was not fooled. He sensed that the rotund monk's reputation was likely less than stellar, which explained his reluctance to admit otherwise. That Lu Tongfeng found no surprise in this revelation, but a monk who drinks and feasts while fantasizing about engaging in passionate encounters with the enchanting Yu Shaoyan could hardly be expected to have a stellar reputation. Little monk, I have yet to inquire about your age and level of cultivation. Lu Tongfeng posed a question that piqued his interest. The little monk Jizixiation replied, "This year, I am 28 years old, and my aptitude is rather dull. I am currently merely at the initial stage of the 5th level of harmonization." Coughing lightly, Lu Tongfeng nearly gasped in surprise. He began to grasp why this little monk, who lacked both beauty and muscles, had attained considerable fame in the mortal realm. That it was due to his cultivation. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Fairy Fuyo is 30 years old and seems to be at the initial stage of harmonization as well. You are only 28 and already at that stage? Are you even more formidable than Fairy Fuyo? Jizixiation chuckled awkwardly. It's merely luck, fortune. Who can resist when opportunity knocks? But let us not dwell on that. What? Little monk, you are already 28. I thought you were only 16 or 17. Yu Lingdang turned around, gazing at Jizixiation in astonishment. The monk scratched his bald head and said, "Lingdang dear, you are not a cultivator. There are many things you are unaware of. Cultivators expel impurities and filth from their bodies during their training, which is why they often appear youthful. Although I'm 28, I maintain the heart of an 18-year-old lad." Yu Lingdang's eyes sparkled with understanding and a hint of yearning. What girl wouldn't he wish for eternal youth? Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, observing the little monk's somewhat peculiar expression. This fellow, with his plump visage and ample flesh, hardly resembled a prodigious cultivator. How could he possess such extraordinary talent? To reach the harmonization stage at 28 is far more impressive than Yun Fuyo. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's unwavering gaze, Jizixiation shrank his not-so-obvious neck and chuckled. "Crazy one, could you please refrain from looking at me with such bizarre eyes? It frightens me a bit. I can assure you my inclinations are entirely normal, devoid of any unusual predilections," Lu Tongfeng replied. "Do not overthink it. My inclinations are even more conventional than yours. I merely find the old adage to be true. One should not judge by appearances, nor should one measure the sea in a bucket. I did not expect that beneath your unremarkable exterior lies the legendary talent of a cultivator. Zhizixie seemed a tad embarrassed as he said, "What legendary talent? My current cultivation is truly a matter of luck." Luck? Can one rely on luck in the path of cultivation? I find that hard to believe that IT is indeed luck, but you will eventually understand that I shall not keep it from you. About a year ago, shortly after I descended the mountain for training, I heard that the ancient immortal abode on Julong Mountain had been unsealed and re-emerged in the mortal realm. So, I went to join the fray. I arrived just in time. The ancient immortal abode had just been opened, and hundreds of experts were battling to seize any ancient treasures within them. Why skills were lacking, so I merely hid to watch. Suddenly, an object shot out from the abode and landed right before me that I truly had no intention of claiming it. This opportunity was purely serendipitous. Oh, I see now. That is how you became famous. Lu Tongfeng interjected. Well, that is indeed part of the reason, but that object was nothing significant, merely an expired pill for refining the essence and expanding the dantian. Those people were frantically chasing after me to seize it. So I swallowed it whole, resulting in my dantian expanding 2 to 3 times, allowing me to leap from the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm directly into the 5th level of harmonization. Otherwise, with my comprehension, it would have taken me another 30 to 50 years to reach the harmonization stage. Zhizixie chuckled, appearing somewhat bashful, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of pride. Lu Tongfeng, on the other hand, unhesitatingly raised his middle finger in disdain. Zhizixie retorted, "I was genuinely just there to see the commotion. I never intended to gain any fortune. You must believe me." Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes dismissively. "Spare me the explanations that I am not a cultivator, nor do I wish to rob you of your expired rubbish pill. Crazy one, isn't this becoming rather tedious? I've concealed nothing from you. Why pretend? Is your probing not sufficient?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. "Probing? What probing? Keep pretending. Your cultivation is at least on par with mine, and may even surpass it. Does that not make you a cultivator?" Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. "Little monk, do not speak carelessly. What cultivation do I possess? Higher than yours. I merely have a bit of strength. Even hitting Lingdang is a challenge." Zhizixie rolled his eyes. "I witnessed your practice last night. And Lingdang did as well, right, Lingdang?" Lingdang turned around and, looking at the two, nodded. "Indeed, I saw it last night. Fengge, we have known each other since childhood, yet you have never told me that you are a cultivator." "Me? Cultivating? Oh, I understand now. You mean when I was meditating last night? That was not cultivation. It was merely a technique my master taught me for enduring cold and hunger," Lu Tongfeng suddenly realized, explaining to them. "Enduring cold and hunger. And that's all. Crazy one. Are you still pretending? What is the point? We are friends. Why would I deceive you? The technique my master passed on to me merely helps with cold endurance and hunger tolerance. Grants a bit more strength and allows for quicker running. It serves no other purpose to— Oh." Zhizixie, observing Lu Tongfeng's earnest expression, suddenly became intrigued. He discreetly activated his Buddhist visualization, and it seemed as if golden Buddhist light was coalescing deep within his pupils. Gazing at Lu Tongfeng, he discerned that this fellow appeared to be truthful. This revelation astonished Zhizixie. Could it be that this person is unaware of his own prowess? Or perhaps I misjudged him last night? Zhizixie pondered. He recalled how Lu Tongfeng's skin had flushed red during his practice, 3 flowers blooming atop his head, 5 energies coalescing, and even the temperature of the entire temple had surged. Such pure, yang energy could not have been mistaken. "Crazy one, may I take a look at your pulse? You want to check my pulse too? Is there someone else who wishes to check your pulse?" "Yes, a few days ago, Fairy Fuyo also did not believe that I was not a cultivator. She insisted on examining my body, but she gave up after I mentioned I hadn't tea-bathed in months." "Oh, I don't mind. How about I check your pulse?" Lu Tongfeng pondered, with Yin Fuyao having departed, allowing this monk with a penchant for flowers to examine his pulse and ascertain whether he possesses spiritual roots seemed a commendable choice. Suddenly, the large black dog, drooling by the stove, lifted its head. It appeared to want to intervene as it had previously, but after a few rotations of its azure eyes, it returned to its drooling state. The divine sword had recognized its master, and the seals on Lu Tongfeng had been undone. Thus, the large black dog understood that it was no longer necessary to guard the secrets of Lu Tongfeng. The monk, Jesse, placed 3 fingers upon Lu Tongfeng's outstretched wrist. Being a rather disheveled monk, he had no aversion to filth and was indifferent to the grime on Lu Tongfeng's wrist. He observed as the tips of his fingers emanated a soft golden glow, which seamlessly blended into Lu Tongfeng's wrist. This was a fragment of his divine consciousness. He could see that moment. The condition of Lu Tongfeng's body lay bare before Jesse's perception, every detail vividly apparent. Jesse frowned slightly. Lu Tongfeng's dantian was desiccated, showing no signs of development. Yet his meridians were remarkably expansive, with the pure yang true essence flowing through the extraordinary meridians like molten lava. However, this intense true essence merely flowed within the channels, perfectly avoiding the dantian. This indicated a complete disconnection between Lu Tongfeng's meridians and dantian. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners stored spiritual energy in their dantian, circulating it through their meridians throughout their bodies. During confrontations, they would mobilize the true essence from within the sea of their dantian. Yet, Lu Tongfeng's extraordinary meridians were not linked to a dantian in the world of cultivation. This signified utterly wasted spiritual roots, leaving no opportunity for cultivation whatsoever. The meridians flowed like rivers, and without the dantian sustenance, it would not be long before the true essence within them dissipated entirely. Yet within Lu Tongfeng's meridians flowed a robust and abundant true essence, surging and undiminished. Upon witnessing this scene, Jesse was nearly struck dumb with shock. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was unheard of. Even in tales, he speculated that perhaps the esteemed sword god had employed some secret method to seal Lu Tongfeng's dantian, rendering it imperceptible to others. However, upon scrutinizing the area around Lu Tongfeng's dantian with his consciousness, he found it to be utterly withered, devoid of even the slightest ripple of true essence. Undeterred, Jesse directed his consciousness upward into Lu Tongfeng's mind. Within the body of a cultivator, there exist 2 seas, the sea of the dantian and the sea of the soul. The former resides in the lower abdomen, while the latter resides in the cranium. One serves as the source of spiritual power, while the other is the source of mental prowess. The 3 souls and 7 spirits, as well as the primordial spirit, all reside within the sea of the soul. Both soul and spirit are inherently fragile, which is why the sea of the soul is meticulously protected. The sea of the soul lies above the celestial spirit, resembling a vast space with only one entrance. To gain entry, one must traverse 2 bridges, the celestial spirit bridge and the earthly soul bridge. These bridges are formidable, making it difficult for external forces to penetrate. Only upon crossing these 2 bridges can one enter the sea of the soul. At this moment, Jesse's consciousness lingered at the threshold of Lu Tongfeng's 2 bridges, and he was taken aback, for both of Lu Tongfeng's bridges were fractured, entirely disconnected. This meant that he had never cultivated his soul, nor had he ever coalesced a primordial spirit. Truly bizarre. Jesse swiftly retracted his hand, gazing at Lu Tongfeng with bewilderment. Observing the sudden change in expression on the chubby monk's face, Lu Tongfeng felt a surge of anxiety. "Little monk, what troubles you? Is my body all right? Are my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all in good health? Do I possess what you cultivators refer to as spiritual roots?" Jesse remained silent, merely staring at him with a look of shock and disbelief. This caused an ominous premonition to rise within Lu Tongfeng as he extended his hand once more towards Jesse. "Please, take another look. Your silence frightens me. Am I not afflicted with a terminal illness, doomed to die soon? As a monk, you must have compassion and save me." With a slight shiver, Jesse seemed to finally regain his composure. He scrutinized Lu Tongfeng and remarked, "Your internal organs are functioning perfectly, without any ailments. You are as robust as an ox that could fell an elephant with a single blow. That is reassuring. I was nearly frightened to death," Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, patting his chest, still shaken. "Little madman," Jesse continued, "I must ask you, why does your meridian system teem with spiritual energy, yet your dantian remains disconnected from the extraordinary meridians? Moreover, why are your celestial spirit and earthly soul bridges also severed?" "Dantian," celestial spirit, and earthly soul bridges. What are those? Lu Tongfeng inquired, bewildered. Jesset tilted his head back in disbelief. You truly do not know what a dantian and the celestial spirit and earthly soul bridges are? Surely you jest. Lu Tongfeng gently shook his head, a tea that moment. Jess understood why Lu Tongfeng had persistently insisted he was not a cultivator. It was because he genuinely had no idea he was one. Jessa then poked a spot just below Lu Tongfeng's navel. The dantian is located here. It should resemble a slowly rotating vortex connecting to the extraordinary meridians, serving to store true essence for cultivators. The larger the space within the dantian, the greater the power stored, resulting in higher cultivation levels. Then, Jessa prodded Lu Tongfeng's head, explaining the celestial spirit and earthly soul bridges reside in the head, connecting to the sea of the soul, where the primordial spirit and souls reside. You mean the sea of qi and the sea of spirit, Lu Tongfeng realized. Having been taught by his master to recognize acupoints and meridians from a young age, he naturally understood these two areas. Indeed, the Taoist tradition holds such beliefs. Can you enlighten me as to why your dantian, that is, your sea of qi, is withered? Not only is there no swirling motion, but the extraordinary meridians are also disconnected. Why must they be connected? Lu Tongfeng queried, perplexed that if you do not connect your dantian as sea of qi, how can you mobilize true essence? How can you store true essence? Lu Tongfeng paused, contemplating. Mobilize true essence. Store true essence. What does that have to do with the internal sea? Of course it matters. The surging spiritual energy within your meridians is dense and unyielding. If you do not store in your dantian sea of qi, where then do you keep it? In the acupoints? In the acupoints. Do you understand the nonsense you are uttering? Lu Tongfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't it the case that you cultivators store that energy within the acupoints? Absolutely not. We cultivators store true essence and spiritual energy within our dantian's sea of qi. Acupoints cannot hold it. This is the first I have heard of such a notion. Lu Tongfeng's expression momentarily froze. For years, he had believed that all cultivators stored their power within the acupoints. Today was the first time he learned that everyone else stored it within the sea of qi, as if he alone had been storing it in the acupoints. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lu Tongfeng remarked, I told you I wasn't a cultivator, yet you didn't believe me. Sigh, I had hoped the techniques passed down by my master were truly the cultivation methods of a cultivator. But it seems I was merely indulging in delusion. Lu Tongfeng now felt a profound sense of disappointment. Who wouldn't wish to embark on the path of immortality, soaring through the heavens with a sword, laughing in defiance of the vast sky? This is a dream cherished by every man. Yun Fuyao, in conversation with a monk known for his restraint, expressed his belief in being a cultivator, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps the teachings imparted by his master since childhood were indeed techniques for immortality. Yet, he pondered that due to his tender age, he had yet to attain the realm of flying through the skies. Now, however, that hope had crumbled, after the monk conducted a thorough examination of himself. The flicker of anticipation within him was extinguished. Today, he learned that the spiritual energy of those cultivators was not stored in their acupoints, but rather within the depths of their dantians, as he observed Lu Tongfeng sighing heavily, his demeanor reminiscent of one mourning a great loss. The monk furrowed his brow. He certainly did not perceive Lu Tongfeng as a cultivator with a useless spirit root. This young man possessed a vast network of meridians and a robust essence, with his true energy coalescing rather than dispersing, indicating that storing spiritual energy in his acupoints was indeed feasible. This world is one of bizarre wonders and fantastical illusions. The unfamiliar cultivation methods do not imply their non-existence. Not all cultivators in the mortal realm store their spiritual energy in their dantians. For instance, Confucian cultivators do not cultivate their dantians or souls. Rather, they focus on virtue and destiny, differing fundamentally from the practices of Taoist. Demonic, Buddhist, shamanic, and ghostly cultivators. Perhaps there truly exists a method of opening acupoints to create seas of energy. Lu Tongfeng is, after all, the sole true disciple of the legendary sword god, Elder Mei. Elder Mei, whose accomplishments transcended the ordinary, had lived for over 8 centuries and it is entirely plausible that he had pioneered the method of storing spiritual energy in acupoints. The monk found himself increasingly intrigued by Lu Tongfeng. "Young madman, might you share with me the essence of your frost-resistant and hunger-enduring cultivation method?" The monk surmised that the issue lay within that particular technique, which could be an entirely new system of cultivation. Perhaps something discovered by the sword god in his twilight years. Lu Tongfeng regarded the monk with vigilance. "Do not even think about it. My master has repeatedly instructed me that this method is only for my cultivation and must not be divulged to others." This was within the monk's expectations. Each sect strictly guards its own cultivation techniques, forbidding any external transmission. "I am but a disciple of the Buddhist path, not one who practices Taoist arts, that I merely wish to inquire whether Elder may imparted any particular instructions or warnings regarding this method." The monk replied. Lu Tongfeng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, my master simply instructed me to practice according to the technique, which not only wards off the cold but also prevents hunger. As for other details..." Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng's gaze sharpened as he recalled. "Now that you mention it, my master did seem to have said something about this method. I remember him cautioning me before his passing. Aside from forbidding me to share this technique, he mentioned something else." "What did he say?" The monk inquired, his expression filled with anticipation. "He said that after I undergo a rebirth through fire, I would be able to connect with the sea of divine souls." Lu Tongfeng recalled. The memory of that night, when his body was ignited by the immortal sword, flickered in his mind. Could that have been considered a rebirth through fire? The monk frowned. Questioning, "Rebirth through fire? What does that mean? You are not a divine bird like the phoenix. How could you undergo a rebirth through fire?" Lu Tongfeng snapped back to the present, shaking his head. "You are a cultivator, and you do not know? How could I possibly understand?" Just then, they were interrupted by wielding calling them to wash their hands and eat. That a pot of rice had been simmering, accompanied by a stew of wild game. As they dined, the monk realized that Lu Tongfeng was rather uninformed about the current state of the cultivation world, and thus endeavored to enlighten him with tales of the realm. Wielding, having consumed a fasting pill, felt no hunger, yet she was captivated by the discourse on cultivation, resting her chin on her hands and listening intently. Their dinner stretched late into the night. And as Lu Tongfeng felt satiated, he also gained a clearer understanding of the present cultivation landscape. In this era, the righteous path flourished while evil forces receded. Approximately 300 years ago, a monumental battle had taken place between the righteous and the demonic factions. The righteous emerged victorious, forcing the demonic sects to retreat into the wilderness. However, in the past century, the demonic sect had gradually regained their strength, and signs of their disciples began to reappear in the prosperous central lands. The recent menace plaguing Yuzhou, the extreme sect, was but a minor faction of the demonic sections, though the demonic sects feature a multitude of factions and rogue cultivators. Their structure is relatively simple, mainly comprising 3 branches: the demon sect, the ghost sect, and the shaman sect. In contrast, the righteous path is more heterogeneous, with Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism being the most prominent. Taoism is further divided into southern and northern schools, while Buddhism splits into Zen and esoteric branches. Additionally, there are paths dedicated to swordsmanship, martial arts, alchemy, and various forms of magic. Beyond humanity, the world is populated with numerous demon and alien races, which represent a vast and intricate branch of cultivation. Yuzhou, where they reside, lies at the heart of the entire Zhuzhou world, situated west of the Canglong Mountain, home to the Xuanchu sect. As the clock struck the 3rd watch of the night, Wielding retreated to her cozy nook for rest, while the inebriated monk collapsed onto a pile of thatch, fast asleep, clutching one of Dahei's legs. Lu Tongfeng, however, remained seated in meditation, diligently practicing the method taught by his master. Although he had come to realize that this technique was not a celestial art of the cultivators, the routine of nightly practice had become second nature to him over the years. A brief period of meditation was all it took for the fatigue and chill to dissipate, as the small temple gradually warmed, reminiscent of the previous night. After completing a full cycle of his practice, Lu Tongfeng recalled his master's words. Had it not been for the monk's mention of it today, he might have forgotten entirely. After rebirth through fire, one can connect with the sea of divine souls. He mused that the events of 3 nights prior might indeed have constituted such a rebirth. Now, he resolved to attempt connecting the two bridges of heaven and earth, gradually mobilizing his true energy to gather near the Tianling acupoint. However, he was uncertain how to establish the connection with the sea of divine souls. He sensed that the cultivation method passed down by his master seemed incomplete, as if only half of the scroll had been revealed. After several hours of fruitless attempts, Lu Tongfeng reluctantly decided to set aside his efforts for the time being. The night passed without incident. At dawn the following morning, Lu Tongfeng gradually concluded his practice. It was then around the 4th watch of the day, and Yuling Deng had risen but was not in the temple, having likely stepped out early to relieve herself. Lu Tongfeng looked at the monk sprawled on the thatch, chuckling to himself. Approaching, he roused the monk, saying, "Little monk, rise and shine. It's nearly noon, and we have much to accomplish today." The monk, yawning as he emerged from sleep, replied, "I dreamt of the enchanting fairy Rong, and just as we were about to engage in a fierce battle, you woke me. This is most impolite." Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes, responding, "Such words may befit our private conversations, but do not utter them in front of Ling Deng. Now get up. We have already prepared the graves, and today we must lay Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty to rest." The monk grumbled, "Is there truly a need for such urgency? Those 2 coffins sitting in the corner do not obstruct anything. We could postpone the burial. No, Ling Dong's health has only just improved, as she has to face the coffins of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty daily. It will surely sadden her," Lu Tongfeng insisted. "Come on, let's use the cart to take them for burial." Reluctantly, the monk rose to his feet, suddenly sensing something amiss. Sniffing the air around him, he glanced down at his pants. Confusion etching his features. "I didn't wet the bed last night, yet there seems to be a smell of urine on me." Dahe, who had entered through the back door with Yuling Deng, seemed to sparkle with mischievous amusement upon hearing the monk's words. Seeing Yuling Deng return, Lu Tongfeng informed her of their plans to bury Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty that day. Yuling Dong's eyes reddened slightly, her head bowed in silence. Noticing her distress, Lu Tongfeng gently stated, "Ling Deng, I understand your sorrow, but ultimately, the deceased must be laid to rest. Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty have been gone for 5 days. It's time for them to find peace in the earth. Would you prefer they linger as lost souls?" Yuling Deng understood that Lu Tongfeng had her best interests at heart. She did not wish to spend her days sorrowfully gazing at the coffins of her grandmother and mother. Lowering her head, she said, "You are right. It is time to lay grandmother and mother to rest. I appreciate your assistance. Feng Ji, it is a minor matter, so there is no need for formalities. I will first prepare with the young monk." The 2 carts that had transported the coffins from the small town were still stationed at the entrance of the Earth God Temple. Lu Tongfeng intended to use the carts to transport the 2 coffins to a hillside behind. He and the young monk, who had taken a vow of chastity, had spent the night resolving their bladder issues behind a massive boulder at the boundary between the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Afterward, Lu Tongfeng called the young monk to help him prepare the carts for the coffin transport. The young monk remarked, "The burial site is on the hillside behind, but these wretched cart wheels are broken. Can they even make it up there? Moreover, the area is overgrown with bamboo. This dilapidated cart won't fit." Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly and asked, "Then what shall we do?" The young monk shrugged and replied, "With just the 2 of us, lifting them is impractical. We can only carry 1 coffin each up the hill." "Carry," Lu Tongfeng exclaimed. "Those are solid wood coffins. They weigh several hundred pounds. Fear not," the young monk reassured him. "Your strength exceeds your own estimation. A mere few hundred pounds of coffin is trivial for you." Doubt and insecurity clouded Lu Tongfeng's face as he questioned, "Is that so? Am I truly that strong? Perhaps we could utilize your storage bag. It seems quite spacious. We could stow Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat's coffins inside, then retrieve them at the burial site. Wouldn't that be a brilliant idea?" The young monk's chubby face stiffened momentarily before he pointed a finger at Lu Tongfeng and exclaimed, "What nonsense! Those are your mother-in-law and grandmother. Even I, an outsider, would willingly carry them. Yet you are reluctant? You want to cram them into my storage bag? How audacious! I appreciate your words. In light of that, I shall carry my mother-in-law's coffin." Lu Tongfeng declared, but such sentiments should not be expressed in front of Ling Dang. I fear she might feel embarrassed or angry. Lu Tongfeng pushed the two rickety wooden carts aside, contemplating that once Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat were buried, he would return to split the carts for firewood, using the cart shafts and frames as fuel, while the flatboards, measuring over a person's length, would be kept for bedding. Upon returning to the temple, Ling Dang donned heavy mourning garments and began burning paper offerings before the two coffins. Tears streaming down her face, that Dahe lay beside her, seemingly reminiscing about the two kind souls who often treated it to meat buns. Lu Tongfeng approached and said, Ling Dang, it is nearly noon. We should proceed with the burial of Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat. Ling Dang rose silently, her pale cheeks glistening with tears. Her beauty, though perhaps not on par with Yin Fuyao, was still striking, her appearance reminiscent of a pear blossom weeping, truly heart-wrenching. Lu Tongfeng first carried the two burning braziers outside the temple. Then, alongside the young monk, lifted the two coffins out. The snow outside was thick, and Ling Dang knelt in it, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Tongfeng refrained from offering comfort. This was Ling Dang's final, heart-wrenching outpouring of grief. After Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat were laid to rest, she would gradually return to a semblance of normalcy. While Lu Tongfeng and the young monk were binding the coffins with ropes, Dahe suddenly barked. Lu Tongfeng turned to see a large group of figures approaching from the south. Leading them was a familiar face, Uncle Lin Yuqing, the constable from Fuyang Town, accompanied by the constables Ergo and Sanhua. Following them was a contingent of individuals clad in official attire, numbering no less than 70 or 80. Lu Tongfeng hastily set aside his tasks and walked toward them. 5 days prior, he had encountered Uncle Lin and his companions at the foot of Chui Ping Mountain, on their way to report to the magistrate in Xiyang City. Considering the passage of time, they should have returned by now. Uncle Lin, Brother Ergo, Brother Sanhua, he greeted as they arrived at the temple entrance, which served as the main thoroughfare to the small town. Uncle Lin approached Lu Tongfeng and exclaimed, "You lunatic, you truly returned." Lu Tongfeng nodded. "Indeed, I returned after encountering you the other day." "Uncle Lin, are you aware of the events that transpired in the town the night before?" Uncle Lin's expression turned somber as he replied, "Yes, I learned of it at the inn in Xiyang City 2 days ago and rushed back immediately." He glanced at the ruins of the small town to the north. Ergo and Sanhua joined them, their faces equally downcast. Ergo anxiously inquired, "Lunatic, how is my family?" Although they were aware of the massacre in the town, the heavy snowfall had obstructed their access to information regarding their family's safety. Lu Tongfeng lowered his head, shaking it gently. The marauders had invaded from the south of the town, and few had survived south of the tavern. "Brother Ergo," your family Ergo's face turned ashen, as if all the strength had been sapped from his body, and he collapsed into the snow. "Father! Mother!" he cried, scrambling to his feet and stumbling toward the direction of the town, despite their previous animosities. Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of sympathy for Ergo in his moment of anguish. He then turned to Uncle Lin and Sanhua, saying, "Uncle Lin, Brother Sanhua, it seems your family has not suffered greatly." Both men looked relieved, yet their expressions remained subdued upon witnessing Ergo's distress. Uncle Lin's gaze fell upon the two coffins at the temple entrance and the weeping Ling Dang. "Lunatic, who is this?" he asked. "This is Ling Dang. Her home collapsed entirely that night. The townsfolk have shunned her due to those events, so I brought her and the coffins of Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat to the temple. We were just about to conduct the burial. Indeed, the happenings in the town cannot be attributed to Ling Dang. Tongfeng, you have done well. I must hurry back to the town now. Please light incense for Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat on my behalf." "I will," Lu Tongfeng affirmed. Uncle Lin nodded in acknowledgement and signaled for the resting constables to resume their journey. As he watched the large group pass by, Lu Tongfeng sighed softly. Once they had moved on, he returned to the coffins at the temple entrance. The young monk had already secured the coffins with ropes. "Were those individuals from Xiyang City?" Lu Tongfeng asked slowly. The young monk nodded. Yes, that he then helped the grieving Ling Dang to her feet, saying, "Ling Dang, it is getting late. Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat can begin their journey." Approaching one of the coffins, Lu Tongfeng grasped the binding ropes and tested their strength. To his surprise, he easily lifted the several hundred-pound coffin. This astonished him. Ever since that night when he was engulfed in flames, he had felt a significant increase in his strength, but he had not anticipated it would be to such an extent. Now reassured by his ability to carry the coffin, Lu Tongfeng steadied himself. Together with the young monk, they each shouldered one coffin and proceeded toward the back of the Earth God Temple. While Yuling Dang, clad in heavy mourning attire, held two spirit tablets in her hands. Leading the way, He followed closely beside her. It was a dismal funeral, devoid of anyone to support the spirits. No relatives or descendants to mourn, not even a devoted son to weep. Only Yuling Dang walked ahead, solitary in her grief. The distance of over 100 paces was not far, yet the path was treacherous. With deep snow and the ascent through a bamboo-filled hillside, the two men carried the coffin sideways, at times having to turn sideways to pass through the dense thicket. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the grave they had dug the previous day. Once they set the coffins down, Yuling Dang knelt in the snow, weeping inconsolably, due to the simplicity of the funeral and the absence of guests. Lu Tongfeng had to handle the burial himself, sending He to comfort Yuling Dang, to prevent her from collapsing from grief. After loosening the ropes, Lu Tongfeng and the young monk gently lowered the two coffins into the grave. He scattered a considerable amount of paper money and tossed a few pieces of silver into each grave. Sighing softly, he gestured for the young monk to begin covering the graves with earth. The young monk pushed his palms forward, and the dirt from the previous day swiftly filled the graves under the force of his hands. Grandmother! Alas! Yuling Dang gazed at the coffin gradually being buried. Collapsing onto the ground in a torrent of tears, Lu Tongfeng hurriedly pulled her back a little, fearing that in her moment of despair, she might leap into the grave herself. With the assistance of the monk dedicated to abstaining from desires, the burial process progressed swiftly. Before long, two fresh graves emerged amidst the tranquil bamboo grove. Lu Tongfeng knelt before the graves, burning paper offerings as he spoke. Grandma Lu, Aunt Pang, rest assured, I will take good care of Ling Dang. No one shall bully her again, nor will I allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. As he spoke, he bowed 3 times before the two graves. The monk, meanwhile, retrieved his large wooden fish. Sitting on the snow-covered ground, striking it rhythmically while softly reciting Buddhist scriptures, Yuling Dang lay atop the grave, weeping inconsolably. The three lingered at the gravesite for a long while, with Yuling Dang refusing to leave. As afternoon approached, Lu Tongfeng gently suggested, Ling Dang, let us return for now. This place is so close. We can come every day to pay our respects to Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. Gradually, Yuling Dang's sobs subsided as she offered a deep bow to Lu Tongfeng and the monk. Brother Feng, little monk, thank you for helping me lay my grandma and mother to rest, and I will repay you both in the future. Seeing that Yuling Dang had ceased her tears, Lu Tongfeng felt a slight relief. After crying since morning, he feared further tears would strain her fragile health. Yuling Dang's expression was one of profound sorrow, her face haggard, and before they had even descended the mountain, she faltered and fell to the ground from exhaustion. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, quickly helping her up, asking Ling Dang, are you all right? She gently shook her head, replying, I'm fine. Look at how exhausted you are. Let me ride on your back. Yuling Dang insisted she could walk. But after a few unsteady steps, she ultimately had to let Lu Tongfeng carry her down the mountain. As she rested on his back, a peculiar warmth emanated from him, enveloping her cold body and heart. Soothing her spirit, she nestled her head against his shoulder, feeling an immense comfort and security. Unconsciously, her eyes gradually closed by the time Lu Tongfeng arrived at the Earth Deity Temple. He discovered that Yuling Dang had fallen asleep on his back. Woof! Dahe's sudden barking erupted like thunder, startling Yuling Dang awake. Lu Tongfeng scolded, You wretched dog, why are you barking so loudly? Look, you've woken Ling Dang. He declared, You shall not have dinner tonight. Yet Dahe continued to bark. Looking up, Lu Tongfeng saw a young woman in a water-green dress, strikingly beautiful with a shapely figure, standing before the massive stone that marked the boundary between the celestial and the mortal realms. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily stunned, that moment. The monk dashed forward with fervor, exclaiming, "Umit ba! So it is the fairy Yu Rong." Yu Dang gently slid off Lu Tongfeng's back. She regarded the enchanting green-clad maiden and asked, "Brother Feng, is she the Yu Rong fairy you spoke of with the little monk last night?" Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. "Yes, indeed. Ling Dang, you've had a tiring day. Please rest inside while I see why the Yu Rong fairy has come here." Yu Dang entered the temple, while Lu Tongfeng stilled the haze barking before approaching Wei Yurong. Wei Yurong stood before the massive stone, tilting her head as she observed Lu Tongfeng and the monk. Eventually fixing her gaze on Dahei, seemingly surprised by the presence of such a large old dog, Dahei, clearly unimpressed, wagged his tail and followed them into the temple. "Where have you two been? You look utterly filthy," Wei Yurong inquired with curiosity. The monk replied, "We were assisting Ling Dang in burying her two relatives and haven't had the chance to change clothes." "Yurong fairy, what brings you here?" Wei Yurong responded, "Oh, just wandering about, and I happened to arrive here. Is this where Master Lu has lived since childhood?" Lu Tongfeng affirmed, "Yes, though it may seem dilapidated now, it used to be quite prosperous." Wei Yurong smiled. "I can see that." Last night, she had gleaned all of Lu Tongfeng's information from Lin Feng and Lin Deming. She held little interest in Lu Tongfeng himself, but was intrigued by his deceased master from 6 years prior. According to Lin Deming, the old temple priest had appeared in this small town over 60 years ago, already aged and frail, yet he lived for another 60 years before passing. This indicated that the old priest was no ordinary person, but a practitioner. He was likely the first cultivator to emerge in this town, followed by the limping Li and Li Chuyin 3 years ago. Wei Yurong suspected that the latter two's appearances were somehow connected to the old priest, prompting her visit today to uncover any clues. She had arrived at the temple just prior to the incense burning, and the 4 characters inscribed on the boulder at the temple entrance confirmed her suspicions. A typical earth deity temple would never have such words inscribed at the entrance. She sensed a faint, elusive aura lingering near the temple, though she could not discern its nature or origin. Noticing Lu Tongfeng and the monk grinning foolishly at her, she could clearly perceive their genuine gazes subtly drifting toward her ample bosom, yet she paid it no mind. This body was her natural endowment, exceptionally striking among women in the realm of cultivation. Wherever she went, her 2 prominent features drew attention. I say, "Master Lu, will you not invite me in for a seat?" "Ah, please, Yurong fairy, do come in." Lu Tongfeng snapped back to reality from his reverie of admiring beauty, hastily gesturing for her to enter. Wei Yurong walked past the two with a smile, her pristine white teeth gleaming like the purest snow. Her exquisite, slender figure radiated allure, and her immaculate smile, coupled with her crystalline eyes, perfectly balanced her captivating charm with an air of purity. Watching her slender waist sway and the exquisite curvature that left countless men in awe, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, plunging Lu Tongfeng and the monk into a state of daze once more. "Little monk, the Yu Rong fairy has come seeking me. You should step aside for a while. You already have Ling Dang. Yet you still think about the Yu Rong fairy. You are aiming too high. Besides, does the Yu Rong fairy even know who you are? She clearly came looking for me. When did I ever have Ling Dang? When did she become mine? Oh, can I pursue Ling Dang then? Get lost." Lu Tongfeng kicked at the monk, who deftly evaded the blow. Their playful altercation caught Wei Yurong's attention. She turned and asked, "What are you two up to?" They immediately shook their heads in unison, replying, "Nothing." Wei Yurong smiled brightly, glancing around as she made her way toward the temple. Lu Tongfeng whispered, "Little monk, let us each rely on our own abilities." The monk nodded. "All right, when it comes to looks, physique, and eloquence, I am not inferior to you. Who gave you such confidence? Even with severe myopia and cataracts, one can see that we are not in the same league. Indeed, you are far uglier than me. You are ugly. You are ugly." The two playfully shoved and jostled each other as they followed Wei Yurong into the temple, since Wei Yurong was deemed one of the 10 fairies of the era by the Tianji Pavilion. It was not merely due to her striking features, but also because her cultivation was at least on par with the monks. Her spiritual perception was exceptionally powerful. Every action and whispered word of the two behind her did not escape her keen awareness. Indeed, men are all of a similar nature. Wei Yurong offered a candid and genuine assessment in her heart. There was both disdain and delight. 1 might inquire of women across the world, Who does not yearn for a visage and figure that could captivate all? Though Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, who refrains from lust, exhibited rather unsavory behavior at this moment, it precisely underscored the formidable allure that Wei Yurong wielded before men. Under the fervent welcome of these two ardent admirers, Wei Yurong stepped into the dilapidated temple. Fortuitously, her visit was on this day. Had it been a few days prior, the wretched conditions of this temple would likely have prompted her, this otherworldly beauty, to flee in dismay. Ever since Yuling Dang moved in 2 days ago, the perpetually disheveled Lu Tongfeng began to tidy up the premises. Furthermore, Yuling Dang had been diligently cleaning each day. The interior was surprisingly tidy, at least in comparison to its previous state. However, regardless of the efforts made, to most, this temple remained merely a ramshackle shelter for vagrants and beggars. Upon entering, Wei Yurong first bowed respectfully to the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess before she began to scrutinize her surroundings. It was much as she had imagined, dilapidated and decayed. The clay statues were severely damaged, the paint nearly all peeled away, revealing the dull brown clay beneath. Cobwebs adorned the ceiling, and the air was thick with a somewhat acrid, smoky odor. The sleeping quarters, kitchen, dining area, and perhaps even a latrine were all contained within this not-so-spacious temple. Wei Yurong spotted Yuling Dang at this moment. Yuling Dang had changed out of her dirt-stained morning attire into a simple cotton jacket. Her somewhat haggard visage could not conceal the ethereal beauty of her cheeks. Wei Yurong's eyes brightened slightly, as she had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable young woman in this remote locale. She was already well acquainted with the events leading to the bloodshed in Fuyang Town and had learned from Lin Feng that the girl who sparked this tragedy was named Yuling Dang, who now stood before her in this land temple. Upon witnessing Yuling Dang's beauty, Wei Yurong comprehended why the extreme sect had targeted her. Though Yuling Dang's exquisite and transcendent beauty might not surpass her own or that of the renowned fairy Fuyao, she was nonetheless a rare sight within the Xuanxu sect. Wei Yurong spoke. "You must be Miss Ling Dang, truly a vision of beauty that inspires admiration." Yuling Dang inclined her head slightly and replied. "Ling Dang has the honor of meeting the illustrious Wei Yurong." "You know of me?" Wei Yurong inquired. Yuling Dang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and the monk, saying, "Yesterday, Brother Feng and the little monk mentioned you." Wei Yurong cast a sidelong glance at the two, asking, "What did you say about me last night?" Lu Tongfeng answered, "Nothing much. Just heartfelt praises of your unparalleled beauty, your profound cultivation, and your renowned reputation as a chivalrous figure." Hearty laughter erupted from Wei Yurong. "Your flattery is quite sweet. I heard that you seem to know Yun Fuyao quite well." "Not too well," he replied. "Out a few days ago, Fairy Fuyao passed through here, and we exchanged a few words. As we are both disciples of the Dao, is that so? I have heard that Yun Fuyao specifically came to find you 7 days ago. She appeared in the town, inquiring about the land temple." Wei Yurong gazed at Lu Tongfeng with a beaming smile. Realization dawned on Lu Tongfeng. He understood that Wei Yurong was not merely here for a visit, but rather to gather intelligence. With this thought, he became wary that Lu Tongfeng, puzzled, said, "Came specifically to find me. That cannot be true. I've lived here my whole life, never having left. Fairy Fuyao is a distinguished figure from Yuntian's sect. We were previously unacquainted. Why would she seek me out?" His response caused Wei Yurong to falter slightly. Observing the confusion etched on Lu Tongfeng's face, she recognized that she had underestimated him. Before her arrival, she had conducted thorough investigations. Yun Fuyao's appearance in Fuyang Town 7 days ago was witnessed by many residents. With her striking looks and distinct presence, anyone who laid eyes on her would find it unforgettable. While Wei Yurong was certain that Yun Fuyao came to Fuyang Town with purpose, she did not believe that Lu Tongfeng was the person she sought. According to her findings, Lu Tongfeng was merely an abandoned infant taken in by the old temple priest 16 years prior. 6 years ago. The priest, known as Xianhui, had passed away when Lu Tongfeng was only 10. His life had been remarkably simple, whether during the priest's lifetime or in the 6 years following his death. Lu Tongfeng had never left Fuyang Town, having only ventured as far as the nearby Sweeping Mountain to the south. Yin Fuyao and Lu Tongfeng certainly did not know each other. The person Yin Fuyao sought was likely the old priest. Wei Yurong surmised that Yun Fuyao had come without knowledge of the priests passing 6 years prior. Now, 5 questions swirled in Wei Yurong's mind. First, the identity of the deceased priest. Second, why did Yun Fuyao travel so far from Yun Tian's sect to this place? Third, who had harmed Yun Fuyao? Fourth, why had she remained in the town since her appearance 7 days ago? Fifth, did the layman Li and his daughter Li Chuyan, who had been hiding in the town for 3 years, share the same intentions as Yun Fuyao? Were they also seeking the old priest? If the lame Li and his daughter were indeed pursuing the old priest, given that he had passed away many years ago, why had they not left the town? Originally, she intended to extract some information from Lu Tongfeng, but he had clearly seen through her intentions and was feigning ignorance. However, Wei Yurong did not give up. She smiled and said, Lu Shaoshi, I have heard that your master, Xinhui Daoist, was also a cultivator and seemed to have connections with Yun Tian's sect. As his only disciple, you must have inherited his teachings well. Yet you claimed you were not a cultivator yesterday. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. I genuinely am not a cultivator. The little monk checked my condition. You may ask him. The little monk cleared his throat and said, I, as a monk, have examined this young madman's body. His dantian is withered, devoid of any spiritual energy. The bridges of heaven and earth are also severed. A monk speaks no falsehoods, and the little monk indeed did not lie. For Lu Tongfeng's dantian and the bridges of heaven and earth were as he described. Wei Yurong furrowed her brow slightly. Oh, may I ask, Lu Shaoshi, what was your master Xinhui Daoist's birth name? The village elder mentioned your master's title last night, and upon my investigation, I found that there was indeed a Xinhui Daoist in Yun Tian's sect who had perished in the battle between righteous and demonic forces over 300 years ago. What? Does Fairy Yurong seem particularly interested in my master? Indeed, I heard the village elder and several elderly townsfolk say that Xinhui, the temple priest, arrived in this town over 60 years ago to build this land temple. At that time, he appeared to be quite old and frail, yet he lived another 60 years before passing. It is evident that Xinhui was no ordinary person, as a cultivator. I am naturally intrigued by such extraordinary individuals. May I inquire about your master's original name and lifespan? Lu Tongfeng shook his head. I do not know. He passed suddenly, and I was still quite young at the time, so he never shared much with me. Fairy Yurong, let us not dwell on that deceased old as dusk approaches. Why not stay and share a meal? Originally, Lu Tongfeng had hoped to gain some advantage with this beautiful fairy. Now, however, his interest in Wei Yurong had vanished. It seemed everyone was here for the sake of what his master had left behind. He initially thought that, given the temple's filth and disorder, such an extraordinary fairy would surely not linger for dinner. To his surprise, Wei Yurong's captivating eyes shifted. Very well, I believe I am rather hungry. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. What was this situation? This woman was not adhering to the expected norms. How could she stay for dinner? Should she not have exchanged a few polite words before taking her leave? The little monk's eyes darted back and forth. If even Lu Tongfeng had sensed that Wei Yurong's visit today was not purely innocent. The little monk, being astute and having roamed the martial world for 2 years, surely could not be oblivious. The little monk of abstinence, wishing to conceal the secret that Lu Tongfeng is the inheritor of the sword god, remarked, You little madman, it is not that I am criticizing you, but this place is so drafty and dilapidated, lacking even a table or a teapot. How can you shamelessly invite the fair Lady Yurong to dine here? What a disgrace. Wei Yurong chuckled. We are both children of the rivers and lakes. It is not uncommon for us to sleep under the stars. Besides, this place offers walls to shield us from the wind and a roof to protect us from the rain, which is far superior to roughing it outdoors. Seeing that Wei Yurong stubbornly refused to leave, Lu Tongfeng felt helpless. He could hardly chase her away with the hay around the tea that moment. Yu Lingdang spoke up. Since Miss Yurong wishes to stay for dinner, I shall prepare it now. Wei Yurong replied, There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Miss Lingdang, we are but wanderers seeking a place to enjoy some wine and discuss the affairs of the world. I have heard that the monk of abstinence has a fondness for chicken, and I happen to bring a few plump hens from the town just before arriving. Roasting them will surely be delightful. Lu Tongfeng immediately concurred. Yu Lingdang was exceedingly weary, having dozed off on his back during their descent, and he could not possibly let her start a fire for cooking. Wei Yurong did not utilize a storage bag, but rather a more sophisticated storage bracelet. From it, she produced several freshly cleaned chickens. Initially, Dahe harbored a grudge against her, lying in its nest and refusing to acknowledge Wei Yurong. However, upon seeing the multitude of chickens she brought, Dahe perked up, wagging its tail as it approached. Wei Yurong handed the chickens to Lu Tongfeng and then retrieved a large jar of wine from her storage bracelet. The jar was approximately half a person's height and could hardly be described as a jar. It was more akin to a vat. The faded red characters on it indicated it was wielding. Clearly, Wei Yurong had come well prepared. When her beauty ploy did not yield the desired effect, she swiftly transitioned to a strategy involving inebriation, hoping to coax some truths from Lu Tongfeng. With a smile, she said, "Knowing your fondness for wine, I specially prepared this for you." The little monk of abstinence clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Miss Yurong, Lu Tongfeng gathered some firewood from the hearth and ignited it before placing the cleaned chickens on the grill. He was quite familiar with this process, having often roasted chickens in the temple over the years. Before long, a faint aroma of meat began to waft through the temple, while outside, the sky gradually darkened. Wei Yurong took out a long-handled wine ladle and filled several bowls with wine from the large vat. Few women indulge in drinking, but Wei Yurong was an exception. Having enjoyed wine since childhood, her capacity was remarkable, and she was confident she could get both the monk of abstinence and Lu Tongfeng thoroughly intoxicated that evening. "What a potent wine!" Lu Tongfeng exclaimed after taking a sip, immediately sticking out his tongue like Dahe. The little monk of abstinence cautioned, "Be careful, this is at least several decades aged Zweiking. Of course it is strong. Take it easy, lest you harm your health." Aware of Wei Yurong's intention to intoxicate Lu Tongfeng, the little monk offered a warning. However, Lu Tongfeng, with his tongue still out, exclaimed, "What a fine wine! I love it. A man should drink the strongest wine and sleep with the most beautiful women." As a fellow connoisseur of fine wine, how could Lu Tongfeng let such a splendid vintage pass him by? He promptly drained a bowl of Zweiking in one go, feeling the fiery sensation travel down his throat and spread throughout his body. Exhilarating. Observing Lu Tongfeng's excitement, Wei Yurong felt a momentary lapse in her resolve. Was her plan to intoxicate him perhaps a bit reckless? Although he appeared youthful, his tolerance for alcohol was impressively high. So you're also a lover of wine. How splendid, since you enjoy it. "Let us have another bowl," she said. Lu Tongfeng, unhesitatingly, ladled another bowl for himself. The little monk of abstinence frowned at the scene. After several rounds of drinking, the roast chicken was yet to be ready. But the conversation among the three had already commenced. Wei Yurong, having consumed a bowl of wine, maintained her unblemished complexion, as if she had merely sipped cool water. Sitting on a small stool, resting her chin on her hand, she inquired abstinence a few months ago. "I heard you were around Fuzhou. What brings you here?" The little monk waved his hand. "Do not mention it. An incident occurred in Fuzhou, and I was pursued by a group of scoundrels, forcing me to venture inland. That I only arrived in Yuzhou a month ago." "Hee, what mischief have you been up to this time? How could the fair Miss Yurong ever engage in mischief?" "It was merely a misunderstanding. Come now, a year ago, when the Jiulong mountain shattered and the immortal abode emerged, many cultivators flocked to seek their fortunes. While everyone agreed to enter together, you slyly slipped in alone and even closed the gate behind you." Lu Tongfeng sensed something was amiss. "Wait a moment. Little monk, that is not what you said last night. You claimed that those cultivators were engaged in a battle of spells, and that it was that thing that flew out of the immortal abode. That incident was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Come, let us drink." The little monk of abstinence appeared embarrassed. Wei Yurong chuckled. "Abstinence, is this how you recounted the Jiulong mountain affair to Lu Shaoshi? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I merely peeked inside, not expecting the gate to close abruptly. That I swear I did not close it. Ha ha, enough of that. I have heard that many witnessed you stretching your arms and exerting all your might to shut the Dragonstone gate. How can you claim it was not mischief? They must have seen wrong." The little monk protested that what about that incident half a year ago in Linhai City at the foot of Changbai Mountain, when you mistook two beautiful disciples of the heavenly maiden sect for courtesans and insisted they spend the night with you? Cough, 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 abstinence. You did such a thing. That, too, was a misunderstanding. They were dressed lightly on the streets. and I thought they were ladies of Yihong. Lu Wei Yurong continued. What about the incident in Shizhou? Miss Yurong, please spare me. I was young back then and indeed engaged in some controversial and absurd acts. I have since reformed and wish to start anew. Let us not discuss my past in front of the little madman and Miss Ling Dang, seeing the little monk of abstinence pleading for mercy. Wei Yurong achieve her goal. Very well, we shall not speak of your past. Tell me, what brings you to Lu Shaoshi? The little monk replied, 3 days ago, while passing through Chuyang, I heard rumors of demonic cultists abducting maidens at night. So I came to investigate and fortuitously encountered the little madman. I assisted him in transporting the coffins of Miss Ling Dong's parents here, and upon seeing that I had nowhere to stay, he kindly offered me temporary lodging. Oh, I see. While righteous disciples are banding together to hunt down those demonic cultists, why did you not join them? With so many righteous heroes and heroines present, I felt it best not to interfere. Wei Yurong gazed deeply into the little monk's eyes, seemingly attempting to pierce through his inner thoughts. Yet, she failed. The true practices of Buddhism emphasize cultivating the heart. And the little monk of abstinence was distinctly different from those wooden monks in the temple. It was nearly impossible to discern his heart through his expressions or gaze. The chicken is ready, Ling Dang announced. The little monk of abstinence felt as if a great weight had been lifted, rushing forward. Wonderful. I have not eaten all day and am famished. Little madman, Miss Yurong, let us eat and chat. Wei Yurong was not particularly hungry. Her main aim was to glean some information. She savored her food. She inquired, Lu Shaoshi, I heard you departed from this place recently, intending to go to Xiyang. After living here for 16 years, what prompted you to leave in such inclement weather? Lu Tongfeng glanced at her, noticing this fierce girl wink at him. This nearly caused his wavering resolve to falter completely. He shuddered slightly and replied, There is no particular reason. I merely felt it was time to venture out and explore. Indeed, young people should venture out more often. By the way, do you know the hunchback Li who sells night incense in the town and his daughter? I do. Speaking of Li's mute daughter, she is truly a gem. While the other girls in town scold me, she does not, and I enjoy conversing with her. Ling Dang rolled her eyes and remarked, How could Xiao Yin, being mute, possibly insult you? It is precisely because she is mute that I find her admirable. You wrong. Just the other day in town, I heard that the lame Li and the mute Li Xiao Yin seem to be practitioners. Do you know their background? Which sect do they belong to? And why are they operating at night in this small town? Wei Yurong felt utterly speechless. Her intention for the night was to see if she could glean any clues from Lu Tongfeng. Yet this young man turned the tables and began to inquire about her. Observing the mixture of confusion and anticipation on Lu Tongfeng's face, Wei Yurong could easily discern his inner thoughts. Indeed, this lad was surely unaware of the details regarding the lame Li and Li Xiao Yin. For a full hour, Wei Yurong attempted to extract information from Lu Tongfeng, only to have her efforts thwarted by his evasive responses. This young man had consumed 6 or 7 large bowls of bamboo leaf wine and appeared entirely unaffected. Thus, Wei Yurong's plan to elicit the truth under the influence of alcohol was thoroughly thwarted. Near the second watch of the night, amidst the raucous farewells of Dahe, whose voice echoed in the night, a flushed Wei Yurong unsteadily soared towards the small town. The following morning, the little monk Jesse was jolted awake by the sounds of Ling Dang preparing breakfast and Dahe's barks. This plump monk was a true embodiment of laziness. Lu Tongfeng, who was not quite a practitioner, would meditate and cultivate for 2 to 3 hours each night, diligently following this routine for over a decade. However, Jesse, a genuine and upright practitioner, had not been seen cultivating at all in recent days. That it seemed he had only 3 pursuits: eating, drinking, and sleeping. Jesse stretched and yawned, inquiring Ling Dang, Good morning, what delectable dish are you preparing? After a night's rest, Ling Dang's complexion had improved significantly. She turned to him and said, You all drank quite a bit last night, so I made some rice porridge for you. No. What way to start the morning with porridge? I prefer meat. That mountain deer has hung on the wall for 2 days now. I've long found it unsightly. So let us feast on it this morning. Ling Dang replied, It would be wiser to eat something light in the morning. As for the deer, let us save it for dinner. Jesse, the little monk, felt quite dejected. Exiting the Earth God Temple, he spotted Lu Tongfeng standing by the ancient well not far from the temple door. Peering into its depths, "Little madman, good morning. Why don't you talk to Ling Dang about us having deer for breakfast?" Lu Tongfeng gazed at the plump monk, his eyes spinning in thought. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. With Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty already buried, there was little of significance left to attend to. Although Lu Tongfeng had recently acquired wealth, he did not wish to squander it idly. He longed to venture out with Ling Dang. However, before departing, he had two tasks to accomplish. The first was to erect tombstones for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fatty, with the coffin shop in the small town having been reduced to ashes. Purchasing one was out of the question. He would have to chisel two stones and carve them himself. The second task was to descend into the well to retrieve something for Yun Fuyao. When she left 2 days prior, she had asked him to find her at Tianyun Mountain and had given him a substantial sum of silver, presumably for travel expenses, since he had promised to help her retrieve the item from the well. He could not go back on his word. It would also be a good opportunity to visit the Yuntian sect, relying on his Master S reputation. Even if he could not become a practitioner of the Yuntian sect, he could at least earn a few hundred taels of silver. With that, he and Ling Dang could return, renovate the temple, and lead a blissfully unrestrained life. The pressing concern was that, for the past 2 years, this ancient well had served as an open-air latrine, filled with unspeakable filth. Despite the frigid weather having frozen the contents below and a layer of snow accumulating on top, the mere thought of it being a cesspool made Lu Tongfeng feel nauseous. As he pondered how to retrieve the item, Jesse, the little monk, emerged. Observing Jesse's plump, fair face, Lu Tongfeng suddenly had an idea. He had only promised to help Yun Fuyao retrieve the item. He never said he would personally go down. This seemingly simple-minded monk could easily be tricked into doing it. "Little monk, come here," Lu Tongfeng beckoned eagerly. Jesse waddled over. "Little madman, what is it you need?" A mischievous smile crept across Lu Tongfeng's face as he replied, "Little monk, are we friends? Your smile is utterly disturbing and sinister. Just say what you need. If you want me to assist with something, I must first hear what it is before making a decision." "Ah, you are quite perceptive. You saw through my little scheme. It's nothing too serious. I merely wish to ask you to descend into the well to search for something." "Search for something in the well?" Jesse appeared somewhat taken aback, peering down into the well, then fanning his nose with his hand. "Don't be ridiculous. The foul odor wafting up from below clearly indicates it's a latrine. I would never fall for that, what?" Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened as he leaned over to sniff at the well's opening. The waste had long since frozen, and the snow on top concealed any unpleasant odor. "How can you smell it?" "I can't detect anything. I am a master of the harmonious realm, and if I cannot perceive such a faint scent, it would be a disgrace to my profound Buddhist cultivation." Watching the little monk's triumphant smirk as he unraveled his scheme, Lu Tongfeng could only smile bitterly. If he couldn't deceive this plump monk, he certainly couldn't let the pure-hearted Ling Dang descend into the cesspool to retrieve something. "Forget it. I'll find a rope and go down myself." "Little madman, what important item fell into this latrine?" Jesse inquired curiously. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. "It's not mine. I'm not blind. How could I drop something in? It belongs to Fuyao. She stayed in the temple for a few days after getting injured and mentioned that she dropped something into the ancient well. I promised to help her find it, so I could borrow a pill to save Ling Dang. She said to bring it to her at Tianyun Mountain once I found it. It wouldn't happen to be a personal item of Fuyao's, would it? Perhaps a hairpin, a purse, embroidered shoes, or a personal undergarment?" Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" Jesse responded, "I asked precisely because I don't know. What exactly did Fuyao drop into this well?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "I have no idea, but since she asked me to bring it to Tianyun Mountain, it must be of great importance to her." Jesse stroked his chin, deep in thought, then said, "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? What would I gain from lying to you? If it truly belongs to Fuyao, I would be more than happy to assist. But when we next meet, you must tell Fuyao that it was I who retrieved it." Lu Tongfeng thought his attempts to deceive Jesse had come to naught. Just as he prepared to descend himself, to his surprise, the plump monk eagerly volunteered to go down. Lu Tongfeng quickly assured him, "Rest assured, I will give you full credit for this. You will leave a good impression on Fuyao. This way, your chances will increase. Enough already. I'm aware of my own capabilities. Fu Yao is as cold as ice, with her eyes set high. I'll never have a chance in this lifetime, or the next. Or even the one after. I've heard that there are many beautiful fairies at Yuntian's sect. If Fu Yao helps me make connections, who knows? Lu Tongfeng was left dumbfounded. This plump monk was casting a wide net, hoping to catch any opportunity to find love, even aiming for the female disciples of Yuntian's sect. Fine, as long as you go down to retrieve it, I'll have Fu Yao introduce you to someone. If she refuses, I'll personally act as your matchmaker in the future. It's a deal. Jesse chuckled, appearing quite innocent and simple, dash-hearted. I could see that moment. Yuling Dang called from the temple door. Feng Ge, little monk, stop chatting. Breakfast is ready. Come and have a bite. Lu Tongfeng and the abstinent little monk, upon hearing Yuling Dang's call, departed from the ancient well. As they entered the temple, they beheld the He already in the throes of a hearty meal. On a simple bamboo table, 2 bowls of rice porridge and several large pancakes were laid out. Although the abstinent little monk claimed to be a glutton for meat, Yuling Dang had not prepared any for him. After all, who would eat meat so early in the morning? Without meat, Wu and Ti, this portly monk relished the rice porridge just as eagerly. While munching on a pancake, the abstinent little monk remarked, "Little madman, I was genuinely worried for you yesterday." Lu Tongfeng laughed and replied, "Were you concerned I might fall for Wei Nida's charms, or do you doubt my capacity for alcohol?" "Both, perhaps. However, it seems my worries were unfounded." He continued, "The disciples of Xuanxu sect have all vacated the small town, yet curiously, they left Wei Yurong behind. Her presence serves not merely to prevent disciples of the extreme Yin sect from launching a surprise attack, but she is likely investigating the appearances of the lame Li Chuyan, and Yun Fu Yao here. Though you remained silent yesterday, it is likely that Wei Yurong has set her sights on you. What are your plans moving forward?" Lu Tongfeng's expression gradually turned somber as he glanced at Yuling Dang and said, "I intend to leave this place and venture to Tianyan Mountain, but I am concerned for Ling Dang." "Then let us go together. Ling Dang is now alone, and it would be fortuitous to embark on an adventure. Moreover, I perceive that you possess a remarkable intellect. Perhaps once we reach Yuntian's sect, an elder may take notice of you and accept you as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Yuling Dang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Little monk, do you truly believe I can become a cultivator? Indeed, your innate talent surpasses most cultivators of this era, provided your celestial fate arrives. You could soar to great heights. However, celestial fate is not something one merely awaits. It often must be actively pursued. You could remain here in this dilapidated temple with the little madman, yet you would forever remain an ordinary mortal. I can introduce you to the Buddhist path, but the precepts of Buddhism are numerous, and should you become a nun, the little madman would surely take vengeance upon me. Yuntian sect, however, presents a splendid opportunity. You must have realized by now that the little madman's master was once a formidable elder of Yuntian sect. With that connection, gaining entry to the immortal realm and securing a celestial fate would not be exceedingly challenging. The events here have concluded, and with nowhere else to go, why not accompany us to Tianyan Mountain?" Yuling Dang felt a surge of determination. She yearned to join the immortal realm, not for herself, but to avenge her grandmother and mother, and to seek retribution for the 200 innocent souls who perished in the town. Now that her grandmother and mother have been laid to rest, and their home reduced to ruins, she felt unanchored, that if she could follow Lu Tongfeng to seek a celestial fate, she might finally exact revenge for her family. Lu Tongfeng interjected, "Wait, little monk, what do you mean by we? Are you suggesting you wish to accompany me to Tianyan Mountain?" The little monk nodded. "Yes, I am descending the mountain to cultivate my mind and spirit, and it would be fortuitous to join you both for companionship and mutual support. Moreover, this is a request from Fairy Fu Yao, and I cannot go back on my word that a request from Fairy Fu Yao. How was I not aware of this? Of course, if it were not for her request, would a renowned little monk like me reside in this leaky temple? Would I assist you with a coffin? Would I help you dig graves? On that day when we first met, weren't you seeking a wooden cart in town?" At that time, disciples from Xuanxu sect came to inform Fairy Fu Yao that several disciples from Yuntian sect had arrived. Upon hearing this, Fairy Fu Yao's expression turned peculiar, and she privately instructed me to accompany you for your protection, promising future rewards for my assistance. Thus, I have been with you these past few days. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. He had believed it was his unparalleled charisma that had captivated this unrestrained little monk, only to realize it was mere self-delusion. The abstinent little monk had been acting under Fairy Fuyao's secret directive. Lu Tongfeng pondered. Little monk, the other day you mentioned that my master and Fairy Fuyao's master share a profound enmity. What is the story behind that? You seem to imply that being my master's disciple is not a good thing, and that I should not disclose it to outsiders. What exactly is going on? The abstinent little monk set down his bowl and utensils, saying, "This tale is long and entwined with the internal struggles of the Yuntian sect, and my knowledge of it is rather limited. It appears that shortly after the righteous and demonic war over 300 years ago, an internal conflict erupted within Yuntian's sect, at that time. The sect leader was the grandmaster of Fairy Fuyao, known as Zhuangzi. During that internal strife, Zhuangzi was slain by your master with a single sword strike. After that, your master left Yuntian's sect and has remained untraceable for over 300 years. For many years, the public believed your master had passed away, only to discover he had been in seclusion here, passing away 6 years, 8G. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated his master's formidable prowess. Over 300 years ago, he had single-handedly slain the sect leader of Yuntian's sect. He then exclaimed, "How can I possibly go to Yuntian's sect now? The current sect leader, Yu Qinzi, is Zhuangzi's disciple. Wouldn't I be walking into a trap?" The abstinent little monk responded, No, know that Yu Qinzi is aligned with your master. Had it not been for your master slaying Zhuangzi, Yu Qinzi would never have ascended to the position of sect leader. What do you mean? The more I hear, the more confused I become, Lu Tongfeng said, his face revealing his bewilderment. The abstinent little monk explained, this is all part of the internal struggles of major sects. Akin to royal families vying for the throne, forming factions at that time, there were 3 individuals competing for the position of sect leader alongside Yu Qinzi, his senior brothers Yu Yangzi and Yu Hengzi. The internal strife within Yuntian's sect not only involved the power struggle between these 3 brothers, but also related to the events of the righteous and demonic war. The reason your master killed Zhuangzi is shrouded in many versions. The most widely circulated being that during the righteous and demonic war, Zhuangzi was injured by the blood demon ancestor and fell under the influence of a heart-devouring curse, resulting in a violent and bloodthirsty change in temperament, leading him to descend into the abyss of darkness. Your master, for the sake of the common people and the millennia-long legacy of Yuntian's sect, was compelled to take his life. Opinions on this matter are divided. Some deem your master a traitor to his sect for slaying the sect leader, while others regard it as a noble act of righteousness. Before your master departed, he wielded the burning heaven sword to ensure that Yu Qinzi, Fairy Fuyao's master, ascended to power. Thus, your master is undoubtedly a benefactor to Yu Qinzi, and should you venture to Yuntian's sect, you will not face any retribution from him. However, given that your master killed Fairy Fuyao's grandmaster, your prospects together in this lifetime are certainly bleak. Only today did Lu Tongfeng begin to grasp a mere fragment of his master's extensive past. He increasingly believed that his master truly was the most formidable figure in Yuntian's sect's history. If his cultivation was not extraordinarily high, how could he so easily slay the previous sect leader? Noticing Lu Tongfeng's frown in silence, the abstinent little monk continued, "As for your master, the rumors in the mortal realm are abundant. It is prudent that you did not reveal your identity to Wei Nida, for should someone wish you harm, the greatest danger is likely to come from outside Yuntian's sect, rather than from within." Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Outside Yuntian's sect? Does my master have many enemies? Many, not merely many. Today, with nothing on my agenda, I shall regale you with the illustrious life of your master. The Ziyun sect's run, guardian of Xuan Yujing, is none other than the famed Meijian Shindao, also known as Xianqi, who was a disciple of the last Grandmaster Shomin of the Yuntian sect. Historical records state that at the tender age of 12, Meijian Shindao became an apprentice under Shomin, achieving the first level of qi refinement within a month. Remarkably, he succeeded in establishing his foundation in under 6 months. And by the 2nd year of his entry, he had attained the 3rd level of the ability to manipulate objects in the air. Merely half a year later, he ascended to the 4th level of the primordial spirit realm. Upon reaching the age of 16, he achieved the 5th level of the harmonization realm, earning the title of the most extraordinary talent of the Yuntian sect in a millennium, renowned across the land. By the age of 21, he entered the 6th level of the transformation realm, and at 30, he ascended to the celestial realm. Presently, the most outstanding young disciple of the Yuntian sect, known for his rapid advancement, is none other than Yun Fuyao. However, at 30, Yun Fuyao remains at the 5th level of the harmonization realm, whereas Meijian Shindao has already reached the 7th level of the celestial realm, illustrating the remarkable innate talent of Meijian in the pursuit of cultivation. After attaining the celestial realm, Meijian Shindao descended the mountain bearing the Fengshen sword, challenging the masters of various sects in immortal realm one by one. Over the subsequent century, there are clear records that Meijian Shindao challenged a total of 736 individuals, emerging victorious in 730 battles, with 5 draws and a single defeat. He is hailed as the foremost sword master of the era, the Fengshen sword master. The over 700 individuals he bested were all elite masters from both righteous and demonic sects. Although most have since passed, their disciples still walk the earth. If they were to learn that the Fengshen sword master has a successor like you, they would undoubtedly seek you out to avenge their master. Therefore, you must never reveal your identity as a disciple of Meijian Shindao, lest you meet a gruesome fate at the hands of vengeful foes in the streets. Lu Tongfeng shuddered slightly. Now he comprehended why his master had changed his name and why he had chosen to conceal his true identity until death. It turned out that this old man had accumulated so many enemies during his lifetime that wasn't he digging his own grave? Wait a moment, 730 victories, 5 draws, and 1 defeat. My master is so formidable. Yet he has suffered a defeat. To whom did he lose? Does that individual have a disciple? I must seek vengeance for my master. I don't know. The monk Jai Sexio shook his head. How could you not know? Someone who could defeat my master must have been the most powerful expert of that era. Jai Sexio continued. That particular battle was witnessed by no one. It was a claim made by Senior Mei himself that he had been defeated once. As for who defeated him, to this day, no one knows. Not even the omniscient Tianjai could uncover the identity of the one who bested Meijian Shindao. Had it not been for this single defeat, Meijian Shindao would undoubtedly rank as the foremost among the top 10 strongest, rather than merely being vaguely classified as within the top 3. Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. He then turned to Ling Dang and said, Ling Dang, you must not speak of my master to anyone, or I shall meet a most dreadful end. Ling Dang nodded earnestly, affirming her silence. After breakfast, Jai Sexio finished his tale. However, sensing that Lu Tongfeng was still woefully ignorant of the realm of cultivation, he retrieved a thick tome from his storage pouch and handed it to him. Little madman, since you have resolved to visit the Yuntian sect, it would be wise to brush up on your knowledge of the mortal cultivation world during this time. This book was purchased at a high price from Tianjai, and it meticulously records the secret lore of the various sects in a mortal realm, along with names of experts, magical artifacts, demonic beasts, and various other races. IT will be immensely beneficial to you. Lu Tongfeng nodded, responding, Thank you. I shall read it promptly. Gratitude should translate into action. Jai Sexio interjected, as I mentioned earlier. This book is published by Tianjai, and I paid a substantial sum for it. I am merely lending it to you. It is not a gift. There is still a fee involved. You can't be serious. 5 taels of silver, Lu Tongfeng retorted incredulously. You might as well go rob someone. If you refuse to pay, then return the book to me, Jai Sexio insisted. Reluctantly, and in light of his desire to enhance his understanding of the mortal cultivation world, Lu Tongfeng clenched his teeth and retrieved the silver. Upon receiving the silver, Jai Sexio was elated. Very well. You read it for now. Weren't you saying last night that you intended to erect a gravestone for Ling Dong's parents today? I shall take care of that. I will find the sturdiest granite on the mountain, and afterwards we can retrieve the items belonging to Fairy Fuyao. Observing the rotund monk hastily exiting the Earth God Temple, Lu Tongfeng felt a mix of surprise and suspicion that he mused that this chubby monk did indeed possess a good heart. However, as he opened the book's cover, he was immediately incensed. The first page read records of the immortals and demons of the 9 provinces. with a smaller line beneath it stating published by Tianjai, priced at 1 tael. Lu Tongfeng stormed out of the temple, calling after the monk, "You shameless bald donkey! This book is priced at only 1 tael of silver and is so worn. You lent it to me for a few days and dare to charge me 5 taels as a wear and tear fee. Just you wait." Previously, Lu Tongfeng had only ever been the one to trick others. Little did he expect that today, this soaring eagle would be pecked at by the gluttonous sparrow, Giasexio. After calling out his grievances, seeing that Giasexio did not respond, Lu Tongfeng could only return to the temple in frustration. Yulingdang was washing dishes when she spoke. "Brother Feng, when you finish reading, could I possibly take a look as well? I wish to learn about these immortals. Sure, once I am done, I will give it to you. Just make sure to keep it and not return it to that fat monk." The entire morning was spent by Lu Tongfeng as he perused the tome records of the immortals and demons of the 9 provinces. Previously, in the cave, he had noticed that Yun Fiao also possessed several books published by Tianjai, but none were as thick as this one. It seemed to be a compilation. The book was substantial, measuring nearly half a foot thick. Just as Giasexio had stated, it provided detailed accounts of the founding and development of the various righteous and demonic sects in the current mortal realm, along with information about their current leaders, notable experts, and famous artifacts that even chronicled the layers of wandering cultivators and the histories of cultivation families. Point 1 could say it encompassed all facets of the current cultivation world. Once he finished this book, he would have a solid understanding of the present cultivation realm. Around midday, as the sun began to wane, Giasexio returned to the Earth God Temple. It was unclear where the plump monk had gone to retrieve stones, but he had indeed brought back 2 pieces of granite. Lu Tongfeng chose not to pursue the silver he had lost to Giasexio earlier, considering it a fair payment for the monk's labor. The 2 of them, in front of the temple, chiseled and polished the granite into the shape of gravestones, and under Yu Lingdong's guidance, they inscribed the names of Grandma, Lu, and Aunt Fat. In the afternoon, Lu Tongfeng and Giasexio placed the carved gravestones at the graveside on the mountain's rear. After completing this task, they returned to the temple only to find dusk settling in. Yulingdang prepared dinner inside the temple, while Lu Tongfeng accompanied Giasexio to an ancient well nearby. "Little monk, rest assured and descend. The ground below has long since frozen solid, and you shall not tread upon the grains of reincarnation. I assure you, little madman, do not try to deceive me. Why would I deceive you? I have lived here alone, and I have not drawn much of the grains of reincarnation into the well. Just leap down, gently clear away the layer of snow above, and you are sure to discover the items dropped by Fairy Fuyao. Those items are surely of great significance to her. If she learns you retrieve them, she will undoubtedly be immensely grateful. With your handsome looks, once she introduces you to someone, those fairies from the Yuntian sect will be easily won over. That does make sense. Very well, I shall descend now." Giasexio nodded slowly, and with a leap, he plunged into the ancient well. Yulingdang, who was at the entrance pouring out rice water, noticed Lu Tongfeng peering suspiciously into the well and asked, "Brother Feng, what are you doing? The little monk won't fall in, will he?" No, the little monk has gone down to retrieve something. Lingdang, could you please burn that mountain goat we bought in the town last time? Let's make it a special meal for the little monk tonight." "Oh, I understand." Yulingdang entered the temple, not dwelling on the matter any further. He squatted at the temple entrance, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient well, seemingly with a glint of amusement. "Giasexio, have you found anything? It's too dark down here. I can't see a thing. Moreover, the snow below is quite thick. Go fetch a torch." "All right, wait for me." Lu Tongfeng dashed into the dilapidated temple, swiftly retrieving a torch soaked in oil from the wall. After igniting at the stove, he hurried to the ancient well. "Little monk, the torch is coming. Be careful. I'm tossing it to you." The torch was flung into the well. The little monk, who was already deep at the bottom, reached out to catch it that moment. Lu Tongfeng finally discerned that the little monk had his legs braced against the walls of the well and was not actually standing on the bottom. He likely feared that his plump body might tread upon the frozen filth. Holding the torch in one hand, he gently brushed aside the accumulated snow with the other. The well was quite small, and soon a finely locked wooden box emerged from the snow. The little monk, taken aback, picked up the box. "What is this? I thought the immortal Fuyao had dropped a hairpin earring, or handkerchief, some personal ornament that I could keep as a memento. But instead, it's a wooden box, and it's locked. Did she hold such a large box over her head to peer into the well? What? It's a wooden box. Lu Tongfeng crouched at the well's edge, heard the little monk's words, and his expression tightened, prompting him to inquire hastily. A locked rosewood box is indeed rather exquisite. The little monk at the bottom of the well waved the wooden box and said, "Is this the thing that fell from the immortal Fuyao?" Lu Tongfeng was stunned. The distance from the bottom of the well to the opening was only about 3 zhong, allowing him to clearly see, illuminated by the torchlight, that the wooden box in the little monk's hand was the very one he had given to Yun Fuyao that day. Lu Tongfeng had always believed that the box had been snatched away by those who attacked Yun Fuyao. To his astonishment, the box had reappeared here. Lu Tongfeng was not foolish. After a moment of bewilderment, he quickly understood the situation. The assailants had never taken the box before he found Yun Fuyao that day. She must have returned, worried that she would be captured, and thus she had thrown the box into the ancient well. And oh wonder, she gave me such silver. No wonder she asked me to bring something to Yun Tianzong to find her. In that instant, Lu Tongfeng comprehended many things. Little madman, is this what you mean? Speak up. Yes, it's this thing. That's good, but it's terribly foul down here. Can you please manage your business more precisely in the future? The well walls are covered in filth. Stay clear. I'm about to ascend. Lu Tongfeng quickly stepped back. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the depths of the well. Shortly after, the little monk's strange cry echoed. What the hell? Oh no! Lu Tongfeng had yet to grasp what was happening when an object shot out of the well, landing right before him. It was the box that Lu Tongfeng hurriedly picked it up. Indeed, it was the box he had painstakingly guarded for 6 long years. At that moment, it felt as though the well was about to collapse, accompanied by a booming sound, even resonating with Buddhist chants and golden light. Once the sounds faded and the light ceased, Lu Tongfeng approached the well's edge to peer below. The torch had extinguished, and the abyss was shrouded in darkness. The well had not collapsed. Yet there was no sign of the little monk. Little monk? Little monk? What happened? Did you manage to fly out? Not seeing the little monk at the bottom, Lu Tongfeng glanced around. It was merely dusk. The sky had not yet darkened, and the surroundings were quite clear. Yet, the little monk was nowhere to be found. Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, carefully recalling the earlier events. It seemed that only the box had flown out. Cultivators possess great abilities. Perhaps while he bent down to retrieve the box, the little monk had soared out of the well as well. Calling out several times without a response, Lu Tongfeng turned to the large black dog squatting at the temple entrance and asked, "Dahe, did you just see the little monk flying up from the well?" Dahe was unusually quiet today, merely sitting still at the door, gazing at the scene, in response to Lu Tongfeng's inquiry. Dahe shook his head. Where's the little monk? Hasn't he fallen into the cesspit? Has he? Lu Tongfeng's expression turned incredulous. He then embraced the box and rushed into the earth deity temple. He casually placed the wooden box at the edge of the stove, grabbed a torch, and hoisted a bundle of hemp rope before dashing out. Upon seeing this, Yu Lingdang remarked, "Brother Feng, what's wrong? The little monk seems to have fallen into the cesspit. I must go rescue him." "Don't worry about it." Hearing Lu Tongfeng's words, Dahe raised a paw to cover his face, seemingly unable to bear to look. Lu Tongfeng tied one end of the rope to a nearby large locust tree and tossed the other end into the well that he then leaned over the well's edge and shouted, Little monk, can you hear me?" No response came. Could that plump monk have overindulged down there? Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. Unable to see anything from the well's edge, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and decided to slide down the rope. In just a few breaths, he landed at the bottom of the well. Upon reaching the bottom, Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. There was no trace of the little monk. However, he noticed a large hole on one side of the wall. The well's bottom was littered with fallen blue bricks from the walls. The odor was exceedingly foul, not that of filth, but rather reminiscent of decaying corpses. Holding the torch in one hand and covering his mouth and nose with the other, he stared in astonishment at the dark opening before him. How did a hole appear here? Years ago, when the well was not yet a cesspool, he had descended to dig for copper coins. That time, he had not sensed anything amiss at the bottom. Now, with the little monk missing and the appearance of a large hole along with the fallen bricks, Lu Tongfeng could surmise with his little toe that the little monk must have entered this dark cavern. Little monk, little monk, he softly called at the entrance of the hole. The only response was a chilling draft emanating from the darkness. Just as Lu Tongfeng sensed something was amiss, an appendage, resembling a venomous snake, suddenly shot out from the inky blackness. Startled, Lu Tongfeng attempted to evade, but the confined space of the well offered no refuge. The appendage swiftly ensnared his feet, exerting immense force that dragged him into the black void. With a cry of alarm, the torch slipped from his grasp, and he was pulled into the abyss. Clad in an apron, Yulingdang seemed to have heard Lu Tongfeng's terrified scream as she stepped to the temple entrance. Dahe, what has happened now? Dahe shook his head, indicating that nothing was amiss. Yulingdang glanced around but saw nothing unusual and turned back to resume preparing dinner for Lu Tongfeng and the little monk. I could see this moment. Dahe finally rose, wobbling over to the well's edge. Peering down with his eerie blue eyes, then he wagged his tail and trotted toward the large locust tree. Woof, 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 woof. Dahe lowly barked. In the next instant, the branches of the previously tranquil locust tree began to tremble slowly. There was no wind to cause such a phenomenon, rendering the scene extraordinarily bizarre. Woof, woof, the great black creature called out several times, seemingly engaged in some form of communication with the tree. Lu Tongfeng, being swiftly dragged, felt his body rapidly succumbing to numbness. The black tentacle that firmly ensnared his legs bore barbs, seemingly infused with a substance capable of swiftly paralyzing one's nerves that he wished to scream. Yet his mouth refused to open. After what felt like a dozen breaths, he was yanked from the constricted black cavern into a vast underground chamber. Surrounding him was an eerie glow, a green luminescence emanating from the spectral spirits floating within the cave. Although Lu Tongfeng found himself unable to move, his consciousness remained intact. The sight of so many restless spirits hidden beneath the earth god's shrine drained the color from his face. His eyes filled with terror. Through the green light emitted by these spirits, he discerned that the tentacle binding his legs was not a biological appendage, but rather a vine. The monk, GSA, was similarly ensnared, dangling in mid-air. GSA had not lost consciousness either. His body slowly rotated, and whenever he faced Lu Tongfeng, he made exaggerated expressions that it was unclear what the plump monk's intent was. Hundreds of spirits, both male and female, young and old, maintained their appearances from the moment of their demise. However, they lacked corporeal forms, existing merely as ephemeral souls. Moreover, these spectral figures were devoid of clothing, presenting a rather disconcerting scene. Lu Tongfeng, now immobilized, could do nothing but watch in horror as these dreadful spirits advanced toward him. Indeed, the earth goddess shrine was haunted, a multitude of ghosts. It was over for him this time. He was doomed, the saying goes. One who lives with a clear conscience fears no ghost at midnight. Yet, Lu Tongfeng had committed many wrongs over the years, and thus he feared the spirits. His mind conjured countless scenarios of being devoured by these spectral entities. Yet, he was powerless to act. The only thing he could do was close his eyes and await the draining of his yang energy by these spirits. After what felt like an eternity with his eyes shut, he sensed no pain. Instead, a soft, chilling sensation glided across his cheek like ice water. Lu Tongfeng cautiously opened his eyes a fraction, stealing a glance. The sight that met him nearly shattered his sanity. A stunningly beautiful young woman, radiant with green light and unclothed, hovered before him, her pale hand reaching out to gently caress his face. This female specter was exquisite, with flowing hair that suggested she was in her early 20s. Her features finely sculpted, and her figure alluring, though not quite matching Wei Nai's beauty, yet certainly captivating at that moment. Lu Tongfeng's courage nearly fled. How could he muster any thoughts of admiring such a radiant figure? His throat quivered, desperate to plead for mercy, yet no sound emerged. The naked female spirit continued to stroke his cheek, her voice imbued with a hint of seductive playfulness. Lu Tongfeng, how did you end up in this cesspit? Hee, what a clumsy mishap. A mix of astonishment and dread surged within him. This spirit knew him. She even recognized his name. Observing Lu Tongfeng's expression of horror and confusion, the beautiful specter erupted into peals of laughter. Her hands tightened around his throat, her enchanting visage suddenly twisting into a malevolent sneer. "I shall consume you! I shall consume you!" Lu Tongfeng had never encountered such a situation. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The naked female spirit paused, then slapped Lu Tongfeng's cheeks a few times. "Lu Tongfeng? Lu Tongfeng? Little Feng, you're not dead, are you?" The spirit turned her gaze to the hanging, slowly rotating Jesse. The young monk was equally frightened. From his perspective, this bewitching, naked spirit appeared to have just suffocated Lu Tongfeng, and now she was extending her wicked claws toward him. "What are you staring at? You filthy monk? Never seen such a beautiful spirit before. Look again, and I'll pluck out your eyeballs." Jesse hastily shut his eyes. The spirit seemed pleased at that moment. The vine ensnaring Lu Tongfeng's leg began to loosen and fall away. An ancient voice resonated within the cavern filled with spirits. "Xiaoro, how is this fellow faring?" "No worries, he is likely just stunned by my beauty and fainted from excitement." Lu Tongfeng's unconsciousness was brief. Soon, his awareness returned, stimulated by the paralyzing toxin. Changes began to transpire within him. 360 meridians emitted a faint glow, and the celestial sword hanging at his waist seemed to respond to a mysterious force. Trembling slightly, a surge of intense energy erupted from his meridians, swiftly coursing through his body. The paralyzing toxin within him was rapidly dispersed under the influence of this potent and fiery spiritual energy. Lu Tongfeng abruptly sat up, initially believing it to be a dream. Upon seeing Jesse swinging in midair and the multitude of spirits floating around him, he let out a shriek and drew the celestial sword from his waist. The sound echoed like a dragon's roar. With the sword unsheathed, a terrifying aura surged forth. The soft glow radiated from the azure blade. He could hardly ponder why he suddenly regained mobility. Stay back, you wretched spirits. Do you dare to siphon my yang energy? Not a chance. Whoever dares approach will be sent to reincarnation." Though his limbs trembled uncontrollably, Lu Tongfeng's voice was resolute. "Hey, Lu Tongfeng, don't be afraid. I was merely teasing you. We mean you no harm." The alluring naked spirit floated forth from the throng of ghosts. "How do you know my name?" "Who are you?" The spirit replied. "I am Yi Xiaoro. You may not know me, but I know you. Rest assured, having been neighbors for so many years, if I had wished you harm, I would have done so long ago." "Yi Xiaoro? Never heard of you. Release my friend at once, or I won't hesitate to retaliate. Don't think that just because you outnumber me, I would fear you. You should inquire about who Lu Tongfeng is." Lu Tongfeng steadied himself, speaking fiercely. Yi Xiaoro drifted closer, waving her hand gently, and the surrounding hundreds of glowing spirits transformed into wisps of green light, soaring toward the cave's ceiling. It was then that Lu Tongfeng noticed many vine-like tendrils resembling tree roots above. The spirits merged into those vines, leaving only the enchanting spirit, Yi Xiaoro. In the cavern at Yi Xiaoro began to spin, her green luminescence gradually fading, enveloped by a soft, white glow. Soon, her form appeared to solidify, transitioning from translucent to corporeal. Ultimately, she transformed into a young woman with flowing hair, clad in white garments. Though her skin appeared slightly paler than that of a living person, Yi Xiaoro twirled before Lu Tongfeng and said, "What do you think? I've taken form and donned clothing. You're no longer afraid, are you?" Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at the white-clad spirit, murmuring, "No, not afraid anymore." However, he still preferred the earlier form of the spirit. Unclothed, Lu Tongfeng did not relax his guard. "What is this place?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "This is beneath Grandpa de Huai." "Grandpa de Huai." "Hello, little madman," the ancient voice resounded once more. Immediately, Lu Tongfeng beheld a thick vine twisting and waving. Seemingly greeting him, Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in shock. You can't be that great Huai tree, can you?" "Indeed, I am the great Huai tree." Lu Tongfeng felt his worldview shatter. Yet upon reflection, it seemed perfectly reasonable. If the old dog, Dahei, had become sentient, why should the great Huai tree not? The elder spirit of the big locust tree spoke. "Little madman, you need not fear. We are good friends with your master." Lu Tongfeng sensed that this female ghost and the ancient tree spirit bore no ill will towards him, and thus sheathed the divine sword he held. Rubbing his aching head, he remarked, "The big black has become sentient. The big locust tree has also attained consciousness, and, after guarding the Earth Temple for so many years, I was utterly oblivious to all of this." Yi Xiaoro chuckled. "Little Feng Feng, did you really think that all these years it was you guarding the Earth Temple?" "No, no, no. It was the Earth Temple that was guarding you." "Guarding me? The Earth Temple?" Lu Tongfeng was somewhat bewildered at that moment. The vine that had bound the lust-averse little monk slowly descended, resting before Lu Tongfeng. However, the rotund monk, aside from his eyes being able to move, appeared as if petrified in every other aspect of his being. Lu Tongfeng quickly crouched down and called, Little monk, are you still alive?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "There's no need to worry. He has merely been afflicted by the poison from the thorns released by Grandpa Big Locust. With his cultivation, he will soon recover." Seeing the lust-averse little monk blink at him, Lu Tongfeng felt somewhat reassured. "Can someone tell me what on earth is going on here?" Yi Xiaoro explained, "You have grown up and indeed ought to know this now. This is a realm where the celestial and mortal worlds intersect. A convergence of yin and yang dati. Oh, put it plainly, there exists a spiritual vein beneath us, which has drawn us spirits from the underworld here. As for Grandpa Big Locust, he has been absorbing the spiritual energy from this vein for countless years. He awakened his spiritual intelligence thousands of years ago. Later on, an elder Taoist from your Yuntian sect discovered this spiritual vein and established a Yu Lao temple here. The Yu Lao temple has existed for a long time, approximately 700 to 800 years, until it was burned down over 60 years ago. You should know the events that followed. Your master rebuilt the Yu Lao temple, and because a local bully constantly caused trouble, it was then transformed into an earth temple." Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow and asked, "Did my master always know of your existence?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "Indeed, your master is quite formidable. He immediately recognized that Grandpa Big Locust is a tree spirit with thousands of years of wisdom. However, he did not trouble us and often provided assistance. Before he passed, he entrusted you to us, asking us to protect you. Every night, when you meditate and cultivate, we would venture out from here, wandering around the Earth Temple to absorb the yang energy you released. I have benefited the most. I have now reached a spiritual state and no longer fear heavenly thunder, and I can even temporarily condense a physical form. What? I meditate every night. You all surround me to absorb my yang energy. The townsfolk speak of the Earth Temple being haunted, and there are many witnesses. It was all you, since my master asked you to protect me. Why did you never tell me? Your master forbade us from informing you. He merely instructed us to silently guard you, which is why we never interrupted your normal life. However, we are quite familiar with Dehe." Yi Xiaoro rambled on. Gradually, Lu Tongfeng began to comprehend the situation before him. This dilapidated Earth Temple harbored hundreds of ghosts, a sentient old dog, and a tree demon that had lived for thousands of years. If his master were still alive, he would also add a reclusive, unparalleled expert to the mix. Had he truly been the only normal person in the Earth Temple all these years? At this moment, the fear that had gripped Lu Tongfeng's heart began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief. How terrifying! Indeed, how terrifying! The mere thought that he had been surrounded by countless spirits while meditating at night filled him with lingering dread. Fortunately, these spirits and the tree demon, alongside his deceased master, were friends. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. He would either have been devoured by the tree demon to serve as fertilizer or drained of his yang energy by the ghostly gang led by Yi Xiaoro, who might have even had designs to kill him. Yet, Lu Tongfeng could not fathom why, based on his recent understanding of the cultivation world, including what he had read in the Jiuzhou Xinmaji that morning. Cultivators and spirits were considered two extremes. Righteous disciples descend the mountain to hone their skills, slaying demons and vanquishing evil, and a critical task among them is to eliminate any encountered spirits. How could his deceased master not only fail to eradicate these spirits, but instead befriend them? Just as Lu Tongfeng pondered this, the lust-averse little monk on the ground suddenly stirred. A faint golden Buddhist light emanated from his body. Lu Tongfeng looked down to see the portly monk contorting in a bizarre and alarming manner. With his face upwards and hands and feet propped up, he appeared as though his joints had been reversed. Lu Tongfeng was startled and instinctively took several steps back. Even Yixiao gasped in fear and hid behind Lu Tongfeng. The lust-averse little monk twisted his chubby body, baring his teeth in a grimace. Yixiao clutched Lu Tongfeng's clothing, peeking out from beside him. What kind of monster is this bald head? Is he mutating? How terrifying! Grandpa Big Locust, please vanquish this monster. You are the monster, the lust-averse little monk, still affected by the petrifying toxin within him, struggled to articulate his words. Lu Tongfeng experienced a mental whirlwind, realizing the monk's previous statement was likely meant to say, "You are the monster," after relentless effort. The lust-averse little monk finally transitioned from lying down to a seated position. He formed a golden seal with his hands, and the golden light radiating from him became increasingly blinding. After a few breaths, the lust-averse little monk clasped his hands together. Murmuring incantations, the soft golden Buddhist light enveloped him, and a radiant halo appeared behind his head as ethereal Buddhist chants echoed through the cave. This Buddhist sound spread like waves, and while Lu Tongfeng felt little from it, Yixiao turned pale and floated backwards repeatedly. In the underground cave, countless heart-wrenching wails erupted, emanating from the previously hidden spirits that on one side was the lofty and grand Buddhist chant, while on the other were the anguished cries of the souls, one representing righteousness, the other malevolence, yin and yang, embodying the two extremes of existence. The great sun Tathagata mantra, "Little monk, cease your chanting. These spirits are not malevolent and have never harmed anyone. If you continue, they will be scattered to the winds." The hoarse voice of the elder locust spirit echoed. The Buddhist sound ceased, and the lust-averse little monk slowly opened his eyes. His once black and white pupils had transformed into a golden hue. At this moment, the lust-averse monk exuded an aura of solemnity, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Ba, well said, well said. Humans have their paths, and spirits have theirs. All things are born of heaven, each following its own way. Spirits do not belong to the mortal realm. They ought to enter the underworld for reincarnation. As cultivators, we must comprehend the laws of nature and uphold this cosmic order. With that, the lust-averse little monk resumed chanting the great sun Tathagata mantra, specifically designed to subdue malevolent spirits. The anguished cries of countless spirits echoed once more. Meanwhile, numerous vines of varying thickness began to writhe rapidly, resembling venomous snakes as they shot towards the lust-averse little monk. To his astonishment, a golden Buddhist light protective barrier emerged around the monk, rendering the vines incapable of piercing through his defense. The next moment, a strange noise resonated above him. Lu Tongfeng looked up to see countless vines of varying thickness beginning to descend. "Little monk!" Lu Tongfeng shouted. The lust-averse monk retorted, "Little madman, step back. A mere tree spirit and a few ghosts are nothing to me." "Are you certain?" Lu Tongfeng pointed at the ominous sight above. The lust-averse monk looked up, his golden face paling instantly. "Tang Sung, what have I done?" The lust-averse monk leaped into action. With the cessation of the Buddhist sound, the protective light and halo around the lust-averse monk disappeared. He chuckled awkwardly. Just a joke. Just a joke. You are all good friends of the sword god and good neighbors of little madman, which makes you all my friends and neighbors too." Previously, he had merely been poisoned, his entire body rendered in a petrified state, yet his consciousness remained intact. Lu Tongfeng was acutely aware of the dialogue between the ghostly maiden Yixiao, who had a penchant for mischief, and the ancient tree spirit, that he understood that these spectral beings and the tree spirit were allies of the illustrious mate Jian Shun, perfectly poised to take advantage of the situation. In life, one must possess the ability to bend and yield. Prior to descending the mountain, his master had earnestly admonished him about the treacheries of the martial world, advising retreat when necessary. He could vanquish the spectral entities present. But the ancient locust tree, having attained sentience over millennia, was beyond his capacity to confront or preserve his own life. The temperate little monk resigned himself to the circumstances upon observing the monk's capitulation. Hundreds of tendril-like vines gradually retracted to the cave's apex. Lu Tongfeng murmured, "Little monk, are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine. With my cultivation of the Tao realm, how could anything trouble me? This trifling poison and petrification are of no consequence to me. I merely played a small jest with them." The ancient tree spirit rasped, its voice reminiscent of an elderly man. "You are a disciple of the Bitter Sea Temple, are you not? Quite young yet possessing considerable prowess. With a heart full of compassion. Which of the four esteemed monks do you serve?" The little monk clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "Indeed, I am the disciple of the Xianbei monk." "But may I ask your name?" The ancient tree spirit responded, "You may call me Grandfather Locust. Oh, it is you, Grandfather Locust. A pleasure to finally meet you. This place is truly remarkable, a convergence of ley lines and the intersection of yin and yang. It is no wonder you have achieved sentience. Little madman, since our misunderstanding has been resolved, let us make haste upwards. We have been down here for quite some time, and I suspect the bell ringer has prepared dinner by now. Let us return, for tonight there is venison to enjoy." Despite the little monk's usual playful demeanor, he was quite astute. Otherwise, why would he alone have been favored with fortune among the hundreds of cultivators present at Jiulong Mountain? He feared that the Grandfather Locust might eliminate him to cover up the encounter, prompting him to hastily retreat from this place. Grabbing Lu Tongfeng, he intended to ascend through the dark passage they had come from. Lu Tongfeng shared this sentiment. Although he had recently mingled with cultivators, shattering the worldview he had held for 16 years, the events of the day still left him struggling to comprehend. The earth deity's hundreds of spirits had entangled him in the dead of night, and the ancient locust tree he had observed for over a decade turned out to be a tree spirit. Previously, he had considered the earth deity temple to be a desolate locale, a remote wilderness 3 miles from town, where he could carelessly relieve himself under the open sky. Now, the thought of having squatted at the well's edge, occasionally humming lewd tunes while being secretly observed by the tree spirit and countless spectral entities, filled him with an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and bury himself alive. Though these spirits and the tree spirit bore no malicious intent towards him, it did not change the fact that Lu Tongfeng was engulfed in fear of being utterly consumed, transformed into a spectacle of public disgrace. "Yes, we ought to return. Miss Xiaoro, Grandfather Locust, it is getting late. You should rest as well. I shall take my leave." "Wait." The voice of Grandfather Locust resonated, akin to an old sentinel in a wheat field. Hoarse, desolate, and slow, Lu Tongfeng turned back and asked, "Grandfather Locust, is there something you wish to convey? You are about to depart this place, and it is uncertain when you shall return. Your master left you with a few words before his passing." "Oh, what did my master say?" Lu Tongfeng's expression grew solemn. His feelings towards his deceased master were complex. He harbored resentment for the deceptions endured over the years, yet he was also deeply grateful for the nurturing he had received. On that stormy night 6 years ago, when his master passed, he had merely been instructed to await the arrival of a person bearing a certain signal, with no further guidance regarding his future. He yearned to learn what words his master had left him through the tree spirit. The ancient tree spirit's aged voice gradually unfolded. 9 suns open the celestial gate. Burning heavens chant the wind's song. The spirit bridge must be crossed, yet the essence of the primordial spirit must not be cultivated. Lu Tongfeng's forehead was adorned with a multitude of question marks. "Grandfather Locust, are these the words my master left for me?" "Indeed. What do they mean?" "I merely relay your master's words. As for their meaning, it is for you to discern." Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, murmuring to himself, yet he could not fathom the significance of the 4 lines. Suddenly, the little monk interjected, "Old Locust, did the maid Jianshun leave anything else besides these 4 lines? Perhaps gold, silver, treasures, or the burning heaven sword?" The ancient tree replied, "The burning heaven sword has been destroyed." "What? The burning heaven sword has been destroyed? How is that possible? It is one of the 10 divine weapons of the age. Maid Jianshun's cultivation is so profound. Who could possibly destroy the burning heaven sword?" The little monk exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient tree spirit replied, "I cannot say." The little monk pondered aloud. Could it be that the second line, "Burning heavens chant the wind's song," implies that the burning heaven sword was destroyed by the wind-chanting sword? Surely not. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the stunning, ghostly maiden Yi Xiaoro glided over. She fixed her fierce gaze upon the little monk, who had nearly sent her soul into oblivion. Before turning her attention to the contemplative Lu Tongfeng, smiling as she said, "Lu Tongfeng, your master truly left you something." "What is it?" Lu Tongfeng inquired with curiosity, while Yi Xiaoro extended her pale hand, and a gentle light began to swirl in her palm, slowly coalescing into a piece of verdant ancient jade. The surface of the jade bore intricate patterns, resembling both cloud motifs and the visage of a gluttonous beast. "Here, this is the jade." Lu Tongfeng reached out to take the jade. Feeling its chill, though its quality appeared unremarkable, with insufficient translucence, "I ask this all. Indeed, I seldom deceive, and I certainly would not mislead you. This jade will greatly benefit your cultivation. You must carry it on your person at all times, even in the bath, though I know you are not particularly fond of bathing. Thank you, I understand." Lu Tongfeng tucked the jade into his robe, confirming that his master had left no other treasures or messages. Lu Tongfeng beckoned the little monk to retrace their steps. The grandfather locust was a mere 3 to 4 zhang from the ancient well, and the pair swiftly ascended into the well's depths. Inside, it was pitch black, but thankfully the rope remained. The little monk leaped skyward, soaring from the well, while Lu Tongfeng lacked such prowess and could only grasp the rope to climb upwards. His abundant spiritual energy facilitated rapid ascent. In no time, Lu Tongfeng emerged back onto the surface. The large black dog, squatting at the temple entrance, barked joyfully upon seeing the two emerge from the well before turning to enter the earth deity's temple. Meanwhile, the collapsed walls of the ancient well began to swiftly restore themselves, regaining their original form in an instant, radiating a faint glow. Clearly, this entrance was protected by some form of restrictive enchantment. Within the cave, Yi Xiaoro clapped her hands, giggling. "It worked. This little fool is truly easy to deceive." The grandfather locust remarked, "Xiaoro, are you truly intent on giving your soul crystal jade to this little madman and leaving with him?" It turns out that the ancient jade recently entrusted to Lu Tongfeng by Yi Xiaoro was not, in fact, a relic left behind by Lu Tongfeng's master. Rather, it was the soul crystal of the female spirit Yi Xiaoro. Cleverly concealed in her usual hiding place, by presenting the jade to Lu Tongfeng and urging him to carry it close, she intended to utilize him as a means to escape this realm. Although this location is a convergence of spiritual energy, it merely serves as a refuge from heavenly thunder for us spirits and does not enhance our cultivation. Thus, I must accompany Lu Tongfeng in his departure. His abundant yang energy, which I have discreetly absorbed over the years, has proven far more beneficial than the countless years I have spent accumulating yin energy in this place. If I wish to grow stronger and achieve the rebirth of my physical form as suggested by the esteemed Elder Mei, the most effective method currently available is to draw upon Lu Tongfeng's nurturing yang energy. Rest assured, Grandpa Da Huang, this is Lu Tongfeng's home base. After several years of wandering in the world, he will surely return. And we shall once again be neighbors. Perhaps by then, I will have already restored my physical form, Yi Xiaoro exclaimed with evident delight and longing. Even spirits can perish. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they transform into a specter, and so forth through various stages. Previously, Yi Xiaoro believed she would be eternally trapped within this underground cavern until she encountered Lu Tongfeng's master. He revealed to her that ghosts not only can die, but also can be reborn, albeit the chances of a spirit regaining human form are exceedingly slim. There exists a branch of cultivation in the mortal realm known as ghost cultivation. These practitioners are not spirits themselves, but rather living beings whose spiritual practices revolve around the arts of the underworld, hence their designation as ghost cultivators. The origins of ghost cultivation trace back to the ancient witch clans of the southern frontier. Within the ancient sorcery, two methods of rebirth are delineated, the first being the resurrection of the corporeal form, known as the soul reversion technique, and the second being the rebirth of the spirit, referred to as the yang restoration technique. Yi Xiaoro's situation pertains to the latter. Her physical body had long since decayed hundreds of years ago, leaving only her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The integrity of these souls and spirits is a prerequisite for the successful application of the yang restoration technique, as the absence of even one soul or spirit would render the process futile. In addition to this, numerous stringent requirements must be met, such as the need for the legendary life water for nourishment and the fabled rebirth grass as a catalyst, according to ancient texts. The yang restoration technique can only be employed once. This implies that once a spirit has fulfilled all the rigorous conditions and successfully undergone rebirth, they cannot repeat the process upon their next demise. Though the chances are exceedingly slim and historical records have rarely, if ever, documented a successful rebirth for Yi Xiaoro, this represents a glimmer of hope that must be seized, since learning of the existence of a yang restoration technique over 60 years ago. Yi Xiaoro has relentlessly pursued this goal. While this site is a nexus of spiritual veins, the energy here benefits only the living. For instance, cultivators may experience significant gains during their practice, and the ancient Dahuang tree may evolve from an ordinary tree into a sentient tree spirit over countless years of absorbing spiritual energy. However, for spirits, this energy does not provide sustenance. What they require is the malevolent yin energy found in places like graveyards. Additionally, there is another vital essence that spirits need, which is the yang energy emanating from the living. This is why many spirits and ghosts wreak havoc in order to siphon off the yang energy from the living, instilling fear among the populace. Thus, when Lu Tongfeng practices at night, these spirits emerge from the depths.